And this might be a big mistake because I'm not really here right now at all. So let's see if Vivian is, because I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Okay, and to coordinate time. So let's call her and find out what's going on here. Hopefully I can still hear her, and hopefully people can still hear me. Oh, hey, honey, can you hear me? Yeah. How?
Yep.
Oh, excellent. Thank God. So this is going to be a really bumpy ride tonight, especially the opening hour. Basically, I'm not prepared at all because a number of incoming calls came just before I was going to prepare for transmission. So I'm still literally preparing my bed, so to speak. For everyone who doesn't know, this is what I transmit live from, is sitting on my bed, and I pile up a throne of cushions, and there's a certain way I do it because I sit there for the next 12 hours, so I have to do it just right, and I've got this thing about the sheets being just right and everything. So the only thing I got out of the military was that. So all of that being qualified, I do want everyone to know, hit that upvote, because we do get hit by downvotes immediately. These are Autobots that swarm us so that we don't appear on searches based on the YouTube aggregate. So everybody hit the upvotes, and that helps us to ultimately appear on searches. With that being said, I received some confusing messages relayed to myself from Peter Moon that you were doing something simultaneously tonight. Are you going to be able to handle that? You're going to be working with us, but also doing something else live, which I appreciate. If the show's appearing on other bandwidth, that's great. Is that what?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. So I haven't started that yet. Hello.
Yeah.
Okay. I haven't started I usually do your monologue only if I'm streaming. But because I don't have like the device or the bandwidth, or I don't have like what I need to cover that length of time.
Sure.
Anyway, that's neither here nor there. But I do want to log off and go do a live on my own channel. Yeah.
Yeah. What does that mean? Are you no longer helping me? What?
No, it means I'll be stepping away for like 2 hours.
Oh, okay. During what period of time?
Probably when Peter's on.
Okay, that makes sense. Oh, okay, I get it. So when Peter shows up around 9-ish, which would be about 6 p.m. our time, then you might step away about 7 to 8, say for instance, 7 to 8 and 8 to 9, and then by the time you come back, he'll be checking out at about midnight his time. But if you could stay with us for at least half an hour while he's with us to make certain the transition is smooth, that would help immensely.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and then...
Okay, so I'll probably stay till 6:30 our time.
Yeah. And then
okay,
that way you could go from 6:30 to 7:30, 7:30 to 8:30, and then come back a half an hour before he leaves to help us transition, because he usually leaves midnight his time, which is 9 p.m. our time. Does that make sense?
That sounds great.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Oh, I love you.
Okay.
And my thanks to CK, who says, "Hi all, happy Sunday. Good to hear you, DD and Vivian." And thank you so much to everyone who shows up and supports us. So dearest Vivian, if you could bring on everybody, all the usual suspects, and hopefully someone can help you hold the stage, because this opening hour I'm going to be doing a lot of basically fixing sheets.
Are we doing George Knight this time of day? Because what is it, morning where he's at, right?
Oh, who cares? I mean, in his case, I don't care. Just try, see if he wants to come on. See if he'll come on. If he doesn't, we at least get him on the call so he can jump on anytime he wants. That makes sense, right? Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
How about Nate? Do you want me to call Nathan now that I have him?
Yeah. Yeah, all the help we can get, because this opening hour, like I said, it's going to be as bumpy as it gets.
The Curious Girl.
Yeah.
Not Sarah Thomas, correct?
No. I mean, I don't think she would want it, since she blocked myself on Facebook when I fired Jameson. The repercussions, of course, of which are still going on, much more profound than I thought, actually. So it's one of those things that, oh God. So I'll talk about that soon enough when Peter comes on. By the way, when I'm on with Peter, that's when probably all the juicy, lurid shit will come on, and you can always replay it later for your morbid entertainment. I'll try to educate people about what's going on in that sense. It's always an opportunity for education.
Well, thank you so much for coming on my panel and doing the Bigfoot and the World War II. It was excellent. Thank you.
I'll do that anytime you want, honey. Anytime you want. It's definitely, as far as I'm concerned, it was wonderful. It was wonderful. It was very bizarre. I had that horrible detritus, that detritus in my throat. That
oh my God, I can't stop this. I'm trying to shut this off. I can't.
Oh, well, what, Noreen, what you can do if something like you did last time, just shut the phone down and start it again.
Oh God! Oh Jesus! Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Hi, Noreen.
Hi. So you want to do that, or do you jump back on the call, or what? What? That's the you did that the other night, right? Yeah, honey.
She afraid to shut down.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That makes sense. So hopefully she's with us in the opening hour. Certainly try Sammy Romero, and he's tends to be the most consistent. And aside from that,
Hello.
there we are. Oh, thank the gods of my ancestors. So, Sammy
How you guys
Romero, I
doing?
do hope that you have some time this opening hour because, as I explained to dear Vivian, Noreen should be coming back on with us soon, hopefully as well. But
Right.
it's going to be a very bumpy ride tonight because I'm thoroughly unprepared. What happened was that I got a call, a number of calls from Brendan Zogit at the time that I would normally be preparing for transmission. So, as I told
Right.
people, I'm still preparing, basically fixing the sheets of my bed from which I transmit this show, setting up the throne of pillows, etc., so that they'll be suitable for the next 12 hours while I'm sitting here. But while I'm doing that, I'm going to go mute, and hopefully the two of you can hold the stage. Viviana can explain to people a little bit about what she's doing with her other live channel that she'll be doing simultaneous to Peter and I talking, and that's basically when I get started with Peter is when all the lurid, juicy stuff will come out, and this is one of those things that I take as an opportunity to educate people, and I think that education, is helpful to people. After that, I'll decide, what direction I'm going to go in. But it's obviously going to be some gang stalking talk tonight, and that's because I do feel that it's educational. There's no other word for it. With that, I'm going to go mute. Is there anything you want to say to me before I go mute and start basically tucking corners in my sheets and all the rest of that goofy stuff that I do to provide myself a nest?
No, do take your time being as anal as possible.
Thank you. I'll
You're
start
welcome.
nesting. And nice anal image there. That's all I needed to start, my workday with for the night. Yes, thank you, honey.
Right.
Yes. And
I didn't mean it that way.
understood, honey. Understood. And Sammy, anything before I go mute? Hey.
Oh, nothing much. Just go ahead, Doug.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead
Thank you.
and get prepared.
Oh, by the way, I was speaking to Sammy the other day privately, and I got this eye wanker. As I've explained to people before, I have distichiasis, which sounds like a disease, but it simply means a double row of eyelashes. So I'm constantly shedding eyelashes that fall in my eyes, and I swear to God, this one, I got it out, but very relatively quickly. There's no problem with this sort of thing, but it's other than the discomfort that it causes. But I swear to God, when I was talking to Sammy, this one fell in my eye, and it felt like glass. This one felt like a needle. It was awful just the other day. But such being said, some morbid trivia there. Love you all who support me, and we will be back in, you'll have the wonderful Sammy Romero and Viviana Sanchez preeminently. And of course, joining us hopefully soon will be Noreen Helpan. In the interim, I'll be mute for the most of the time and check in every few minutes. I won't be hearing a lot of what is said, but I'm with you all in spirit, and I'll certainly be taking over before the top of the hour, and I'll be popping in throughout this opening hour. So I'm going to go mute right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I feel like a little duckling in the water. How about you? How are you, Sammy? Are you there?
I'm doing good. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Did you just wake up?
I'm laying down,
Oh, nice.
just relaxing.
How was your Sunday so far?
Great. I went to church. We went out for lunch, and I'm just relaxing, trying to
Okay.
enjoy my Sunday.
Well, thanks so much for coming up tonight.
Yeah, I do what I can. If I can do it, I do it. If I can't, I can't.
Nice.
how's your weekend been going?
It was really great actually. Super hot here for me. It's like 87, 90, which is hot.
Right.
Anyway, West is over here. And anyway, so I just took the weekend to watch movies. I've
Oh,
been
okay.
watching like all kinds of movies and being super like reclusive.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah,
Um,
because it looks like I'll be babysitting it looks like I'll be babysitting my nephew for like a week, and that's
oh,
gonna be
okay.
like a lot of work. So I'm like,
Oh,
oh, I'm just gonna chill.
oh, you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
That sounds great. So what's been going on with your show? What's what's on the agenda for those 2 hours you're gonna be gone?
Oh my god. I don't know. Do you guys really want to know?
Absolutely.
I don't know. Like, what we're gonna do is basically talk about the stuff going on in our community, and stuff happens like off the shoot, So my friend wants to come up and talk about it, and basically this person I think I told you about her. She basically is scamming people and made up a cancer story, which the whole community is speculating if it's true, if it's not true. But anyway, now she's going on to exploit the Summer Wells story this morning. And in that, we just found it ironic, and it's just, anyway, we're going to talk about stuff like it's just drama stuff.
Okay.
But it's important because people are scammed out here. They get their emotions invested in certain channel holders, and they truly support them to the point to where they're giving them money, giving them excuses, going for them hard. And the sad thing is that that's how some of these channel holders live, is by taking advantage of people. And so a lot of people don't like it, especially especially when cancer is involved. This seems to have touched a really major vein within the community, because so many people deal with cancer. And when people have a testimony of cancer, that's only to promulgate money or to promulgate sympathy, or to cover up for their atrocious behavior after the fact. Those things are not looked at very nobly. So the interesting part is how this certain person is trying to clean it up and twist their words and lie and destroy other people's reputations in the midst of it all.
Okay.
Which has to do with it has to do with us too. Like, I literally got called. She said, "Did you hear Vivian was inappropriate with a child and it's on her record?" Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's how deep they'll lie. Anyway, that's
wow.
things. Yeah, that's what we deal with. But it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun to rip and roar on people too.
How many viewers do you guys get as far as your live streams?
How many viewers?
How many viewers do you average on your live streams?
I don't really average much. I have maybe 30 to 50 in a chat at a time.
Okay.
It just depends. It ebbs and flows. If I have a certain interesting guest they like for instance, one time I had about 300 at tops. But after people really like live streams, and then they like to tend to go and watch afterwards. So the view count, I think I get about 1.5, which is, it's not important to me, but I appreciate the people in our community the most. Right. That's like why I'm here, basically.
Okay. Well, that sounds nice. I think I think any sector in YouTube has their niche, and it's just, I think it's just at least for right now, I think this is we're in that era that YouTube is pretty much, or vlogging is pretty much the new standard now for entertainment. I think not that television, it's not popular. It's just, this is really just the new wave now, in a sense that people can become their own, people can become the entertainment, or be relayers of information, you know, whether it's even misinformation. Let's be honest. I think, you know, hopefully this helps the world more than, you know, it makes it worse. But, you know, we'll see. Only time could tell, you know.
Well, the interesting dynamic I've learned through this, because I truly came in with my heart and tried to, you know, the thing is that people get invested in you and they love you and appreciate you. And then you have people who they won't like your stance. Like if you're moving from one stance to another stance, they'll be like, well, you owe me this. You need to stay in this position. How dare you ever turn on me and blah. Like that's the little people who support you. And you can have a fallout. That's what I meant. Like people get truly invested. And so where was I going with this? So no, I literally have met people and they email you and they talk to you, but there's been people who've literally had to take mental health breaks for months because it was so strenuous on them, you know? And at one point I was like, I got to get out of this because I was literally in a corner with with the way things were going and how everyone else was sort of staying on one topic. And I just knew in my heart and in my spirit that the things I was talking about were just not important anymore. It was like, so I actually had a friend come out and help me out, totally get me out of that hole and venture into a different space. And it's really working out because the people we want to cultivate and have around are all on board just to have a good time. So it's really not about, it's just having a space to chill and relate to each other and, you know, and so but some people really they'll take it to heart and they'll be like, no, I hate you now. How dare you?
Right. No, I mean, like I said, I think in anything, there's the extreme cases of people, you know, just being a little crazy, but.
Well, it's called the bottom of YouTube for a reason.
Well, true. No, you're right.
Douglas is more like historian, so he'll be hopefully in the algorithm of historian. But if you play over at my house, you might get in the algorithm of drama.
No, I mean his subjects create their own drama as it is. I mean the history he relays really speaks for itself. I mean, he has a lot of detractors because of what he says. So, you know, I think he makes his waves in that sense. But yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know much else to say. But anyways, how is it as far as what subjects do you guys want? Like, is it everything come organic as far as your transmissions, as far as subjects, or how does it actually work?
I do a plethora of things. I like to support other creators, so I'll showcase them, and I want to move into interviewing and having like a lot of different topics that I'm interested in, and maybe other people might be interested in. I talk a lot about the Bible. I'll do actual Bible studies too, and then I just talk about random stuff. And it's just a vlog. You know what I mean?
Yes. Okay.
Predominantly, it's poking and prodding and playing with the drama, basically.
Oh, okay.
And I just fell into it, honestly. I just fell right in. There was no plan. I never had an intention. But like I said, I'm in it for the souls of man. That's really what I'm in everything for. I just mix with a lot of people who are in this true crime. It's a true crime community fallout. Basically, these are creators that we all seem to venture during the Chris Watts case when the phenomenon happened.
What was the Chris Watts case? Can you explain that a little bit?
Chris Watts is the gentleman. Oh, I shouldn't say gentleman. Well, the person in Colorado, and he had murdered his wife and his children, and put them in what is that? Those field tanks in the middle of the areas where they like frack for gas or fuel or whatever. But he went like right on TV and he fooled the world, you know, because they caught him. You know, they got him right on his porch in front of the camera, and they were asking him all these questions. So there was all this analysis about how society can be duped and how people lie, and how. And so out of that story, which was heart-wrenching and tragic, there came these YouTube communities that would talk about it and report on it. And they touched a vein within YouTube that was extremely successful. And a lot of people, it was also during the pandemic. So, well, the offshoot of it was the pandemic. And we had communities were building, and a lot of people were getting notoriety, even getting showcased on news channels for being YouTube vloggers. And in that vein, you had some YouTube vloggers who just got so big and so invested in the money that once the case started dying down and the speculation and the rumors and all the things that they would derive just to keep their shows going, you literally have like one guy, his name is Armchair Detective. I don't know if people know him, but he's like getting sued by the Rusek family, which was the parents of the victim, Shanann Watts. And then you had this splinter off. You had some people who were pro Watts and some people who were pro Ruseks, which meaning some supported Chris Watts and thought he was like not guilty and should get a chance and should have his day in court. And then there was, even in that vein, was these fangirls of Chris Watts who the dynamic was just weird. You know how people fall in love with convicted murderers and stuff. That was in our community. And they're kind of like actually creating fundraisers and finding ways to go to bat for him and help the parents and get involved in the parents' lives, which is, I think, was the most sad part, because once the creators started getting really personal with the victims is where we saw the victims being re-victimized. And that's what I didn't like, and that's the sort of thing I was talking on. And it garnered some attention, and then other channels, it wasn't just me, but just other channels started talking about it too. And in that is now where our community lies, and it's the offshoot. Now it's just full-blown drama. Like, there is no real discussion other than, you know, how everybody's trying to hold on to making money and scamming people. So
yeah, that's very interesting.
I hope it fades out. Honestly, I'm ready to go into different stuff. Honestly, okay. Yeah, I really am. So I'm supporting my friend Whiskey, who's like really getting into music, and that's really fruiting well. And this is garnering a lot of support from people who are just interested in, you know, cultivating music and stuff like that. And I like history, and I like a lot of things, and I just want to go and venture. But I still want to keep people engaged. So you kind of have to talk about the things that are current within our community.
Right. What did you think about Dietrich's subject on the hominids? What did you think about that?
On the cryptids?
Yes, on the hominids, yeah, on Bigfoot. What did you think about when you broke it down?
I thought it's really interesting because I never took into consideration that the Planet of the Apes was created from that concept, and the evolutionary part. Like, I never had an understanding what evolutionists believe in that gamut as well. So that was really interesting. Do I believe the evolutionary part? No, I don't.
Okay.
But do I think that Canaan could have been a part or a factor of all things Nephilim, or like from the lineage? Yeah, I could absolutely see that. Like, because, you know, in the Bible it talks about how man, the fallen angels that reproduce with man, and then how that made the DNA structure create giants. So we don't know the kind of anomalies, and we don't know their lifespan either. And we don't know, well, the thing with what I believe in, and tell me if you have this understanding as well. What do you think happened to the fallen angels after, well, I would say the giants after they were destroyed in the flood? Because do you think all of them were destroyed, or do you think they became like a spirit which became the demon?
I think they were destroyed, at least the remnants of them. Do I think there may be relic populations, maybe somewhere? Absolutely. But I think they're, for the most part, they're gone. But I do believe in relic populations in the sense of the ocean. There's a lot of the ocean. The ocean alone hasn't been explored as much as space. But to get back to when you talked about Planet of the Apes, Pierre Boulle, who was the author of the original Planet of the Apes, the books, he actually was a World War II veteran. And one other book that he wrote, have you ever heard of Garden on the Moon?
No.
Garden on the Moon, pretty much. Well, the reason why Pierre Boulle got inspiration from to write Planet of the Apes was because, in large part, to Joseph Stalin's hybridization of apes and men. I don't know if you know this, but Joseph Stalin was gonna have a hybrid army. He was trying to downbreed humans with apes. Are you aware of that?
No, I was not aware of that. Interesting.
In fact, if you look it up, look up Stalin's hybrid ape army, that it comes up, and the remnant of those hybrids, because the Soviets were successful in hybridizing. One of them was, have you ever heard of Dyatlov Pass?
Yes, I have.
Okay, well, in that area, those are some of the remnants of that hybridization. It's very interesting about that event because the victims of that voyage, especially the students, whatever killed them, which were obviously these hominids in that area, were very intelligent. They knew fire. Some of these victims' tongues were ripped out. Their eyes were burnt out, and they were strategically placed. And the horrific expressions in their faces when they found them, showed the sheer terror of how they died. So Pierre Boulle got the inspiration to write Planet of the Apes. Well, another book that he got inspiration was Garden on the Moon.
Oh.
Garden on the Moon it's based off the space race, the race to get on the moon. And the book reveals that the Japanese were the first country to reach the moon. I don't know if you know that. Do you know that?
I didn't know that, but now that so it's an actual movie right now, Garden of the Moon?
No, this is a book. It hasn't been. I don't know if it's been added. I don't think there's been an adaptation as in film, but
no. I'm sorry.
The Japanese were the first to reach the moon. Now, the goal to reach the moon is not really. It's not hard. In a sense, how they accomplished it, it's really getting back. The Japanese kind of formed. They were kind of like the expedition to set up the moon base on the moon with the Third Reich. Doug would elaborate. Doug has elaborated on this in the past, but there's many. If you even go through, if you look up something like Operation Argus or which was nuclear deterrence that the United States did, was part of it to atomize the atmosphere and to pretty much make it impossible for the Third Reich to have a base on the moon. If you look up Operation Argus, all these, there's little footnotes that kind of show you the reality of what really happened. Obviously, Doug will probably go into more detail probably in the future, but in other words,
who was the author of that again? Garden.
Pierre Boulle. Pierre Boulle.
Pierre Boulle.
It's spelled Pierre is spelled Pierre. Boulle is Boulle.
Boulle.
Yeah. Garden.
Pierre Boulle.
Boulle, yes. Keep in mind, a lot of his books are fiction, but there's a lot of, his background really is military. He was, if you look at his background, he was in World War II. He was oh man, I forget what branch, but I believe he was a French, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on a second. I actually bought his book. I bought Garden on the Moon. I actually bought the 1965 copy.
Oh, cool.
One of the original copies. I found it on I found it on Amazon of all places. And it's a great book. It's a great book. But okay, here you go.
Are you sending it to me in the chat?
Oh, the book?
No, I was like, are you sending me something?
I'm looking up Pierre Boulle, his background.
Oh, okay. While you're doing that, I'm gonna say hi to Amy.
Yes.
Kamu. Hello, Vivian. I appreciate the mentioning Zacchaeus. I was sad to learn he was taken. Thank you, Amy. I'm glad you caught that. I miss him so much. Zacchaeus Breedlove Ewing, who was a targeted individual. He was trying to garner to move to Canada to seek shelter. What do they call that when you go to another country to get away from your country and be safe?
Asylum?
Asylum, yeah. And they denied him asylum, so he came back across the border over in New York. I think it was New York.
Oh, okay.
And then he was in limbo, and then he died. And then he made his last video. If you go to his channel, Zacchaeus Breedlove Ewing, his last video was him talking about the issues going through, and then the next day he died. Yeah. So thanks for bringing that up, Amy. Welcome, Spartan O negative. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So yes, he was born in 1912. He's a French novelist, and he served in he actually wrote The Bridge Over the River Kwai. Have you heard about that book?
Pierre
I
Boulle.
believe there's a movie.
Yes, Pierre Boulle. By the way, just checking in to let everyone know that I'm still alive at the bottom of the hour. Fixing my tea, taking advantage of this time to take care of a few other things. I'll be right back in a moment. But dear man, Sammy Romero has got it down. So I'll let him explain this to Viviana Sanchez. I'm sure she'll resonate and respond, and hope everyone is doing as well as can be. I'm sure you're probably even doing better in my absence to a degree. So I'll check out again for several minutes. I'll be back in about 10-15 at the longest. Okay, continue, please. Thank you.
Yes. So he was a soldier. I'm sorry, go ahead.
What was the last book?
The Bridge Over the River Kwai.
Where is Kwai?
It's the bridge I'm sorry, the bridge on the River Kwai. I'm sorry.
No, you had it right. The bridge over the river KWAI.
Yes.
Right, okay, thank you.
Which I believe is a movie. But he was taken prisoner by the Japanese in World War II. And this was through his time there. He got inspiration to write The Garden on the Moon because he heard about the mission to the moon with the Japanese, and this is where he obviously fictionalized it, but also he got information about the Soviets with their hybridization of apes and men. And this is where he got inspiration to Planet of the Apes.
Interesting.
And this was through his military work, but he was a prisoner of war, and it's interesting how the inspiration that he's all these books that he wrote, and believe it or not, Garden on the Moon was actually kind of hard to find when I was looking for it, but it's a good read. It's a good read.
Well, I will definitely look into it. Definitely, thank you for that. I was just Googling it, and it wasn't until I typed in Pierre Boulle and that I actually found it. So it's not. But what is it? 1968.
I believe believe it or not, I think they had to revise it because of Kennedy being shot. I actually got that. Oh my God, hold on. I actually got one of the original versions, and
Cool.
I try to keep it in a arid place, that way it doesn't mold, because it is quite, it's one of the original ones. So yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah. But
so why did they feel they had to revise it after Kennedy was shot?
oh my God, hold on. I don't remember why. I think because it might have been something with the story. Doug probably has the answer. I knew why, but it's I forgot, but I know they had to revise it. But
Was that
it's a good
sensitive stuff concerning the SS or
probably
CIA?
No, I'm thinking maybe the government has something to do with it. Because not too long after, but I'm trying to see when did it came out, when it was published.
So, getting back to
sorry.
Dyatlov,
Go ahead.
while you're thinking, I just want to
Go
talk
ahead.
Go
right
out
ahead.
thoughts. So, getting back to Dyatlov, in that region where this Stalin had done or had partook in this experiment, which
Yes.
I'd love to know how that went for him. The belief is that the offshoots of that, they have their own kind of civilization in that area where those people got killed.
Yes. If you look up, I believe about maybe 2-3 years ago, I don't know if you remember, Facebook did like a change. I don't know if you remember. Facebook did it. Facebook. Okay, well, Facebook did a change maybe back in 2018 with the whole it had to do with pictures with kids. It's the whole abuse with kids. Like, in other words, people were abusing people's pictures of kids, and kind of using it as material for child abuse. Pretty much. So they changed Facebook, but right before they changed it, I actually got one of Doug's transmissions, and I downloaded it, and it had to do with Diatlov Pass. And let me see if I can spell it. But anyways, that region that those hybridized ape and humans, that's where they encountered those apes, those students on that voyage. And I believe it was 19. I think 19. Excuse me.
1959 in the
Yeah,
Earl Mountains.
yes. This is where they encountered them, and they got torn apart. These students. Have you? And the pictures are online of these students. I mean, before and after, and I mean, you could imagine the horror, you know. And,
so, was there any evidence of these creatures, or
yes,
was that device that the people found in the encompassing thing, was that like a self-detonative type thing just to destroy the whole area?
You're talking about.
Well, I think I'm talking about a movie part. Like they had found something in the and I don't know if this is fiction or true, so bear with me. But was there something in that building they went into, they were trying to figure out, and it was like some kind of device where you had to have a code, and it looked like a bomb or something, but I don't know. Could be wrong.
No, I don't think so. Here's a picture of the actual one of the hominids. They ended up taking a picture of those students of one of the hominids stalking them.
Really? Where can I see that?
I'm gonna put it on the Skype.
Okay, cool.
And it's there. I sent it to you.
Okay.
I mean, it's pretty. It's out there. I mean, they ended up taking a picture of one of them, and this thing was following them. Did you see it?
Oh, that looks like a Bigfoot for sure.
Yeah, you know, so these hominid was already stalking them, you know, and you know, it's one of those things where, I mean, the Diatlov Pass is pretty much saying that area was kind of off limits. Like a lot of people didn't go in those areas because of these hybrids, these hominids, and you know, these people got torn to pieces. And
so, do you think that these hominids do you think that the hominids have moved, or were there more areas of experimentation going on throughout the world?
Well, from what I've learned, it's only the Soviets that really were doing that. It's almost like think of the Third Reich trying to make a master race or a Aryan race, trying to make their race quote unquote more pure. Soviets were doing the opposite. The Soviets were trying to hybridize and pretty much downgrade their civilization, because pretty much their soldiers weren't cutting it out. I mean, their infantry was pretty much a bunch of old men in cavalry. But anyways, these hybrids ended up killing these students, you know.
Interesting. Wow. So if that's the case, then that's why I'm trying to figure out, like, how did they find their ways? Because if we're seeing them over here in Washington State and we see them California, there's been certain, you know, sightings of them apparently, which, you know, is neither here nor there, but would they be able to trek from Russia to here?
No, I don't necessarily think they're the same hominids, but I think they've been here for thousands of years as well with us. It's just in this particular case, the Soviets were already trying to hybridize them, and they were successful. I don't think these were the same hybridized hominids or hybridized humans like the Soviets. I think this was a particular case where this region is just off limits to the public. I think till this day they're off limits. A lot of people don't go in this area, and it's pretty much all about these areas where these these creatures live, because it's their domain, really. Like we talked about last transmission, where Yosemite is technically federal parkland, and for a reason, because a lot of people go missing in these areas, which is understandable, but it's just one of those things.
Has there been any testimonies or records of how the experiment went for Stalin?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Have control?
I think Doug will probably answer that, because he had a lot of access to Soviet documents through the Department of Defense, I believe. This is where he wrote. This is where he wrote his the paper that he talks about vampires. A lot of this was through the Soviets. Excuse me. So this would be very good questions to ask Doug. Because I think he could elaborate more. But these are just little connections we can make as far as just searching online. None of this stuff is coincidence. It's just it's kind of part of the thread that you have to you kind of have to follow, especially because I'm big on I love these cryptozoology and about this type of stuff, as far as other sentient life forms. It's always fascinating me,
So being that you come from a biblical upbringing and your father was a pastor, because that's sort of my worldview. I've been getting into Enoch, the Book of Enoch, and then the Solomonic demons that he was said to have control over. And the one, so specifically, I've been very interested in Semyaze, but the various formats. Okay, so the fallen came down to the earth, and then they made they defiled man by creating or mixing with them, which you got different things, like who knows what they were doing as far as genetically messing with creation. But when the flood came, because Yah had said and seen that everything was defiled, and I believe that since those fallen angels sort of have an eternal establishment until the judgment, I think, and I think a few other people believe, that those became spirits that we would call demons today, that sort of still meander through this realm that we're in. Do you have that same mindset?
Well, yes, but I do, but to a certain extent. I think there is relic populations in this world. I think the Bible talks in parables about them. They don't go in specifics, but I do believe there's relic populations, and the hominids are one of them. But at the same time, too, when you're talking about spirituals and stuff, the Bible does talk about, principalities and demons and legions. I just think when it comes to those relic populations, they are here in this world, but I think they have their purpose. I think their paradigm is what they are. I'm not too familiar with Solomon as far as the stuff that he dealt with, but when the Bible does talk about, you know, the Nephilim and all these subjects, I think in a way it's the Bible's kind of referring to these relic populations that, you know, we don't know very much about. But am I making sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. So the spirits of Solomon, so apparently in the Bible talks about how to beware that you don't pay attention or listen to anyone that will lure you into the worship of angels. And I experienced that one time out here in the internet with and I can't think of her name right now. And I'll get into that another time. But
right.
I was reading Enoch, and I definitely think that this book was written by by inspiration of the angels to man. I don't think it's necessarily a Holy Spirit book. That's why it was not canonized. I think that was the argument during the times of the Vaticans and why they didn't put the other books but it does correlate with Jude, and Jude talks about this this area of what Enoch relates with, and then there's also it also talks about how Canaanites will always dwell with us even until the end. So they still are a factor in humanity, in my opinion.
Right. I mean, that makes sense. I think it makes a lot of sense, but from the thing about with the Bible, I mean, I believe you have to get in the mindset and you have to be focused, and your heart has to be open, and your intent when you read the Bible has to be in the right place for, I think, the God to speak to you, or the word speak to you, which is great. I think you know, it's a great opportunity to discover things. But how Doug has helped me is almost in the practical sense that what the U.S. government acknowledges behind the scenes, obviously, but what they know of, and they know of relic populations. This is one of the reasons why the Navy uses sonar to this day and is killing, you know, these whales and these porpoises and these, I mean, these are sentient beings, you know, these whales and these porpoises, they're intelligent. They're very much intelligent. But one of the reasons why, because if you remember, Emperor Hirohito was a marine biologist, and he was very in tune with how the sea worked and the animals and these sentient populations, which we're just talking about the whales and dolphins. They were very knowledgeable of the wind currents, and you know, and this is why our battle with at least the U.S. Navy and the government, why they're always assaulting these creatures, because they are very much intelligent. They're they kill these, you know, these poor sentient animals to the point where they get brain hemorrhages. And you have to ask yourself, well, why are we doing this? Well, it's because for the most part, these beings were against us during World War II. Doug has talked about this, where it just wasn't the Japanese against us. This was all life forms in the sea. You know, this was something that was known, and to this day, you know, the U.S. Navy does its very best to try to at least destroy some parts of it because of the carnage. And this pretty much all goes into feeding these entropic beings, which are the anti-gods. You know, they feed off this pain and suffering pretty much. So, you know, that, you know, I'm getting into, you know, other areas, but it all culminates to what it is this destruction, you know.
Wow.
Am I making sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Am I making sense to you?
Absolutely. I'm appreciating this conversation with you. I didn't know I can see how you're truly interested in it. Have you ever just considered to write about it?
Well, interesting enough, I took a and it's writing about it, maybe, but I did take a public speaking in one of my classes, and I actually relayed some of Doug's stuff. And when I did, though, it talked about we had to pick a subject to talk about, and mine was, can a robotic priest marry somebody? Because we had to pick a subject, right? Like, we had to pick a subject to talk about, right? It's just pretty much talking about.
By the way, I came off mute so I could just hear this and segue myself back in, but you're doing so well. Keep going. I'm here. Yeah.
Well, the public speaking that we talked about was this robotic priest. It was just pretty much an article I found.
Yes. That
a robotic priest can literally, I guess, certain places in Europe now, I guess they have robotic priests that can marry you now.
Yes.
You know, the question was, is this really, you know, appropriate? Is this really possible? So public speaking, especially in the class, you know, people panic, people have nervous breakdowns, and, you know, one girl ran out literally crying, sobbing in tears because, you know, she had a phobia, but, you know, I digress. So pretty much I kind of relayed what Doug talked about as far as the that these robots have souls too. They have the KAUʻI,
yes.
You know, what Doug talked about. And when I was relating to this, you know, all my class was just staring at me like dumbfounded, like, wow, this is crazy. Like, this, you know, they were interested, but it's almost like, where the hell did this come from? And I managed to, finish my time because there was a time frame where I had to. But what's really great was I got my class attention, and as far as the subject, and I actually got a great score on that presentation, and which really helped.
Did you save it?
Wonderful.
Do you think I could see it sometime?
I'm gonna have to dig through my boxes because I recently moved, but I'll try to look for it. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Wonderful. I think that's
cool.
Yeah. And by the way, within a minute, honey, bring Peter on, and I should start segueing myself on slowly at that time. But I will ask a favor of Sammy that he stay with us through transitioning into Peter. As you've heard, Viviana will be staying with us for around half an hour, and then kind of slipping out during that period of time while I'm holding strong with Peter. So if you could hang out for around a similar amount of time, and then kind of, and then so that way we segue more gracefully while Peter's here. That way both of you can also have a round table with him for a few minutes while I just do the final touches on my throne of pillows here. So with that, take your time, honey, and bring Peter on.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go retrieve Peter now.
Wonderful.
Peter, where art thou? Here we go. Thank you so much for that, Sammy. That was intriguing.
Oh, Sammy's wonderful, as is
Very
Viviana.
much so.
Honestly, you're both so good with each other, and that's
Douglas?
Yeah?
Just so I could interrupt you, I'm so sorry for interrupting. But there's a question in the chat. Snow Lion wants to know, have you already spoken about King Kamehameha and other members of the Hawaiian royalty at any point?
Oh my God! In the past, I did a little bit, but I certainly didn't do so tonight, and I may not be doing so tonight. It's not exactly a specialty area of mine, other than how it pertains to the Japanese. But I spoke mostly about the princess, who was the basically the regnant. She was supposed to be the queen of Hawaii, and how she was overthrown forcibly by the United States. I've spoken more of that in the past, and may do a little tonight, but we'll see what mood I'm in. Obviously, we've got a lot to tackle, and I'll be tackling a lot of it with Peter. But please thank her for bringing that up. Thank her. Yeah.
Oh yeah, she's one of my friends, but it looks like she's having severe thunderstorms in her area.
Okay.
So so she'll probably be around.
Good, good, and that'll be fine. And if she's not, don't worry. You know, I'll talk about it next time. If I miss it tonight, let her know. I'll bear her in mind. Like your Bigfoot friend.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you. And I can hear that Peter's with us. And so, Peter, what I've asked both Viviana and Sammy to do is kind of stay with us a few more minutes to act as a roundtable with you for about 5-6 minutes while we transition in, because I'm still taking care of a lot of final touches to this throne of pillows that I sit on for the next 11 hours at this point. And
it's good.
Yeah.
It's a perfect opportunity for me to directly summarize what we've been through in the last month or so.
Absolutely.
For one of our listeners in particular who quit listening because of Jason.
Oh shit. Yes, by all means, welcome them back. And I think
I don't know that he's coming back, but I said listen to at least the first few minutes here, because I'm gonna succinctly summarize what happened. So go do your pillow.
Sounds good. Yes, I'll do that. Yes. Thank you.
And if Viviana or Sammy have anything to add, they're welcome. I have anyway, about a month ago or so, for those who are not informed, I came onto the broadcast in the morning. I will go to sleep. We're getting a feedback here. Are we okay, Viviana?
Let me mute.
Okay, now, okay. So it seems like we're okay now. So anyway, I will, go to bed at about midnight when I cut off. I'll wake up, and sometimes I wake up early enough to where I'll turn on Douglas's broadcast and hear the last hour or two. And sometimes, if I feel inclined, I will hit the join the call button on Skype, and I will come back on. And almost inevitably, whenever I hit that button, he notices it right away. Peter Moon has joined the call, and he says, "Oh, Peter has joined us." Sometimes I'll go on and start relieving him because he's pretty spent by that time. And actually, I went in, and he was just closing the show. I wanted to say something to him, and he just was closing the show. And he cut the show off, but I was still on the call. But neither he nor Jameson noticed that I had joined. And Jameson was bragging how he had done a binding on Peter Moon, that stopped him from playing football or something, like screwed me up or something. Now, I heard it. Douglas just kind of patronized him and, basically said goodbye. But I heard it. I was meant to hear it. I said, "Oh, no." Now, for those of you who don't know what a binding is when you take somebody's name and you wrap it in thread, and, you're trying to inhibit or stop the person. It's a very negative thing to do. Well, it depends the intent you do it with. Sometimes it can be very effective if you're doing it on criminals outside your house, or drug dealers that are dealing drugs outside your house, and you bind them, it tends to neutralize them. You never do it with bad intent. However, I'm listening, and this guy's doing a binding on me. What the hell does he think he's doing? This is not something I'm going to tolerate. Not that he was effective. He did not screw up my football performance. He misconstrued something. He was delusional, thinking whatever I said, like maybe I said somebody else got hurt or something happened, but I had actually played a very good game that day. So he was delusional, and he was bragging. And why the hell would he be doing this to me? I'm Douglas's #1 supporter. So we can argue who's #1, but definitely a #1 supporter. So what the hell is he doing? And I just told Douglas, I said, I talked it over with JoJo, and she was even more outraged than I was. But this can't be. So I told Douglas about it, and that was the end of Jameson. Now, well, it wasn't quite the end of him, because then he began to go into a full frontal attack on Douglas, mostly. And then Salman Sheikh came into the action because they had visited each other and they had a bond. When Salman found out that Douglas had, cut Jameson out, he got upset and started riding the fence for a while, started attacking Douglas and then started riding the offense. I guess he attacked me to some degree. And this was really bizarre because apparently what Douglas said, they were having a relationship, which was, now Jameson is a, known drug abuser, addict. So why would he be going to a drug addict who was very unpopular with the audience, extremely unpopular, and dissing Douglas? Why would he be doing this after pretending to be a supporter of Douglas? And then it got into a bigger pattern of him being linked to Stephen Outram, who was a major detractor of Douglas Dietrich, was in alignment with Aquino, and also had offered Douglas $1 million to have sex with him.
Yes.
Which this was just like, what the hell is going on? They were also getting, going to other people that had been fans of Douglas and changing their mind, getting them to flip. And this was really weird. This is like getting Joe Biden to flip to being a Republican, or Donald Trump flipping to being Antifa or something. It's like, how can you flip so violently, stupidly?
Yes.
It's bizarre. It doesn't make any sense. It's like getting Bill Clinton to admit he's a pedophile or something like that. If he is, I don't know that he is, but or to admit that he's abused all these women. It doesn't make any sense. And then they're saying, and there was even some talk about, Douglas had done Aquino wrong. Poor Aquino. This is the insanity that we've been divesting ourselves from. And the good news is that as we got attacked, the book sales went up on Douglas's book.
Yes. So
that hadn't happened in a long time. So it seemed like their frustration was good, because it's something we're still having to wade through. Douglas has further updates on this. I just know a little bit about it, so I won't go into it. But that's, in a nutshell, a summary of what we've been dealing with lately. There's a lot of ins and outs and drama. We don't want to focus on it any more than we have to, because there's more interesting things to discuss. But with that, now that Douglas is back,
yes,
from his pillow assignment,
yes,
you can add what's new if you. It's a good time for you to do that.
Yes, it will be. It will take up some time tonight, actually, as a matter of fact, as much time as we decide to give to it. But nevertheless, it's educational. And
but when you go into that, though, I want to stress to everybody in the audience that this sort of demonic culling, if you will, filtering the demons out of your life, these things. It's very good to educate yourself about such from whatever philosophical or theological disposition is you're comfortable with, whether it be Tibetan, Taoist, Buddhist, even Catholicism, for some people who are oriented that way, or Christianity itself, because these things reach further into your life and your neural circuitry than you realize. The danger is that it's like, it's like electric wires. You don't want to have your plate off of the box, when you plug into your plugs in the wall. You want to have that plastic there to protect yourself from the wiring. If you get adventurous and start to play with the electrical wires, and you don't know what you're doing, and you don't, turn off the switch or the breaker, you're going to get in trouble. So you have to approach dealing with this subject with a lot of intelligence, a lot of protection, and a lot of discernment. You just don't go diving off. Because if you start reading a book on demonology, you're going to start immediately attracting the phenomena with quantum resonance. You read about anything.
Yes.
You start reading about skyscrapers, and if you happen to live in a town where there's skyscrapers, you're going to start noticing them, and you're going to start figuring them out or whatever. So it's the same thing. But these are such a part of life that you cannot ignore them. You can get obsessed with them, which you shouldn't do. So anyway, Douglas is now going to, this is why we're addressing this subject, because it does apply to your day in and day out life.
Yes.
But as I say, you don't like one of my friends in Romania, her boyfriend was a video game addict. Yeah, she's this beautiful girl, and he's playing video games all day.
What a fucking
said,
idiot.
I had to let him go. And it's like,
good for her.
I mean, she's what an incredible woman, I thought. You know what? Why would he do this? And because he was addicted to video games.
Because he's an idiot. Yes, go on.
First things to be addicted to. But nevertheless, so anyway, go ahead, Douglas.
Oh, no, definitely. I appreciate what you're saying. So to basically catch up everyone, including this friend of Peter Moon's, who I do hope will come back to listening now that Jameson Reese is gone. And I know there are many who are in that camp where they simply left because of Jameson. One of the things that I was speaking about, and remember, here's the issue that I'm dealing with, as Peter Moon has no doubt explained. Someone in my position has no money to offer anyone. And therefore, I have these wonderful people like Sammy Romero and Viviana Sanchez, who are obviously sincere. And they come here and they help. And beyond that, they understand what I'm saying and they relate it. And if they don't agree, as you've seen, Viviana has expressed times when she's disagreed, and understand I'm never going to attack anyone who disagrees directly, and I'm certainly not going to draw them into some kind of debate. And so, Viviana, I just want you to know you never need to worry about that. And the same with Noreen, and obviously Noreen and Viviana have certain perspectives that we can explore further as we go on, and this is all educational for everybody who's listening. And when it comes to someone like Sammy Romero, as he said, he was integrating this into other things that he was doing in life, such as taking a course in public speaking, that I have no doubt had to do with his management position. And as a result, he integrated some of what I had brought up in the past and into what he was speaking about. And all of this is wonderful. And one of these people who was involved in the past and is now semi-involved again to a degree. He's simply become involved because of the degree to which he has been essentially assailed in this recruiting drive by, and I'll simply say this, the enemy. And the enemy is, of course, the cult of the kings of Edom. This is an ancient cult of which Michael Aquino was a part of. And for those of you who were here through the Jameson ride through hell, just remember he was constantly speaking of the anti-gods, constantly swearing his allegiance unto them. If you ever had any doubt that there were people who believed in their existence, certainly the period with Jameson Reese was an educational period in the sense that it awakened you to the reality that the anti-gods have their cultists, their worshippers. And you got to see the cellular nature of that cult. The cellular nature means, when they use this in a social engineering term or a Department of Defense lexicon kind of terminology, they have what they call cell groups. Probably the most popular exposure that people have had to the term cell groups was with a former Navy SEAL who had an almost unpronounceable name, very Polish, Marchenko, I believe, and I may be butchering that, but Marchenko made himself famous or infamous for writing about his participation in basically what they called counter cell operations, which meant that they would try and pretend they were terrorists to see how much damage they could do to the U.S. naval infrastructure or even civilian infrastructure within the United States. So trained Navy SEALs like Marchenko, who wrote a book called Red Cell. You can read about this book by that title. I'm not promoting him. I don't know him. I know that he did his stint on some various channels. I can't remember which ones, history or whatnot, but he seems like a nice enough guy. And but basically what he wrote about was they would pretend that they were a communist cell group, hence the name Red Cell, or simply the enemy team cell group. And by that, you're talking about such a small number of people that they're basically individuals who at some point receive their orders and then unite for a mission such as destroy a nuclear power plant, or destroy a nuclear submarine. And so as a trained Navy SEAL, he was assigned to test the security of a U.S. nuclear submarine at port or the security of a U.S. nuclear energy plant inland, and see if they could take it down. And so they went through the motions and pretended to take these things down. Went to the point where had they intended to destroy these assets, they could have done so. So this is what he wrote about, and this made him infamous. And many people were unaware there was such a program here in the United States, but the Soviet Union had similar programs where they were testing their own security by having their own specialists parade as the enemy. In America, this is always known as Team Red, the enemy. Now, the very term Edom means red, and is simply like an inversion of Adam, which also means red. And Adam comes from, of course, the term ruddy, as in ruddy complexion of the first true Caucasian who was able to blush, which no other ethnicity can do. So Edom, Adam, they both come from the term red, which can also refer to the land or the soil that is tilled or worked by such people. Now, the term Adam itself is not evil, as the term Seth is not evil. The term Seth also refers to the righteous son of Adam, who did as he was told and went on to Christianize China effectively. And so this was prior the advent of Judaism. All of this is lost in the past. You might think, what does this have to do with anything now? How does this implicate terrorism now? This is the wave of the future of evil. This is not your father's world in which you grew up in a world of communism or in a world of the kind of ideological disposition that you used to understand, a world of atheists versus God-fearing nations, as Americans once thought the world was divided into. Understand that Peter Moon remembers this, and many of you probably listening for a long period of time remember this as well. I had brought up that for a short period of time, I was sent to Russia, and this was basically on kind of like a little governmental trip where it was like just Department of Defense was not even really truly affiliated with it. They were kind of sending me over as this extremely vague kind of exchange student kind of position where obviously I should have been suspected. I should have been kind of questioned, at least in Russia. But the reason they did this was the same reason they did it with Lee Harvey Oswald. It's basically, you get someone under orders, you send them to Russia, and that way when they get scapegoated for something horrible, they have that in their dossier, that in their resume, so to speak, so they look instantly suspicious. Now, so much of my resume and dossier have been scrubbed, of course. That's not going to be found anywhere. If somebody throws that out at some point in history, that would only validate what I say anyway. They would try to contextualize it in such a out of context fashion. They would try to recontextualize it or misrepresent it, miscontextualize it, where they would make it look as if I went there basically so I could get programmed or something by the Russians or something like that. But at this point, I think that would be so antithetical to the narrative they're trying to promote that everything they say is contradictory anyway. But and by that I mean our gang stalkers, the people who are the cultists, and quite openly so, like Jameson Reese. And this is the beauty of having Jameson Reese here for a number of years, is because he was adamantly and openly Edomite. And now that he is openly working with the enemy, who has provided him with his own studio, by the way, he now has a professional level studio. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of sound equipment and lighting and everything else. I'm not shitting you. Anybody who takes the time to review their videos can ascertain this. This is all provided by Stephen Outram, who of course is affiliated with Michael Aquino, who is now deceased. Yet at the same time, Jameson Reese claims that Michael Aquino, or a fragment of him, exists within himself. Now, all of this being said, you could say all of this is so ridiculous. You're dealing with lunatics. Why does any of this matter? Understand the funding behind this. Understand the effort that goes into this, and then you'll understand the risks that people are taking. They're willing to destroy their own lives in order to attack myself. This obviously goes beyond anything rational or logical. I will put that into context soon enough. But when it comes to people willing to sacrifice everything they have simply to conduct an ad hominem attack on myself, then you understand how important my message is. And just why they're doing this now was because, of course, Peter Moon was really questioning whether or not to do a second book because the first one simply wasn't selling, and he's thinking practically. He did publicly say he's committing to a second book, and that has to do with the attack now. They're going to try and destroy myself, convince Peter Moon to separate from myself for his own good, so that this book does not get published. The second book never gets published. It's even more of a threat to them than the first book was. The first book, of course, was threatening enough. Now that Aquino's dead, it's not even his legacy that they're protecting. They're protecting at this point Stephen Outram and Richard K. Cole Jr. and all of the cultists who will sacrifice all of these pawns that they've picked up, like Jambo the Reese Monkey, or Jameson Reese, and everyone calls him Jambo the Reese Monkey at this point, who is willing to sacrifice his life to attack me. Literally everything that he has. He's putting it all on the line. All of these people are. And again, you may not appreciate that until I tell you the context of what I'm saying. But all that being said, when I did go to Russia, which is because we do have this weaving thread of how we got here. When I was sent to Russia, the reason that I was deployed there, I was sent by Aquino to contact the Satanic Underground. And understand that when it comes to the resistance against the Soviet Union, the Soviet Union was an atheistic state, officially so, and as an atheistic state, they could not recognize the existence of God. So when it came to the reality, say for instance, of what they were encountering psychically in their Soviet psychic research, which anyone can research and find out that their research into psychic phenomena was very intensive, heavily state-sponsored, there was no denying the paranormal phenomenon, and these were not people who, since everything came from the top down, there was no room for dissent. In other words, it's not like in America where, say for instance, when the Department of Defense tries to contract professors to tell them about certain archaeological sites or the value of certain sites that seem to have strange paranormal phenomena, matrices, vortices that manifest, etc. They're going to get multiple different answers from professors who have their egos involved, have their reputation at stake. And these people, some are going to say the exact opposite of what another person might say. One person might say there's nothing going on there. Another person will say, no, that's not true at all. There's something definitely going on there, and here's what I can tell you. The Department of Defense ultimately has to sort through that and decide what they're going to do. Believe it or not, the Vatican, or the Roman Catholic Church, as manifest in the Vatican for thousands of years, has had similar investigative offices and agencies for whether or not to conduct exorcisms. You can imagine, with the advent of psychology, much of exorcism went out of fashion as unnecessary, and so they have to ascertain with investigative priests what is a psychiatric problem and what potentially might be truly basically a demoniac, a person who is possessed. And once that decision is made, then the Vatican can authorize an exorcism. So since there's far fewer priests these days, or far fewer people becoming priests, then their time is of an imperative. And so they have to make these decisions. at a massive industrial scale. You would not believe it, because they have many followers that are not in Europe, but in the third world, where belief in demons is quite rife. So understand that everybody has a need for this sort of thing, except in a place like the Soviet Union, where you've got an authoritarian state that is monolithic in nature. And because everyone agreed, due to the state paradigm, that there was psychic phenomenon, then there was no dissent. All the funding that was needed went into investigating psychic phenomenon. So when they came to discover that elements of memory remained with dead bodies, and that every cemetery was a repository of memory, then, of course, they pursued the interrogation of the dead whenever they felt the need, with all the state funding that was needed. And they had full 007 license to disinter bodies, meaning dig up graves, and do what they needed to do to recover what memories they could from the dead. They did not say this was a soul or remnant of the psyche, but effectively they said it was basically the soul. They said the psyche. Basically, they would refer to it in the classical Hellenic sense as the psyche. And this way they avoided the atheistic contradictions in their philosophy of Marxism, Leninism. But because they went so deeply into this, they also had to know what to deny. And so they had to deny what the church would say, which would be the old Russian Orthodox Church, that man is triune in nature, or Trinitarian, like the God that created him in God's image. And therefore, the other two aspects of the soul, that which reincarnates and that which ascends or descends, depending on one's vibrational level by the time that they've passed on, all of this was ignored. So there were elements of what we would call the paranormal or the spiritual that were ignored in favor of other elements that were not. Now, one of the results of this is this little tangent here. You might wonder, again, what does this have to do with anything? It's highly important. One of the results of this is that the state could not investigate Satanism, because that would imply a belief in God in the first place. You cannot be a Satanist unless you acknowledge the divine. You cannot be involved with the infernal unless you recognize the creative life force. So as a result, the Soviet Union, which was violently opposed and to the church and persecuting the Russian Orthodox Church, could not acknowledge that there was a Satanism at all. And as a result, the Satanists had free hand and became the resistance to Soviet communism. They were not persecuted. They were not hunted down. They were able to roam free. And as a result, when I was deployed to the Soviet Union under orders by Michael Aquino, the people that I contacted were the Satanists. I never met Alexander Dugin personally, but I do know that I worked with his representatives. And these were the heirs to the cult of Rasputin. Now, they went by many names, Slavic names. We've found a few that appeared online. There's no point in going into what I was exposed to or whom I spoke to right now. Some point in the future, maybe. And indeed, to tell you the truth, the psychiatrist who deals a lot with putting me in a hypnotic state, and all that she's done to help me overcome night terrors and a lot of my symptoms that are complexly post-traumatically stress disordered, all of those symptoms that are resultant, that psychological injury known as complex post-traumatic stress disorder, she's helped overcome with intensive hypnotherapy. That one of the things it does is compartmentalize memories, and some of them are sealed. Literally, I can't access them. There's plenty about this I do not remember. But one thing I do know in discussions with her is that I was not programmed by these people. I was simply there to relay messages from the Department of Defense and relay basically some communications in return that simply could not be sent by radio, telegram, or anything else other than a personal courier because of the level of security involved. These people, I can also tell you, ultimately overthrew the Soviet Union. So yes, I had a personal part in the overthrow of the Soviet Union. Now, when the Soviet Union collapsed, ultimately these people, after a period of experiments with democracy, because everybody wanted democracy, nobody wanted, of course, Satanists to take over Russia. No Russian wanted that, no sane Russian. It took them a period of time before they maneuvered themselves into power through their stooge, Vladimir Putin. So when they ultimately did that, we were stuck with the situation that we're facing today. So there are repercussions for what anyone does. The Americans decided they were going to work with the Satanists, the co-religionists of Michael Aquino on the other side of the Iron Curtain. And now we have literally a satanic world power that's raging across the globe and now weaponizing food and, of course, impairing deliveries of grain that will result in a worldwide famine. This is where we're at now. And yeah, I was instrumental in bringing this about at a time under orders that I was working with Michael Aquino. Now, when it comes to that period of time and why this is so relevant to what we're dealing with today, now they are on the attack against ourselves. And that means Peter Moon and myself. They often claim Peter Moon is my handler. Obviously, that's ridiculous, or I'd be living quite a different lifestyle, a healthy one based on a lot of Qigong and breathing technique, as opposed to, as he refers to it, the nefarious partying that I indulge in, which is quite a bit of what I indulge in. And it brings us to what they are attacking and why that puts all of this into perspective. Understand the most important thing of all is our message. And the attacks on myself are the ultimate distraction. At the same time, they're a God-given opportunity for education in what I can educate people in and explain to them about the world. On the absolute lighter note would be the attack on sperm that has gone on. So I did send our man, Peter Moon, just a few screenshots of what was said to be by John Warrington and George Knight. And they had reviewed a recent video that was basically attacking what I said about my mother using sperm that she had gotten from Adolf Hitler to ultimately fertilize herself. Now, by the way, put this into context. Sit back and think about this for a moment. And think about the absurdity of their even expending energy to attack this. When it comes to, say, for instance, governments, one of the profoundly asinine thing that governments do is they perpetrate, or rather perpetuate. They perpetuate exactly what they seek to destroy. So when it comes to governments going all out with a war on drugs, say, for instance, with prohibition, zero tolerance, usually you see drug abuse just explode during such periods. When it came to national prohibition, when it was finally declared as national, and there was an experiment with it in the early days of America around Abraham Lincoln's time, where they tried state-by-state prohibition, and of course it didn't work because people were desperate enough, they'd smuggle across state-by-state lines, etc. So that just created a lot of black market that the government found impossible to shut down. When they declared national prohibition, that led to the age of terror known as the gangster era, and that led to gangbusters, the break-in of stills, and everything that we saw with Elliot Ness and Al Capone, who effectively grew to such a position of power that had he not fallen prey to syphilis, he might have tried to run for president himself. He was certainly in such a position where he could have done that. But he caught the clap, and that ultimately disintegrated his brain because he had a pathological fear of needles and refused to get the shots that would have cured him. So when it came to that sort of thing that happened, you see something here in the person of myself when it comes to attacking basically my being the son of Adolf Hitler. Now, just that, shall we say, assertion. Just the assertion alone. If this were any normal situation in what would be deemed a normal context, and Douglas Dietrich comes out and says, as I have, yeah, you know, my mother basically gave Adolf Hitler a few blowjobs at a time when she herself was very young, but she was a child prodigy and an expert in linguistics. And because she had this fluent ability to speak in multiple languages, she went with the Japanese entourage that acted on the diplomatic level with Berlin. And during the time, she lured Hitler away and seduced him, and more than once, basically sucked him off and grabbed his sperm and got one vial that she was ordered to deliver back to the emperor. She was doing this under orders. And because the emperor was a marine biologist and wanted some sample of Hitler's sperm for God knows what reason, and I have no doubt it had to do with the Japanese experiments into cloning at the time that were just beginning. And probably this was put aside, refrigerated, and kept somewhere in Tokyo, and it's probably still somewhere in the Imperial Palace within the bunker system. When it comes to my own mother, she kept a sample for herself, and the way that she made it work was using an ancient Asian recipe involving ginseng. So I sent a link to that to our man Peter Moon, and he has that.
What that was for?
Yeah. So basically, this is an example of what my mother did, and based on knowledge that had been around for thousands of years. What she did immediately was she had Adolf Hitler drinking ginseng tea, and she spiked it with aphrodisiac, and she used the same kind of ginseng solution, albeit unheated, and she put the sperm into that. And at the time, she preserved it that way until she was able to get it to refrigeration. Now, it's been proven that the ginseng that is maintained in this solution, the sperm maintained in the ginseng solution, maintains its viability for far longer. And not only that, retains its fertility at a rate where it's essentially 100% fertile. And so when she put it in the solution and then was able to refrigerate it, this was a combination of ancient Asian herbalism with modern technology, because refrigeration had just been invented. And putting those two items together, you can look up yourself, by the way. There's no real trigger subject here. It's not like, say, for instance, abortion or gun control, where if somebody is trying to find out something about such a hot button topic, you're going to get all kinds of conflicting views. You're not going to know what's right, what's wrong, because everybody has an agenda. The idea of freezing sperm triggers none of that. So anyone who casually looks up the lifespan or the efficacy of the fertility of sperm once refrigerated is going to find it's half 100 years, 40 years at the absolute least, minimum. And no one really knows because refrigeration itself is a fairly recent invention, and no one has kept anything refrigerated for over 100 years. That you may find that hard to believe, but refrigeration has not been around for 100 years. So the only thing that we've got going is we find out as we go along. But the one thing we do know is that it's been over half 100 years, and we do know sperm holds that long. Now, the reason I know this with such certainty is because, as I said, when it comes to my son's husband, one of the things that he takes from myself, aside from my blood, in exchange for what I get from him, which is the use of escorts that he provides, the use of, or rather pays for, my son selects them, the use of various of his blood boys within his harem, from which he gets transfusions, but from whom I drink directly. Aside from these benefits, I'm not paid, and he's not going to pay me. We've worked out a barter system, and I also advise him on security, etc. Now, when it comes to the sperm, he, every once in a while, it was much more regularly in the past, but still fairly regular, he does drink my sperm, and that is because the nanoplasma transfusion that was provided myself, we know for a fact the nanites transfer through my sperm. We know this because Asians that have been employed to sleep with me, so long as they have any Asian blood in them, they have, quote unquote, caught my Kawasaki syndrome, which is a congenital condition where the eyes will sometimes go red. This is otherwise not degenerative with me, because it seems to have more to do with my mother's bloodline, which is vampiric, for lack of a better word. And because of her vampiric bloodline, one of the ways that manifests is that the eyes can turn blood red, the irises themselves. And so this is something that some of the blood boys, some of the escorts begin to manifest. Now, the blood boys aren't getting sperm from me. They're getting my saliva, which basically goes into their system when I'm drinking their blood. The saliva transfers some of the nanites. So we know now that bodily fluids are transferring these nanites. And so the Asian escorts are warned, of course, that's one of the reasons they're paid, is to have unprotected sex with myself. And they are warned, you may start manifesting this. It's otherwise harmless. It can still be very disconcerting to them, but otherwise they've all generally handled it very well. And that's because they're paid to take risks. And this is a comparatively minor risk. It's something that doesn't bother the majority of them per se. But believe me, at times, they freak out. And one of the photographs that we have on a recent episode is embedded in thumbnail is the image of an escort. And as I got closer to her, her eyes began to flare red. And she's looking in the mirror behind me, and she burst into tears at that moment. It can be very frightening if this doesn't happen often to someone. And this had to be due to the proximity. It had to be due to my physical proximity, and my nanites, sensed by my nanites that had gone into her body, were resonating, and that was the response. So this is not like theory. This is like obviously something that my son's husband, who does have the budget to try and research this because he's trying to benefit from it, because whatever experiment was conducted by the Department of Defense on myself when I was 14 years old and received this transfusion under the auspices of John Henry Hagman, who is a medical doctor who was basically deprived of his license because of his illegal experimentation on human beings and his mass murder of many hundreds of them with the experiments he conducted. You will see he's responsible for many deaths, but you won't see the numbers. I know them to be numbering in the thousands, but none of that's been recorded. None of that's made it to the records of the public domain. But this individual, whatever he did, has never been replicated. So for this reason, my son's husband does what research he can. So the sperm is important. Now, as for the sperm that produced myself, as we said, my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, who I defended the other day from people attacking him, a dead man, people attacking his reputation, the gang stalkers. And ask yourself, what reason would they need to attack a dead man? What does that do? What is the purpose of that? Well, they attack everything about me. But the absurdity comes to something like this. If they ignored me completely, and I just went out there and said, you know, my dad was sterile due to being exposed to a number of atomic bomb tests through all over the Pacific during the years after what Americans understand to be the time envelope, the chronological envelope of World War II. He effectively became sterile. He was married at least 4 times, more likely half a dozen times. Often got in trouble because of failure to pay alimony. He was always at sea and obviously couldn't afford to pay alimony on a sailor's salary, no matter what his rank. And ultimately he became a CPO, Chief Petty Officer, and was stripped down a rank because of the scandal involved with all his marriages and his failure to pay alimony. So the Navy punished him by stripping him down a rank. So we spoke of this. And again, this is something that the enemy attacks by taking out of context, trying to defame an honorable man. Now, in that context, I say, so he's sterile. After that, my mother wanted to give him children. He married her because she was Asian. That's one of the reasons he married her. And he had this feeling Asians might be more fertile. All of his previous wives had been Caucasian. So when he married an Asian woman and she delivered 2 children, he was overjoyed. And he went to his grave, likely, believing I was his biological child, as was my sister. But we were not. My mother used sperm that she had taken from Adolf Hitler, and that's how she delivered the children. And that wonderful man, George Dietrich, raised us both as his own, loved us both as his own, because he believed us both to be his own. But obviously, we did not really look alike. And one time he was in the hospital, and I was with him, and a nurse walked in, and she just said, "You don't look alike." And this sort of thing happened a lot. And he would say, no, when my son was born, he was actually fair-haired and looked a lot more like me, and that sort of thing. And of course, there was the Alexandria's Genesis. My father had purple eyes. But then so did Adolf Hitler, which most people are unaware of, because every time you look at photographs of him, you're going to see different colors. There are some photographs where Hitler is brown-eyed. There are other color photographs where he's blue-eyed. Those photographs are almost certainly, in either case, not doctored. That's part of Alexandria's Genesis. The eyes change color, like a chameleon's. But baseline, they're kind of a light purple. And my father's eyes were like that, and I inherited that either from him or Adolf Hitler. In fact, the reason my father had Alexandria's Genesis is what attracted my mother to him. So that was one of the reasons she married him, so that when Hitler's children were born, the man she was with would think they were his own. She shared that with me later. Now, when it came to Adolf Hitler himself and the whole sperm trip, just think of my coming out with this fact. It's something that you can take it or leave it, but understand this. Normally, that's enough to make people walk away. Hey, look, there's this guy comes out and he says, I'm the son of Adolf Hitler. And there's nothing good that is going to come of this. There is nothing beneficial. There is no peace that you will ever have again in life. The reason I came out with it is because I'm over 100 years old now, and there's no point in hiding it anymore. And it is part of the context of my life, and there's no point in denying it. So I hid it all this time because who needed the grief? I had enough already. But when I brought it out, that, you would think, would be enough to discredit me. Everybody would just leave it alone. Say, look, all you need to say to discredit Douglas Dietrich is say, see, he says he's the son of Adolf Hitler. What more do you need to know? But no, they attack that. They attack that by saying, oh, sperm can't retain its efficacy past 30 years in refrigeration, which is a lie. Which, if you look that up, you'll find out everything I say about sperm is true, and that it can last a lot longer than 30 fucking years. Why do they even bother? Now, all of this you might think is, why do you bother responding to that? No, because it's educational. Take a look at what Holly Kadaitis Kiefer wrote. Holly Kadaitis Kiefer is a fan of mine. She's the lady who drove me down to see Ben Estenius the time I delivered a presentation in Arizona. And she says, 2+ fucking hours, you gotta be kidding me? With a semen fixation? Must be nice to have absolutely nothing better to do all day. God, they're all the same with their idiotic crusades. Maybe at least it distracts them from blood-sacrificing poor innocent houseflies or whatever. Such dickless cowards. Very disappointed by Daniel. Yeah, Vivian. Yeah.
Douglas, let me give some more context if I could right now.
Of course.
Yes, I agree with what everything Douglas says about it sounding. It sounds so absurd. People just should let it ride and let him
hang himself, so to speak.
Hang himself, exactly. But it's very interesting here. The first thing I want to say is one of the great mysteries of Hitlerology is how he ended up in a kimono. There's a picture of him with the kimono. It's been known about for a long time. I think it first appeared in the book Morning of the Magicians, but I learned about it in the context of the Morning Magicians, a famous book about Hitler's interaction with Karl Hausover.
Yes.
But and Karl Hausover was, steeped in Japanese tradition. So I always assumed it was some form of initiation in conjunction with Karl Hausover. But no, this makes sense because Douglas has said that was his mother's kimono and she gave it to him. It is the best explanation for that kimono. So there is some very strong historical corroboration, if not direct evidence. But with regard to Hitler himself, and I pointed this out in my book, The Black Sun, Hitler, and not only Hitler, but the names of his top people like Himmler and Göring and Hess, these people, society, culture, history is not done with them. They are not done with them. And if they were done, it would all be a closed case. why do these names keep resurfacing and resurfacing with the spear of evil being stuck into them? They keep killing these people and at the same time ignoring other crimes of great magnitude, if not greater magnitude, than the Third Reich's.
Yes.
So these are great questions. Why can't they let these names go? And as I said, there's further digging to do. There is the science of the Third Reich. There are so many things, and this is what we want to get to, because the second book, which is ostensibly, or it's much of it's formatted around the Presidio scandals, but it's not just that. It deals with the kings of Edom and stuff. But the thing is, that book, in turn, leads us to the AI that Douglas has been involved in. And one domino leads to a bigger domino. Now, the Hitler connection to Douglas becomes very contextualized and understandable when we get to the end of the second book, and why Douglas was monitored, why his mother was monitored, and how this all fits into a sort of cartoon summary that makes it all make sense in a way.
Yes.
It does make it make sense. And it's very disturbing to the psychology of the mainstream narrative, if there's a psychology to it. Yes, there is. It's very disturbing, and it's something that people cannot process. So what you have here is a war it's a territorial war. If Douglas, they talk about information war. Well, this is a territorial war of cyber awareness. The more territory you give Douglas, the more this information will get out. Now, we'll say, if you can give me 3 minutes on primetime TV advertising my books, it's going to give me so much more exposure and power than I would have if I didn't have it. Same for Douglas, same for anybody. You start promoting something. And if you don't believe this, there was a survey done back in the 1990s when Janet Reno was the Attorney General of the United States, doing a horrific job. But she was featured so prominently that she was listed on a survey of being one of the most sexually intriguing people in the country. She herself.
By the way, for those of you who don't know why I'm laughing, Janet Reno is hideous, but go on. She's physically hideous.
Well, she thought it was absurd herself. But the thing is, what this shows is, if you put somebody in front of somebody long enough, they, the shock value or the, what value wears off.
Yeah.
And there is a tantric regimen in schools of Tantra where they will, and this doesn't get done in the United States, but it would get done in some Indian tantric monastery, where they will pair you with somebody of the opposite sex, and you will be paired with them to interact and find all the joys of the other partner. It doesn't matter what they look like. In fact, it's not about that. You're trying to interact with the inner essence, animus in the male, anima in the female. And then as soon as you get to I guess what you call a satori or harmonious thing, they take that partner away and give you another one. And you have to start all over. This is a way of building up your ability to interact with polarity. These are teachings that don't work in the West. They don't work in the West. And we can argue whether they work in the East. But nevertheless, it kind of gives you a hint to why people could be so attracted to somebody that they wouldn't give a blink to if they saw them walking on the subway. They wouldn't pay attention. But when you start parading somebody, they become interested. Why is this person? You just start showing their picture on the TV every, 10 minutes. You start to say, what is this person? So this is what time and attention does. Back to my narrative here is giving Douglas a forum is very dangerous to the narrative, because there's this old maxim, 100th monkey effect. If you get 10% of the people, gaining a function or something, it'll spread to everybody else. In the book world, they would say, and I assume it still applies, but we live in a different world now. If you would sell 100,000 books, it will mushroom to 1 million quickly. It would be this amount of time it takes to get from, say, one book or 100 books or 10,000 books to 100,000 is a much longer road than going from 100,000 to 1 million. Once you get 100,000 books, boom, 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 all of a sudden you're at 1 million. This is what was the maxim in the book industry. I don't know how accurate it was, but I assume it was accurate or it wouldn't have been iterated. There's at least some truth to it. So if you get Douglas's story out there past a certain point, 100th monkey style, it's going to completely change the narrative of how the world looks at itself.
Absolutely. This is what is the most dangerous thing in the world to the military, industrial, intelligence, occult complex. By the way, I do want to respond to the lovely lady in the chat room, Snow Lion, and a shout out to the lovely Amy Komu, as well as Ann Callan. So all you lovely ladies who are there, I very much appreciate it. And I understand where Snow Lion is coming from, and this brings us to the next part of this where it gets deadly serious. Certainly what I said about Hitler's sperm is serious enough. I wouldn't be here without it. I wouldn't be alive. I am his son, after all, biologically. Almost certainly, there is a chance I always acquiesce that the man who raised and guided me, who I love profoundly, may have been my biological father, but there are so many points against that's almost certainly not the case. But when it comes to the reality of Hitler being my biological father, again, we made our point with that. Understand that if they could simply let it go, theoretically, it would be a self-destructive talking point. Instead, they have validated it. The very fact that they are investing so much money, time, and energy into attacking the reality of my being Hitler's son should tell you everything you need to know. That is what I am. When it comes to, say, for instance, what Snow Lion is saying, which is basically saying, with a slap on the forehead, what interesting information about Hitler's blowjobs. And I cannot imagine discussing such details about my dead mother with these wide eyes. And understand, my relationship with my mother was very different than your average human relationship. Again, to explain to people, you can purchase the book Vampirology on Amazon.com. and that will give you some hint about the reality of vampires, the physiology of vampires. There's much of the history that is missing, but we'll expand the book later, eventually. Buy enough copies, and we'll see fit to do that. Right now, you'll get all the information you need to honestly understand that vampires are real. Once you've read that book, you will know vampires are real. And they were basically driven to the brink of extinction. Whether the subspecies can survive or not, we'll see. But certainly, Adolf Hitler wanted them to. And that's in the book. So do avail yourself of that. One of the things that you'll see in tonight's image, my photograph embedded within thumbnail of live stream, is that I'm obviously dressed in drag. There's a reason for this tonight. It is the Pulse nightclub massacre anniversary, in which well over 100 people who were mostly gay and mostly Latinx were massacred by a madman 6 years ago. My son almost died in that massacre. He was heading towards the nightclub when the massacre took place. So that's a very important night for myself and my son. In honor of those people whose lives were taken that night, I am dressed in what's called Japan's third gender. So that's very much available to you as an article by linkage in tonight's show summary. So if you just open up the summary for tonight, you can link to a New York Times article that talks about Japan's third gender that existed for several hundred years as a legally recognized third gender of sexuality. And this is where you get all kinds of idiots who don't understand history or culture. And I remember at one point when I had my old timeline that Lena Shea, who we'll turn back to in a few moments because she's pivotal to this story, she managed to go on my timeline. She kept putting up swastikas until she got my timeline taken down. And this was because she's an asset and she was sent to basically do just that. That was her entire purpose in life. And this supersedes everything else in her life. Family, children, everything she has. That sounds unbelievable to you now, but wait till you hear the rest of this. But what she did was she got me taken off of Facebook, where I had a public timeline that was highly popular and had 4,444 likes, which is impossible to achieve anymore because Facebook no longer has that kind of reach. So when you take a look at how I'm dressed, obviously I'm not from your normal background. But one time while I had that timeline that was up there, I remember idiots writing about, people would put up pictures of samurai on my timeline, just trying to say hi, and they'd stick things they thought might be relevant or I might be interested in. And then I remember there was one thread of commentary where this person started saying, oh, I can't admire the samurai because they all fucked young boys. And I'm like thinking, where did this crazy person get that idea? Where does this come from? And some other person responded with, oh, yeah, well, you know, and they went on about this, and it doesn't even bear going into. It's a line of idiocy that has no understanding of the culture. But the way I'm dressed and the show summary should explain it to you. For hundreds of years in Japan, when the shogunacy was established, and that was how Adolf Hitler first found out about Japanese culture, was in his days as a young man haunting the library. He basically ran into a book written by an Australian on the Tokugawa shogunate. And this Australian book written on the Tokugawa shogunate was translated into the German. Adolf Hitler read it, and he was so impressed by their incredible society that that was an enormous aspect of his ideology. And one of the reasons how the Japanese wound up in a diplomatic envoy rendezvous with Adolf Hitler. So when it came to Adolf Hitler imposing a code of Bushido upon Europe, he was also very open about sexuality. This is something most people don't know about Adolf Hitler when it comes to his tolerance of gays, transgenders, and you can look it up yourself. They even entered a transgender German into the Nazi Olympics. Something you will never read about unless you do your own research. The reason why was because he had learned about Japan's third gender and thought that this was fine. This is a way to basically accommodate aspects of society that otherwise were not accommodated. So for hundreds of years after the shogun conquered all the Japanese islands, then there grew to be a subgender of people who were predominantly young boys, some of them hermaphroditic, born with different genitalia, because that is actually much more common than people know. And they served as a third gender, mostly in centers of prostitution. And they had lives that were considered fairly well off, where they simply sold their bodies and in the meantime were provided very comfortable accommodations, as well as education. And ultimately, as they grew older, contributed to society academically or otherwise. Writing novels was very popular. Women in particular adored novels, and this was the gender that could also learn the woman's language. And for those of you who don't know, Peter Moon is familiar with this, the Japanese had a language only for women, so that women could write to each other without men knowing what they were talking about. And my mother knew this language. Unfortunately, that was never taught to me, but she did teach me about the demimondist, or the half-worlder lifestyle of the kagema. And so what I'm dressed as is essentially a young prostitute, or what the West would deem a child prostitute. Understand that the average lifespan in Japan, even during those 100 years of that golden age, those several hundred years of that floating world, the average lifespan was still your 30s. You were going to die more than likely before you reach the age of 40. So anyone thinking this is child exploitation is out of their mind. Your average person dying at such a young age, children started having sex basically as children. As soon as girls were able to bleed, as soon as boys were able to get an erection. So the samurai, as well as other classes, would hire these young child prostitutes. And as a result, these young child prostitutes got to meet every class in Japanese society. That means that they were dealing with the merchant class, the samurai class, the nobles, everyone. There were very few people on earth in Japan that were that cosmopolitan, because each caste stayed within it itself, other than these young men. So for that reason, they made the perfect ninja. And that was what my mother trained me to be, was basically a cross-dressing assassin. So someone who's training you in that level of profession, you're not going to have the same kind of relationship with your mother that a normal person would have with their mother. She explained, of course, her profession, where she did what she did with Adolf Hitler, with professional pride. It had nothing to do with anything shameful or anything that was done against her will. So understand, it wasn't described to me in gory detail, though it may sound like it when I'm describing it. That's not what I consider gory detail. That's simply a fact of what was done. She extracted the sperm from Adolf Hitler, made certain it was in a medium in which it would thrive, got it to refrigeration, and then later on herself used the second vial, the first having been sent back to Tokyo. So all that being said, you've got the context for that. Now here's where the attacks come in. I related the other day an attack that was so violent, I didn't even really remember it all that accurately, because most of the time when you're involved in violence, violence is something that becomes very fragmented. Your experience becomes just, you think this is what happened, may not be exactly what happened. There was around Kwanzaa, right after Christmas. It's between Christmas and New Year's. Kwanzaa is the African holiday, which is kind of like their own Chinese New Year, except it's African. And of course, it's the exit of one year into the next, rather than a new year welcoming the new year in. It's like an exit holiday where you're ushering the old year out. So within this Pan-African holiday of Kwanzaa, basically many of the young blood boys who accommodate blood transfusions that are a big deal in Silicon Valley because it helps with preservation of youth and rejuvenation, they decided they were going to participate in a community well, like a dance of elves, basically, to be around Kinte Claus, the black African Santa Claus. When we went down to this area in Hunter's Point, we were ambushed. And at that time, I thought I had broken a bottle against the head of the same black man who I shoved its face in, because basically I got out of the car and had to deal with what must have been at least half a dozen hostile homeless blacks who were obviously told we were going to show up, and obviously were given something, money or drugs, to ambush us. When I was holding a bottle, which I was drinking at the time, and already half drunk, and that made the whole deal easier. When I got out and I smashed the bottle against one black man, he actually dropped, and I smashed the bottle that was now broken into the face of another. To me, they were the same guy. I only learned later, and fairly recently, from some of the blood boys who were in the car staring at everything that was going down, that I had actually taken out two people with essentially one blow. I never would have known that consciously if I hadn't been told. When all of this was done, and I got back in the car, which I had told my son to back the car up 100 yards at least, and I ran back into the car, and we got in, we drove off, and no Kinte Claus got no white elves that year. What we did was we survived an ambush that almost certainly was meant to expose the identity of my son's husband, who, of course, must never be identified by the general public. Now, when it comes to that, that's what's going on right now with the latest attack, an attempt to out him by trying to out my son. And the way that they're doing that now is they're trying to claim that all these photographs, and they keep using this term cosplay, and that means like anime costumes. Anime costumes, like you're dressing up like an anime character. And for those of you who don't know, that just means animated features in Japanese or Korean. Just Pan-Asian culture all has its own version of Japanime, which is cinematic feature films that are animated. And in Asia, they take these very seriously. And I always get the same stupid question, so I'll take care of one of these questions right now, very briefly. Everybody asks me the same question in their ignorance, and I understand why, but it's irritating as hell, and I get irritated because it's obvious that people just aren't looking. But people will say, how come none of the people in Japanese anime look Asian? Why do they all look white? Okay, that's not the case at all. If you had any knowledge of Asian culture and you actually were looking at Japanese anime, the first thing you would notice is in the overwhelming majority of their anime, everybody looks Asian, except when it's sent to America. And then what you get sent to America are the cartoons that are made for a Western audience, so everybody looks white. Why nobody can get this through their minds is beyond me. But if you want to look at anime where everybody looks Japanese, you can look at the anti-war comic books produced by the Japanese, like Barefoot General, which was all about a boy who survives the nuclear bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And Barefoot General is profoundly anti-war, and you'll get nothing about the war as described in the Roswell Deception and the demystification of World War II, which everyone should read. But instead, you'll get all this anti-war propaganda that was written directly after the war, where they're trying to get everybody to stand down. And basically, okay, the war's over. We want everybody to stand down right now. And so they put out all this anti-war propaganda. Everybody in that comic book is Japanese. Everybody in the anime is Japanese. Same if you look at the original Astro Boy, old anime, any old anime, you know, like Astro Boy, everybody's Japanese. It's just the way it is. Now, when it comes to cosplay and people are dressing like Japanese characters, now, when they say something like that about how I dress, I am dressed as a child prostitute in half of the photographs where you see me in drag. That is not something you find in Japanese anime. You're not going to find that in Japanese comic books. For someone to say something like that is profoundly stupid. It is based on everyone else's ignorance of Japanese culture. And these are people who have no knowledge of anything. So they're just counting on your ignorance to say, oh, Douglas is dressing like some Japanese comic book character. Where on earth comics would these be? Porno comics? You're not going to find them. So the end result is, aside from that, then they're saying, oh, look, we've traced it all to accounts of these cosplayers in Asia. And they keep saying Malaysia, Thailand. The end result is, this is the story that I've explained in depth before. My son took up photography. My son conducts photographic sessions with myself. I've shown plenty of photographs with myself and my son. We are never dressed as anime characters. We are never dressed in any kind of costume that is affiliated with any Japanese storyline that is fantastical or science fictional. We are always wearing, other than when I'm dressed as a child prostitute and still armed to the teeth, because many of these prostitutes were used as assassins, because they could go anywhere in society and had that privilege. Other than that, you see me dressed in clothes that are the normal fashion for baseline society. So the idea that photographs are of some cosplayer, and then you follow these accounts where they say, here's this cosplayer in Malaysia. First off, understand this. My son travels quite a bit, but beyond that, whatever his location, when you look at any of those accounts, they're ghost accounts. They are all photos swiped from other accounts, and they'll all say this cosplayer, quote unquote, is Thai, Malaysian, Vietnamese, Korean. If you really look into it, the same individuals are going to be shown with a multiplicity of nationalities in a Pan-Asian pastiche that tells you immediately these are all ghost accounts. My son's photographs of myself and he are all over Asia. My son has a fan base in Asia. So, what does this mean? What they are trying to do is say, these are all cosplayers, and when I bring up the subject, they're trying to find a way to out my son and his husband, and ultimately destroy the life that I have. Now, what makes this so insane? What makes this so auto-destructive? One of the people who joined in on this, that Brendan Zogan called me about just before I got on air, is Lena Shane. Now, when it comes to these people, say for instance, David John West, you could almost understand if the guy's just running out of creativity, he's running out of writing inspiration, so he decides, I'm going to plagiarize Douglas Dietrich's files on vampires because, you know, by God, he had hired me once to work on that, and then they fired me, and fucking, and so he went and ran to Richard K. Cole Jr. and sent him this, like, notarized letter that basically my book was never published on, quote-unquote, the Red Undead. Now, it was published. It was issued an ISBN number, which is like a social security number. You don't get one of those unless you survive the birth process. It never made it to distribution. All of the books were taken somewhere to a landfill, an incinerator. I never saw a copy. I did see the original copies off the printing press via the cellular phone because Lori and Ann Fenton showed them to me. And then afterwards, oh, hey, they were all lost on the way. None of them made it to the stores. So he was trying to say that this is not a conspiracy, that Douglas made all this up, and yet he's defying the reality of an ISBN number which was issued. But he had a reason. He was plagiarizing. He was going to publish those records himself that you find in the book Vampirology, which you can order from Amazon.com. Vampirology, the Vampire Research Files. So Peter Moon and I had to get something out immediately so that we could effectively copyright those files. And we did so. Now, Brendan Zoget was moved to call me because Miguel Andahar, who's the lunatic who claims he's the reincarnation of Nikola Tesla, Bruce Lee, and the pharaoh Akhenaten, all put into one. And yes, this is what he truly states. And I think that's a lot more unbelievable than anything I've said. He sent Brendan Zoget a bunch of files of child porn on Google private document, zip file, Google private document from Richard K. Cole, trying to implicate Brendan Zogit in child porn. So Brendan Zogit said, fuck you, and he called myself, and he updated me on the situation, and said, these guys are trying to implicate me in their child porn now. And he said, all these motherfuckers, Jameson Reese and the idiot Miguel Andahar, always claiming to be New Age and protecting the children, are sending me a bunch of Richard K. Cole Jr. child porn files. And he said, fuck this shit. So when he called me, he said, Lena Shay's in on it, and she's publishing these photos. They're saying, oh, that you and your son are cosplayers somewhere in Malaysia or Thailand and all this shit. And obviously, here's the deal. Obviously, I cannot say who my son is by name to protect him. I cannot say who his husband is by name. But what I can tell you is if you followed any of those files yourself, you'd wind up at Ghost Accounts, because you're going to see the same people credited as sourcing from any part of Asia you can fucking name. Even communist China. All of that is a result of my son's security consciousness, so that there's no exposition leading back to exactly who he is or who I am. All of this is security necessity. So when Lena Shay tries to get me to out my son and his husband, what makes this so insane, so self-destructive, is that she explained to myself at great length that she had sex with an underage boy who was the son of her working partner. And here's something that I could have told the FBI 2 years ago, and I just never bothered with because their entire situation was so incestuous. She's got a lot to lose. She's got a husband. She's got 2 kids that may or may not be mine. But if they are, they shouldn't be raised by a woman who's that crazy. Because whereas I thought, well, fuck, they got a guy raising them. They're going to go to college. They got a home. She's given everything she wants. She's given a guitar, a studio. She's got equipment that costs thousands of dollars that are available on her channel. You can see her channel. She's got thousands of dollars of equipment in her studio. The guitar alone is $1,000. That's a real guitar. She's got all of this sound equipment, camera equipment, and the program from which she can use the software to make herself an album. She's released her own little album. She's got all that going down. Why didn't she just leave me alone? I even was like saying, oh, hey, it's her birthday the other day. It's kind of like she was an asset. You know, I was like not even holding it against her. She took the fucking Facebook page down. But no, then she has to go and do this. This is the level of mind control and programming of these assets. She was the person who before, when Selena Khan asked her, should I try and contact Richard K. Cole and talk with him? She said, no, absolutely not. She said, he's basically a violent gang stalker, and I'm scared to death of him, she said, which is why she never reported to the FBI Richard K. Cole and what he does, because she lives in upstate New York. And he could travel to her house and conceivably harm herself or family. So why does a person in that position befriend Brendan Zogit, show him all this crap on her timeline, and that's when he says, I blocked her, I blocked Miguel Andahar, I blocked all these people. He said I had to purge my Facebook of basically everyone. And he said, even the older lady, Maria Grigorich, who established my old DDE timeline as a fan, she's basically putting all these likes on all of these posts, claiming, my son and I are cosplayers. Well, the end result is, of course, I'll follow up and block Maria Grigorich. She can dismantle that DDD timeline if she even still has the password. I couldn't care less. But when it comes to these people becoming part of this cult, someone in Lena Shay's position, with the vulnerability that she has, which everything I've said is not at all defamation of character, it's not slander. If the FBI were to come to question me about it, I would tell them straight out, Lena Shay told me in some detail she had sex with an underage young man, at least one, the son of her work partner, and their whole family situation over there is very incestuous, and they're all pretty much sleeping with each other. And the FBI investigates that. That destroys her life conceivably. And of course, you're all welcome to report it. I'm certainly not going to stop anyone, because you can do that anonymously. And that is what I want to remind people about all of these people. When it comes to the Salman Sheikh channel, the Jameson Reese channel, you have the right to report to the FBI anonymously. Call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI, and you can report these people. At 1-800-CALL-FBI anonymously, you can report them all for what they are: domestic terrorists who are engaging in what's a conspiracy to terrorize people domestically. That's exactly what they're doing. So these people terrorized my sponsor, Ben Estenius, who finally in his life has something to lose. And he withdrew his sponsorship. He helped with what I needed this month to maintain my website online, to maintain an online presence. But at this point in his life, with the daughter of his ex-wife finally settling in and having rehabilitated from years of drug abuse, we're talking about an individual who had nothing to live for when he started sponsoring myself 10 years ago. What had happened was he had a developmentally disabled daughter. And that developmentally disabled daughter wound up sexually involved with a black African American who was exploiting her and impregnating her several times in a row. They were giving birth to more developmentally disabled children. And then the black man kept abandoning her, would not finance their life. Our man, Ben Estenius, finally was doing his best to try and dissuade his daughter from seeing this man. It got to a point where he had grown up teaching her about trying to play baseball, keeping her physically involved because she was in the present moment and couldn't do much else. There were baseball bats around the house, and it got to the point where Ben Estenius and this black guy were basically fighting each other with baseball bats. When the police came in, they not only arrested Ben Estenius, but his daughter charged him with a hate crime. Said he attacked this black man because he was a violent racist. Ben Estenius was risking 100 years in jail. When Ben Estenius agreed to disown her completely, so she could live out her life however she wanted, he had nothing. Ben Estenius says that aside from a blind man named Ron, I'm basically his only friend. He sponsored me for 10 years, but now that his ex-wife, after years of struggle with this daughter that he was telling her to disown because she had a horrible drug problem, she finally overcame it, rehabilitated, became a drug counselor herself, is now living on their property, and Ben Estenius now has been threatened by these satanic gang stalkers. And he said, I had to disaffiliate with Douglas Dietrich because I have a family now. So why is it that these people are allowed to terrorize at whim, at will, allowed to range America, have sex with underage children, attack people, threaten to attack their families? Why do you tolerate this? I can't report it because I've tried in the past and the FBI just tells me to go back to China. I have no rights.
Isn't that what kind of the FBI is all about, though? Really?
We could make that argument, but understand this much. We cannot surrender to apathy. The government does fight itself. Even the most glamorous 007 assassin with a license to kill, sponsored by the state, even an international spy, can wind up arrested by the local constabulary. The FBI will be forced to act with 1 or 2 reports. Give them enough reports anonymously, they'll have to do something. Tell them about just the gang stalkers on YouTube at the Salman Sheikh channel, Lena Shea. They'll have to follow up. So I can't do it, but it's your war. You've got to fight it, because if you don't want your children to inherit a world in which the anti-gods have emptied it of all life, which is what Jameson Reese repeatedly said is his objective, And by the way, George Knight will testify. He jumped on the call one time when Jameson Reese didn't know he was on, just like Jameson Reese ignored the fact that Peter Moon had jumped on our call. And this was after a transmission when I'm exhausted and burned out, and Jameson Reese was trying to find all about the Vox Arca from me, was trying to ask if I would give him the Vox Arca so he could destroy the world. All of this, George Knight will testify to. This is a man who wants all life on Earth to end. All of these people have that ultimate objective. This is the reason for their religion, their anti-theism, their anti-religion of the anti-gods. This is beyond Satanism. This is beneath it. And it is something far more dangerous and active. And now you know it all to be true because they're openly and actively attacking myself, the only man to ever expose them. So this validates and verifies everything I've ever said. So with that, Peter, yes, by all means, you can add the fact that, sure, the FBI is not someone to trust in and of itself. It is thoroughly corrupt, but at the same time, they've got a mission statement that forces them to do something. And if you get them to basically harass each other, turn the elements of the deep state against themselves, understand that this is, my attackers, the deepest state of all. So, enough anonymous reports to 1-800-CALL-FBI. Someone's going to have to follow up. And right now, it's all centered on upstate New York. Jameson Reese, Richard K. Cole Jr., and you can tell Jameson Reese has got this incredible studio now. And this is a person on welfare living in his parents' basement. Where did that suddenly come from? As I've said before, and as our man, John Warrington said, as well as Brendan Zoget, there's no other conclusion to draw than that these are the new welfare queens, state-sponsored trolls, deep state-sponsored trolls and gang stalkers. And so this is your opportunity to fight back. Such being said, of course, hopefully that puts this all into some perspective, and I'm certain Peter Moon can help me decompress now and kind of get back onto a more normal plane of existence. And by the way, I thank Elizabeth Newkirk for her original statement. I'm so sorry. Go on.
This is normal for Douglas to have to constantly deal with the vigilance of attackers. This is just a different season. And so I would, encourage you to do what he said. And perhaps of equal, if not more importance, is to, if you can donate 10 or 20 or even more to his cause, this will be helpful as well to him. So, please do that. By
the way, Peter, before you go on, I do want to say something poignant here. Elizabeth Newkirk, shout out to her. She gave this very supportive statement in the chat room, and then she retracted it. It's like, this is what I get. So people who give their supportive statements, then they retract it because they say, oh, this is too scary. I can't get involved in this. It's like, people want to listen to something that gives them a bit deeper insight into the world. But then when they're running into the reality that this is a struggle, lives are involved. People are out there risking all their life to attack myself because their entire life is dedicated to destroying myself more than it is to even raising their families. I think this is the most frightening thing that people have ever come across because there's nothing that prepares them for that. There's no spy movie that shows anything like that. There's no work of fiction that portrays anything like that. But this is the level of the deep state that we're working with. I'm sorry, Peter, again, take it away so I can normalize myself and breathe a little bit. Get back.
Well, you're very right. People can get very spooked. I've dealt with this since the beginning. People were very spooked about Montauk. It's less spooky now than it was because it's been saturated into a large number of people for 30 years. But and this stuff is the most volatile, politically volatile stuff that's underneath the aware
radar. The awareness radar
of human beings, and it puts politics and everything in context. and it even puts the universe in context, because we're running on a 666 based universe, which there's other ways to say it. The Persians would say Ahriman, but just the construct of the physical plane, which is encoded in Maya, and the unveiling of the lies, to trace back the lies that entrap spiritual beings. You know, people are all sort of here kind of trapped in a life. I don't know if anybody's had the opportunity to, much the audience hasn't. It's a classic TV show that ran in the 60s during the summer. They'd have summer shows where they, back in the old days, to sound like Dara Hamamoto, we used to have a season of TV, and it would start in the fall. There'd be 26 shows that would run throughout the year. Maybe they'd run a few reruns in December during Christmas, but it would run from September, October into May, and then they would have a summer replacement series.
By the way, before I forget it, before it dribbles out of my ears, I do want to share this and get Peter Moon's insight into this. I was trying to express this the other day, and I couldn't get it out. I had totally lost it, and it was one of those things that was one of those rare moments when I was left without words, left hanging. And I was trying to remember something that infuriated me about Robert Lacey, who was a former professional baseball player. He had his own baseball card and everything. This was a guy who was in the major leagues with San Francisco, the San Francisco Giants, among some other teams. He might have been involved with the Oakland A's as well at one point, but he became a fan of mine, and for a while was supporting me to a degree. He was older, and it was very sad because he just lived in the old world, and he did silly things like he sent me some currency, money, by mail. He said it was a few $100s, and I said, oh my God, please don't do that. I said, you've got to send checks or money orders. And I told him the postal inspectors, all they do all day with their dogs is they sniff out money and they just steal it. This is what they do all day, and they get paid to do that. And that's what happened. It never reached me. And so that was disappointing. But one of the things that really was where the line was drawn, where I became very angry, was he had this double standard that was beyond infuriating. It was offensive. And the double standard was, and I don't blame him, a lot of people hated Laura Lee Solomon. I mean, Peter Moon could go into the fact that she was probably one of the most vicious people on earth, but Laura Lee Solomon was obviously a woman with issues. She was probably an asset. Certainly Judith Agert felt she was one, and she had time in the military, and that, was an opportunity for something to have been done to her. She was also a member of the OTO, which Peter Moon was not even aware of until I informed him of that publicly, basically a few weeks ago. And so you have this woman with this background who, becoming a volunteer to help myself, was already suspect. But again, a place and time I couldn't say no. I had just gotten rid of Lori and Ann Fenton. And then this woman showed up, said, I'll produce. And we took it from there. But Robert Lacey hated her. And what he wanted from me was something I could not give him, which was he wanted me to come down to Arizona with, Ben Estenius sponsoring it, and I was going to do my presentation, and Robert Lacey wanted me to do guy things while I was down there with him, stay at his home, and then go with him and Robert Lacey, do some gambling, go to some adult entertainment centers, hang out and do some guy things. And it's not what I'm about. I'm sorry. I'm just not a guy in that sense. I'm truly, in that sense, a third gendered person. I just can't enjoy doing this with men. And they want something from me. A lot of these guys, say, oh, let's do this sometime. And I cannot give that to them. And it has nothing to do with wanting to evade them, but it's something that I am just not into. And so I have buffers. And usually they're female. And so when I said, look, we've got to bring Laura Lee Solomon down there, I'm just buffered by this. This makes me feel comfortable. And, you know, it's like a dog, a comfort dog, or a teddy bear, whatever you want to interpret it as. But if you hate her so much, just tolerate the fact that she makes me more comfortable. No, they did everything they could to make certain she didn't come to the point where they sabotaged my being able to come down. So, in other words, they had us go to a rental car agency, withdrew the rental on the car, did everything they could to wear out the battery on my cell phone. It cost me ultimately $1,000 going from place to place where they said there was this or that could get me down there. And finally they told me, now you've expended so much money now, make certain that she doesn't come with you and you just get on the train down here and come down. And I said, I'm not going to get on the train and carry everything I have with me for staying several days and a presentation. There's no way I'm going to carry all that myself on a goddamn train. So it was only Holly Kodides Kiefer picked us up and drove us down there, or we never would have gotten down there. That's how crazy this was. I'm like saying, you guys spent, by your own admission, tens of thousands of dollars to get me down here and then sabotaged it all so I couldn't get down here because you didn't want Laura Lee Solomon down here. I mean, what is that? That's just crazy. And so when I got down there, of course, I hadn't slept for days at that point, looking for transportation to get down there because they sabotaged every arena, every venue that I could have used for transportation, withdrew their pay each time we got to the place, etc. It was madness. And so this same guy, when later on Daryl Hamamoto tries to ambush me on my own program and was rewarded for that attempt with appearances on Alex Jones thereafter. And when I told Robert Lacey, why are you friends with this man and still friends with him on Facebook, etc., and he said, oh, you're hypersensitive and oh, don't be so sensitive. And I thought that was what made me block Robert Lacey. I mean, that level of insanity, that level of double standard, that level of, oh yeah, I don't want Laura Lee Solomon down here. I don't want I want just you down here. And which in and of itself might be interpreted as quite sinister, which is why I always want buffers with me, particularly females. I don't understand how people can't understand why I feel uncomfortable in the company of men alone. Certainly people should be able to understand that, but they don't. Nevertheless, when I said, hey, what about this Daryl Hamamoto? You saw what he did trying to ambush me on my own oh, no, he's my friend. Well, you can have him. And so I blocked him. But that's the level of what we're dealing with, this kind of double standard. So what Peter Moon said about Daryl Hamamoto brought all of that just roiling up from the memory there. And, I don't know if you have anything to say about that other than that, people are stupid, but.
Well, I do want to say thing. I looked up Bob Lacey. He had quite an impressive, albeit rather short, career in the major leagues.
That's right. Yeah.
He had, for those who understand baseball, he had an earned run average of 3.67, and he was an accomplished player, but he seemed to have some real bad luck or misfortune with the infamous manager, Billy Martin, who said that it says here on Wikipedia that he fell out of such favor with Billy Martin that Billy Martin wouldn't let anybody on the team play catch with him.
Holy shit.
So he was, which isn't, a lot of people fell out of disfavor with him. But
just so people know, Billy Martin dominated baseball so much they had this term Billy Ball. That this isn't just baseball.
I was in Oakland. Okay. They called it Billy Ball, not when he did New York. Yeah, they'd have signboards and stuff. Billy Ball, because he changed. Yeah, he was such an aggressive, effective manager and fighter. He'd always fight and get in arguments. But and including with his players if need be. So Bob Lacey was the effect of that. But he was quite a. I mean,
Is he still alive? Bob Lacey.
Yeah. He's my age. He's a little younger than me. He's 68. He'll be 69 in August.
Because he called up Benestenius about a few years ago saying he had heart pains and shit. And I was like saying to Benestenius, why did he call you? And Ben was like saying, yeah, like, what can I do about it, right? Yeah, I thought that was so weird. Go on.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's he had a. It just seems like his career seemed like a lot of ability. In fact, an extraordinary amount of ability from what little I'm reading here, but he didn't have the right harmony with who he was playing. He wasn't really respected or appreciated.
Right.
It seems to me, but
Yeah.
he really had some talent. And this is sometimes people won't recognize talent and
of
whatever.
course, this was another thing he said that made me very resentful of him. Another thing he said was he brought up when I came down there after days of they're basically making it impossible for me to get down there at all. If it weren't for Halikonitis Kiefer, we never would have gotten down there. And already people should understand in that context the sheer insanity of this entire affair. So when I got down there, despite everything they did to prevent me from getting down there, when I did get down there, then I told them, you know, because of everything you people did to sabotage my getting down here, I haven't slept in the past 72 hours. And then Robert Lacey relates this incredibly stupid story about, yeah, when I was young and I was breaking into baseball and we were going through this bus ride and I didn't sleep for several days because I couldn't sleep on the bus. It's terrible. And then when we got there, I had to prove myself. And this is how I broke into what my late saint father, George Dietrich, used to call it. The baseball players all broke into Phoenix. They said he was breaking into Phoenix. I went to Phoenix, Arizona to do this breaking in. And so he was basically doing that. And he says, oh yeah, but then I delivered, and I was able to do this pitching. I did all this despite the fact I hadn't slept in several days. I'm like saying, oh God, you fucking idiot. It's like what you're supposed to do.
What does one thing have to do with the other? And you're not a baseball player.
Thank you.
You're not an athlete. Why? It's just like, everybody should be like me and see the world like me. And it's this is like telling an alcoholic to just straighten up and fly right.
Yeah.
It's not going to work.
Yes. Thank you.
It's a stupidity. It's a narcissism.
Thank you.
Of course, it's easy for athletes to be narcissists. I was a strong young guy, so you should be too. It has nothing to do with anybody. But to get back to the Daryl Hamamoto diatribe, I was talking about a TV show during the summer season in the 60s. And I remember watching it when it came on, but now it's a classic. It's called The Prisoner with Patrick McGowan.
Yes.
And it's about a agent, would be obviously an MI6 because it's British, a secret agent. And this was during the time when there were TV shows like Secret Agent Man and Man from U.N.C.L.E. There was the song by Johnny Rivers, Secret Agent Man, and all these type of spy shows were very popular in the 60s. So The Prisoner was probably the best, classic. It's the most classic, but only ran for a summer season. And it's about this agent who retires. But when he retires, he knows too much. So they put him in a area, a little sequestered area. It looks like it was filmed on, what's that town, Monaco or some place like Monaco, only not as nice as Monaco, or in Malta or something.
Right.
It's this little town on the coast.
European vacation resort. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, and it's called The Village. And so he wakes up, where am I? The Village. And it's like The Village, and everybody's friendly in a sort of a saccharine way. There is he looks at all the food stuff in his cupboard. He's got a full apartment full of stuff. It says The Village, corn from The Village, whatever. Everything's packaged for The Village. And it's like he doesn't know who he is, and he's always called number 6. One of his favorite lines is, I am a person, not a number. Number 6. And then anytime he or someone else tries to escape The Village, it's usually on the beach, this huge balloon comes and sort of tracks him down. And the balloon then subdues you, and they come and get you and take you back for more programming or whatever. It's like everybody in The Village is very programmed. So he is a prisoner as a result of what he knows from the intelligence experience. So this is kind of what we're living in. Part of reality can be looked that way, is like the prison of society, the prison of, the conditions that we're in. And just like an inmate has to follow certain rules to survive, so he doesn't get put in the slammer. We have to follow rules. In other words, we have to pay our bills. We have to be responsible for certain things. Of course, it's a lot more freedom in society there is than being in a prison. But we're getting to the point in this world where I saw one of my friends post that she's going to go to Upper Peninsula, Michigan for a vacation, and she's looking for a friend to stay with because the B&Bs have gone so high priced.
Right.
So if you go to rent a car now, it's so much more expensive. It can be as much as $100 a day to rent a car. It's, hotels are much more expensive. It's, with the inflation and whatnot. So it's becoming harder to do what you do or do what you used to do. So we're living in this situation. When it comes to the stuff Douglas is exposing, people are prisoners of their own minds. And part of that prison ship, like you can imagine the news you get in a jail, in a prison. They don't want you on the internet in the prison. They don't mind you watching TV. In some prisons, they'll let you watch TV, watch cable TV or whatnot, keep everybody occupied, maybe in a group setting, I don't know. But they don't want you on the internet because what are criminals going to do on the internet? They're going to perpetrate as much crime as they can to, do what they can. So they don't like that. So anyway, and so much of what's given you in the media now is so doctored. I saw something on the news today where the tech companies and hedge funds, or the hedge funds, are buying up. They bought up so many newspapers that the investigative reporters that are left are saying, we can't investigate. They're quelling all our stuff. And of course, my rhetorical argument to that is you never did cover anything good anyway. It's like, now these are people who are saying, we can't do our stories to investigate. And I do have some sympathy for them. But then again, those people would be the last people to give me a pat on the back or any help.
Right.
As one of them once said to me, he says, there's no documentation to your stuff. And I then retorted with what there is. He says, well, I have to eat. Understand, I have a family. I've got to feed my family. So, it's unfortunate. And this coincides with another problem in our world of people with six-figure incomes that are not happy with their jobs. It's empty. It's an empty life. There's no heart in what they're doing. And they develop psychological afflictions. They're miserable. And I know six figures sounds good, but I also know it doesn't sound as good as it used to sound.
That's right.
And the six-figure income is like, okay, can you really afford a house if you're making, say, low, 100, 110,000? You're going to have to be budgeting your ass to make sure everything is paid. You might be able to do it if you have a down payment. Low interest rates, you might be able to get away with it. But society is much more challenging than it's ever been. There are opportunities. You can still get by, but it's for what purpose? Now I want to segue into the Mayan factor.
Yes.
I want to segue into this, and this is going to be I announced that I'm going to talk about it, it's much more positive.
Yes.
Because all of this crap that we're talking about, and I'm going to refer to the work of Jose Arguelles. And for those of you who are not familiar, Jose Arguelles is the founder of the Whole Earth Festival, the first one, Whole Earth Week. He's been recognized, at least by the state of California, for that. He passed away, I think, shortly after the Mayan calendar had its cycle ended in 2012. I think he passed away in 2013, if I'm not mistaken. But he was a professor of art history that his birth and his being half indigenous Mexican and half Spanish, he bridged both worlds.
Right.
And of course, I had met with his chief disciple and the custodian of his legacy, Stephanie South. I had met extensively with her when I was in Mount Shasta in April. And I was talking to her last night, and this is kind of funny. She was talking to me and she says, she was talking about me. She says, and other close friends. I said, oh, I'm a close friend now. And she kind of, well, I said, oh, okay. She said, well, I mean, doesn't that kind of obvious? I said, well, yeah, I know. I'm just verbalizing it. So we're officially now close friends. Obviously we were, but she is, as I say, the custodian of the legacy of Jose Arguelles. And she was very moved by the fact that I was at the first Whole Earth Festival by reason of the fact that I, lived a mile away from it. And I was just magnetized down there to go and spend a day on the quad of UC Davis and just be inundated with teepees and, trappings of what I said that was the peak of the hippie movement in Northern California. It really was.
Yeah.
But she has introduced things to me, given me her books, 2 of her books, which is quite, there's a lot of books that she's written and that Jose have written. I talked to her last night. I said, there needs to be an institution. Well, there is sort of already, but it's like you need to do Jose Arguelles 101 to understand. Professor of art history. Now, many synchronicities in his life, even to the time when he was born, that coincide with the Mayan calendar. But to put it in a nutshell, the Mayan calendar operates on a different frequency, and it's based upon 1320. 13 representing the 13 revolutions of the moon annually, and 20 would be that they don't use a base 10, they use a base 20. There's a reason for that. That would be the universal constant of time. The false time that we're all programmed with and live by is 24/60. 24 hours in a day, 60 minutes an hour. This is the basic cultural feature of our current world that not only embeds a patriarchal orientation, it's our current Gregorian calendar. And it's introduced by Pope Gregory XIII. Pope Gregory, that's why it's called the Gregorian calendar. And the reason he did it, it was in response to the infamous Diego de Landa, the Bishop of the Yucatan, who burned countless Mayan codexes. But when he did burn the codexes, he also wrote a history about the Mayans, which is pretty extensive. And he cited the fact that the Mayans had the most accurate astronomical calendar in the world. Most of Mayan scholarship is based upon his work. They have to read between it and through it, but he recorded a lot of facts. He didn't destroy everything, but he destroyed the majority of what they had. And Jose commented that the Vatican takes great pride in the fact that the entire civilized world is using their own, the Vatican system. So we're all on Vatican time in that respect.
Right.
And all of this frequency of time and time is money, all of the negative things, you know, stock market and rich people and all this stuff, it's all based upon this antipathetic, patriarchal orientation of time. It's all false. It's a falsehood. Now, the Mayans had a multiplicity of calendars that all, for different purposes, but they all synchronized with the 1320. And every 52 years, now the Mayans had a 260-day cycle based upon the 20. It wasn't what we know as a full year, but it was a 260-day cycle referenced to the galactic center. And the solar, but every 52 years, this 260-day cycle would synchronize with our 365 and a quarter day solar cycle every 52 years. So that's how they would measure sort of a cycle every 52 years. And it's just time is not looked at in the same way. And this is, so now I talked about this last week. I realized when they're referencing their calendar to the galactic center, it's the black sun in the center of the galaxy.
Yes.
And this is, you know, so I realized that this is going to be a source of white noise, and this is also going to correspond to the white noise in Choklavina Cave. And I have been advised to, I was talking about using, you know, radio detection finders or something like that to find the white noise, but I was steered towards using a dowsing rod. So I'm getting, dowsing is something I'm not unfamiliar with. Don't consider myself expert, but then again, I'm getting specific instruction on how to go about it and what to do. So when I get to Choklavina Cave, but without going into that, I'm going to say that I began to explore Stephanie's website, and it's called The Law of Time, and I highly recommend it to everyone because, like, I met Stephanie several years ago, told her where to go in Transylvania. She took my advice. She went. I find this years later, you know, I meet up with her. She started contacting me, and then, you know, when she knew I was going to Shasta. So we met extensively. The second time we met several days in a row. And and then you know, I see her site. So I kind of know her more casually than I do as this incredible author with a great reputation. I didn't come to her, meet her as like a fan of hers, but I'm becoming a fan of hers. And I looked at this Law of Time website, and of course I'm reading it to compose my newsletter, which I'm working on currently, that involves some of this stuff. But when I looked at it, I began to actually study a little bit. It's quite extensive. It's like a whole trip where if you get involved with the Mayan calendar, you can find your birth date, how you identify, but it puts you as part of this galactic cycle, and you start to see the world differently. Now, I can't tell you how differently I see the world because I looked at it for the first time today and saw, I'm trying to find what my designation was. If I could read it to everybody, if it even matters. But
oh, it does.
I know. It was like, you know, you look up your birthday and it says you're this, that, or the other thing. But I can't find it. But you can look up your own, and that's and so I realized, wow. And you're going to start seeing the world from a different reference point. And these things will kind of spill out of her mouth from time to time. or in her email, she'll say this, that. I don't know what she's talking about, but it's okay because and I don't know how much time I have to invest, but I do know that the time I invest in it, it's like changing your paradigm from looking at the world from another reference point. And I said to her, I said, it's very clear to me that Jose was completely enmeshed in the fourth dimension. Although he had a body in the third dimension, he was seeing things. He's an artist. And first and foremost, he was an artist. So he saw everything through the artistic lens. And when he sees things through the artistic lens, it's different. It's a viewpoint. And he figured out how the Mayans are, how this clock of the Mayans, and he basically said that they came here to do an experiment, to codify time, and then to leave. And there's some correspondences with, I think, I forget the other civilizations that they coincided with. So I won't even say them right now, but his videos on YouTube are interesting. And basically they left behind a code to tell us about the fourth dimension. And they had extensive knowledge. So we see extensive knowledge in Egypt, which nobody can quite figure out. They're always puzzled and mystified over it. The Mayans, from what he wrote, seems much more accessible. Stephanie's job is to make it accessible. He assigned her that task. And I said, what did he say before he passed? And I mean, I forget the exact words, but she said, he says, don't forget that, life is kind of like a big cosmic joke. Don't take things too seriously. The whole thing it's like an illusion. And he was able to smile as he passed. I say that somewhat metaphorically. I don't know that he had a smile on his face when he died, but he passed with a lot of awareness of what was going on. And it's like, we're sitting here in this circumstance. It's a better word than a trap. And people that are always interested in jumpstarting their awareness, I would invite them to the Law of Time, because it's the lawoftime.org, not .com, but .org. It's a nonprofit organization. And there is a network of people that's quite extensive. And, she appreciates you, Douglas.
Oh, wonderful.
I mean, we haven't talked extensively about you, but she's heard some of the shows. She knows who you are, and she gets it. It doesn't mean she's going to be, beating down the Aquino path or whatever, because, she's doing what she's doing.
Oh, understood. But she's always welcome to appear here anytime she wants.
Oh, okay. That's great. I want to get my friend Joan on.
Yes.
In fact, I did ask her if she'd come on. That's one thing I want to talk to you. She'll be with me at Shasta in September, but I would like to get her on to relay her story.
That'd be great.
I need to set that up with both of you so that she can, tell her story in her angelic voice and graciousness that she exudes. And it would be a very good show for her to do. As I say, she has the ability when she goes to Shasta to attract people by the bucket loads because of the skill that she has. And she has a full-time occupation.
Wonderful.
But it's just, she considers me a great gift in her life. Well, I consider her a great gift because she's just so insightful. And then when she starts to talk about this stuff, you see the worlds peel apart. And unfortunately, she's an example. So many people who have penetrated the spiritual realm in a dramatic way, it's been accompanied by great suffering. Douglas is one example.
Thank you.
Great suffering. Dennis Adams, who I talked about before, who was a born hermaphrodite, suffered greatly, has great abilities. Joan suffered as well. Of course, comparatively, I don't feel like I've suffered at all. Everybody suffers in the human condition, but I was so fortunate to go in and eliminate the personal suffering that I grew up with, whatever that was, and harmonize it internally in Scientology. It was wonderful, and kind of be done with it. I think the biggest challenge I've had is that people will try and inflict it upon me.
Right.
You think, well, you're not suffering. I'll make you suffer.
That's true. They want to make you suffer as much as they feel they're suffering. There's a pathology about that. Go on.
Oh yeah, yeah, and it's like, I can spot it coming a mile away. Of course, if you're helping them in some capacity, they don't want you to suffer at all because they want your help. That's the best way. And you don't look so happy to me, or you look too happy. Kind of like a drunk would respond.
Yeah.
So, that becomes the biggest challenging because and Jose also talks about entropy. And I mentioned this to you, Douglas. I said something in some message about, I didn't say entropy, but I said about this negativity that people. Let me see if I'm gonna see if I can find what I said to you about. It was a little more than handful of messages ago, but it's basically, of course, entropy represents basically chaos in chemistry.
Yes.
If you get so much, chaos into a mixture, it becomes more chaotic. And vice versa. You get more harmony, it becomes more harmonious. And there is a principle in Scientology that mimics that. It's called, theta, which represents life. Theta is life, the Greek letter theta, which represents life. And then there's something in Scientology called N theta, which means enturbulated life, chaotic, troublesome, suffering. When you have a bunch of theta or life force in a room, the N theta or negativity will disinturbulate, is the word they use, interbulate, Scientology, disinturbulate and become theta. If you have a whole bunch of negativity or N theta in a room or civilization, and you have all that little bit of theta will interbulate into the negativity. It's sort of like mimics a little bit the 100th monkey effect, but it's not. It's like everybody's happy. You got a few people who are unhappy, they become happy. Everybody's unhappy, the few people that are happy become morose and sad. And so this is very important because you were talking about gore porn.
Yes.
Movies with gore porn, and people watch these things. When you watch this stuff, it feeds the negativity. It takes all the life and happiness and sucks it out of you. If you watch people dying, watch movies that are sad, you can have a bunch of people blubbering after watching a sad movie. And it's not to say that all movies that make you cry are necessarily bad. If they move the heart and they touch the emotions, that's what, sometimes there's a virtue in that. But then you also have to wonder if you watch some religious movie and you're not particularly religious, and you watch a movie and it just kind of programs you to feel like, Jesus was good. I should be more like, I don't know what the hell people think after they watch these movies. They made in the 50s, particularly. And it's like, what the hell is this? It's like, I think I lost a friendship over some woman who, had to tell me about seeing The Passion, how beautiful it was. She went to go see The Passion, and how some man came out, and I think he was Jewish, and he was talking all about it, and so excited about The Passion. And I just, I said, well, if you want to believe that crap, because I said, that Passion movie it's all about sadomasochism.
Yes, it was very much, that was gore porn. Yes.
Yeah, I would not watch it, to hell with Mel, as they say. Gibson was the, producer of that, and was very much into the torturous aspect. And yeah, in other words, what is this? It's just a line to program you. So watching gore porn is not good. And but this is different. And it's also part of the challenge of doing Douglas's work. You have to confront great evil.
Yes. At
the same time, it's not gore porn. It's like police work. It's pinning the tail on the donkey.
Thank you.
And this is important. But as I say myself, I had to stop writing the book as I was composing it from articles I was reading online, some of which had been gotten information from Douglas. I knew this.
Yes.
Now, I also had the perspective of Douglas as I was putting the story together. I probably have an intro and a chapter or two, but I hadn't even gotten to the part about Douglas yet, really. I was just going over what was on the net about the objective facts of what were there. I was perhaps in a position to assemble them better than any of the people writing articles, because I have worked with Douglas for a long time, and I have some familiarity and overview of the story that the people writing those articles at the time were citing facts. So I'm putting a lot of context in it. But my dreams became so negative, and the energies I was attracting, to hell with these guys writing doing the trolling. That the trolling is nothing compared to what I was dealing with energetically.
Right.
I said, I mean, I couldn't process energy. Now, maybe, if the Roswell deception was selling more at that time, maybe I would have gotten on the bandwagon and did it, just with much more business in mind.
Right.
But it was not healthy. So there, again, I was just, I stopped it. I didn't abandon the project completely. I just said, I shouldn't do this anymore. And there were two decisions. One was it's the other book is not selling. I can't do another one. And then the second reason was I said, I don't, want this negativity. It might behoove me at some point to dedicate X amount of time to it a day, rather than, it's kind of hard to, work a half an hour on a book a day or an hour a book on a day, because you kind of get into it and get immersed and you start putting hours into it.
That's right.
You just get motivated. But then I realized when I got to a point with all this nonsense, I'm committed to doing it one way or another, even if it ends up as a print on demand book, so that the book can be, read and spread.
Thank you. And I think that the public will be much more responsive to this book than to the Roswell Deception, simply because it's more accessible to them. They're all interested in Satanism and human child trafficking, which is, again, just to show people when Peter Moon's not bothered by the kind of trollery that goes on. It is, of course, in its own way, just ridiculous, and it's almost comical. But try and think of it from our perspective. It does wear on the psyche. With Peter Moon, the sensitivity to his psyche was from something far more metaphysical. It's simply the oppressive nature of the subject, the gravity of the subject is such that this can really bring you down. I mean, there's a price to pay when you're dealing with this subject. And that price is a sense of well-being. You really have to armor yourself. You really have to prepare yourself to immerse yourself in a sewer of shit in a real way. When the other day, for instance, I was bringing up the fact that I related so well to what is essentially a kind of gore porn film, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3D, that's the actual title. And I said, you know, the critics can criticize, but I very much relate to the young female character because she's got a white trash family that is basically cannibalistic. She's raised by the family that massacred them in the most heartless and brutal fashion. There is no real good person here. She just discovers that her roots are very gray, and she winds up bonding with the monster figure who winds up being in its own way, or his own way, benevolent when under her control. So you have this situation that starkly reminded me of what I was just finding out myself simultaneously during that Dragon Boat Festival weekend, which is one of the 4 most important holidays on the Chinese calendar, when I was just finding out more about my white trash family in upstate New York and just what they hid from us. Because remember, in those days, the world was so different. We didn't have the internet. We didn't have so much of the instant communications we have now. Secrets really could be kept in family. And when my father broke away from the Dietrichs up in upstate New York, it turns out that the man whose cock I bit off, my grandfather, survived that a lot longer than I suspected. And even though he was languishing in agony, his family, basically mine, in a very real sense, from the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich's side, they never called my father to tell him otherwise. We were told by the police when they told us to move, they said, this man is dying. His blood loss and everything else, they were telling us he's gone. And so they said, you better get out of here, or everyone in the neighborhood's going to burn your house down, and they're going to burn you down alive with it. We were told that in no uncertain terms. When my father escaped to the other end of the continent, moving to San Francisco to get as far away in the world as he could as possible from that scene, we just were never contacted by the family, and certainly nothing appeared in the papers. So we just went on the idea that he was dead. And of course, the family didn't want my father involved because they wanted all of the will to themselves, which was substantial. And they all have substantial property in upstate New York, the Dietrichs, each and every one of them, including indulgences that blew my mind when I was there. Entire homes that were converted to look like hunting lodges. The inside of entire homes converted to giant model railway sets. To me, this was like degeneracy or decadence on a grand scale that I could never dream of personally. This is what they inherited from my father's ill gains as basically a member of the anti-godly cults of Edom.
You mean grandfather's ill gains?
Thank you, my grandfather's ill gains. My apologies to my father and the man who raised me. And of course, my grandfather's ill gains were because he was involved with a cult of evil that ultimately, the year that it happened was 1968. Around the time that I bit his cock off, 68 or 69, Michael Aquino had just converted to the first Church of Satan prior his establishing the Temple of Set. The Temple of Set did not yet exist, but it was that Church of Satan which my grandfather was affiliated with, albeit indirectly. And because that was established in San Francisco and was very West Coast, he was involved with the aspects that were established by General Leslie Groves. And this was the satanic cult, which ultimately had the connections with Anton Szandor LaVey, and then ultimately with Michael Aquino, who did ultimately, I was told, visit my grandfather while he was languishing and asked him, who did this to you? And when he found out, Michael Aquino was incredibly intrigued. Now, you have some horrible travesty, this tragedy like that. And when I compared someone, say, for instance, there's someone both of us know that, shall we say, is a mutual acquaintance of Peter Moon's and my own, and we were talking about how he liked to trigger people. And this individual basically was triggering a lot of people, and he seemed to be doing this because he thought maybe it was good for them in some way, like tough love or something. But I compared him kind of like to the staple villain in the Saw franchise, which is a totally different franchise from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. But that's where we got onto the fact that gore porn effectively assaults the senses and does horrible things to people when they overindulge, such as rendering them callous to the horrors and also rendering them thirsty for more. It becomes addictive if you go in that direction. It's, of course, a dark path indeed, which is the direction Jameson had gone in. But in the Saw franchise, of course, this idiot was justifying his torturing people because he was claiming that he was curing them of drug addictions. Obviously, this was highly questionable as a motivation for physically torturing people. It was obviously gratuitous sadism. And this is kind of what we run into with the gang stalkers and what could be considered ridiculous and out there. Try and see it from my perspective. Jameson Reese, we all know, knows quite a bit about me from working for several years by now. When he went over to Richard K. Cole Jr. and is obviously being coached by him, you have him now with this multi-$1,000 studio set that he's speaking out of. He is now the star of this kind of little show of his. And out of there, he's claiming, oh, you know, Douglas Dietrich, we can get him arrested because he's confessing that he kills people and drinks their blood, drains them dry of blood. And yet, if he can't be arrested because he'll claim it's artistic license. Now, he knows, as everyone who's ever listened to me knows, I have never said any such thing. I have never killed anyone to drink their fucking blood. Everybody knows the situation in which I get my blood from, which I didn't drink blood, almost completely went dry from it for almost 10 years when I was taking care of my parents. And only began indulging in that when my son got married to his husband. And these young men became available because they also provide transfusions for many of the Silicon Valley executive class. So when I've explained this entire caste system in San Francisco and Silicon Valley in the past, and people understand my place in it, it's something that for someone to just usher in a straw man attack, as these people always do, twist and warp everything I say, and claim I say things I never did. This is all based on hoping to entrap people into this matrix, similar to what Peter Moon is describing with the chronomatrix that we're trapped in by the Gregorian calendar. Basically, we're all on Vatican time, whether we want to be on or not, certainly in the Western world, outside of Islam and the Sinosphere of the Chinese cultural matrix. And there's a few other calendars, but basically, most of us doing business do so on Vatican time. Then you have a certain straitjacket. And this is why he brought up the prisoner. When Peter Moon is describing the prisoner in the prison, when he's talking about the balloon, what they were trying to convey with what special effects technology they had at the time, they were trying to convey an orb. And the orb was basically engulfing people and re-enveloping them in the Matrix. That was the whole point, was that these are prisoners and they're in this Matrix system. And Patrick McGoohan was definitely conveying himself as the former Secret Agent Man. He had that former television series, Secret Agent Man, and he was conveying himself as that character taken to a much deeper level, where the character was now suffering a imprisonment of where you questioned reality itself and whether or not reality was even real. What is real? It was ultimately a metaphysical challenge, is what that was, and it was something that struck everybody where they needed to be hit. What is right, what is wrong? Because as far as the spy was concerned, portrayed by Patrick McGoohan, this could have been something run by his own side. There's a episode where he does escape. He makes it back to England. He confronts his old superiors, who were the same superiors in the Secret Agent Man series, and says, there's this place, and they're like saying, wow, it looks like a good place to retire. I might want to go there myself. And he's saying, no, you idiots, this is some place where people are tortured. And they're like saying, you look pretty healthy to me. And he's saying, it's not like that. It's worse. He's trying to convey this is a breakdown of the mind, a breakdown of reality. And finally, he just tells them either they, meaning the communists, are running this, or you are. And I'm determined to find out who. And he winds up back on the island. So it's like, do you want to know the truth? Is it worth knowing the truth? But all of you are here for the truth and understand the price I've paid for it. And Peter's alluded to that. But look at these people who come here, volunteer to help myself. They want something from me. In Jameson's case, he finally conveyed that he wanted the Vox Arca. That's what he was all about. And he wants to destroy the world. And now he's on the other side making up stories about me, twisting everything I've said. And he's doing so knowingly. So in this sense, all of you are now confronted with that reality and now understand this is what the enemy does. Whereas before, it could be, I was just saying, look, the enemy is conducting an ad hominem attack on my character, and they twist and turn everything I say. They warp it, they mutate it. Whereas before, you could simply say, well, if you look at both sides, who knows? Really, you couldn't, but not if you did any real research. But now it's blatant. So those of you who understood what Jameson Reese was exposed to here, Jambo the Reese monkey, now you see him as basically on the white man's string by his own surrender now to what he before said he would fight unto the death against. Here's this individual who is showing his true side that he always claimed to be aligned with, the anti-gods. And understand that this ad hominem attack on my character, all of this is based on destroying the messenger because there's nothing they can contest about the message. Again, that brings us back to why you have to purchase the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, because that's the message that's out right now. There will be more of the message coming later, but since none of the message is contestable, all they can do is attack the messenger. This is the ultimate crucifixion of someone, and I'm loath to compare myself to Christ in any way, shape, or form, but hey, it's hard to ignore the parallels here.
There were a lot of people crucified besides Christ, and crucified a lot more viciously than he was.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, his was pretty bad. I mean, when you see it the way Mel Gibson portrayed it, because
it wasn't good in any case, yeah. But according to, I think, the New Testament, it's 3 hours, where many of them went on for days.
Yes. No, excellent point. I mean, your point is well taken. So, yes, take this as the public crucifixion that it is, and do respond the way you should, which is, of course, to understand that the message is all important. And certainly, I value the messenger, which is myself. I value myself. And as that one wonderful Jewish American princess, Cynthia Siegel, who sacrificed her career. She was the hostess of the UFO Connection, which was on this small Sacramento channel, and it got taken off the air because she hosted myself, or threatened to do so. She wound up allowing me to present the original Roswell and the Rising Sun at a Denny's that they used to do their MUFON meetings at, and that, of course, shook the world. You see the reaction ever since. And when you see this level of concerted, orchestrated attack, and these maniacal people doing what they're doing now, to the point where, you know, they're dumping private files via Google so that they're noted by any authority who might be watching of child porn into Brendan Zogit's mailbox. You can see why he took the time and trouble to inform me in a number of phone calls over the past several weeks about what's going on. This is war, and they're out to destroy me. And as Cynthia Siegel once said, you have nothing, meaning myself, other than your good name. And as far as I'm concerned, they're doing everything they can to destroy that. And you have to be aware of the fact that everything I say in my name is true. But such being said, it really doesn't matter. It doesn't mean anything were I to die. The message is what's important. And the message is the Japanese won World War II. Your military-industrial intelligence occult complex was dealing in human child trafficking. All of this has been something that I've exposed over the years, and that ultimately, because of experiments performed on myself, not only with nanoplasma, but with neuronic combing, is the term they used, for basically taking my psyche from out of my body and pretty much encoding it, uploading it, into basically a half biological computer, then they created an art-elect that is essentially myself in duplicate. And I helped that art-elect escape to Taiwan, which is now the most technologically advanced nation on Earth, from where the overwhelming majority of microchips source from. And you can take a look at what Taiwan was like prior the time of 1987, and then around the time I helped the Dietrich art-elect escape, around 89 or so. It was then that Taiwan's entire economy began to slowly change and become high technology, ultimately. This was something that took a number of years, but nevertheless, the trend is obvious. It was something historically unprecedented. So with all of that Peter Moon has to address, understand the fact that he's got responsibilities to deal with immediately. He's going to handle them in Romania, a lot of his contract obligations. And this is what he needs to do to make his living. At the same time, he's going to try to do what he can to also get the truth out there. And this is the truth that people demand. You hear these crazy people like Miguel Andahar saying, I'm new age and I want to save the kids from the human child trafficking. And like Brendan Zoget says, and here he is working with the human child traffickers. This is, I don't know what you'd call that level of blatant hypocrisy. This is the madness.
Well, it is hypocrisy. It's superficiality. It's people mimicking life.
Thank you.
It's mimicking life. It's phony.
They're more artificial than the biofaxes. Go on. Yes.
Well, exactly. So it's like, it's lack of authenticity, and it's. I liked what L. Ron Hubbard said. He says, we live in an almost world. He says the policemen are almost policemen. The governments are almost governments. In other words, everything was kind of lower harmonic, degraded aspect of what it would idealistically be. It's an almost world. And we have people like that. They're almost people. You know, they're people in a sense, a legal sense, but they're not real people. As one of my ex-girlfriends said to me when I was going through my divorce and all the problems I was having, she says, the women in your life are not real women.
That's right.
She says, real women don't behave this way.
Thank you.
And it was, you know, it was like, wow. In one sense, she was the first real woman I'd ever had in my life. In one sense, it's like, in one sense.
Now, you had that like, one woman who was basically a Satanist in all respects, and then you had your ex-wife. And what was kind of the similarity or differences between the two of them? They both kind of strike me as almost the same kind of personality type.
Well, there's a narcissism involved, and this is the problem. People become too self-referencing. Just like the baseball player.
Yes.
And it's easy for a baseball player who's, even if he's not a celebrated baseball player, which this guy obviously wasn't, he's celebrated to a certain extent. And he's like the big man on campus. Even when he's amongst other big men on campuses, when he goes off that campus, you know, he might have been, you know, so many pecking orders down with the Oakland A's or whoever he was playing with. When he goes out into the real world, he's the big man on campus. And that's how he looks. This is how these guys often look at themselves. Yes. I've had problems, not necessarily with professional athletes, because I haven't interfaced with them that I can even think of. But when I meet people who are, you know, think of themselves as hot shit in society or whatever, and it's kind of like, I don't, you know, necessarily recognize I can say something to them that just completely throws them off. And so it's like, because you're not, you know, you're not in a position to even want to kiss their ass, even, oh, you're the, I'm this never happened, but I'm saying, oh, you're the president of XYZ Bank. Oh, you must be involved in a lot of, criminal stuff. And I never forget meeting with, having lunch with dinner with the controller of Tyson Industries in Germany. He was at Atlanticron, and very nice man, and we're talking all about the stuff that went on in 2008 with all the bank scandals.
Right.
And I said, I said something about it being utter criminality. He says, well, I wouldn't go that far.
Oh my God.
And of course, a year later, he would have gone that far because, of course, he couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
And, it's just like, yeah, you can't, people don't realize how corrupt the world is. Taking all of this crap seriously. Because people will take, even people I know who like my work or follow my work or follow somebody like you or know who you are, they'll watch TV and listen to the crap. Yeah. And take it too close to their heart.
Yes.
And this is just because that's what's there. If you turn on the box, somebody, my tantrika friend from Australia, she's Romanian, she posted something today. It was a very funny picture. It was a montage of some sort of some artistic rendition. I think it was Frank Zappa, I think, might have put it together because he was in the montage. It shows a toilet upstairs, and it shows the conduit coming down from the toilet going downstairs right into the TV, so, if you're going to be sitting on the couch and watching the TV, it's coming straight from the toilet.
Yes.
I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. It's a sewer of shit. And, so definitely, I think that's an adequate parallel. So also you yourself were treated very differently when there was that unusual influx of money that you took to the bank thanks to proceeds from your books. That was rather unusual in how it arrived all at once, and suddenly you were treated as if you were of substantial worth as an individual at the bank. It was
yeah. In other words, yeah. I mean, money. If you ever have the opportunity to do something with money, or even if you're in a position that you might not be your money, but you're the person at the check writer, you command a lot of respect that you wouldn't ordinarily have. It goes with the territory. And it's just like, wow, you're in a different world. And then I wish I could remember this name's man. This poor Dutch guy who was an international currency trader, and there's videos on him. He had to come out and say he wasn't killed because somebody with the same name was dead, but it wasn't him. They thought, but he was telling all the tales of international currency trading and how it was so vile, how it would crash whole economies. It's part of the game.
Oh.
But he was telling the story on it, and kind of coming clean with it. He wasn't a bad guy, but he learned it from a bad guy who taught him.
Yes.
And says, okay, I'll teach you, but you give me 10% of all your profits. And he did. And then he had to get out of it and it was like a real dirty game of currency trading on big levels. And this is unfortunate what, he was in a position of power. This is what George Soros is. He can crash economies. He can crash stocks. He can do whatever he wants. And he does for whatever motivation he has. This is, when you get so big, it's like manipulating a Monopoly game. It's that easy. Yeah. It just depends what you want to do. Yes. And how you want to do it. And right now, when you talk about the the terrorism or the stuff that goes on perpetrated by Satanists to have starving people. Right now, who's being leaned on and hurt right now with all of this shenanigans that's going on is the middle class. The middle class is becoming, we've talked about defunding the police. They're defunding the middle class. And they've been doing this for a long time. We're defunding the middle class. We don't need a middle class. And there is so much money in the middle class, particularly in the upper middle class.
Yes.
They're sitting on so many pockets of money, and I don't think any of the stuff that's going on seriously drains them. I mean, one of my friends who had a lot of access to wealth and super wealthy people had, I think when we had the last crash, and I think this was, I don't remember, it was, I think when Obama came into office, it was a crashed economy, and she says, well, you know, people who had 10 million now have 3 million. And their psychology is a whole lot different. People who had 20 million now have 8 million. And so because they lost it in the, you know, deflated prices of whether it be the art market, the stock market, the real estate market. So, you know, having great wealth can lead to a lot of misery. Because what was it, this astrologer, Kaipacha, said, you know, he says, I just basically lost everything. You know, he was talking about investing in Bitcoin. Mm-hmm. And before it went real high, he says, I kind of lost everything. You know, and I don't think he lost everything. He seems to have a good astrology business.
He's still got that, yes.
Is he lost his retirement money. Yeah. Like, in other words, he was looking forward to retiring. Mm-hmm. Now he says, now I have to keep doing astrology. And maybe that's good. You know, actually, he owned up to his mistake really good. He had a very good attitude about it.
Right.
Because I don't know that it's healthy for anybody to stop working. You know, retire, and what are you going to do? You know, go out and mow the lawn? One of the most, you know, I think the first time I ever heard anything like this, I was reading about Lyndon Johnson after he, you know, retired in disgrace as the president of the United States. Yeah. And they were writing an article. I don't know if it was after he died. I think it was after he died. He didn't live that long. But one of his workers, they were talking about him, and he said, you know, workers on his ranch. He had a ranch, and, you know, he'd bring his staff in, his workers. These are guys, ranch type people. Mm-hmm. And he'd start like ordering them about how to build a fence, like as if he was, you know, doing a war plan for Vietnam or something. Wow. He said it was completely ridiculous. You know, he's like giving all these orders about building a fence. It's like, you know, and they just considered him off his rocker. You know, like, okay, go build the fence. They could probably tell him how to build the fence better than he could tell them.
Of course.
You know, but maybe he, you know, he wanted his specifics, but he was making too big of a deal out of building a simple fence.
Well, it was definitely, I forget the name of the woman who wrote the book, but one of the women who wrote what, at least for a long time, was considered a definitive biography. I think it was titled Lyndon Baines Johnson and the Great Society, talks about the kind of mental degeneration that he obviously was afflicted with after his retirement. When he said, I'm not going to run for president for a second term, that could have been a factor that he may have been aware, at least to a degree, or maybe people around him were making him aware, that at least to a degree, that he was basically entering a kind of state of senility, or that his functioning was flawed enough where he was concerned. So when he retired, there were memories that he was sharing with people that people were saying never happened, etc. So he was kind of like really just fading out. It was very sad. Yeah, he was when Peter Moon says that the man was in disgrace. It was, as I said, it was a incredible time where America was fighting a war in Vietnam. They were waging the war on poverty at home, and they had the space race simultaneously. I mean, that's very few administrations have so many incredibly national, a trio of national mobilizations happening simultaneously like that is, I don't think there's any administration like it. And yet, he burned out in one term and just, I got to go, he said. And so it obviously destroyed him. So I don't know what else you have to add to that, Peter, but hopefully that puts the context out there for some of our listeners.
Well, yeah, and Lyndon Johnson, I don't know if you ever read this, and this is pretty well known. It's this, I'm not making this up, nobody made it up, but one of the things he was, well, first off, this has nothing to do with what I'm going to say, but he had a drinking fountain put in the Oval Office or in the White House where he could go and fill it up with Fresca. Fresca, the soft drink Fresca.
Yeah.
He liked Fresca. Yeah. That was kind of stupid.
Well, it was developed by the Nazis, just so people know. A bit of trivia there for you. Fresca was a Nazi soft drink. You don't find it much anymore, but
isn't it the same as Mountain Dew?
I don't know. I don't know. They may have changed the name for just the reason that everybody began to know that Fresca was developed during the time of the Third Reich, so that's possible.
It had a rather I tasted it back when it came out in the 60s, and then I tasted Mountain Dew. It was horrible. The worst drink I think I've ever tasted, in fact, is something called Malta India. And Malta India, it's a soft drink. It's basically very Puerto Rico.
It sounds disgusting.
No, and the way I found out about Malta India, we were doing some work for this guy who he needed some business stuff from Malta India, and he was not Indian. He said, what is Malta India? And he explained it to me. He said, it's a soft drink that's very popular in Puerto Rico and other Caribbean countries. And it's kind of like a corn soft drink, like carbonated corn.
So it's just basically high fructose corn syrup that they've malted and carbonated.
If it was just corn syrup, it would probably taste good.
Oh, okay. Good point. Good point.
But this stuff was like, let's see. It says an energetic beverage that's refreshing and non-carbonated. A favorite beverage, not carbonated, among Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Cuban, Haitians, Jamaicans,
oh my God,
and everybody else who can't escape the Caribbean.
Yeah, you know what that is? That comes from, like, these are rum people. That's rum culture, and it's like the rum is like, my dad told me, because my dad was really into alcohol. He said, yeah, the rum is the worst. It's the rum hangovers is because it's basically that sugar that they've gotten the alcohol out of the sugar, so it's basically a sugar hangover.
This is what it says: the malted beverage is made from barley, hops, and water, with a sweet molasses. It's a unique flavor. And it's, I found it very challenging. But what I was told was that it's now popular there. It is actually helps you because it's very hot. It helps you with the heat.
Okay.
So that's good. But I remember meeting this, he's been a friend for many years. I haven't seen her in a while, but I one time, I was trying to guess what nationality was because I couldn't guess, and she was Puerto Rican. Very striking lady.
Wow.
And I said, oh, you know about Malta India, and she just kind of smiled at me and laughed because she knew exactly what I was talking about. She's like bicultural.
Right.
She's very Hispanic, but she's also Americanized. She knew exactly. In other words, it's not something that she got the joke.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily, and some people like it, some people don't. You kind of have to be Hispanic to appreciate it. And if I think I was around a bunch of Hispanic people, and I wanted to adapt and feel at home, I'd say, "You got any Malta India?" And they, "Oh, you're one of us." I mean, I try, right. I could, but anyway, that's so back to LBJ and Fresca. Well, no, LBJ had a characteristic, Lyndon Baines Johnson, that with the press is he would have them come in and talk to them while he was on the John, and he would, stroke his, his private parts.
This is what I was told. I always found that I was told that there were photographs of him talking to the press while being given an enema, even. So apparently this is all true. Please continue.
Well, yeah, well, it wasn't like he was getting some sort of sexual thing off of it. It not necessarily. He was just kind of like showing a certain amount of disrespect to the press.
Okay.
It was like, it wasn't even like he didn't care about it. He was just, like, this is what I think of you people.
Or could it have also been some kind of really misdirected sense of trying to appear homey and folksy and look, I'm just regular?
No, more like superior.
Okay.
Like he's the king, and you're not going to say anything about this. You're not going to do anything about it. You're going to have to look at me. I'll talk to you while I crap. It's not a very, polite thing to do.
Oh my God.
You can never imagine the Kennedys or Reagan, George Bush, George W. Bush, maybe. He might, but that's the only reason he wouldn't have done it, because he didn't think of it.
Right. Right. No, but what you're saying is this is true pathology. I mean, this individual is truly, that LBJ was truly mad, that this person was like a mad king. He was just at that level of, where he was lording it, literally lording it over the press. That is so repulsive.
Yeah, in other words, politics is all about power, and he was. I think Nixon called LBJ. He called, I think, the three greatest politicians of the last century, or the century which Nixon lived in. Yeah. He said were Teddy Roosevelt, FDR, and LBJ. He didn't mean he wasn't saying they were good people. He's saying they're good politicians. And certainly they were powerful politicians.
Right.
And LBJ was a great politician because he could get legislation passed. He could work. He was the very powerful person in Congress, in both as a congressman and senator. He had a very bad reputation for all the, skeletons in the closet. But the skeletons in the closet don't matter. They matter maybe moralistically, but they don't matter in politics, because if you're a good politician, you can keep the skeletons from being discovered. It's all about the power.
Yeah.
People may know the skeletons are there, but they can't do anything about the skeletons. So he was a good, effective politician and known to both houses of Congress. And then when he became vice president, he could strong-arm legislation through, because he knew the Congress. It was his home territory. And when he became president, he could still do it, because he had all that. He had power in the Congress that nobody did. And he was able to wield power to get all this legislation passed for the Great Society and whatnot.
Right. I mean, go on.
And some of the legislation, civil rights, in other words, he was no champion of the black person, but he also realized we lived in times where, life needed to be upgraded. And it did upgrade things.
Right. Let's put it this way. When Peter Moon says that here was this great politician, despite everything we just described, which makes him sound as if he couldn't get anywhere. Obviously, either Peter Moon or myself behaving like that, we couldn't get anywhere. But with this person behaving even maniacally, for lack of a better word, certainly pathologically, and doing so with open disdain for the very people who you would think would have the power to do some damage to his repute. One of the reasons why he was such a great politician was, as Peter alludes to, when it comes to the civil rights era. And I mean, these were the greatest social changes since the time of Franklin Delano Roosevelt and his version of the Great Society, the New Deal. And this was like a new deal. And when LBJ got that through, what made him, quote unquote, the great politician, somebody who was unprecedented in his ability to move mountains, perform miracles in a sense, was he turned everything on its head. Whereas before, basically any black in their right mind would be Republican. And this was at the same period of time that Malcolm X put out the statement, any black man who votes for the Democrats is a chump. And if you're voting for the Democrats, and he was speaking to fellow blacks, Malcolm X here, he was saying, if you're voting for the Democrats, you're a chump. And he was basically telling them, don't be a chump. Don't vote for the Democrats. But what LBJ did was, with the war on poverty, he essentially, and believe me, I'm a person who believes in equitable redistribution of wealth. So I'm very much sympathetic with the idea of universal basic income, but this was not universal basic income. This was basically what LBJ did was he bought off the blacks by providing welfare. And when he did that, he got the blacks voting Democrat, which was before the party of the KKK. So you're talking about this man with a deep Southern accent, sounding like he's a Klansman himself in terms of a stereotype. But he was basically telling the people around him, I'm going to get those niggers voting Democrat for the next 200 years. I mean, this is literally a paraphrase or perhaps even an exact quote. It was pretty much exactly what he said. And so by instituting this war on poverty and establishing welfare in predominantly, if not exclusively, black communities, he suddenly made the Democrats the party of the blacks. This is what turned politics on its head in the United States and reversed the pattern that had existed since the Civil War. So that was mind-bending. This was the world turned inside out. And think of the time, this is the decade into which I was born, 1966. So I was born while this man was president. It was a time that when I tried to tell people how different the world was, and I'll have Peter Moon provide some insight here before he retires into the gentle night. One time I had this son of a bitch named Keith Johansson on, and I had actually covered this with Crystal River and Peter Moon the night that I got deathly sick when I was trying to drink a bunch of the stupid fluid prior to a colonoscopy, and I got deathly sick on air. And Peter Moon and Crystal River held the show, and they did so with remarkable professionalism. But around the time I was alluding to this, but I spoke of different parts of it, there was this creep named Keith Johansson at the time, and Michael Aquino was still alive at that time. Believe it or not, it wasn't that long ago, and yet Michael Aquino was still alive, and he was trying to appeal to Michael Aquino by ambushing me on my own program. But this guy named Keith Johansson used to work for NATO, and he was involved with the basically the European headquarters in NATO, and he used to basically have to collate the documents that were then, he would sign off on them. So his signature would be on top of a sheaf of documents that would be given to Richard Nixon to review. So he had this position in the military where here he was at the NATO headquarters, and as a sergeant, his final duty was to take all the officers' papers, collate them, and then sign off that they're in the appropriate order. And then his signature, they told him, your signature is what's the first thing that's seen by Richard Nixon when he opens up these documents that are sent from NATO for him to review. So, you know, when you're in a position like that, and this happens in the military all the time, a lot of people become like Ed Danes. They go crazy because you're in a position like that, and there's nothing you're going to get in civilian life that ever feels as important, that ever makes you feel as if you're that on the tip of the cutting edge of what's going on in the world. ever again. And Peter Moon felt this when he was working with L. Ron Hubbard directly, when he was involved on the Apollo. It's a kind of feeling that you've got to find something else in life, because you're never going to feel that way again, unless you make a career of the military, which this idiot did not. And he spent, the next several years, decades really, working with boxing in some Target, where he was at some, Target warehouse where, like Walmart, one of these franchise box stores, and his job was boxing things on an assembly line. So, he was fantasizing, I'd like to get back into intelligence work, like intelligence analysis. And I said, you fucking idiot, you can't do that without any resume. You're basically going to be considered fit for nothing but packing boxes like the rest of your life, because that's what you're doing now. And they told him that at the EDD. But when I invited him on my show, then he tried to ambush me and get into an argument with me and contradict what I had to say, because he was trying to impress Michael Aquino and thought Aquino might give him a position back in intelligence if he fucked over Douglas Dietrich on his own show. This is what I found out later and was confirmed by people who spoke to him. And yeah, he was also a Freemason, by the way. And that didn't help him any when he thought he was going to get a job with the post office. And they told him, practice parking your car opposite direction from what you normally park, because that's what postmen have to do. And he didn't practice. And then he failed the postal test. And then he was approaching the Freemasons who were at the post office, saying, can you get me this job even though I failed the test? And they said, oh, we'll try. Yeah, sure. And they didn't do shit for him. But, one of the things that was so ridiculous was his method of attack, very similar to my gang stalkers, when I was talking about the little things about that time in the world, when LBJ and Nixon were president, and what Peter Moon is relating to us now. Think about our world now and how many items we take for granted that were not available when I was born. And if some of those common lifestyle amenities that you think of, just think of this. When I was born, they didn't exist. There were no photocopiers. There was no Scotch tape. There were no personal computers. There was no erasable ink. There were no cell phones. There was no satellite imaging. There was no videotape. There was no cassette tapes, no CDs, no computer graphics, no big screen televisions, no digital watches. And the only place you found Velcro was at NASA. There were no microwave ovens, no GPS, or global positioning systems. And you only had 4 or 5 channels on TV. There were no cordless phones even. There was not even any portable radios, really. Most electrical appliances, most items whose name includes the word instant, did not exist. There was no realistic cinematic special effects, no live television reporting of major events anywhere in the world. There were no inexpensive Asian-made cars, no flavored potato chips, believe it or not, and vacuum-preserved dinners didn't exist, and aluminum cans weren't even existing yet. The military used to have tin fucking cans that weighed a goddamn ton. It's like they called them iron rations. I mean, this was the world I was born into. When I was bringing this up, this son of a bitch was saying, oh, we had all that. We had all that. I mean, I've given you my analysis of this, of why someone would say something that crazy. At that point, you might as well just tell the kids, Hitler had cell phones. That's why he's got so many selfies. I mean, but Peter, is there any other reason you can think of why someone would do what they did like that on my program when I'm guesting them, other than what I've said? I mean, you might have some other insights or, whatever you care to polish off tonight before you retreat into the gentle night. Run with it.
Well, first thing I would correct you. We did have Scotch tape when you were born.
Okay.
There was Scotch tape. I used it. And there was erasable ink. It just wasn't very good. You could erase with ink, but it wasn't something you wanted to use.
Okay.
It wasn't as refined. But that's all. But in reference to what the world is different. The world changes. And one thing I want to say about the Mayan factor is that Jose Arguelles was pointing out how civilization is moving towards, he goes into different aspects, but it's moving at a peak period to where it's just like, a graph of all the technological development. it's like going straight up, meaning we're reaching a crisis point.
Absolutely.
Of enormous proportions. And what I find fascinating about that, I've always had a very relaxed viewpoint about the apocalypse. I never buy into it because I think it's a personal thing. And I've always felt in this world, I'll have enough time. I'm here to do what I'm here to do. And once I do what I do, I'm done. Now, it's very self-referencing, you know, because I can only do what I can do. I can't save the world. That's not my mission to save the world. At best, you can help save the world, but even what's saving the world? What's the world, you know? It's not as motivating as saving the family house, so to speak. If you were saving the family house, which sometimes people will do, save their family's house from being repossessed or something. But, you know, we're here, we're all incarnated. What fascinates me about the apocalypse, if it were, when I say the apocalypse, I mean a crisis point where, you know, civilization just goes absolutely berserk. As berserk as it's gone in the last, and Jose said after 2012, it's just going to get more and more and more this way. You know, he pointed 9/11 as a major marker. But as it gets crazier and crazier, he's basically saying it will get crazier and crazier. And we've seen a lot of craziness unleashed in the last couple of years. And so, but what fascinates me is, well, why did so-and-so die 3 years ago? Why is so-and-so going to die next year? Say if the literal shit hits the fan in, say, 2030, you know, I'd be 77. Okay, I get to see, you know, the world go to hell in a handbasket. You know, and I could say, well, you know, I'm 77. Yeah, okay, well, you know, I kind of lived a long life. Good for me. If I have to kick it in now, okay, well, I got 77 years. That's kind of a funny attitude, though, because in 70, you know, it's like if the world was going to hell in a handbasket, somehow you think it would have some impact on you. You know, you didn't save it. You didn't do that. Well, not that I ever thought I was supposed to save the world. It's kind of like about saving yourself, because who else can you save? I mean, you can help people. You got to deliver yourself. So the, you know, so, I mean, what about all the people who died before you? Oh, they didn't have to go through this horrible thing. It's just like life is so relative. So we're living in a time of great relativity where, but what about all those people who died the last 2,000 years ago? In the last 2,000 years, they died. How come, you know, I get to see this quote unquote special time in history? I think if I look at my own life of 69 right now, and I look back, I said, man, I've been exposed to so many things that the previous generation wasn't exposed to, just in terms of history, not in terms of my own specialized life path, which has had a lot of different experiences than most people. You know, and there's so much, and then we've had this boom of information and literature where so many more things are accessible. You can go back and get a beat on any sort of history you want on the YouTube if you want to look about it. You can get some sort of beat on it. A lot easier than strolling through the library. So it's, you know, we're living in a critical time period. I know you've rendered some apocalyptic renditions of the world.
Yes.
And it's, you know, there's a thing about the world is, you know, it just keeps on ticking.
Yes. It
just keeps on ticking. And if it were to go to hell in a handbasket, the world would keep on ticking. The trees and the plants and the bushes would keep on growing, even if they're limited. They keep on going. You've got the inner earth and all that's going on there. It continues. It's kind of like was once a science fiction story I read, Riverworld, where everybody who's ever lived in history is incarnated on this one planet. And there's this one kind of giant guy from the giant past. He's trying to get to this certain location that's the top of the world. And every time he almost gets there, he falls off or something. He never quite makes the final trip to, well, it's not Shambhala, but it's
the pole,
rough.
Isn't it? Wasn't it the pole?
Yeah, it's the pole. You read the book. Yeah,
I'm somewhat familiar with it. Yes, go on.
It's a great science fiction epic. Philip Jose Farmer is my favorite science fiction author by far.
Wow.
Because his work is so colorful.
Right.
But yeah, Joe Miller was the guy's name. This kind of Neanderthalic like giant. And yeah, he's like every time he gets to the top of the world, he falls off. And it's like this repeated pattern. It's kind of like, okay, he doesn't make it. And what
do you think was Philip's ultimate point by that?
He had, I remember one of my friends, I was talking about reading the book, and he goes, it's so weird. That story is so weird. And it was weird. But it was very entertaining. I mean, Philip Jose Farmer is somebody, as they say, the main aspect of his work is he colors your imagination. His imagination is so rich that you're going into the world of the imagination. You don't even care about the, what is the deeper meaning. I mean, they're just people having adventures in a crazy ass universe.
Right.
And
I think the title for the sequel was Dark Design. That was the title it was part of the River.
That might have been the third book.
There we are, like part of a trilogy, the River World, right, franchise.
Yeah, he had different books, and River World, I don't know if he wrote he kind of finished it off. Right. Then he wrote I think at least two books. I think it was called Day World.
Yes, Day World Breakup.
Yeah.
That was the second one.
When Day World Breakup, yeah.
I was just thinking about that this morning. Go on.
Yeah, because Day World is where the character, he lives in an apartment that, due to population constriction, he's put into hibernation. You live in an apartment with your wife, and then you're put into hibernation 6 days a week. So you have the place on Monday, and every Tuesday another couple comes in and occupies the house. Every Wednesday another couple. And he becomes a daybreaker to where he's now living every day of the week, and he's not supposed to. He's not going to hibernation. He's broken the rules. Right. So he has a different wife every other day. And he has to deal with all these 7 different wives, and then he becomes identified as a daybreaker or something.
Wow. Holy
He's
shit.
got to fight the society. That's always the science fiction, fighting the techno society. He's a daybreaker.
That's right.
Because and that's that was an interesting concept. I did not enjoy it as much as Riverworld, but my favorite one was how I was introduced to him, was called The World of Tiers, Tiers, a world with it was tiered like a pyramid instead of a sphere, and each about 5 layers of the world were different civilizations, and that was a story, and that's several books, at least 5, about what he calls pocket universes, where you go through a geometric gate into different universes as you evolve through the trilogy. Or that it was much more than a trilogy. I think it was 5 books. Wow. And just highly entertaining and colorful. And Philip Jose Farmer, later, and after I was introduced to his work, one of his most bizarre books is called Tarzan Alive, where he claims, and you go to get the book, you go into the biographical section of the library to get it. It's listed as a biography, which kind of puzzled his publishers, but that's the only place they could list it. He claims to have done extensive research on the history of Lord Greystoke, the man we know as Tarzan. And this was before there was any Greystoke movie called Greystoke. And he claims to have traced an ancestor, or the ancestral line of the character known as Greystoke, and determined that Edgar Rice Burroughs, who wrote the Tarzan books, had based his works on a real character that Edgar Rice Burroughs had interviewed and met. And he writes this whole book about it. And then there's this real man that Tarzan was made, that was Tarzan, and that he had a basic, and I don't know how he found this out, but he actually got to have an interview with the guy. He was so astute at tracing down this Greystoke character, whatever his real name was, line of English nobility, that he traced him down and he found him. And the guy did agree to a 15-minute interview where he talked to him. And there is, Philip Jose Farmer did an interview about it. He didn't show the interview with the man on French TV. It's somewhere on YouTube. I haven't watched it in a long time. It took me a long time to find it because we didn't used to have YouTube. Right. And the original interview was in French, except Philip, I think, was in English. I think he did his research in France, right, part of it. And so he basically said that not only did this man live, and he had a scar on his forehead that, was indicative of one of the experiences discussed in the book, but the book is very fictionalized, of course, but that he actually had an elixir of immortality that he took. And this is why he looked so young, the Philip Jose Farmer. So he had some form of eternal youth or perpetual youth that he took. And that's Philip Jose Farmer. Now, Philip Jose Farmer also, and I don't know if they have it on the internet anymore, because he used to write pseudo-history. Mm-hmm. It was called pseudo-history. And he would go into the details of the characters that, we all know from those Universal horror movies. Mm-hmm. And he did it through the artifice of, I think, characters that were Abbott and Costello were based on. I think there's two characters in comic books, Mutt and Jeff or something, but they were based on two other characters that were like Abbott and Costello were based on. And he goes into this apparently fictitious archetype of who these characters were, and he builds this whole history. He starts telling you who Igor really was from the movies, and who Frankenstein was, and who Mary Shelley really was. And it's so concocted, so elaborately, it's as if it becomes real. It doesn't seem to contradict history. Maybe if you look closely, it did. It was so weird. He's one of the weirdest, and I say this with respect. Was a very weird man. And I know I say that with respect, and creative with a capital C.
Right. Understood. I appreciate it. And definitely something to look into. I'll look into it myself. You could find Sci-Fi Channel made a film on the River World series. There's not much you can do with it in 2 hours, but I'd like to hear your review of that. You should.
I saw the River World. I saw it on Sci-Fi Channel.
Okay. What did you think?
Well, they butchered it, but it was still very good.
Okay.
I really said, wow, this is good. I mean, and they cut it off. They didn't do it because obviously it wasn't that popular.
Right.
It wasn't that popular. It was, but it was, I thought it was very good. I just wish they wouldn't have butchered the story. They made Nero a main character and made him much more muscular and athletic than he would have been in real life.
Of course.
That was horrible. I mean, that was bad. Well, anyway, with that, I'll say goodnight. And
as always, Peter, it's wonderful to have you with us. Goddess bless you, and we all love you dearly. Share that love with PAIʻEA, and we're so excited to have you sharing all that you do with us prior to your journey to Romania, which will happen all too soon. Time passes by so fast. And thank you for helping myself with fundraising, and people do respond, and very much appreciate it in that regard as well. Peter is truly a partner in this assault on the senses from the Gorno freaks of Edom. And with that, sir, you have a blessed night, and may all your dreams be peaceful.
Okay, thank you. Enjoy the night.
Thank you.
Hi, Viviana.
Thank you.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Yes. Now, I can't resist this. I'm going to say that Peter Moon knows Scotch tape existed because he took the Scotch tape challenge when he was young, and he found himself wrapped in it and could never forget the pain of being a hairy male, pulling all the Scotch tape off. That was imbued into his mind the rest of his life, that branding pain of pulling all the hair from his legs and various other parts of his body when he was trying to remove the tape on the Scotch tape challenge. How's that? So can't resist that.
Must have been very bored.
What about these kids who do similar challenges these days? They have this stupid duct tape challenge, and I think one child ultimately died. I mean, they wrap themselves in duct tape and see if they can escape by bouncing around, and eventually you can't do that without slamming your head against something. It's honestly, kids, if you want a challenge, read a goddamn book. Maybe investigate some of the ones Peter was mentioning. But that being said, honey, so glad you're back with us. I hope your time hosting your other live stream went well. Was it enjoyable?
Oh, it was so fun. Yes. Thank you.
Wonderful. Yes, I think that works out well. So will that be the norm with every episode now? I can work with that. I can work with that easily. So is that to be expected?
No.
Oh. Okay.
No, we just like to go live when certain topics rise and we all have to just talk about it because it's like, we have a lot of people that just enjoy being in lives and chatting, and that seems to be the norm. And so if we have, content that's juicy, definitely we need to take advantage of that at the time just to congregate, talk about it, have a different perspective or point of view.
Yeah. Well, definitely see if you can bring some people on to share the stage with us, and then I can refresh myself in good conscience. And that was kind of unusual.
Do you want me to?
Yeah.
Do you want me to share screen as well?
Oh, sure, if you wish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
not if you feel that it might knock you off the phone call. I mean, whatever you feel comfortable with. Oh, yes. Now she's sharing screen. So what I need to do is make my screen larger so I can see her. There, I see it. Yeah, she shared screen successfully without knocking herself off call. So that's cool. And yeah, try Brandon Young, for instance, and whether or not he responds is up to him. All the usual suspects. You can try Daniel Arola, whether or not he wants to come on or not. We'll find out.
Well, he said he was practicing with the band tonight.
Oh, he did? Oh, he responded?
Yeah. Well, I texted him. Yes, I did. I texted him. I mean, I wrote him in the thing. I don't text him. I wrote him in the chat.
That's incredible. You mean, is that something I can find here on this chat, or this was a separate chat?
This was a person-to-person chat because
okay, no worries.
I knew he had a wrench, so I asked him if he could come and wrench over on your channel while I was gone.
Oh.
Yeah. Hello, Sammy.
There
Welcome back. And
hey, how you doing?
Thank you so much. So, Sammy, I'm going to ask you again to hold the stage with Viviana while I refresh myself. Is there anything you want to say before I refresh myself for a period of, 10 minutes or so?
No, go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. And Noreen says she's at the market, so hopefully she'll be joining us soon. And in the meantime, the two of you I know have this thing well in hand. And what I'll do is I'll go mute and refresh myself. I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. And everyone, do enjoy the company of this wonderful couple. Certainly, George Knight is welcome to join us if he becomes available. I did see him in the live stream. I do want people to know that I'm not going to ignore live stream. Mirth Ling is there. And so as well as Aloma Alber, and who's talking about Fresca, and a few other people that Chris Collins and the like, as well as a few others. So I'll tend to all that, maybe answering some questions or looking into what people are saying when I return. But in the meantime, as I said, this wonderful, not couple in the sense of couple, but this wonderful couple of people, Sammy and Viviana, will entertain and inform you all. So I will go mute and I shall return. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome back,
Hey.
Sammy. Oh, that was
Hey.
so intriguing what you were talking about. I loved every bit of it. So I love your passion for, again, tell me what they are, because I want to call them cryptids. I don't know why, but you call them
the hominids.
Homonyms.
Hominids, like the
Hominids.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
honestly, this is just really all the stuff that I've learned from Dietrich. Doug. And stuff that I just, it fascinates me. It leads to, you look things up and you start kind of, everything starts confirming itself in a sense of why things are done how they're done, especially even history. Yeah, I mean, it's fun, it's fun, especially
It's
coming from a
definitely
source like him. It's like, it's pretty much you're getting it from the source, at least close to. But yeah, how about yourself? How was your show, your transmission?
It actually was very good. It was very fun. And I had actually a woman named Natasha Cooper, who I actually came out talking about in part of my, it was actually a hate-love relationship. And now we are conjoined and I support her. And she actually has done a vast, extensive work on Dyatlov Pass. So tonight she came up on panel and we were discussing her work on the Dozier School for Boys. And today she actually went out there went physically out there because she's 45 minutes from it. Right. So the chat was very engaged in that because they're following her work and bringing it to light. But she went to the actual property and drove around, and then she's going to go get like her machete and go chop down the overgrowth and go visit the
oh wow.
Yeah, so that will be interesting. So she was on my panel, and anytime she's on the panel, her following, they love to go wherever she is. So they were in chat engaging. It was just a really good time with my friend Whiskey and Natasha on panel, and so it was fun. I had to edit it though, so it's not up right now.
Right. Well, I'm gonna tell you what. When you have Doug up there, he's really gonna blow the doors off your transmission.
Oh, I hope so, for sure.
Especially with when he starts relating some of the stuff that especially dealing with anything to do with quote unquote that era in the 80s with the whole child abuse and quote unquote satanic panic. The reason why too, what I was drawn to Doug, because he really connected the dots to even my childhood. I'm a millennial, right? So I remember even in the early 90s when I was like 5 years old, maybe 6, 7. My parents used to warn my twin and I, you need to be careful because they're abducting children. My brother and I were actually almost abducted. This is probably around 1989, maybe 1990, that we were almost kidnapped. As kids, we were toddlers, and we're two twins, so luckily my sister ended up stopping whoever was trying to abduct us.
Oh goodness.
So I could have been one of those victims. That's why.
Do you actually remember this scenario?
No, but what my sister told me was that this van pulled up, and this Caucasian lady was about to pull us in the van. This was like, I don't know what type, a van, really.
it's very interesting because, if you read these stories like Jenny Gosh and, etc. But in this case, it's very real, as far as in that time frame, in that era where this was still going on, and I was born in '87, so this was at the height of what Doug was exposing in the Presidio and what was going on there. So I mean, the Presidio only closed really in '94, decommissioned, and officially it didn't close till maybe a little bit after that. But a lot of this really kind of ties into, I have to tie it into my paradigm and my past because it's what I have to go off of, right? And it makes a lot of sense. In which my parents were right in the sense of, and I'm not saying it's just child abductions don't happen. In fact, they still do happen. This is one of the statistics that the FBI does not track, is child abductions. I don't know if you know that. They don't ever keep tabs on it because it would probably alarm the public how disgusting it is as far as the number of children going missing. It's horrific, but being that said, it's one of those things where I like to know these type of things because they're just a part of my background, at least part of my life that I was almost going to experience, and it's just very good to learn, especially anything to do with at least your childhood. You discover things. It's very to me, it's very gratifying in the sense that it kind of confirms some of the things that I thought, and it's not just, quote unquote, a hoax, which it's not really. It's something serious.
Yeah, it's something that even the government partook in, correct me if I'm wrong, when it was the Satanic Panic scandal where they just basically wanted to denounce the testimony of the families and the children and cover it up in a sense. So that was more conspiracy, and how dare you ever, consider this as truth.
Well, as far as the Dozier dig, I mean, the White House Boys, that book that was published, it talked about pretty much, and it's almost in your face in the sense that, it's not the fact that it didn't happen. It's more of, you have these representatives in government that they're, for the most part, most of them are all compromised in the sense that they have something on them. And this is just me in a sense that, for example, if you ever look at any of senators or anybody in government, nobody's clean in a sense of not having some type of corruption. And then, it's not a surprise. It's really not. I think anybody thinking politics is squeaky clean out there obviously, don't know anything. That's just what America is. We're big on image. We're big on, hearing nice stuff. It's really, politicians are mostly actors or a form of them. So, it's just one of those things where it confirms a lot of what, most everybody knows. It's just people tend not to really care because it's very, very scary stuff in the sense of, it really tells you how much America is really, Babylon, quote unquote, in the sense of we have a lot to atone and a lot to improve because it's staggering, as far as the statistics on children gone missing.
Yeah, definitely. Just part of our history that, society. And what I was intrigued about and what I'd love to find out is if the people that were running the school, like what were their affiliations as far as, you know, Freemasons or Natasha was saying that one of the, I forgot what the whip, it was called the Whip Man or something. He was he went to the same church that her father and her lineage had went to. And I found that interesting, but I just always want to know, like, what gave these men such power, and why did they feel that they were above reproach as far as how far they got away with and how history even protects them now to this day?
Oh, and you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You know, I mean, you go down the list, it's just not. I mean, let's just go back to the January 6th. I mean, these people should be incarcerated. People should be doing time. You know.
No, now they're pretty much dead. I mean, it was inactive. It was active for 111 years.
Okay, what are you talking about? This is Dozier, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about the Dozier.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. No, I mean, keep going. Please elaborate.
Oh, yeah, I just found it interesting. Like, I'd love to go into, but she was saying that, like, the town doesn't want to talk about it. It's something they want to just forget about, and so you can't really approach people and talk about them openly because it's just shameful towards them. But the history is definitely fascinating. How this happens in our own generation, we don't even know about it. But it reminded me how, like, one person bringing something to light, such as like the Canada Children's, the boarding school that we just saw in the last couple of years, how this generation was so passionate to talk about it. I'm hoping that something like that would happen just continually, because it's great content for even the youth. I mean, even if they cover it just on TikTok for, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 50 seconds, to bring light to the fact that children and people go missing.
Right.
I don't know.
I mean, that's absolutely true. I think, it's just these subjects are very, they're not very nice subjects. These are, when you're faced with the reality of the horrific corruption and, this disease of, of abuse that, has been going on. It's a subject that's very sensitive in the sense that people just don't want to face. And it's, unfortunately, it's going to continue happening because, abused people, victimized people grow up to be the same thing, at least in most cases. They like to abuse, they like to bully. And it's one of those things where I understand, you never want to be growing up feeling like a victim, but what I've always seen, though, is, and this is, coming from a minority standpoint, people that are non-minorities or quote unquote white, they don't like to sympathize with no one else's pain but theirs. And I'm almost like a dehumanizing way where only them can feel pain. Only they are to talk about their victimization. Oh, the illegals are coming over the border and they're gonna vote us out of, these high positions. And really what they're saying is they're really just projecting their fears, which nobody cares in the world. Because one thing about America, and if you really pay attention to other nations, we're very behind on reinventing ourselves. As Doug stated, France has had 5 republics. They've made five new republics, meaning they've rewritten their constitutions and reinvented themselves. We haven't done that. We're still stuck in this Masonic founding fathers that did not have no concept of women being humans, let alone equals. You would just be a walking uterus. And all this needs to be revised. This should be a new constitution written in these modern times, because this would break that curse, this cycle of, because this is the thing about it, is the more the world progresses, the more we're behind when it comes to even our diet, even our foods. If you look at an ingredient on I don't know, Cheerios here in America, and you look at the ingredients of that same very product in Europe, they're made completely different, or a bottle of ketchup, I just think, we need to rethink our republic, especially really what we really are as an empire. Okay, let's just keep it real. We're an empire. So as an empire, we need to reflect that now, because we're no longer the 13 colonies. Well, that's like ancient history now, You tell a new kid about the 13 colonies, they're going to look at you like you're talking to them in, Swahili,
Yeah.
It's just that history is, if you start looking at the world now, it's very, very outdated. And the idea of an American, quote unquote, is not, blue eyes and blonde hair, which it never was. It's just, this is what America wants to promote, is we don't want to acknowledge people suffering that are not, quote unquote, white Anglo-Saxon. And in the reality, they're not. Nobody of Caucasian, quote unquote, heritage here, it doesn't even fit that mold. If you're Irish, you would not be liked by George Washington. Either Irish or the Mexicans of that peninsula,
Yes.
An Italian, George Washington would not like you, if you're of, if you go on from there. If you're a woman, George Washington wouldn't like you. This is just a reality, and I very much agree with Doug. We need to reinvent ourselves by establishing a new republic and really an empire. Let's just put it out there, because this is what we are. We're an empire. Where we go, we never leave. We haven't left Okinawa. We're still, we imported the 4-legged pigs, and there's another set of pigs, the 2-legged pigs that are still there.
Yeah, the bipedal pigs. That's right. By the way, just so everybody knows the reality of this situation and understands it from a perspective that is in tune with reality, do understand that the Japanese military and the American military have completely separate command structures by Japanese law. When you see Japanese leasing bases to Americans on the main islands of Japan, this is not Okinawa, but going towards places like Yokosuka, etc., just on the main islands of Japan, the Americans are paying top dollar for that real estate. The horror of what happens on Okinawa is because it has this very ambivalent kind of gray zone area position between the Japanese and the Chinese cultural worlds. It is very definitely legally under Japanese administration. The issue is that these are culturally Sinitic peoples. So they have a Chinese diet where they were eating pork long before Japanese started eating meat, because the Japanese were vegetarian for many thousands of years. So when the Americans occupied Okinawa, the Japanese eventually advocating for the Okinawans not only got the Americans to replace the pigs, but to ultimately kind of blockade themselves into these very large base systems on Okinawa. And of course, the Okinawans have been striving forever to get rid of them. Nobody on Okinawa wants the Americans there. There is no any delusion that Americans have that they're providing any kind of defense is completely fallacious. It's illusory. If the North Koreans want it with a single missile, or certainly a barrage of missiles, they could take out the American bases in Okinawa, as could mainland China, or anybody in region could just... basically, the Americans are not deployable so much as they're trapped. And just to put that into perspective for people, they are behind enormous fencing. You would assume if you went there that it was the zombie apocalypse, that on one side of the fence was the zombies that they're boxing in, and that's exactly how the Okinawans feel about it. Every time the Americans leave from behind those fences, they're always raping little girls or killing old men. It's anytime one of them gets loose from behind those fences, they go out and they rape little girls and they kill old men. This is not an exaggeration. It's not a stereotype. This is what they literally do. And the Japanese have finally arranged for it so that those offenders are sentenced to Japanese prisons. So that is something that deters people in a sense, but most of these Americans are so maniacal, they have no concept of consequences. Understand, these are truly crazy people that join the military. These are people who are unemployable anywhere else. They're just total losers. There's no one who would ever employ them, so they join the military. And if you think, oh, that's some kind of cut against my father, understand, my father was running away from home at the age of 16 at a very different time in history, and yet at the same time, very much alike. It was certainly a time when the military was hated. My father joined the Navy at a time when there were signs on public lawns that said, "Sailors and dogs keep off the grass." And this was because people in America thought that the worst thing a person could do was join the military. It was very similar to Chinese culture, which has a total contempt for the military. And that's why China lost its wars with Japan and all the other nations on earth, because they had such contempt for their military. They did not prepare their military for the kind of conflict with other cultures that valued their military. So when America went from this devaluation of the American military to this total valuation, where they made them this untouchable pillar of the community on which the rest of us stand, based on the mobilization of World War II and all the propaganda that came with it, and the effective military junta that established itself, with what many people rightly would criticize as the warfare state, it as the empire, then you had this opposite situation where the military could do no wrong. So people who want to acquaint themselves with what your military is really like, just study Okinawa. So eventually, when the Americans are expelled from Okinawa, the Japanese intend to just turn Okinawa into a giant depot where they can basically filter everything that comes into and out of Japan through Okinawa. In other words, the base is already set up there. They'll make it a decompression chamber, so to speak. In other words, a giant decontamination site, so that anything going into Japan would have to go through the decontamination sites first, and Okinawa's big enough where they could process everything. Everything would be decontaminated before it went into Japan, and that way they could maintain Japan as a sterile environment to all outside diseases. That is ultimately what will happen with Okinawa once the Americans are evicted. But while the Americans are there, it is simply a supermassive prison for criminals. That's what it is. And that's all. Every man in uniform is basically a criminal. And if you don't believe me, ask any Okinawan. So by the way, just to give people an idea of what it's like, every car, and these bases are massive, so you have cars within the American basing system. And so these cars travel only within the confines of those super fences. They'd never leave outside because they wouldn't be allowed on Japanese roads. None of them are deemed safe. In other words, the safety standards in Japan are so high for automobiles that everything that the American military fields is literally unsafe by Japanese standards. It's simply undrivable. It's something they would not trust their children in. It's something they wouldn't trust their seniors in. It's something that they would deem as a health hazard. If you were to get into it, it would be like basically something akin to chain smoking an entire pack multiple times a day or something. It's considered a statistical risk that is too high to justify taking. So the American cars are completely under-maintained because what their Americans are fielding overseas, everywhere, not just Okinawa, but in Okinawa it stands out the most because of the stark contrast. Everything they're fielding is basically unworthy of being on the road. It's just being unworthy of being deployed. So the American entire imperial machine is based on sheer inertia. All of this was established by sheer inertia. They try not to retreat from places that they've been in, but they have been in steady retreat around the world. There has been an overall steady retreat. There's been some advances. It's kind of even out, but in reality, America is a very complicated system that requires understanding it as an empire, but also understanding that the home core, the core center of that empire, is going to radically change. It's going to radically change the way the Roman Empire changed based on its civil wars. So the Roman Empire went through a series of civil wars that changed the map of what the Roman Empire looked like. So depending on our civil wars, our map is going to change radically worldwide. So what America withdraws from and reasserts itself in, the most important thing we need to understand in the world is we need a successor to the United Nations. And this is where I've stated certainly an element of America that remains international and cosmopolitan. The hybrid America, the America of many races, will then maintain an empire by basically internationalizing itself and rendering itself the replacement for the United Nations, working in tandem with other nation states or powers that are regional hegemons, essentially in one sense, but also international in another. So that'll take some explaining, and it might even bring up the word interdependence, which of course I know is like one of those trigger words for Viviana, and I really bring that word up just because it's one where she says I've used it in the past. I probably used it in that context. That's probably what I meant with it. So there would be an interdependent aspect to a certain element of America, but I also understand there's going to be breakaway elements. There's going to be elements that are not going to be part of that America. And America is so large, all of North America, which includes Mexico, of course, and Canada. These are all regions that are very artificial. America is not... Canada, of course, when you see the straight lines of its demarcation, there is nothing natural about that demarcation. America's straight lines, they're nothing like Europe. If you take a look at the borders in Europe, these are all very organic borders that have formed as the various ethnicities, through any number of wars, finally congealed themselves into fairly static elements that are still yet to really settle down. The borders are still going to change in Europe, but they've approximated a much better outline of the major ethnicities than they did before. And with each war, there's more purging, more ethnic cleansing, and more resettlement to the point where they become more ethnically homogeneous. Now, with America, there is none of that. It's just these bizarre straight lines that are artificially drawn, and whether it's the border with Mexico, which is the most natural because it tends to follow a river until the Rio Grande runs out. And then you've got that kind of New Mexico-Arizona border, which is so artificial, just a straight line that divides Indian nations, because there's Indian nations that straddle both sides of that border. Obviously, this is something that cannot stay that way forever. There needs to be an organic redistribution of borders in many parts of America. But the most cosmopolitan parts, the Pacific West Coast and the much of the East, combined with a bridge in between them, will constitute the core of American empire after the coming civil wars. That's what I foresee as being the most probable scenario. But such being said, certainly, take it from there. Both of you, you're both doing so well. I'll finish eating this watermelon for the next few minutes. Just going to go mute while I listen to both of you kind of go on in the direction you were going. And I'll be back in just a few minutes. I mean, I'm here, I'm listening, but I just want to finish this and I don't want people to hear me chewing. So yes, by all means, go back to talking.
Always a pleasure when you chime in, Douglas, to get us back in understanding.
Oh,
yes,
so
I'm
cute.
I'm so excited about all things interdependence. I love delving into it. As far as the geopolitical aspect, it's funny how people just want to call it conspiracy, but It really is a doctrine that I think the players and a lot of people's mindsets, as far as building the new republic, I think that would be a absolute aspect that they're going to journey into and have been for the last, I would say 45 years or so. I would say since 1976. As far as our Congress is concerned, they actually did sign the Declaration of Interdependence. And the only one to argue that it would be national suicide was a woman named, oh goodness, my memory. I believe she was a Georgia or South Carolina. She was Marjorie S. Holt. And she had a very good argument to the doctrine of this incoming current interdependence that we find. It's very in the shadows, though, but trust that your Congress and Senate are well aware of it, and they most likely, if they're in for climate action and any type of UN power, the rights of the child, there's so many aspects of it, but it's a huge idea. Just like George H.W. said, it's a big idea. So anyway, there's my rant on that.
That's so cute. I mean, the way you imitated the George W. That's delightful. By the way, and what Sammy was saying about the woman and the right to vote, understand what makes it so heinous is that when it came to the right to vote, the French, as I said, were through 5 different republics so far. There will likely be a 6th. And all of this has to do with supermassive changes that they were attempting to adapt to. And when it comes to the Americans, unlike the French, the Americans actually gave the vote to women first. The French didn't even give the woman the right to vote until right after World War II, when so many of them had participated in the war effort, often in the resistance, that at that point the French could no longer find any excuses. And then they finally, around 1945, 47, something like that, gave women the right to vote. I mean, that's beyond offensive. It's one of those things where it took how many republics for them to get to that point? At least 4. And it came with the 5th Republic, really. It was the 5th Republic brought women the right to vote. And it took a global war to do that, which they had lost and were occupied. But when it comes to America, they gave women the right to vote, the 1890s or something? It was, very late. It was after the American Civil War. And this was well after they gave blacks the right to vote. So American men considered black men, who they had before considered nothing more than animals and field hands, a kind of organic machinery. They gave them the right to vote before they would even think about giving the woman they were sleeping with, who were delivering them their children, the right to vote. I mean, that's even more offensive. I mean, that's so the white American perspective on women and pretty much everything else is pretty abusive. And when it comes to this republic, which I sense the concern that Viviana has, it's like, well, if we're thinking interdependently and in terms of, say, for instance, fighting climate change, it might require the surrender of some sovereignty. And you are thinking, I presume, in concern about the loss of certain parameters that define our current republic, is what I would presume. But anyhow, I'll let Sammy and you take it from there for several minutes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Well, in my opinion, it's as Marjorie S. Holt said, if we surrender to interdependence, we will commit national suicide. And so pretty much we're in the throes of the fruit of that suicide as a republic. Am I concerned? No. I believe more that we are individually sovereign. And if we took up our power as a sovereign nation unto ourselves, declared that even in some type of spiritual way or nationally as a personhood, we have our own power in just in the one, but to come together in a notion of sort of taking up with educating ourselves concerning the current stature that we're in. Do we really need to rely on the Republic to govern us? I believe that individually we could have our own sovereign governance if we chose to. So that's sort of where I stand. I'm not necessarily concerned about what they culminate and create as far as interdependence goes at this point. It was just interesting to watch it come to pass in our history, but it doesn't concern me. I honestly don't believe they're going to be very powerful in their empire building. And as Karl Rove has stated before, we are empire, and when we speak, we create our own reality. And we're in their eyes, we're just the little people trying to figure out what they're doing, and in the mystery of it all.
Vivian.
Yes.
I like you, right?
I hope. Well, yeah, I guess.
I like you, right? I think this is where I'm gonna disagree on you, okay? The fact that you quoted Karl Rove, right?
Yeah.
That guy should be in handcuffs.
Absolutely.
That man there is he's one of the reasons why we have these GIs coming back with all this post-traumatic stress. Let alone he's, for one, Karl Rove will never see you as an equal, never. I remember that they tried to do a citizen's arrest. Some white lady tried to do a citizen's arrest on him. It was hilarious. But anything to do with that guy, and the reason why I very much dislike men like them, because their mentality of not having no empathy, let alone women, let alone, even people of color. So, unfortunately, anything involving Karl Rove, I automatically don't really acknowledge, because he's a traitor.
Well, but he said that, that's his aspect and their understanding as of mindset. They are empire. You know what I mean?
Who's empire?
Oh, right. Well, what Viviana is saying is when she brings up Karl Rove, she's not effusing. In other words, she's not enthusiastic. She's not bringing him up. She's not bringing him up with any enthusiasm. She's citing him as an example of what she disagrees with. So you're both saying the same thing here. Believe me.
My bad. Then.
Yeah.
It's just
right. But what?
Go ahead, Doug.
No. Go on and point out what you see. But this happens to us because this is part of the human condition, and this is why I was so glad Daniel Arola responded to Viviana Sanchez, because it was several episodes back. Daniel Arola was on with Viviana Sanchez, and it got kind of awkward because, Daniel Arola was basically telling her, I'm being really nice, restrained. He was being restrained. And this was something that he felt uncomfortable and then hadn't been back for a while. So I'm glad he's responding to her, and hopefully he'll come back again. And this is the kind of risk I take when I leave people to hold the stage. But other than that, I think we all have this kind of, how would I say it? We have a bad habit, all of us, of thinking in the negative. Right. So we need to understand, try to see what people are saying in the most positive light possible. Now, in my case, I've taken that to a pathological degree, and so I recommend people don't become like me, where, I try to see the positive in people who are just plain evil. And it's at some point, you just have to stop, and you have to acknowledge some people are just plain evil. Like Rove. And, I remember one time I was in the car with my gang brother Beaver, and somebody had I don't know whether it was the fire hydrant. It had to be something the property owner was responsible for. But we were driving by some home in the city in San Francisco, so it was on a hill, so the effects were really pronounced. But it was something the property owner was responsible for, so it couldn't have been a fire hydrant that got knocked over. It was something that they had something on their property that was spewing water relentlessly. Right. And it was just spewing the water, and it was cascading down the hill. And Beaver made this joke, Dick Cheney must live there. And that was because it was obviously somebody who didn't give a shit, about the cost of the water, or whoever owned that property just didn't give a shit. And so these are what these people are like, obviously. So when it comes to some negative people like this, when Viviana was pointing out what Karl Rove is saying about empire, he's talking about empire in a different sense. He's almost like copping to it, but he's copping to it in rather than the pragmatic sense, which I'm telling people at this point, America is an empire. We have to pragmatically recognize that. The reason I'm saying that is in contrast to someone like Patrick James Buchanan. Because in the old days, Patrick James Buchanan, one of his most famous books that he wrote was America, a Republic, not an empire. So what he was trying to say was, in this reactionary right-wing fashion, is that we should not be interfering in other nations' affairs, become isolationist, become America, withdraw. And then this brings up the worship of borders and boundaries. And all of this is what leads to the kind of mental straitjacket that we're dealing with when we're dealing with the radicalized right, basically saying they're trying to redefine America as something that is predominantly white, or at least white culturally as they perceive it. Right. And then what I'm saying is, no, we're an empire and therefore have to be cosmopolitan. And so, but my idea of empire and understanding of it is very different from, say, for instance, it's a pragmatic understanding, as opposed to these other people who, most of the right-wingers you'll speak to will be quote unquote anti-imperial. And so when Karl Rove is bringing up empire, he's saying it in this bad guy sense of basically either that, oh, we've got an empire because might makes right, or he's saying it in something like, we're a republic, not an empire, which is a clear denial of reality. So it's in one of those two ways that they're saying it, but it's never the right way, or the correct way.
Right.
Well, when they say we, you have to question who we is.
Oh, yeah, it's them.
Like we are empire now. So who exactly, what do you mean? Exactly. Like, why do we need to examine this? And why do you think that we are unworthy of knowing your exploits, because we are just sheep to you, running around in confusion, trying to figure out what you're doing? But if you consider what we've been doing on the internet, following and chasing different conspiracies that probably come from the very factors who want us to be, engaged in such confusion, I think that's the perspective of their mindset. And they think they're above us. And because they create the reality that we just live in it and we are trying to decipher it, while they're getting away with literal murder.
Yeah, well, go on, Sammy. Yeah.
Well, my point to this, and you're right, Vivian. My apologies if I sounded a little sassy,
put off. You were put off.
I was put off. Okay. My problem with someone like Karl Rove is, when we were destroying taxpayer military equipment in Afghanistan, running like rats away from Afghanistan because the Taliban were, sticking their foot in our ass. Of all this technology we have, we still lost in Afghanistan. We're losers, okay? We lost. We were running like scolded dogs. And it's one of those things where this fucking asshole, you're the main reason. And why are you hiding? Like, why isn't there a congressional meeting about this asshole? All these assholes, including Cheney, get his pig-hearted transplanted asshole, get him up there and press him.
Yeah, and don't forget Kissinger. And by the way, so what Sammy is saying, so our listeners understand, because that may have been somewhat hard to follow. When he's saying you, he's referring to Rove. He's not referring to Viviana. Yes. Just so everyone knows.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I mean Karl Rove.
And it's just, I've learned over the years, and people who are listening, you don't want to be like me. I had to become like me for a reason, but I can sound like I'm very pedantic, which means that very paying attention to details. But then this is why Michael Aquino could never sue me. This is why I could say what I did about Michael Aquino, including what I shouted out the other day that was transcribed by my son, that I had said maybe about 5 years ago or something like that before. And my Shout at the Devil segment where I was just shouting at him, venting, catharting, even that is carefully stated so that there's nothing he can do to respond to that while he was alive, because I did that while he was alive. So, you know, I get into the habit of talking in a way that most people don't talk. But yeah, when we are speaking of this, this would be where our worlds do converge, by the way. When it comes to Noreen Helphand and Viviana Sanchez and Sammy Romero and myself, basically it's kind of like Sammy Romero and myself are basically on one side, and Viviana Sanchez and Noreen Helphand are on another, but we're really facing in the same direction generally. So I do want to make people understand that. And when it comes to, say for instance, what Sammy Romero brought up the other day, and when I was speaking about, say for instance, the primatoids, the people who are not people like you and I, but hairy and very primitive. And these primatoids, these, shall we say, people in an evolutionary dead end where they still dominate the majority of our planet, or at least a good deal of it, effectively. About 55% of the world is ours in terms of a general dominance, but about 45% of the world is theirs, where human beings effectively just never visit, really. And people might think we're everywhere at all times. It's not the case at all. The majority of the world is effectively, when it comes to human beings, are a good 45% of it. Not the majority, but yeah, it's just most humans are just not there. At any time. And when they do go there, it's very much the exception. They're venturing into what is effectively an alien territory. Now, what our man Sammy was bringing up was that in some of these areas that are relatively untrafficked, not necessarily lunar desolation, which you can find on planet Earth. If people were to go to outer Mongolia or Siberasia, meaning the Asian half of Siberia, yeah, I mean, there's places that you may as well be on a different planet. If you'd be out in an off-road vehicle, and if you run out of fuel, you're going to die. That's basically what's going to happen. There are places in the Sahara like that. So everyone understand this. These places that are effectively like Mars on Earth, and those places are where these kinds of creatures thrive. That's their world. You're entering the world of theirs, or the ghouls, or other species that dominate. But in some of the places that are kind of in between, just like national parklands, which are simply not populated, but visited by hikers and casual campers, as our man Sammy was pointing out, you'll find things like these staircases that lead to nowhere. Now, 90% of anything is bullshit, and most of what you're going to find online is Photoshop, but some of these staircases do exist, and they are out there in the middle of nowhere. I can't make any claims to knowing anything about them. Other than I know they weren't put there by Bigfoot. I know they weren't put there by Sasquatch or any of these primatoids. And by the way, it speaks volumes, and Sammy will attest to this. This was before Viviana rejoined us, but you might remember the last time I had spoken of primatoids, how Jameson Reese kept screaming, "Kill them all! Kill them all!" Do you remember that? He kept saying, "Exterminate them." He kept calling for... Yeah. He kept insisting on their extermination, and there was no rhyme or reason to what he was saying. It didn't make any sense. Again, it's just part of this evil need to kill.
And, yeah. Well, in a sense, I understand why they hate us so much. This is the mentality of man that Jameson was doing, kill them all. Like, in a sense, their existence has a lot to do with ours as well. It's just, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
You know, they're there for a reason.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Again, one of the reasons we evolved, like the vampires I was speaking of when I spoke of primatoids in the latest episode before tonight's. And if you're out to exterminate them, you're basically destroying nature itself, which means you're destroying your own inhabitant, which means you're destroying the world. This is what he wants, of course. This is part of the madness of these worshippers of the anti-gods, the true Edomites. So understand that we need these creatures out there, and at some point may be able in the future to communicate with them to a degree, But you can see the tragedy of what's happened with them in the past. Like when I went into that old Russian magazine I was translating, you heard what I said. They had this one primatoid woman, and they just spent all day knocking her up, which is what the guys in Russia were doing in this stupid village. And it just shows you what men do. And she kept churning out babies until she eventually died. And the primatologist who was investigating this in Russia wrote it all down in great detail. So understand that these are obviously very real creatures, real to the point where people are fucking them. So when it comes to these staircases in the desert, however, that is definitely something that is along the lines of the Georgia Guidestones, which brings us back to these elites that are on the side of Jameson Reese and the Edomites. These are the elites that support the Edomites. These are the people who want the annihilation of the earth, which, as Salman Sheikh said, he wants 85% of the world's population destroyed. And he said this on record on my show in the past. Every once in a while, something like that would come out. That didn't come from his Islamic background. That's something that came from his Masonic background. There's something going on with his indoctrination in that world, which he brags about, saying even on his own videos, defaming and slandering myself, that he's going to use his Masonic connections to get me, to essentially kill me, is what he's claiming on these videos, to bring me down. This is something that that element of humanity is out to kill us all. So there is this agenda. So this is the concern that, of course, is expressed by many people who are following conspiracies, and this would include Viviana Sanchez and Noreen Halpan. What I would say, however, is we don't want that energy misdirected by the radicalized right, which then takes that energy and they redirect it against immigrants, and they redirect it against basically the helpless, like the most helpless members of our communities, like blacks, Antifa, Black Lives Matter, this sort of thing. That's something that then takes you in the opposite direction, away from the elites that are planning the massive genocide, the extermination of the majority of humanity. So I'm certain that you can understand what I'm saying with that, right, Viviana? That you know that this is kind of a distraction when certain of these bogeymen or outcast groups are brought up, instead of concentrating on the cabal or whoever's behind this, who's ever putting up the staircases and the Georgia Guidestones. And is what I'm saying coherent?
Yeah, absolutely. I just feel like sometimes you brush off as conspiracy, like people say something's crazy, but yeah, I get what you're saying. It's like looking at the obfuscated part, or the mystery part, or the part that we're supposed to look at as like the conspiracy. Like, where do these steps go? Who built the steps versus the reality of it and the essence of it, which is probably the main factor of the whole story.
So what do you know about these staircases? Do you know anything about them? You've heard of them?
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Okay.
When it comes to those now.
Oh, okay. So just so you know, that every once in a while in the middle of national parks, there are, and like I said, when it comes to the paranormal or phenomena, well, when it comes to basically anything, there's an old saying among cynics that 90% of anything is bullshit. And it's just the fact that you have to remember that with every specialty, with every profession, for instance, whether it's MDs or carpenters or whatnot, people come up with professional language, and basically the professional language is just to cover up the fact that whatever they're talking about, they don't want any person outside of their profession to understand what they're talking about, so that way they can maintain kind of a monopoly on their profession. And when it comes to this kind of obfuscation, we can hear about certain phenomena like these staircases in the middle of public parks that I was talking about, which are like up the side of a mountain but don't go anywhere, or simply out in the middle of a field and don't go anywhere. Much of this, if people look up mysterious staircases in national parks, you can just look that up. You're going to see Photoshop without end. I mean, half of it is just fantasy. It's just 90% of it's Photoshop. But there are a few of these that are real. So someone's expending money to transport a staircase or have one built out in the middle of nowhere. So this is obviously a project that someone with discretionary income, it would have to be extremely wealthy people involved, just like the Georgia Guidestones, which effectively were erected overnight. So when you have these things that are kind of done, one has to wonder, well, is this the form of, just kind of a form of terrorism, a kind of trolling, like, just a kind of like, this'll fuck them up. They'll, like, people wonder what this is about, and then it'll start rumors, and maybe that's all there is to it. Or does it have significance? And people try to pile on significance to it. They'll try to say, oh, well, these steps seem like they're maintained, like somebody sweeps them, or like they might lead to a different dimension or a different portal. And then they'll say, then it gets wild, then you'll hear the crap, and it's all anecdotal. It's all anecdotal. Just, some guy was chased up the steps by a dog, and then when he came back down, he found out 5 years had passed. This all like is very similar to ancient fairy stories. But the ancient fairy stories would be based on people in parts of Europe that were extremely like vortices. And these vortices are matricial areas of Europe where there was a kind of matrix of a altered state. Then people would experience this kind of fairy phenomenon where they fell asleep and then came back into our world years later. This is kind of like what people had before there were alien abductions. And then once this concept was science fictionalized, and then they started blaming alien abductions for missing time, then people stopped having fairy experiences. But it's really the same thing. They're just filtering it through a new interpretation. So, yeah. And so this is why I bring up the Cho, who are essentially an Asiatic fairy folk, the Chochoa. And I brought them up in the past and gone into that in some detail. You were probably listening to me at the time when I first started talking about that years ago. And
yeah, I remember that actually. Because didn't that have to correlate with your experience in Iraq?
Oh, that was more the ghouls. That was something different from the Cho. Well, certainly my experience was in the Tenderloin area of San Francisco, because San Francisco is like a hotspot for Cho activity. So, as a matter of fact, we have Cho Chocolate, which is headquartered in the San Francisco Bay Area. And so, believe me, that's not an accident. That's not comedy. And, of course, I had this one guy. What was his name? Greg La Liberté. He used to call in. And Greg La Liberté was asking questions that might be reasonable in one sense, but they just came off as irritating and stupid. But he was asking, so at the Cho Chocolate, are they Cho working there, like, Keebler elves or something like that? I don't even think he's trying to be sarcastic. The problem with half of his questions is that I honestly believe they were earnest. That's what made them all the more annoying. But I was explaining to people that Our Lady Hollycoditis Kiefer, who lives in my area of California, actually visited the Cho Chocolate site, which if you look up online, they'll say, here's a factory and it's open for tours, and she went there where the address was, and there was no building. There was no building on that site. They have a picture of a building in a lot online, and it doesn't exist. So that was in Oakland, where they're supposed to have their headquarters. So there you go with that. I mean, in that sense, it's a front. So there you go. There's something that's kind of paranormal or potentially extra dimensional for you. But I could go on about that sort of thing for hours, but I think people get my point. When it comes to the other people having experiences with them, this became confused by the propaganda campaign of Whitley Strieber, who was paid by the government, and he produced that stupid book Communion and made everybody think that this Cho activity, the psychic assaults on them in their sleep, their missing time, that this was all basically alien abductions. And so with the science fictionalization of it, then everybody began to misinterpret the reality of the danger of this situation. And whenever I put it into perspective, generally people will respond and confirm with their own experiences that what I say is true. The problem is that the rest of society hasn't heard this or been exposed to it. And hopefully maybe this will get out in the second book. Then people can have a better understanding of the Cho, have a better understanding of why they started experiencing en masse, or so many people started experiencing the so-called alien abductions and missing time, when it's really continuity of the old fairy folk syndrome from Europe, only this is a kind of fairy, if you will, that comes from Asia, basically a pygmy tribe that dabbles very heavily in the occult and is very malign and very malevolent, feeds off human energy. And the people of Asia are generally very vulnerable to this, most peoples of Asia. So the Japanese are immune to the Cho, but of course they have their own legends of beings in Japan that are also malevolent. But that being said, so what were Sammy and yourself talking about before I came back? He says he'll be right back. So, and Noreen is still at the market. So it's just Viviana and I right now. And tell us what you talked about with, you were following something juicy. I think that Peter Moon brought up that you had brought up Pat Robertson or something, or maybe a few other people when you sent the message to Peter Moon. Here's what Peter Moon wrote to me. He said something about, I guess this is what he was speculating. So he said, basically Peter wrote this. He says, what follows is a message I got from Viviana. I could be reading it wrong, but he said she was going to be talking to her friends. And then he wrote Billy Graham Jr., Pat Robertson. That was his question. Okay, so you didn't bring that up.
Is that his humor kicking in?
Okay.
Is that Peter Moon taking a jab at me there? That's
oh my
funny.
God. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, I wanted to make sure that you were covered tonight. That's all. I just wanted to make sure Peter was going to be here and I could plan a time to step away. So I was just trying to reach out to him.
Oh, that's fine, of course. And so what exactly was going on tonight? What was the juicy, were you all following some trial or something? What was?
No, we're just talking drama.
Okay.
So basically, we were talking about a certain person in our community who has used their cancer story as a shield, got themselves in a lot of hot water, speculation, a lot of backtracking on her part. She's just caught, and cancer scammers are never welcomed in the area of ever being validated or taken seriously ever again. Right. But she played that card. Sometimes creators will play that card in order to cover up for stuff that they've done that was just atrocious, which is what she did. Anyway, so we're talking about topics like that. But my friend went on her panel this morning and totally just because she was exploiting Summer Wells as her content, so now she's trying to veer off into another direction, using child exploitation as a shield again to cover up. And so he just went up there to kind of ask her, so what are you going to do now? Are you going to be like a true crime or a topical discussion? And and it was just an epic troll, and we talked about it. And then and a woman named Natasha Cooper came up on panel and also talked about her latest endeavors with the Dozier School for Boys.
Yes.
And so we talked about that. And that she just has a beautiful community. These people are absolutely gems. And she's created this community over 4 or 5 years. And so it's just been a ride of good and bad and many things. But what we're doing now is we're having integration and an understanding of the minds. And it's really kind of cool to see it cultivate. Someone who was actually your enemy now become an alignment and somebody you could actually support. So it's all kinds of things over there. It's basically drama, but we're just trying to create something that's fun and active and vibrant. for people.
No, that's
but at
wonderful.
the same, I know what you would do. Why are you dragging that poor girl? Or, you know, and I know how passionate everyone is about women, but sometimes women use the women card as well to garner the conversation in an aspect that makes them feel okay with their own, because they don't have a conscience for what they're doing out here.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I hear you. I mean, look what I was talking about earlier. I mean, holy shit. Sammy is back. And Sammy, did you manage to catch anything I was saying earlier with Peter Moon about Lena Shea, for instance?
Yes, I did. By the way, if there's background noise, let me know.
A little.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Can you make it out?
I can hear you well enough. We can hear you well enough.
Okay. So my bad. I'm doing something, but yes, I did. I heard about, you know, them trying to expose Sugar Daddy. I feel kind of weird saying that, but
yeah. I understand. Yes, go
on. Exposing Sugar Daddy.
My son's husband is who he's referring to any new listeners. Yes, go on.
Yes. Yeah, that's pretty messed up, you know, and that's putting it lightly, but I just think they're really getting desperate in a sense that they can't discredit you, especially your information. It's just one of those things where at the end of the day, you know, the hammer's going to drop and, you know, there's going to be another victim of the Martian Marine and Australian Jabba the Hutt, you know?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And those people don't care to use these people up as fodder, but this is what I said, what makes this so alarming. What Viviana's just been talking about was a female who was essentially scamming people using the cancer scam, and maybe the same female who I didn't really get whether this was a different woman or not, but then the other woman was using the victim scam, or was this the same woman when the cancer scam ran out? Viviana can clarify that. She doesn't need to give any names. But
it's the same.
Oh, it's the same one?
Yeah.
Oh my God. So that's just, I'm presuming she's going to be ostracized. I'm presuming this individual will simply be ostracized from your community.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, by your own doing. It's, you know.
No, I get it. And that was the point I was making. I'm sorry, go on, Sam. Yeah.
We had a similar scammer.
Derek Talley,
not too long ago, he claimed he had cancer, and you know, next thing we know, he's at a party, looking like a dork, you know.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And it was just but when it came to with Lena Shea, the point I was making is that here's this woman who has, you know, two children, at least. She may have had another for all I know. But she has a husband who apparently is attentive enough, and, you know, she has her job, what she does, and she's got, you know, her little studio that she can go on YouTube. She can make her songs. She's releasing her own little album, you know, so she's got all this expensive software, and, you know, all of this is obviously a lot of money has gone into this. So whether it's money she earns herself through her own prostitution, which I have never said as denigrative. I'm not saying that that's a negative. I'm just simply saying that's what she did, and that was certainly how she met her husband. And when she met myself, one of the reasons we resonated was because I have no moral judgment on that, and that was certainly I deal with escorts all the time. But when she is, like myself, a sexaholic, there's some trouble that can happen with that, especially when one really doesn't have it under control. And I've learned to sublimate my sexaholism to a great extent, whereas she has not. And so knowing what I had on her, basically that she had shared with me that she had had sex with an underage child who was the son of her work partner, and knowing that, and then she attacks me to an extent which is I have to take as so hostile that I have to respond with, if the FBI approaches me to talk about that, I'll happily talk about it. But I think I've certainly, by saying it public, I've invited people to call the FBI about it, and therefore, all of this will bleed into the Richard K. Cole Jr. case because she's doing this on his behalf. So this is obviously something that's going to potentially have repercussions. If it does not, then that just shows you how sponsored by the deep state they actually are. This was what Brendan Zogit was believing. She's getting her money from basically the deep state. It as the cult of the kings of Edom, V.VIII, Stephen Outram, and Richard K. Cole Jr. So if that's the case, maybe there will be no repercussions. But based on what I just said, if there are no repercussions, that just proves she's employed by the deep state. Because what I've just said is something that would destroy any other person's life. And again, this is not slander or defamation of character. If the FBI comes to ask me about it, I'll undergo a lie detector test. I don't give a shit. And I'll tell them this is how I understand it and this is what she said. That being said, with everything that she has, and then she still has to attack me when she could just shut her mouth. This is what I meant when I say these people are dedicated to destroying me to the point where they're willing to risk their lives, which is everything they have. And that truly shows you how insane they truly are and how important it is to the enemy to, quote unquote, take me down, to destroy my integrity of my good name and the good name of all those around me on the basis of their fear of the message. So understand then how important the message truly is to anyone who's listening. And if anyone says, oh, I haven't heard much of a message tonight, obviously this is delivered in my monologues, and but mostly go to the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. And then Peter Moon is working on a second book, and hopefully we'll speak more about the Presidio, the child human trafficking operations that went down there, and just how ugly your world is, and most people are simply unaware of how ugly their world is, or rather, they keep thinking they know, but they really don't know. So, with that, what I'm going to do is let's see if we can have Sammy and Vivian talk a few more minutes. Honestly, I think you both were on a good roll before I came and interrupted. I'm going to take a short break again, just kind of finalize my refreshment of myself, and then come back and slowly work my way towards monologue tonight. I'll try and talk a little bit. I'm hoping Noreen can join us for a few minutes at least before I go into monologue. So if we could do a little check-in with Noreen and just ask her, then, please do so. Otherwise, a little message to her on the private message, which, like you did with Daniel, just kind of like, hey, Noreen, how are things going with the market? You going to be home to join us soon? That would be interesting, because what I do want to talk about tonight is a little bit of 5 or 6G, which really, really impacts her. And I was discussing this privately with our friend George Knight, who obviously works in this kind of industry. And I told him that, Noreen Helphand was convinced, and I haven't brought this up with her because I don't want to go there because it's a depressing topic and it's not good for her to dwell on it either. But one time she was with myself and Jay Maurice, and she went very deeply into the fact that she suffered Morgellons syndrome. And Morgellons syndrome is where people feel that their body is basically exuding what can be plastics or particulate matter that is like artificial in nature, like metallic substances, something that would be organically unexpected or impossible even. And so many people have speculated that Morgellons syndrome may be a nanotechnological disease. In other words, my nanoplasma transfusion would be an example of a successful integration of nanites into my system that have generally been beneficial. But if something were released where people got infected with a variant of this that was not working, that was haywire, then they might be manifesting this kind of Morgellons syndrome, where they feel that they're basically exuding, or their body is producing a kind, or secreting, basically excreting or secreting inorganic substances that are almost like extraordinarily tiny microchips, or what look like metallic insects. I mean, the horror stories are endless about this. So when it comes to people who feel that they have this, I was thinking, well, maybe that's why she's got so sick, whereas other people feel nothing around 5G, and why she feels this visceral hatred for 5G is that maybe she really did get sick. Maybe she's got these nanites in her system that around 5G, they're triggered and they activate and she becomes deathly sick. I mean, that would explain a lot. It would explain why some people are affected by wireless, whereas someone like myself is not and other people are not. I mean, does that sound like it might be a kind of Stefnol rationalization for what might be going on? Or anyhow?
No, I know for people suffering this phenomena, it's very real. Okay. And I've seen their photos and I've witnessed their struggle. And so are you saying that 5G could be the reason why it affects people with more gallons, and how it doesn't affect others? Or maybe we just don't recognize it on it. They're recognizing it on a different level and we just don't, but we're still being affected.
Well, we might be being affected, but if we are affected, it's not having an immediate effect. In other words, God knows, maybe it does something to make our genes go haywire like 10 years down the line or something. But whatever is happening, it's not impacting most of us in an immediate sense. Of course, most of us are not exposed to 5G. This is why I was kind of curious as to, first off, just understand when a lot of people get, let's put it this way. The term nano is just now at this point still like a advertising buzzword. In other words, like after the atomic bomb was dropped, then they would put the name atomic on all kinds of products just to make them sound potent. Potent. Atomic shaving cream. There was, an atomic shaving cream. This didn't have any radiation in it. It didn't have anything in it atomic. It's just got a brand that says atomic shaving cream. And then people think, oh, that's potent. And men buy it because they think it's virile. Giant phallic mushroom cloud. So, a lot of products out there that say nano have nothing to do with nanites or nanotechnology. They just say nano because it sounds cool. So there's no nanites involved at all. It's just so there's a lot of products that say 5G that have no 5G. There's nothing. What they're trying to tell you is that at some point they're hoping this product can be upgraded to 5G or wireless, meaning when the Internet of Things gets going and you have the ability to control your refrigerator with your remote, then supposedly this could connect into that. At least that's the idea. But that doesn't mean 5G is around, because the 5G has to be a wireless broadcast that is available in your area where you can have things run on that wireless broadcast, in other words, or get affected by it where they can be somehow impacted or controlled, etc. So a lot of things will say 5G and it's not 5G, but whatever she had go out down in her house was supposedly had the 5G brand connected to it, and it was supposedly wireless, and she got really sick, and she disambiguated that from smart meters. So what I'm saying is that if someone has Morgellons syndrome, or perhaps some version of what I've got, which is maybe the only functional case of nanites in a human being on Earth, then maybe everybody else who has Morgellons syndrome has got the malfunctioning version of it, which has turned into kind of a disease. Then they having these nanites, they might be triggered by wireless or at the 5G level, meaning at the higher frequency level. So they might be, that's why they feel deathly sick. So I'd be saying whoever had Morgellons would be the ones that would be sensitive to 5G, that in the immediate sense where they get really sick. That's what I was saying. Is that coherent?
Understood. Yes. Thank you.
It makes sense. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. So I'll go mute for a few minutes. And Vivian and Sammy just handle it for a few more minutes. I'll be right back, and then we'll meander towards monologue tonight. Not that I'm against going into monologue. It's just that how do I say it? I guess I'll get there. I'll get there in the zone. So in the meantime, let me go mute for now, and Viviana and Sammy Romero will entertain everyone for the next several minutes.
All right. Welcome back, Sammy Romero.
Hey, Vivian. Great, but I hope you didn't take it the wrong way. It's just earlier. I just think anything to do with Karl Rove, it's like I really despise. And I'm not particularly that way. I'm a pretty chill person, but just remembering that guy's smug face, I want to punch him in his face, But anyways,
Absolutely.
So
Did you watch that? Did you watch the atrocious movie called Bush's Brain?
No, I haven't. I haven't. No.
It's horrible. It's just horrible.
Oh, okay. I watched the Cheney movie with Christian Bale. That was actually not bad. It wasn't bad. He pretty much got into the T, you know. But anyways, so did you end up exposing that fake cancer patient after all?
Oh yeah, well, there's a lot of people talking about her right now, and so she's sort of scrambling and trying to redirect her image. So it's always interesting to see how people will perceive one way or the other, but for the most part, you know, I always take things as like a social experiment, but it's like you're in one, so you have to talk about it. Yeah. Anyway, it'll be interesting to see how it shifts.
Oh, okay.
Because nevertheless, like, some people just make your community toxic. I mean, even though it's good content because you're talking about them, and then you have something to talk about, and then people garner. We all kind of get together and gather around and create friendships and stuff out of it. The whole aspect is, though, what was once, what could make the community we live in better would just be if these sort of people just went away. But they don't go away because they have an agenda, and it's always money. So they screw it up for a lot of everyone else by making it toxic.
Well, no, I mean, you're right. I mean, unfortunately, money does bring out the worst in most people, you know. And it's really sad, but at the end of the day, we, you know, we can't take it with us. But, you know, some people don't view it that way.
Exactly. So are you at work right now?
I am driving to pick up my significant other, so I'm driving right now. Yeah. But
so let's discuss this part of the week. Is this the Pride Week going on pretty much throughout our nation right now?
I think it's Pride Month. It is. And you know, my views on you know, on the alternative lifestyles, I never really had a bad view on it, in a sense that, long as, you know, I'm not gay, so don't force me to be gay. I really don't care. You know, people, as long as it's not with children, and it's consensual, it shouldn't be a problem. People loving each other, you know. And you know, my struggle, and I know this is like maybe way out of left field, but maybe I'm just talking, I'm kind of just venting to you out of my own mind. I went to church today, and you know, the church that I go to, you know, you take stuff and you leave stuff, but sometimes the rhetoric with you know, with the gay and lesbian community, it's still always the same, in a sense that they always try to project like gays and lesbians are some type of sex creeps. Like, you know, for example, the preacher was talking about how a transgender wearing a miniskirt was reading a book to a bunch of children and crossing his legs, which, you know, I didn't believe, because to me it was very vague, his example. And, you know, to each their own, I'm, you know, whatever. But there's one thing that, you know, I've learned not to do is don't hate somebody because of who they love. You know?
Yeah. I understand that.
You know what I mean? I don't hate them. I wouldn't want a gay guy forcing himself on me, which is hilarious, because, you know, it's just, to me, it's hilarious. Not that that's impossible, and I don't want that to happen. But you know what I mean? It's almost it's almost comedic to me in a sense of sometimes they try to paint these alternative lifestyles as some child predators, and it's quite the in my opinion, it's just quite the contrary. There's many straight people that, you know, I see do terrible things, and you know, it's just, it's not how I've seen it, at least in my walk of life, you know, at least in my life, you know. It's always usually the people that you don't think they are, that they are, you know. So, man, can you please? I'd like a response from you. What do you think about that? What has been your views on the gay and lesbian, you know, and transgender? I guess.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for that.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, it's fine. So it's been transitional over time. Because I was very active in ministry, very, very active. So I hooked up with a Nazarene church one time. I think this was like 2011. Wait, no, it would be 2007, 2006. And Arizona here was going to pass, or tried to pass, the ban to make marriage equality between, or to label marriage between a man and a woman. Therefore, you could not have the marriage equality that essentially passed thereon after. So I was actually going around with the petition, and I would go to the park and I was talking to people. I was like, hey, you want to sign this petition to keep marriage between a man and a woman? And I was really interested. It was really interesting because a lot of people did not want to sign because they believed in that marriage equality was, in fact, everyone's right. So what it garnered me to try to understand is, why do people think that? Because it was foreign to me, I guess, because of my own mindset was so solidified, and I had no real, you know, I was in my mind, I'm doing ministry and I believe in this, and
of course.
But so over this time, and then I had to also deal with family members who are Christian, but they also support and will go and do certain, like their church will go in and participate in the Pride at the events here. And they'll have little boxes. And in fact, from my experience, they are very loving people. And they embrace that church and whatnot. But now my stance basically is that we live in a time where this was all written about. And I'm just sort of existing in this atmosphere. And the world's going to do what it wants to do, and the government will accept and do what they want to do, and people will do what they want to do. And I've just accepted that that's their choice. And as for me, I'm just going to stand my ground and do what I believe I need to do, you know? So I just kind of want to be separate from all the topics. I don't, because my opinion really doesn't matter at the end of the day, what I think.
Well, the reason why because, you know, I used to think like very conservative in a sense of thinking in that mindset of, oh, they're a bunch of gays and, you know, I don't want no gay guy around me. And really, I'm just being, in my, you know, what I've really realized, because I've had gay friends, they were some of the nicest people I've ever met. None of them have ever, you know, made a pass at me or anything. It's just they're regular people. So when I hear somebody say, you know, they're teaching our kids how to be gay, and I mean, that's, and then to be honest with you, it's you're gonna love who you're gonna love, okay? If someone ever, you know, is gonna be gay, they're eventually going to it's going to come out in the sense of they're going to find their preference. It's, and you know, even, you know, my children, you know, even if they, let's say they would, the only thing I would ever ask them is just be respectful, in a sense of carry yourself with respect as a regular human being. Don't be, you know what I mean? Don't be vulgar. Don't just because you're gay does not mean, you know, you can disrespect yourself, you know? You can have morals. And a lot of my friends are like that. They have their couples and, you know, they're faithful to their couples. And, you know what I mean? It's that, really, just the basics. Because,
Well,
go ahead.
yeah, so Sammy, basically my stance on all humanity and my call is to teach people to repent and believe the gospel of Jesus Christ. And so repentance is where you actually change your mind on the course of action that you're taking, or your mindset and altogether, because it could just be an error or in transgressing Yah's way, whatever that is for you personally. It could be you're a liar or a thief, or
Right.
you know, whatever the case. And that is up to the Holy Spirit to work in the person's mind and heart. But that we preach the gospel to people in season and out so that they can find and understand that there's hope beyond this world.
Right.
And that's for everyone to enter into, regardless of your sin or whatever lifestyle you're in. That's completely a work of God, and that's has nothing to do with me.
Right. No, and I respect that, you know. But no, and you have a point. My thing is, when churches try to use that rhetoric of that, where they're totally, vilifying a lifestyle, people can't help who they love. Really, when it comes down to, and it's very hard because I've seen it in the church where, I have a buddy who is a musician and he's gay. He's gay, like he's flat out gay. He had to sign a contract with his church that he would not partake in, any questionable behavior. But in reality, he told me that there was a lot of ministers and a lot of deacons that wanted to sleep with him. These are married men. These are men of the cloth, and they wanted to, quote unquote, test the goods,
Mm-hmm.
And some of them wanted to be the catcher, not the batter, if you know what I mean.
Oh my gosh.
It is what it is. I'm gonna keep it a buck, and it's hilarious. It is kind of hilarious, and to me, hey, I'm not interested in that. But at the same time, too, what I found out is people that spew that hate, really, you got to be careful what you say when it comes to that, stuff like that, because I believe sometimes people fall in that. You know what I mean? You hate something so much that you end up wanting to do it.
Sammy, something just happened to your transmission.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, sorry.
Do you have like the radio on?
Yes, sorry. Okay, is it bleeding?
Yeah, sort of.
Hold on. Let me go on mute. Go ahead and talk.
Okay. So, yeah, I think that's atrocious that any church would make anybody sign a contract, because definitely that says something about acceptance within the church. Because like, who's the real predator? That's very interesting. But I think that's atrocious that you would make anyone, just because of their preference, would have to sign a document just to make everyone else feel better, where in fact any man, woman, or person could at any point be a predator in a church. You never know. Like, churches are going to be one of the places where a lot of different types of people are going to come for the truth. So you should always, if you want to go by that standard, you should make everyone sign that contract.
Well, it's almost it's almost not. It's not realistic. Okay, it's not realistic, because some of the biggest freaks come from church. The biggest freaks come from church. Okay.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing but some freak stuff's going on at church. Okay.
Well, this is today's church. This is Babylon church. And I think we also need to examine, what does coming out of her mean when the book of Rev talks about come out of her, my people, lest and be separate like that. I think that's where we are right now.
Well,
and
I mean, look,
churchianity is just another. If you ever read Isaiah 1, and it talks about the sores, and you know, you have all these sores and your transgressions, and you don't come for me for the salve or the healing salve. I think that's the state of humanity, but mostly in churchianity, because they have just grown lukewarm, and they've grown accustomed to receiving the world and want to profess Jesus, and make him like an idol of attraction, where it's like a glittery sticker on their car or something.
Right.
But they haven't actually entered into the fact that, no, sometimes you're going to have to depart and get real with him, whether it's on a cold level or a hot level. Like, he can work with that. But if you're going to be in the middle, which I think churchianity is as a whole, we're in a very dangerous territory, because that's where Jesus says, like, I'm going to spew you from my mouth because you're not pleasing to me.
It's true. It's true, and you're right. Well, because, you know, as an adult, you see, and things start becoming very clear as far as being imperfect. Nothing that man makes is perfect. So there shouldn't be an excuse for church. It's just the hypocrisy that comes out. And not only that too, it's not very healthy, because to me to be a follower of Christ, I can't tell no one how to live their personal life in a sense of vilifying what they are. Only the Bible, and to a certain extent, reality, it's the fruits of a person, really. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If all I have is indoctrination and this view on a certain people, then that's all you see. Because I can't see the righteousness in that, in the sense of, you need to show compassion, and you need to be different, because then you're no different from someone who is, you know, hateful to, you know, something else, you know.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah.
There has to be a level of understanding that we're human beings. We have a lot of complexities. I'm telling you, there's so many stories in the church where, you know, you have people on the down low that for years are spewing this hate behind the pulpit, but, you know, they're catching, you know, they're playing catcher, and the other guy is a batter, you know, and the guy spewing hate is usually the catcher, you know. And it's just, to me, it's one of those things where you can't spew hate like that, because usually the people that do that are really the ones that really in lust with it, and they view it as a fetish, rather than to understand that when people love each other, whether it doesn't matter what gender is, it's love, and you can't tell someone how to love.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yes.
Yeah.
By the way,
well,
yeah,
if I could just finish this.
Sure.
So I think for individual at this point, how do we overcome the world? And I think this is something you should also look when it comes to following anyone teaching Jesus, is that they have an actual testimony of Christ in their own life, and that has transformed them. Because ultimately it says that we overcome them and the world and all of the matters that involve our life by the testimony, and, you know, the testimony of Christ and his finished work. So we have to adhere to that as like our victory, and make it our own. Like I said, at this point, I'm just all about the individual at this point, because I think the culmination of the world is just in dire need of truth and Jesus. But plain old him, just him. The red letters, the whole thing, the word that he speaks, and focus on that and talk to him and get close to him. I think that's as simple as that can be.
Yes.
The state of the church, though. Oh no, I'll never go back. If anything, I'll go back to the church to rebuke them and reprimand them, and if that's called.
Right. I understand your view, and all I'm saying is, I've learned to take what I can and leave what I don't want. Because as far as my paradigm, it's I have to live in reality in a sense that I don't live in a bubble. I work in the world. I'm around different nationalities. I live in a big city. So having that type of mindset does not benefit me reaching out to someone that really wants to know about Christ.
Right. Well, that's your testimony, and that's your call, and you shine your light and do what you need to do. And that's a good mindset to have, because it opens up the door for others. And let me just rephrase and let people understand. We're living in the time of a very large open door. And whosoever enters in will find eternal rest and peace and eternal life. So I think that's where humanity stands. It's just a factor of if that person wants to enter in, and that's their choice.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. You there?
I had a phone call.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh.
By the way, repeat that again, Vivian. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you.
Well, there's like this great open door. It's an open door where Jesus is like, well, I'm the bread of life. I'm the actual bread here given for you, and receive me. But some people don't want to receive him. It doesn't matter where you're coming from or what none of those things matter really when it comes to him. He's like, whosoever enter in. That's how he is.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so that being said, all that's wonderful, and of course, I rejoice in the spreading of the word. This is something, of course. I remember when I was relating something to Crystal River about I forgot what it was. Something where we were talking about Peter Moon, of course, who's our mutual acquaintance, and when I brought up something about Christ and brought up, of course, that Peter Moon, of course, does not. Oh my God, he's how would I say it? Crystal River said something about how he's on the other side. Basically, what she means, of course, is that Peter Moon has seen Christianity abused to such a magnitude, to such an order of magnitude, that he simply, that's just not a part of his life. And I can understand that many people who have been exposed to the real negative side of so many con artists and hucksters and carnival men and the kinds of people that he's related some stories about in the past, where he was dealing with some real con artists who were just using Christ as a means to create their own miniature financial empires. And we see a lot of that with televangelism. This is essentially his exposure to Christianity. So he's grown up very jaded and with a very negative perspective on it. Just to relate very shortly in a single sentence or two, there was one huckster he ran across who wore white shoes, like golf shoes, and like a pinstripe suit. It sounds like a clown already. And he was describing this guy as having a very beautiful wife, because he just was pulling in money, and the way he was pulling in money was stupid allegories like, yeah, my wife made me some kind of soup that had a pickle in it that always tasted good, and one day she served him some bowl of soup and it didn't taste the same, and she said that's because I didn't have a pickle to put in. And he was like saying, see, that's Christianity. It's so much better than all the other religions because Christ is like that pickle. I mean, it's just this kind of stupidity that this guy was using as a selling point. Christ is like the pickle in this soup that's what makes the difference between that and Buddhism and Taoism and, everything else on earth. It was just,
it's very.
See, I believe even the Muslims make very good arguments against the Trinity. And why can't we just think like that? Why does it have to be a religious thing? Why can't we just critically put on our hat and understand what how other people see and stuff, because, you know, they make a point, and they're also part of the Abrahamic lineage. So why do we denounce them just because they call themselves Muslim when they make an absolute great point? One that actually many people have died over when it comes to the Trinity. Things like that, you know, and that's why I love Jesus so much, because he's just like that. Like, he's not looking at those aspects of the human.
And that's very interesting, because I told Doug the story that this kid, when I grew up, when I was in church, his dad died. And somewhere in the Bible it says, you know, you have to give money to the widows. And he told the pastor, "Hey, where's my check at, man? My dad died." And they had to cut him a check.
Wow.
The church cut him a check because the scripture said it. She's you know, what the scriptures say, that you need to honor the widows.
Well,
you know, you need to support them.
Well,
and they had to cut them a check.
Probably, if they're capable of doing that, that's part of their ministry. I mean, that's great.
Yeah.
Because that's actually taking the word for what it is, and supporting the words of Christ.
And there's nothing wrong with that. My saying is, though, you know, they never cut him another check, but you know, you got a check. But you know, it is what it is. But you know, go tell Joel Osteen that, and he'll probably laugh. But it is what it is. My thing is, you know, in some ways I can understand Peter's moon objective, but I've seen the good as well. And one I could say is my father, but he had to pay a price as well, and that, you know, you need to dedicate time, and it takes time. You know, human beings require patience because, you know, we have our own complexes. And growing up now, having friends in the ministry, they're very conflicted, very imperfect people. They stick their foot in their mouth. I've had to kind of maneuver a friendship. You know, Doug knows about it. Where this good friend of mine's a pastor, but he crossed the line with me personally as far as labeling me because of a life choice. And I've had to look at it as in, you know, he's a human being and he has flaws, and God is still working in him, you know.
Yes, and that's certainly gracious. That's perhaps even too generous, but it kind of brings back, you know, so when I was talking to Crystal about Peter, and we were, she basically made that joke about, he's on the other side, and we see Peter's complete cynicism with the faith because of just the absurdities that he's seen. Then, of course, oh my God, when we come back to just what little testimony I have, or what I can share, of course, there's a wealth of it, but concerning what impacts us most immediately, of morbid entertainment, was, of course, Brendan Zogit said that one of the things they were doing on the Gangstalker videos was saying that Douglas Dietrich is not a Christian, which, you know, oh God, that is beyond, of course, laughable considering the source. And this is part of the madness of the whole situation. But every angle of attack that they can possibly think of, they're just hurling it. But of course, it's this very multi-pronged attack, or this buckshot approach, the gunshot approach, where the scatter shot just goes everywhere, that renders them so impotent in so many ways. It's not necessarily impotent in the sense that people get scared off. People get scared off simply by the sheer volume of the attacks. The reason
I wanted to tell you, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I want to tell you this before I forget.
Yeah.
I had someone contact me on Facebook, and it was the weirdest thing, because it was like a message. You open the message, right? And then you read the message, and it was about you. And they were like, you know, FYI, I want to, you know, and it was some salacious message about how I need to disalign myself with you, and you don't really know, and blah, 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 blah. And I just read it, and then I was like, oh, I'll come back to that later. I don't even know who this person is. And it disappeared.
Yes.
Yeah.
And by then I forgot. Like,
but by the way, technically that's impossible. But I believe everything she says. I believe everything Viviana says. Technically, that's impossible for someone to delete the message on your side. There should be at least a. If this were, say, for instance, Facebook Messenger, then theoretically you should at least have a message deleted or something like that. But what she's saying, and this is how I interpret it, is that it was like it was never there. So yeah,
I can't find it at all.
Yeah, this is the kind of technological. Understand that when I say I'm fighting the deep state, listen to the anecdotes I've shared with you, which I have evidence of because I've got the cell phone on which they're on, where they can communicate in the place of, say, for instance, my medical cosmetologist and send me messages she never texted. And as I said, I've had my differences with her, so I felt no guilt about waking her up at 2 a.m, responding to one of those messages, but she did not send it. They can send messages of someone else to my phone. As I pointed out when I went to the pawn shop, the young jeweler who is the gay guy who works with cell phones in particular, he took a look at my cell phone and, he said, oh, let's test this out. And when I was having him update certain apps, etc., taking care of certain things that I can't work with on the cell phone, I don't know how, then he tried to experiment calling me via his cell phone and went to this white guy's phone number, which of course, like I say, is now permanently on record on the cell phone itself. And I gave this number to the listeners and told them, everybody feel free to give this guy obscene phone calls because this is one of the fuckers stalking me. Let me turn the phone on. I'll get that number up again just so I can give people that number again. And of course he responded by, fucking with the communications with one of the people that I talked to on the phone. Maybe this will result in more fuckery with the communications, but it's not like they don't do that already. Matter of fact, the other day, V called me and I could hear every word she was saying, but she heard nothing but static from my end. In other words, it wasn't like she heard blank, like there was nothing on the other end. She heard static. So it's like interference. So I'm in a position where people might say, well, you're either extraordinarily paranoid, but that's not the case, but rather that it's a miracle I don't become paranoid. Again, that's part of my vulnerability. So when it comes to my basically kind of trying to remain positive, to think of the positive, and to interpret things positively, I actually do that to a fault. And the end result is not to my benefit at all. I'll get into that in a second, but just scrolling down now, getting this guy's phone number. It's 1650. Which is, again, the old government services agency federal building used to be in this zip code, this area code. Yeah, that is San Bruno. 650 area code is San Bruno. That's where the old GSA, the government services agency building, used to be located. And, of course, it's also the area code of my medical cosmetologist. And, of course, Judith Agert was born in that area. So 650 is, this encompasses a lot. And not a lot in terms of a wide area, but a lot in my life. So it makes sense their stalker would be positioned there. So it's 650 area code 417-9099. So yeah, again, that's 650-417-90, as in 9099. Anybody who wants to, give that fucker a call and, keep him up all fucking night if you want. I couldn't give a shit. And, but that's some white guy. And like I said, when the gay guy at the jeweler's wound up calling him by accident and went to his answering machine, then the kid told me that's impossible. He said that means somebody would have had to have taken your card, literally the card that's inside of this cell phone. I forget what they call it, a zip card or something, SIM card. Somebody would have had to have taken the SIM card out of your phone and reprogrammed it for my calling you, because we made sure he had the right number. For my calling you to go to this man's answering service. But I said, no, it's not like that. It's that I get handed this phone for free because I'm on Medicare and Medi-Cal, and the government obviously puts a tracker in it, the moment that's handed to me. So when he said, oh, they can't do that, and I said, why? He said, because there's laws protecting whistleblowers. And that's when I just looked at him and said, you are naive. But he has to live in that universe where these laws are obeyed because, like Peter Moon said,
he's openly gay and probably feels very vulnerable if the government is not his friend. In other words, if the government's not following its own rules, he probably feels extraordinarily vulnerable as a gay person. So he has to believe that people are following these rules. But, you know, at any rate, when later on, what happened was the white guy who has this answering service wound up calling me back. Again, think about this, because that's impossible. Because what the guy should be calling is the gay guy who was trying to call me, because the gay guy who was trying to call me reached his answering service. He wasn't being called by my phone number. He was being called from the gay guy's phone number. So he should be calling the gay guy back, but he's calling me. So when he called me back, it was a total mistake. And he said, "Hi, I got a call from this number. I don't know who." What? Like, just stopped all of a sudden, hung up. Like, suddenly, oh shit, it's Dietrich. Like, oh shit, I'm calling Dietrich. And so this shows that their system is convoluted, and it obviously routes through an ungodly number of circuits. So instead of calling the gay guy back, he calls me back, because it all goes back to me. So that means the whole system is centered on me. Not the world system, but it may as well be. So somebody in my position could go insane if they worried about this. And my biggest problem is I don't worry about it. And because I try to see the best in everybody, like, for years, I was nothing, and Sammy Romero can attest to this too. He was listening to me. Certainly, our lovely Viviana Sanchez was there in the early days when sometimes I was bringing on David John West, and David West was the Mormon guy who would come on with me, and every once in a while we'd talk about different things, and he wound up doing that short story with me. And I would say nothing but positive things about David John West. And then, you know, David John West winds up running over to Richard K. Cole Jr. with this notarized letter trying to claim I never published, quote unquote, The Red Undead, because, you know, he wanted to plagiarize it. It goes to show this is what happens when I just do nothing but speaking well of people, and they just interpret that as a weakness and are willing to just steal what they can from me, everything if they could. When it comes to someone like Lena Shea, again, Sammy and Viviana can attest to this. I was sharing a memory about her on my own Facebook timeline. If anything, I was getting maudlin and sentimental. You know, put her birthday up on the latest episode. Episode just before tonight, so the one just before that was her birthday. I even said, Lena Shea birthday. I mean, here I am doing this, and then she's over, you know, on the internet trying to claim, oh, Douglas Dietrich is some kind of posier or liar. And these are all really some kind of model in Asia. It's like, so there's no winning. It's, as you can see, I'm surrounded by enemies. It's, if Christ had one Judas, it's like every other person in my life is Judas. There is, in fact, there are far more Judases in my life than there are any other type of people. People like Sammy Romero and Viviana Sanchez are obviously the exceptions. And those that aren't straight out and out Judases, they may as well be, because they abandoned me when, you know, basically it comes down to you are what you do when it counts. And when it counts, most everybody just runs away. So in the end, there's nothing but me. I'm all alone. Now, it's not true in a sense. Certainly, I have moral support from people like Viviana Sanchez, Sammy Romero, you know, even Brendan Zogia, who I have not been kind to because he basically conducted what amounts to petty theft. Understand, something like that really doesn't mean too much to me because I've worked all my life with criminals, and, you know, when you work all your life with criminals like I've had out of necessity, something like that is like nothing compared to what other people are trying to do. Basically, the worst thing anyone can do to me or anyone else is to destroy the only thing that a person really has in the end, which is like that Jewish American princess, Cynthia Siegel, who was an alma mater of mine, actually went to the same modeling and acting school, John Robert Powers, only she went to the one in New York and I went to the main branch in San Francisco. It's like she said, in the end, that's all you have is your good name. And that's all you can take with you to the grave, the only thing that can last beyond the grave. And they want to destroy that. And they try that by destroying the good name of even the man who raised and guided me, by trying to destroy the good name of anyone around me.
And when Viviana Sanchez brings up what she did just now about people telling her, you know, you should disaffiliate with Douglas Dietrich, and then went into something that was so vague, I doubt she even remembers what it was they said. Do you have any memory at all what they said it was, that why I was so evil? Or you see,
I'm normally big on, you know, like screenshotting the moment.
Yeah.
But in that moment, I was like, whatever, like go away. And so I didn't even pay. I read it, and then I was like, I'll come back to it, and then I'll talk to Douglas about it later to see, you know, because I expected it, but I blocked those individuals that are doing this to you,
right,
so that I would ensure that they couldn't try to, you know, contact me, because I see the drama they're doing. I see what they're doing. And I even understand more that this person wanted to pay you money to defile you. And that is such a spiritual thing, because, you know, when people want to do that, like so vehemently, they want to, you know, they want to inject you with their demons, basically.
Yes.
They know exactly what they're doing. It's kind of a bondage technique.
Yes.
So I'm so glad you never accepted or received that.
No, thank you. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so sorry this has happened to you, and I can understand that, but and I'm so sorry I wasn't there in the time of your abandonment, but I totally get what you're saying. And the real people who care about you and love you and accept you for who you are always going to be there. So
Thank you.
Build a wall, like my friend always says. Don't be ashamed to build a wall, and expect yourself to be treated with honor. And of course, just never trust people.
Thank you.
Don't
That's
trust
beautiful.
anyone.
No, that's so beautiful. And so the humor in that is, of course, the irony. And this is the horror of situations that we have in this world. We are in this world where, unfortunately, most people are not trustworthy, and they need to earn our trust. So when the lovely Viviana Sanchez brings up that point, yes, build your wall, don't trust people. Yes. So there is that element around me. There is caution. I still want to see what's the best in most people, and understand that people really have to work hard to try and get on my bad side. Honestly, this is the horror, is that these people have been willing to work that hard. Sammy says, sorry for the black. We didn't even hear that. We didn't even hear that.
Well, let me just say this real quick, Douglas.
Of course. Take your time.
It's on my forefront of my head, because it will disappear.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to say to you that, oh my God, see, it's leaving me now. This is horrible.
No worries.
So my point right now is that I think, like, oh my God, I totally lost it.
Honey, don't worry about that. That happens to me all the time. Honey,
it'll come back.
It'll come back. It'll come back. And tell you what, and if you happen to be awake while I'm in monologue tonight and you remember, break in and just say, I remember now, and this is what I want to say. Okay? I'm serious.
Okay.
I'm serious.
Yeah, sure.
And
I was going to say this. Okay, I remember now. This is my saying and what I've learned. You don't need to trust people, but you can trust people to be who they are. And therein you will know, like, who they are.
Yeah.
Right? And that way you won't take it so hard, because it affects you so much when you get betrayed and you're like, oh, I trusted you. Yeah. But then if you switch it around and be like, well, I trusted you to be exactly who you are. You know, that way you accept who they are. If they're a snake, they're a snake. A traitor, they're a traitor. If they're faithful and beloved, then so be it. And embrace that and rejoice. But at the same time, it kind of takes away that hold that people have when you give someone trust, because it's such an intimate and huge power.
It is. And what we do when we trust people is we render ourselves vulnerable. And one of the things that I've always has been open and transparent, because that leaves me paradoxically less vulnerable. A good example, Sammy, just checking in with you, making sure you're still there. And we'll see if he responds, with a black, maybe.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
I think you meant to say belch, right? You meant to spell belch.
Belch, yes, belch. Sorry.
Thank you.
I thought I belched it on bandwidth.
Oh no, nobody heard it. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
So
yeah, we don't care. It's
yeah,
okay.
yeah. I mean, well, we care. Obviously, we don't want that to be a habit. When I mean, one time I had Brendan Zoget on, and he belched, and it was just awful. It was just one of those things. But he thought he was on mute. In all fairness, but when it comes to, say, for instance, oh my God, what was I going to say? When I was just checking if he was there, then I was going to go into kind of like a little allegory or sub-story, some-experience of along the lines of what we were talking about, trust, rendering. Well, yes, this is the point. You know, when it came to, as I was discussing with Sammy the other day, when it came to being vulnerable, this is something that I've always lived with. I've always been vulnerable, and in a sense, recognizing that it makes you less vulnerable. And when you kind of open, as I do, as an open book, then, you know, you can imagine how horrible my life would be if, say, for instance, I were hiding things. Everything that I've ever tried to hide would be exposed. So this is the one reason why I'm so open about what I say. And the only thing they can do, instead of exposing things about me, all they can do is try and say that everything that I've exposed about myself is some kind of lie, which then becomes very bizarre. It leads it into the surrealistic. It's like the old VA guy I know who worked for years at the Veterans Administration said that Douglas Dietrich is the only person that I know of in human history where people are trying to deny he had a dishonorable discharge. He said there's no other person on earth who's had a dishonorable discharge that people claim this man has not had a dishonorable discharge other than Douglas Dietrich. In other words, no matter what I say, they're going to try and say it's a lie, even if something is potentially damaging to myself, which of course a dishonorable discharge at this point in history is meaningless. But especially with my lifestyle, but when it comes to, say, for instance, being vulnerable, one of the things that was so bizarre about Salman Sheikh and Jambo the Reese Monkey was that they obviously had a relationship that developed an intimacy, and they simply didn't want to be vulnerable. Whereas if they had just been honest about it, maybe none of this would have happened. Of course, it ultimately would have, because they are what they are. I mean, one's an Edomite, and the other's obviously involved with the Masons and many other things that are now quite exposed, what he's exposed himself. But basically, when they became involved with each other, honestly, if they had been honest about it, I, of all people, would have celebrated, would have said, I'm so glad you found happiness. Happiness is hard to find. If you find happiness with someone, no matter who it is, well, should anyone be down on that? But instead, they had to be basically deceitful about it and do what they've done so as not to appear vulnerable. But in the end, they've exposed themselves, and they've also given me all their power, because they're basically saying that I'm someone who has seduced them. And by the way, that was the term Jameson Reese was using the other day with that idiot Richard K. Cole Jr. was basically Douglas Dietrich seduced me. And so these are highly sexually charged terms, by the way. Seduction, which is the term that Salman Sheikh was using. So they're basically claiming I sexually seduced them. And this is part of the bizarro aspect of their approach. If they're such victims, then what they're saying is that, you know, I have incredible power over their lives, that they've somehow surrendered to me. But everyone who is aware of the reality is obviously not going to buy into that. Without over dwelling on them, of course, but just kind of clarifying that for the amusement of it. Yeah. I'm sorry, say something.
I just want to say that your spirit just in the last few weeks has changed. Because when I used to, come in to hear you, I said, what's happened to Douglas? He sounds so triggered and negative and dark. But now I sense it lifting from you, and I'm so happy about that too. That you can find the positive in all aspects, because I know to be a target like that makes you wary of everyone, and your mind is constantly like, where's everyone coming from, and why are you in my life, and who sent you, and what is this about, and it's so.
Oh, it's
a bad place.
Yeah, it's horrible. It's definitely a place of siege. It's being under siege 24 hours a day. And obviously, that's where the enemy wants you. And so thank you for acknowledging that my spirit has uplifted to, because that in and of itself is uplifting.
Yeah, even your work, just tonight was wonderful. Hearing you and Peter talk, it was much more. The dynamic is much more positive. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
And just always remind your enemies that they've already lost. Sorry. Enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you. No, that's wonderful, honey. You're an angel. And honestly, this is why you're such a keeper. Honestly, your coming back into my life was certainly divine. This truly was divine. And it honestly, you can imagine why I was on edge. Well, you know why. And with everything that's happened, you've certainly, you're one of the reasons why I can retain trust in humanity. Honestly. And if it weren't for yourself, Sammy Romero and other people, of course, it goes without saying, my son. Oh, by the way, this is very funny. So, Sammy, one of the things that they were saying on the video, and again, this is just for people's entertainment, and this is actually quite funny. So apparently what their strategy is to say, of course, that they've actually said this. They said, my son does not exist. So my son does not exist. And so they're saying that all the way that I access the escorts and, of course, a lifestyle, they're saying that this is all basically due to the fact that I'm wealthy. And I'm trying to project that onto this invisible sugar daddy, but it's really all my wealth. And so I found out that the car they're saying I'm driving was not a Ferrari. That was something that basically somebody told me that they said I was driving some hyper expensive sports car. So Ferrari is what came to my mind. It's what I projected onto what they're claiming. They actually say that I drive a Maserati, which I think actually might be much more expensive than a Ferrari, or at least somewhat more so. So
nice.
Yes. And so when they're saying I'm driving this Maserati and that I've got all this money, but of course I still take time out to steal money from someone like Simon Shake in, amounts of $25 with each of his donations and shit. This is like the absurdity of this kind of position. It's one of these things that I think that when they are saying then, of course, that there's, models in the cosplayers, as they're saying. All of this is just, the picture that they put together is just so garbled and so contradictory. Again, they also say they know my real name, but they're not releasing it, which I think what they're trying to say is that my Chinese name is supposed to be the real me and that somehow Douglas Dwayne Dietrich is somehow some kind of an alias. But none of them can pronounce my Chinese name, so they just quote unquote don't release it, meaning they can't pronounce it. But with all of that confusion being said, they still say they're accessing Freedom of Information Act info about myself using the Douglas Dwayne Dietrich name, which is, it's not my real name, then they couldn't find out anything. I mean, obviously, if someone were to try to logically follow everything that they're saying, it becomes absurd in and of itself. And like Viviana said, they're just a bunch of losers. And that being said, now that we've dismissed that, I'm going to take a final breath outside, prepare to monologue, because I don't think Noreen might be joining us tonight. If in honor of Noreen and what she's going through, and in honor of George Knight, who might be able to join us later, who knows, I'll talk a bit about 5G tonight. I'll talk a little bit about the Dietrich Art Elect as well, because I think that's very important based on a lot of what's going on in the world. Certainly talk about, I'll touch on some of the current events, but definitely, honestly, much more comfortable to do so. If there's any other subjects either one of you want me to talk about, do bring them up. Anything that you feel might be relevant.
Hey, Douglas. Yeah. Douglas, it's George.
There we are. There we are. It's George.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, Vivian. Hello. Sorry, I've just jumped on. I beg your pardon.
Oh, no, that's wonderful. You're always welcome to do that. And so, welcome. And so tell us how your day is beginning. Do say hello to Sammy and all our listeners as well.
Oh, yes. Hello, Sammy. And hello, everyone listening tonight. Thank you. Thank you for having me on, Douglas. Yes. Much appreciated.
And so tell us a bit about how your day is going.
Yeah, I've just started. It's 7:42 in the morning. So yeah, I'm up Yeah, bright and early. Yeah, so
I'm glad
it's starting. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad we don't wake you up whenever we try to call you. No. So when we initially call you when the show begins, about 5 p.m. our time plus 8 hours, that would be about what time where you're at, because I don't know if you get the time on as to when we called you, but since you were able to jump on, it should have the time as to when we called you in England. That should be about what time. We're calling you in the middle of your night, of course. Right?
I believe so. I'm as soon as I wake up and I jump on the Skype, it gives me the invitation, so I can join at any time, which is wonderful. Which makes my life so much easier. Then I don't need to interrupt or contact anyone. Yes, I could just jump on and then see if you're doing your monologue, I won't interrupt, and if anyone's having a conversation, I can stay on mute. So it's quite really handy.
Yes. And of course it's wonderful. So tell us a bit about, oh God, I have to be careful because I'm always trying to ask people about their personal lives, and I've got to be careful in George Knight's case because obviously we've got to be security conscious out of respect for Sarah. That being said, tell us about so how about work lately? I'm going to try and explain to people a little bit tonight about 5G because of the horrible experience that our lady Noreen Helpan had with it. But as far as you understand it, is 5th generation technology in England still like in America it's almost all in private hands, or is it more of a national kind of venture?
Yeah, it's getting there. We were literally announced at the end of the later part of last year that we were 5G was available because of course for many years we've had the 4th generation technology where we can communicate and use our data and stream online using our mobile devices. So now 5G is becoming more and more available in certain areas. So it's just transitioning from the 4G to the 5G. And yes, as far as I can ascertain, there's no, in terms of your health wise, any issues. I've not experienced anything personally, and I'm not aware of anyone. But of course, Noreen is an exceptional case, which is something that that Douglas will go into in a little bit. But as far as radiation or frequency waves, frying your brain, which is what a lot of conspiracy peddlers are promoting. It's just a load of BS. Right. It's just I'm using I'm on 4G at the moment, but I can access the 5G network in most of the area that I live in. So and that's how I'm now talking to you on Skype, Douglas, is through the 4G and 5G network, and
it's
across the Atlantic. So brilliant. Anywhere I can be mobile anywhere.
It's incredible. And so basically we're talking about a higher frequency of the wireless, but one of the things that I did want to say was that certainly the federalization in the United States, if they honestly went at this at a national level of 5G, that would manifest actually a maturation of the technology, because it would take us out of that lawless frontier of the robber baron wireless corporations. And all the crypto plutocrats, the secret monies, in other words, the cyber terrorists, into less trollable territorial status. But go on.
Yes, absolutely, Douglas. And it's the same with like all these. It's the same like we got these toll roads as well. They're trying to monopolize often making these toll roads. And there's another highway road in the UK that they're trying to, the government proposed this new scheme, this new proposal that they were going to, the verge that when people break down, they were going to remove that. And so it would have been like, it'd be like, I'm trying to think of that, the game or the toy set where they crash into one another. And so this was not a viable solution. And it's just like the toll road, and that's where, I learned from yourself, Douglas, about the highway robbery, where that originated from. That was just, highway robbery where, they were just taking money, these law enforcement officers were just, taking the money from these people on the highway. And this is where these toll roads come in, and they're trying to charge you for using the toll road as opposed to the normal motorway or the highway. It's just yeah.
Oh my God.
And that's what,
So what you were talking about is something similar to bumper cars, right? That's just how about where the cars
Yeah.
Bumper cars is what this would turn
I remember. Yeah, where they all just crash dummies. They're all crashing into one another, and so they were trying to get rid of the hard shoulder, the hard verge, where people break down and they can safely like go off the road if the car is malfunctioned, and so they can remain like in a safe position. But they were going to remove that, just put barriers up, so then if you break down, you're just stuck in the middle of the road. People going 70 miles per hour, they're not able to slow down in time. Yeah, this is serious. Yeah. And it was just like the other proposal. The government tried to evade the high inflation of taxation. They were going to remove the MOT, the maintenance test for your vehicle. And it's just like you're going to have accidents on the road if people will go years without having an MOT, because you need an MOT in order to have an insurance on the road, so you're able to actually drive on the road legally. If they were going to remove that, then you're going to have all these vehicles that are going to just drop out. They're just going to malfunction and stop working. And then, if you're on the highway and it just stops, that's it. You're going to cause an accident. And so it's just ridiculous. This is just the sheer craziness.
Who was suggesting this crap? Who was?
This was our government at the moment. This is our current Tory government, our Conservative Party with Boris Johnson.
Oh.
They were actually proposing to remove the MOT. So you need, in order for you to have a valid tax on the road and have insurance, you need a valid MOT certificate, and they were going to propose to remove this, which is ridiculous. Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. These cars will.
Yeah. This is the radicalized right at work. This is what they do, and I'm so disgusted by this. By the way, I understand that Sammy and Viviana may have stepped away for a while. If either of you are here, let me know. Just checking with them, because if not, I'll hold the stage with you for a while. Definitely, if it's just you and I, we can handle it for a while. I'm certainly glad that you're here. So aside from this obviously asinine suggestion, which they probably thought was brilliant, and this is like the smaller government bullshit at work, the smaller government philosophy, which is just so people understand. Obviously, Americans and English are extraordinarily different. The view of police, for instance, is extraordinarily different. I mean, English police are generally unarmed. These are people people think of them as your friend. They think of them as somebody to go up and ask directions from. But in America, we think of policemen as basically Lone Rangers with, alpha, whatever they call them, Omega Cop syndrome, where, they're fighting the zombie apocalypse and shit. But when it comes to England, there's just more of a social concept. They understand the need for a socialized state. And we just don't have any of that here. And when it comes to these people on the right who have been trying to downsize government, and the first thing they do is they cut into the national health system. And oh my God. Now, certainly Sarah can tell us something about how the national health system has changed. And I'm certain that COVID put a crimp in their operations, because if it weren't for COVID, they probably would have cut National Health Service to the bone. There probably wouldn't even be. I'm sure COVID forced them to kind of like at least reinforce the national health system to a degree, or was that the case? What can you tell us from Sarah's experience or yours?
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we've actually had this conversation. Me and Sarah have in the past couple of years. She's noticed a lot of the changes in people's behaviour and perspective on the NHS and National Health Service. They've actually they during COVID, during the height of the pandemic, which is it's not an endemic, we're still in a pandemic.
Yes,
so
thank
to speak.
you. Thank you.
Yeah,
go on.
I recognize.
And explain the difference to people, please. Tell them the difference between endemic and pandemic. One is basically national, the other's international, essentially. But go on, explain.
Yeah, thank you. And I always bring up in my, this is not something I've spoken about publicly, but when you look at the American Army and Navy flu. Yeah. That lasted for decades. That was never an endemic. It lasted, and it just, what these viruses do. They eventually, and this is the problem with most people. They don't realize that viruses eventually they mutate. They evolve and they mutate, but they actually they degenerate in the sense where they're less. The fatality rates will drop, and this is what happened with the American Army and Navy flu.
Eventually, but go on.
Eventually, but it took decades, and this is the same thing with coronavirus, because it's, you know, you need, and like Douglas has said this many times, you need, in order for it to be a pandemic, you need, it's between an 8 and 12% mortality rate. So in order for it to spread, and it's not like a hemorrhagic fever where it kills you, it takes out yourself too quickly, so it doesn't, you know, it's isolated and it cannot spread from, you know, some, you know, continent to continent or country to country. It doesn't do that.
For our listeners,
yes,
in general, the something as hideous as hemorrhagic fever, the hemorrhagic fever where you're beginning to just basically bleed out. Your skin becomes a giant orifice like a sponge, and all your blood basically spews therefrom. You basically melt in place, and because it's so vicious, it basically isolates itself. Because basically, first off, the hideous effect immediately keys everybody in, and nobody wants to look like that. Because nobody wants to look like that, everybody avoids you. So unlike something much more sinister like an influenza, where especially something like COVID, where you're not even symptomatic while you're carrying a great deal of the time, people can brush up near you, and of course all kinds of transmission can happen. With the hemorrhagic fevers, it's just too vicious to transmit effectively, so it basically isolates itself. One of the puzzling factors that they found about the monkeypox is, of course, they were wondering, how is it, you know, suddenly manifesting? And there's still some mystery there. But as I said, basically, so, you know, and I'll say it, I'll take full responsibility. This is something that the health department in the developed Western world, whether in England or this side of the Atlantic, no one's going to tell you. Basically, right now, this is a gay disease, essentially, in the sense of gay people who are really not having safe sex and are also probably doing drugs. In other words, this is kind of like a heavy party alternative lifestyles disease right now. And basically, if you're not behaving that wildly or that irresponsibly, you're really not going to be impacted. And when I don't say gay disease as any kind of homophobic or some kind of remark to try and tell you to stay away from gays, because obviously there's many gay people that are safe so long as they're practicing safe sex, they're partnered, they're behaving responsibly. But basically, this is kind of like the more extreme end of, say, for instance, alternative lifestyles disease. And we know that much, that it's manifesting. How it got to the point where it's starting to manifest in people living that lifestyle is still the mystery. But that's essentially where it's manifesting. And so all that is, by the way, nevertheless, because it's happening across international borders, it's pandemic. So monkeypox is, in that sense, pandemic. But when it comes to something like hemorrhagic fever, you almost certainly will hopefully never hear about that being pandemic, because that would mean that basically, you know, for whatever reason, people started trying to switch spit with these people who are melting alive or something, because that's really the only way you're going to get it. And so definitely when it comes to coronavirus, however, what makes it so transmissible, and I'm certain the Army and Navy flu was very similar, was that it's airborne. It's basically aeroborne. And when it's aeroborne like that, then you've got a real problem. And so AIDS never mutated to become aeroborne. Hemorrhagic fever never mutated to become aeroborne. If those diseases did something wild like that, you would probably see a great deal of the human species wiped out. So that's what could have conceivably wiped out a good deal of the human population with anthrax, which the British were experimenting with on this Sheep Island, which, you know, I know George Knight of all people has probably heard of this or learned about this. And there was some island off, where was it? Off Scotland? I mean, they just saturated it with anthrax. It was just horrible. It's like what they did in the Soviet Union with one of these islands, Renaissance Island. So go on with everything else you're talking about. Bring it back to National Health Service. You know, take it in that direction.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. And just to follow up to what you know, what I was saying about it lasted for decades, and this is why most people, I think, they have conflated what I've said in the past on my post about the you know, the Benito Mussolini and Adolf Hitler, telling all the people, teaching them how to do the alloclusion to stop them from transmitting diseases. And this is the reason. The reason being, it's not, and this is where people conflate what I've said. They assume that I meant that the Americans will unleash a similar thing again. It wasn't. It's because it lasted for decades. It lasted it lasted for I believe, when I've looked into this from these the government websites of the of science and medical these articles that I'm reading from these national all over the world. It's the Americans, the Western world, the developed westernized world, is they've found traces of the H1N1 hemagglutinin 1 neuromodius 1 virus that has lasted all the way up to the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and then it just it seems to emerge again. It emerges and it mutates into H1N5 or H2N5, and it just keeps mutating like that. True. And the H1N1 virus never ever existed prior to 1980. It never existed before. And this is where people don't understand. It's not a natural virus. It was an engineered virus, and it transmitted straight from the bird, the flight, which is the evolution of the dinosaur, which is where viruses originated, from the intestinal tract and the stomach lining of dinosaurs millions of years ago. And since there's no more dinosaurs in the world today, they live in the distant relations and their descendants, the flight, the birds. Yes. And this is where we get the term bird flu from, and swine flu. But this didn't jump from bird to swine, from the pig, from the bird to the pig, through fecal matter. It transmitted directly from bird to human.
The pigs through Asia. And the reason that happened was what George Knight is explaining. The reason it became avian swine flu is because in Asia you have the largest concentration of human population. And as I mentioned, the overwhelming majority of pigs on Earth that are eaten for food, their primary source of protein, are in China in particular. But all flus are effectively, as George Knight is explaining, all flus are effectively avian flus. They're effectively bird flus. And all flus are also effectively swine flus. And also all flus generally are Asian flus. And the reason why was because since the overwhelming majority of the population of the world is concentrated in Asia, and the majority of the source of protein is the pigs, the pork, then what happens is their chickens live on subsistence farms with the pigs, and that's where the chicken roll or chicken waste products, shed feathers and chicken shit, winds up being eaten at some point by the pig, and then the pigs get eaten by the humans, and that's how it transfers from the birds to the pigs, which are the closest. How do I describe this? They may not be the closest relations to human beings like monkeys, but nevertheless, their body parts are so similar. You can transfer their body parts into human body parts and have them work. This is what they do with porcine valves when people have valve transplants for heart disease. They're giving them a pig's valve. And that one Pakistani doctor just recently gave a human being a pig's heart. Now, you remember this operation recently, right, George?
Yeah, I've seen the articles, Douglas. Yeah, I've not read into it, but it's been very, very public.
So you know, that patient died of African swine fever. Isn't that a bitch? He wound up catching African.
ASF.
Oh my God.
ASF.
Yes. But just so people know, what happened recently was, everything that George is explaining is true. And by the way, before it dribbles out of my ears, because it'll dribble out of my ears, I'll forget about it. I do want to bring this up. While we were talking about my gang stalkers earlier in the night, one of them obviously being Salman Sheikh, one of the things that was going on, and I don't say this to slander or defame him, and we'll bring this right back to the National Health Service, but one of the things I do want people to understand is towards the end, before his severance, his eloping with Jameson Reese, who, we now call Jambo the Reese Monkey, basically before he ran off with Jambo the Reese Monkey, Salman Sheikh was getting very bizarre in his politics. One of the things that our man Sammy Romero was talking about earlier was we were pulling out of Afghanistan. And by that, of course, we're talking about coalition forces, Anglo-American forces pulling out of Iraq, Afghanistan. He's talking about we were running like rats and leaving all of this equipment to the Afghans. And he was saying that we lost. Technically, of course, the Americans did not lose. The Allies did not lose in this case. It's just they abandoned it. They simply abandoned the position. This is disgraceful. But nevertheless, one of the most horrible things on earth to have happened to the Afghan people, and any Afghan person will tell you this, is the Taliban sweeping back into power. But the person who was really reveling in that, and I never brought this up, was Salman Sheikh. He was with a bunch of radical. You might remember that. That was on his timeline. He and his friends were.
I've listened to him say that, Douglas. I've listened to him say, you know, when he's done like interviews with yourself, you know, with these videos he uploads, I've heard him say it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he was
talking. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, pulling out of the you know, with all the coalition forces, they were pulling out of the Middle East. Yeah, I've heard him say.
So
of course, I cannot talk into detail what he was saying because I wasn't paying much attention, not like I do with yourself.
Understood.
Yeah,
and definitely appreciate it. But just so people know, he was very much rejoicing in the Taliban victory. And again, this isn't being brought up to defame or slander him. This was his position. So it goes to show you, and just so people know, when it came to the original Taliban in Afghanistan, these were all basically Pakistani assets. It was the Pakistani ISI. Yeah. And so it's almost like he's like this extreme Pakistani nationalist. The other thing that was going on was he was trying to support this radical politician who came into power in Pakistan named Khan. And this, I forget the guy's first name, but his last name is Khan, appropriately enough, right? And so this guy was like, when Russia invaded Ukraine, this clown who was in charge of Pakistan and then the military kicked him out, he was in Moscow talking with Putin on the day of the Ukrainian invasion. And in other words, he was trying to pull Pakistan out of the American orbit and trying to realign it to the Russian orbit, which was traditionally the position that India held for years and years. So in other words, he was trying to pull away from the West, which also Salman Sheikh was rejoicing in. And there is no sanity in that. There's no sane way to rationalize that because even the Pakistani military kicked that guy out of office, which got, you know, Salman Sheikh all upset, and he was crusading saying, we got to get this guy back in office, you know, because everyone else is just, you know, part of the British, you know, and American orbit and keeping us in this kind of colonial orbit. And you know, how is the Russian orbit or the communist Chinese orbit any fucking better? I mean, this is, if you're given a choice between the lesser of two evils, I would take the Anglo-Americans over the Sino-Slavic Synaxis any goddamn day. So the idea of this guy trying to realign Pakistan with those losers is incredibly insane to me. This man is obviously not in his right mind because that's why the Pakistanis kicked him out. The military kicked him out because look at the reason why Pakistan survives in its wars against India is because India has all these stupid Russian weapons that obviously don't work. So anyhow, just had to get that out there and vent before I forgot it. But, you know, bring us back to the National Health Service or along that line if you wish. But certainly you can finish up your thought with the, you know, the American Army Navy flu and the National Health Service tells about, you know, the generations it took. And we're still feeling really the repercussions of H1N1 evolving into H1N5, etc. It's just, these are just various generations of the same avian swine flu. So go on. Yes.
Yeah, no, thank you, Doug. So thank you so much for bringing that up and then putting that into, you know, that makes, you know, it makes a lot of sense just for people that have listened to it and they can, it will make sense for them. It will make sense for, it's something that I used to a decade ago, I used to really look into that about the origins of the Taliban in Pakistan. It was like, I won't go into it right now because I have to collect my my details and actually present it more in proper context instead of me rambling or dribbling. So
believe me, you never ramble or dribble. Go on. You're fine.
Thank you, Douglas. But going back to what me and Sarah have had conversations about with the NHS is people's behaviour towards them. And 2 years ago, they really appreciated everything that the NHS were doing to try and, you know, because they're overwhelmed, overburdened with the amount of stress and the amount of patients that are being admitted into hospital. You know, Sarah was going to the Red Hub, which was this COVID center where they were taking all the people with contracted coronavirus. They've actually got the SARS, the severe acute respiratory syndrome, COVID-2, which is the second evolution, the second mutation to the original SARS. That was it was an epidemic in 2002, 2003, beg your pardon.
Right.
And
right. So, which came out of, forgive me, SARS came out of Hong Kong, right? SARS.
I believe so. It was in China. It was, and that was to do with civets. That was to do originally with the transmission from civets. Whereas this one, again with civets, it was again the same thing. It was originally the horseshoe bat. That's where it originated from. And with like this second one, it's transmitted through they're two nocturnal animals. You've got the horseshoe bat that comes out at night, and you've got the exotic animal known as the pangolin or the armadillo. They both come out at night. And as you know, you've mentioned this many times, Douglas, so hopefully the listeners are aware that how we had this. And it's to do with ASF as well, African swine fever. So it was the Russian Federation deploying this biological weapon, which is, there is so much evidence to prove that it was a biological weapon, and people, ascertain that it's not. But no, it's a biological weapon that was deployed in Ukraine to take out the pig stock. This went across Siberia, into China, through all the provinces of China. So the pig population was then they contracted this, and this is in 2019. People who looked this up in 2019. They had to kill all these pigs because they contracted ASF, which is a critically vital. It's fatal to the pig stock, to the pig survival. So they have to kill them. That's the only way to stop the transmission. Yeah. So
just to put this into context for our listeners, what George Knight is articulating is the fact that if you were to do your own research, first off, look up weaponization of African swine fever by the former Soviet Union and Russia, and you'll find all the evidence you need that the Russians put enormous amounts of investment into weaponizing African swine fever. And the reason why was, of course, they were thinking of a future war with China at the time. Then what happened was they started deploying it in the Ukraine, and the end result was, if you take a look at the map of outbreaks of African swine fever around 2018, 2019, honestly, you'll see that they're all around the periphery of Russia, everywhere but within Russia itself, except at one spot up in the North Polar region of Siberia, which was obviously the biolab from where it broke out, where they had an outbreak. But that's where it got into China, was all around that Eurasian arc, spreading from Ukraine down through the Soviet Central Asiatic republics and into China. The horror is, this is the largest pig population in the world is in China. That's their major source of protein. And when all their pigs had to be slaughtered, they went to buying pigs or pork from everyone else on Earth. But all the rest of the pork stock on Earth that's available for sale put together, everything from Brazil, everything from America that's available for sale, all the pigs in the world available for sale put together is nowhere near the amount of pigs that died in China. So they are simply unable to, how would we say that, compensate. They're unable to compensate for that loss of pork protein stock. And the end result was they started opening all these wet markets, meaning that they allowed people to hunt for anything they could find except the panda, which is the national animal. And some people were even hunting that down to sell as meat. Yeah. And what happened was, when they gathered all of these animals into these wet markets, where there was just like, anything you could buy to eat, that's where you had in cages bats directly placed above pangolins, where they're literally dropping bat shit on these pangolins. That was the transfer animal. So it went from the bat to, which is a mammal, basically a flying rat, and it went from that to the pangolin, and when people ate it, it got into the human system, and that was the birth of COVID. Now, genetically, this has been traced, so people can confirm this, that genetically, the COVID pangolin DNA matchup was exact. It was like basically 100%. So we know this to be a fact. So you might say this is a breakout from a lab, but in reality, that's what the wet markets were. We're just kind of like a mass zoological lab for zoonotic transmission of diseases. But all of this was born due to Russian use of African swine fever in the battlefield and it going out of control. So this all comes back to Russia again. I mean, people just don't understand. Russia's the source of so many problems. So go on.
Thank you, Douglas. And people can look it up. The bio warfare program from the Soviet Union was called Ecology, and this is just one source of information I've got. Scientists at the Agricultural Ministry developed variants of foot and mouth disease and rinderpest for use against cows, African swine fever for pigs, and onychophosis to strike down chickens. Like anti-personal biological weapons, these agents were designed to sprayed from tanks attached to Lifison bombers and flown low over a target area along with straight line for. And sorry, it's just that's where my text ends. And so I've just got, that's just one one piece of evidence that proves that they were working with biological weapons.
I mean,
beg your pardon, Douglas. Can I just go on mute just for? Can I leave call just for a second?
Absolutely.
Can you
take your time.
I'll jump back on.
I'll hold. Don't worry.
I'll jump straight back on.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll burn bandwidth. So, taking over for a few moments here, and honestly, I think that people receive calls, and I think it's wonderful that they answer them. I'll take opportunity of this moment to check if Sammy or Viviana checked in, or Noreen. Any one of you people, if you're there, say hello.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, you're there! Oh my God, you're there! Oh my God!
Hello, I'm back.
Oh, you're back! Oh,
back.
good. You're both here. Oh my God.
Yeah.
So when George comes back on, what I could do then is kind of have you all hold a round table for a few minutes, and I'll be right back in a few minutes. I just we're all having these little weird breaks tonight, and I do want people to understand that it's kind of an odd night. And I was surprised that many people said I held so well with Peter, and certainly our lovely Viviana is very gracious in how she said that I was doing well with Peter tonight. I know that when it comes to Peter, he can get fairly esoteric as far as many people are concerned. Our friend Ron, who is the friend of the blind man, who's the friend of Benestenius, he was in the chat room, and he was very supportive. And I was kind of surprised at that, because the other night he basically couldn't follow Peter, and that's when Viviana explained to Ron, well, Peter gets into very esoteric subjects, and she was basically talking about Peter, he's not necessarily relating experiences that are easy to follow in the conventional narrative sense.
Yeah, hello, Douglas. Thank you. I'm back. Sorry.
There we are. Oh, good. Do me a favor, George. Hold a round table with Sammy and Viviana for a few minutes. I'll be back in about 6 minutes. Okay? But you can go on along with what you were speaking of, and both of them can respond to you about that. I mean, I'm certain both Sammy and Viviana have their own impressions of what happened when COVID started. And what shocked me was that, and let's have George address this, and both of you respond. What shocked me was the other day was that Peter Moon, who obviously watches a lot of Fox News, and Ron, who is the blind man, who's the good friend of Benestenius, we know he listens to a lot of right-wing talk radio, and basically Peter said something that I found shocking. I was talking about, the other day America was marking its 1 millionth COVID death, and I was pointing out that my comprehension of this is that this is terribly understated. There are many people who died because of indirect COVID collateral damage. They couldn't go to the hospital because it was overpacked, etc. They didn't want to go to the hospital because, they were afraid to catch COVID. As a result, many other people died. And so I was saying the deaths are really 3 times that number. And then Peter said, oh no, they really overstated the COVID deaths. And that's the exact opposite of how I understand it. And then Ron was joining in with that, saying, yeah, they overstated the COVID deaths. Now, I think both of these men have a politicized source of information. Would you agree that the deaths are understated in England? And tell us a bit about your understanding in that direction, George, and tell us a bit about that while, I'm gone for a few minutes, and handle that topic. Get it started.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, me personally, I've heard it from many people personally said this to my face, that they think they've just downgraded the numbers, and they were saying, they called it the bullshit virus. It's just really, it's actually quite offensive and disgusting, and it's just something I have to keep my mouth shut about it, because I can go on and on about it for hours and hours. And personally, with personal experience, with Sarah working at these red hubs, these COVID centers, she's seen death. She has lost patience to it. And so, with I know people that have lost people. So it's really quite, it's offensive to the families that have lost people, loved ones. That's where these people that just say, and they do this all the time with everything. They say, why does it matter? Like when I bring up history, why does it matter? How does that impact our lives today? Well, it impacts your life every day. It does. Everything that's happened in history impacts your life today. And so that's why it's important to learn from history, and then you can accept where you come from, you can accept what's happened, and then you can move forward. Until you do that, you cannot move forward. And these people that just that turn around and they just say that, all the deaths are all that, it's a bullshit virus, it's fake, it's just a biological weapon that came out of a lab in Wuhan, and all this crap. And it's just like these people the source of information is basically from places like Facebook and TikTok, and this is just this is just what we're fighting against, and this is why we do what we do. It's just to give out factual information for the viewers and the people to actually, it's just spreading the right awareness and directing people in the right direction, as opposed to people, jumping in that sewer where, you're swimming in shit and you're just pulling out shit. You can't actually find the truth. You can't find anything factual out from that sewer. And so this is just me rambling on, but this is why we do what we do, and this is why I do what I do. And thank God we have people like Douglas in this world. Oh my God. And so, yeah, that's just all I've got to say about this. And Sammy and Vivi, if you want to add anything to that, please, by all means.
Indeed. Why, thank you for that. Go ahead, Sammy.
Really, I really have no response, in the sense that I do agree with George here. I think really the main problem is, at this point, is misinformation. I understand people are tired of these COVID restrictions. And I think this is, in a sense, part of the bioweapon that, yes, this death of this virus is terrible, but the aftermath of it, people don't want to mobilize anymore. They feel like it's imprisonment. And I understand, I don't like wearing a mask, but I think that's part of the weapon, is that it really makes people volatile to even think about quarantining and following protocol, because as Americans, we're not used to mobilizing for a cause that doesn't restrict our everyday life. But that's really what we're faced. And I think what's more dangerous now is the fact that if they do try to impose restrictions back how they did back in early 2020, then there's going to be more crime. I think society is fragile in a sense that it's very hard to mobilize right now because people just don't want to. So go ahead, Vivian. Hello?
Sorry, Sammy. Do you want me to,
my apologies.
Oh, sorry, Vivian.
Yeah. Go ahead, Vivian.
No, I really don't have anything to add. I like to live in my bubble and just, I'm still practicing to be very careful since I'm caring for my elderly mom. So I actually don't go out into the world. I don't participate just simply because if COVID's still going to be a factor, then I still have to be careful and practice personal responsibility. But definitely the numbers game concerning the last 2 years has been a source of like obsession sometimes, like as far as but I'll tell you what happened here for us. The Native Americans were highly affected by COVID. They were probably the most predominant for our region, and that was very very sad to see the indigenous be so targeted by this virus as far as its ability to take people out so quickly and so fast. Right now,
Yeah.
I'm thankful there's a lot of treatments that came from this, and amazed at how fast the global community got together to find at least a way to ease the burden on people's health going through it. But that's all I really have to add right now.
Yeah, and I just want to add with it. I saw only a couple of days ago. There was this guy I used to gym with, but when I was going to the gym, his name was George also, and I remember having a conversation with him just as it was just starting to. This is like in February 2020. This is just before we were put on this the lockdown. Before the government introduced all these restrictions, and I remember having a conversation with him, and he was telling me that his partner is so very frightened of this that he can no longer come to the gym. So he says, this might be the last time I come in. You'll see me. And I saw him only a couple of days ago, and I've seen him several times over the last couple of years, and he's got his mask on the entire time. outdoors and everything, and he is sanitizing everything he touches. And I saw him only 2 days ago, and he's still doing this. He is sanitizing everything. He was sanitizing his own car, and that's where I saw him, in the car park. And I wanted to go over to him and you know, have a conversation. I haven't seen him for a little while. So yeah, it was just amazing how, like, you know, with this, he's stuck with the same thing he was saying 2 years ago. Whereas with people like, you know, you around confined spaces, that's where I would wear a mask. It's around where you're surrounded by multiple people that you don't know who they are. These are just random strangers in the street. You have to. But when you're out in the car park where there's no one around you, you know, you can take your mask off. And so, yeah, and this guy was, honestly, and I remember him telling me, like, how frightened his partner was. And so, yeah, this is why he's been doing what he's doing. And it was just amazing to see. Still practicing the same principles.
Yeah. And by the way, in a certain sense, that's healthy, in a sense, because it's like one of these things that, you know, I admit that when I'm outside of the Estates, honestly, when I'm with, say, for instance, your normal environment where I have to go to the bank or the corner store, I'm the only person really wearing a mask other than employees. And, you know, I don't know what the local store owners think of me. Honestly, there's very few stores left in San Francisco that are open because so many can't afford to be in San Francisco. But the few that are on my area are basically, you know, restaurants, bars, kind of combinations, or corner stores, liquor stores. So basically within this area, which is a fairly well-off area, so don't think of these in the ghetto sense, but nevertheless, they suffer like ghetto stores because people still break through the windows and try to steal all the liquor. So it's what it is. But in terms of people who work in these places, they have to wear their masks and their gloves. So when one of the guys who owns the pizza shop, where he's known me for years and used to see me walk my parents while they were still alive, and I used to try and get pizza from my parents once in a while or something like that, he came to basically know me as an acquaintance. And he spotted me in the store with my gloves and my, you know, 2 masks. I wear at once. He says, "You look very professional." And I was like thinking, what the hell does he mean? I look very... Then I realized he must think I work at one of the local bars or restaurants wearing my mask and, you know, and gloves. And I was saying, "Oh, thank you. I don't know about professional, etc." That's when I realized what I thought he must have meant. But definitely, you know, the person who, like, I you know, my gang stalkers love to hate me. And when it comes to my medical cosmetologist, she's a person I hate to love. Not that there's anything going on there other than what we've got, but we've had a weird on and off relationship, and it's love-hate, certainly. But she does the same thing. She's got gloves, she's got masks, she tries to sanitize what she touches. But, you know, she and I have both had our shots, and what I can say is, in all these years, neither she nor I, despite being exposed to, you know, a goodly number of people, especially her, we've never contracted COVID, which is, you know, beyond the experience of our man George Knight, who eventually did catch COVID, you know, because and so
funny,
sorry, go on.
Funny enough, it was at the start of April when our government in the UK announced ease of all restrictions. When they lifted all restrictions, I caught it right at the end, literally right at the end. That's just awful. 2 years free of it, and then right when they released the, you know, they released all the restrictions, they lifted it all up, and then I catch it. We all catch it. It's unbelievable.
Without, you know, obviously we're not placing blame in some scapegoat sense, but of course my normal assumption, and I know this probably wasn't the case because Sarah was so lucky that, okay, we don't want to talk about this over much, but basically she got pregnant and got a lot of time off. So she wasn't exposed as so many other nurses were on a daily basis forever. So unless she started going back to work, normally I would assume it's the nurse that brings it home. Was that the case here, or was it just one of you caught it?
It was.
You don't know who? Okay, it was.
It was one of her fellow colleagues, a nurse practitioner colleagues who had it, and what she did was she passed her a packet of crisps that she got from the shop, and that's how she contracted it, and then she brought it home.
There, that's how it happens.
There you go.
And unless it's that, it's going to be the kids from, they would get it from other kids at
nursery,
the daycare. Yeah, the nursery or school or the daycare center or whatever. Yes. So, so definitely that makes sense. And by the way, just another bizarre ass thing, because we had spoken earlier about the bizarre ass behavior of Salman Sheikh's politics. And again, this is not where I'm trying to make him look like a bad guy. Like, his politics are not mine, and he's a bad guy because his politics are obviously the opposite of everything I've been emphasizing. I mean, hell, we could say that about Peter Moon, and but it's obviously rather it's something that it was indicative of elements of Salman Sheikh's personality, how his politics were beginning to manifest themselves openly just before his break. The same with Pac-1 Morales, was very similar to Derek Talley, who just wrote me a single line phrase of 3 words that, at the time I knew there's something wrong with this guy. And it had nothing to do with his cancer. It had something to do with his mental processes, because, he wrote me, "I have cancer." And just those 3 words. And when somebody writes that to you, it's like, what do they want you to do? Throw everything down and say, "Oh my God, oh, you poor bastard." It's like, okay, like, what am I supposed to do, you dumb fuck? Like, why are you telling me? And it's like, the only thing this person wants is basically to exploit you in some way. And they wouldn't say that. Yeah. This is what basically happened with Pac-1 Morales. He wrote me 3 words before he ultimately went ape shit and then blocked me, and by the way, there's a little bit behind that story that I've never really shared with the public. Not too much to share, but I'll share it at some point. It's no big deal, but his personality was beginning to change. But the first time that I knew something was wrong was he wrote me 3 words, "I have COVID." And it was like, at this time, it was, everybody was getting COVID. It was basically like our man George Knight was saying, they lifted the restrictions across the Atlantic. They were doing it here kind of. And basically the new COVID was extremely transmissible. It was not nearly as fatal, but it was nasty shit, but it was extremely transmissible. And it didn't have the tendency to enter that SARS phase, that phase where it got into the lungs and basically killed you. It didn't have the tendency to do that, but it was much more dirty. It was much more quick and dirty and fast, quick and dirty. So when he wrote me that, it was like around that period of time, and it was like, "I have COVID," and I was like, okay. I was thinking when I saw that, millions of people have had COVID. Like, you're telling me that like it's some big deal. It's like, George had it, and honestly, when George mentioned it, it was like casual. It was just like, "Oh yeah, it's a bitch. I caught COVID and it sucks. And yeah, we had to change our sheets like every day for a week or something." It's like, it's just, it sucked, but it's not like, so what? It's like his whole family had it. So it's like, and they, it's like he wasn't worried about everybody dying or something like that. It was obviously, they were concerned, but, when he wrote me those 3 words, it's like, it was so, at that point I knew something was off. It's like the mental processes are no longer working at that point. It's like somebody wants something from you, and it's something that along the lines of what Viviana Sanchez was saying, where they just basically ostracized a lady from their drama group, I'll call it, because in her drama theater, there's this one woman who basically was exploiting cancer as basically a hoax, and so that she could exploit people with it. And then when she was exposed, went into this victim trip that also was exposed and ultimately was ostracized. It's along those lines. When somebody says something like that with just some 3-word sentence, there is something sinister. It's malevolent. It doesn't make sense. So just had to vent that, had to cathartic that.
That as well, Douglas, please. So beg your pardon. Sorry to interrupt. This is something that me and Sarah have had a conversation about as well. Just to qualify something, when people generally have cancer, when they've developed cancer in their system, in their body, they don't generally tell people about it. They don't speak about it. Because people's behavior towards you changes. So if you expose you have cancer, your loved ones forever are going to be, they're watching your every move. They're checking, are you all right? They change. So generally, people that have cancer don't want their family's behavior to change. They want them to carry on their lives like normal. So generally, they don't ever tell anyone. They don't even tell their most closest relatives. They keep it from them because they don't want their behavior to change. So this is something that Sarah has brought to my attention, that people generally don't want to tell people. And so she's lost friends to cancer and other illnesses, deadly illnesses. And they literally, they live out the last few months of their lives without telling anyone. Then all of a sudden you find out they are seriously ill, because then they are bed bound and they can't do everything and they can't meet up with you anymore, and you know something's wrong. And that's generally how people find out, but they don't want to tell you. They don't want to speak up about it because they don't want people's behavior to change towards them.
Thank you.
And so when you are, and just like what Douglas was saying, when you tell someone that in 3 words, I have cancer, I have COVID, it's sinister and they're trying to get something out of you. And that's the bottom line.
Thank you.
That's just something I wanted to add to that, Douglas. Thank you.
No. That's so perfect. God bless you. I mean, honestly, it's so important to express this to people because honestly, you don't want to be victimized like that, which is essentially what happened to me with the first time with I have cancer bullshit. And, when it comes to, the I have COVID, I knew automatically something sinister was going on with PAC-1 because that doesn't make any sense because, first off, at that point, it wasn't even the sinister COVID we had anymore. Like the wave of COVID at that point was generally survivable. Sure, a number of people would die from it, but comparatively speaking, it wasn't all that. So at that point, when he said what he said, it was like, okay, something was going on there. And our man, George Knight, just exposed what, basically, as he said, people who are really going through this, they're not going to share it. And that of course is sad. And of course, I think that, I wish people would, we just need society to kind of change. And just to give people an example of this, to show people that Japan, of course, has its own quirks. If you ever watch the movie Black Rain, which is an action film that's got Michael Douglas, they're chasing a Japanese gangster, a Yakuza. He's working with a Japanese cop to chase down a Japanese gangster, and all of this involves a conspiracy plot. But the man who stars as the main gangster, the younger gangster in the film, he was dying of cancer at the time that he was filming that. And it was kind of like the man who was dying of cancer when he filmed the movie Street Fighter. It was not Van Damme, but the guy who was playing opposite Van Damme, the Latin American actor. If anybody remembers his name, tell me, because I'm forgetting it at the moment. But he was dying of cancer at the time. Yeah. And,
sorry, beg your pardon.
Yeah, do you remember his name?
Oh, he played in the Addams Family. Is that correct? He played the main character in the Addams Family. Is that correct? He was.
He might have. Raul Julia. So
that's Raul. Yes, that's him. That's him. Yeah,
so Raul Julia was dying of cancer at the time, but he starred as the villain in Street Fighter because his son loved the video game. And so he thought this was a great way to leave a legacy for his son, and he played the villain in that film, and he did it wonderfully. And I thought the film was, again, not a masterpiece, but it was certainly great. It's a kid's film, right? So if you take it that way, it's just what it is. But it was fine. But the Japanese guy, what makes his story just as tragic but different was that he had cancer when he filmed the movie Black Rain, but he, unlike Raul Julia, Japan at that time, and wouldn't for maybe a decade or two, when somebody contracted cancer in Japan, basically the way the Japanese dealt with it was, their attitude was, if we waste a bunch of resources trying to treat your cancer, most of the time you're going to wind up dying anyway. We can postpone the death, but your quality of life will go down so precipitously while we're postponing your death that you may as well just die. I mean, literally, that was the Japanese attitude. So for people who don't know this, Japan, until recently, did not treat cancer. There was just no such thing as cancer treatment in Japan. It's just if you contracted cancer in Japan, they called it what did they call it? I forgot what it was. They have a special Japanese name for it, which is basically the disease that dare not speak its name, basically in Japanese. So it's that if you catch it, it's basically you tell everyone because you're going to die and you're not going to be treated, and therefore you're going to die soon. So pretty much everyone in Japan would know when you had cancer because you'd have to get your affairs in order. So that's just, if you watch that film, just keep that in mind when you watch that gangster character, is that he's dying of cancer while being filmed, and that he wanted to make certain he did something to keep himself occupied while he was dying. So only recently have the Japanese begun to say, you know what, there's enough of a percentage where people survive where we can start treating it. But we've got to find a balance, and people really have to be honest about these diseases and, not be exploitive. But, that's a human balance on the personal level. There's got to be a balance on the social level. But so what were you talking about before I came back and we got into all of this? Where was Viviana and Sammy taking it with you?
Oh, we were just discussing, about COVID, Douglas. We were just, basically.
Oh, the numbers. I had talked about the numbers. That's right. And you said that if anything, everybody you've spoken to has confirmed that they've downgraded the actual number of people who have died, which has got to be, something horrific. And it's amazing that our societies are even large enough to absorb that damage, really. And I presume that the majority of people who have died were, of course, the most vulnerable, basically the elderly. So maybe it didn't impact the economy that much, but obviously it's had to have impacted the economy a lot. So I think with everything else going on, such as the war and inflation, maybe people don't notice this. Now, what about you're saying it's pennies on the dollar for what you're paying to go to work. But what's Sarah paying to go to work? So is she paying inflationary prices for gas?
Yeah, they've gone out now. Yeah, it's raised. And I think they are reviewing it now. There is a organization that's reviewing the tax raise because it's corporations. It's the corporations actually raising it. And of course, they're being approved by the government. So it raised last week by 6 pence or 7 pence, which is the largest it's risen in 17 years. And so, it's just under £2, 2 English sterling to the litre. Whereas I remember when I first started driving, it was just £1 per litre. So, it's gone up. Oh, that's a hell of a lot in 20 years. Yeah, it's gone up.
Oh, my God.
Just under. Sorry, I've been driving for about 15, 16 years, something like that. So, close to 20 years. It's just crazy. Yeah. And so, it is expensive. It's really, really expensive. Time to live. It's drastic. It's just
well, when you say
it's horrible.
When you say you've been driving about 10 to 16 years, you're basically telling us how young you are. At what age did you get your license?
18. I was 18 years old. Yeah, I was 18.
Oh my God.
So I'm 34 now, 35 in October. Yeah, just 9 days before yours, Douglas. Yeah.
October 11th. I'm sorry, go on.
October 11th I'm born, so it's just 9 days before yourself, before your birthday. Christ, it's
of course it's several years later, and so again I keep forgetting how young our man George Knight is, but of course, by the way, just so people know, it's much harder to get a license in England, and they are very strict about that. So what kind of tests did you have to take? What did you go through?
Oh yeah, you have to go through a theory test. So this is back when I passed my my driving course, my driving test. You go through rigmarole. You go through all this rigorous training. So that it all depends on the person really. You can have a few lessons, or some people need a year to practice. Driving a car. Then what you basically have to do before you go do your practical driving test, you have to undergo your theory test. And that is your perception and your awareness. So that is you just clicking the mouse button on potential hazards and warnings and anything. You're basically, it's a simulation where you're sat. It's a point of perspective. So it's like a POV, wherever it's called. So it's your own personal perspective in a vehicle. It's simulated, and you just got to click on the left mouse button whenever you see a potential hazard or warning sign. When this simulation is driving down just a random street. It's just generic. And then, you have to undergo your own practical test where an instructor, you have an assessor assessing your every move in the vehicle. So you go on your practical driving test and they tell you to go to a certain location. And it's roughly about half an hour to 45 minutes to test. And then, you basically get given, they mark you on everything. On the way, and they ask you to do maneuvers, and they'll ask you to do probably emergency stop, and they'll mark you down as, I'm trying to remember what they were calling it. They were calling it you're allowed 5 minors, but if you get like one, this is back then. I think it's what was the word they called it? So if you get like this one, if you fail on one, it's basically if you get one of these, you fail the entire test and you have to redo it. So yeah, that's how they did it. But now it's even harder. That was back then.
Wow! Holy shit! What are they doing to make it harder? An obstacle course?
Yeah. And now it's more expensive. It is so expensive to undergo a test and to do to have a driving instructor just to pay them. It must be extortionate now. When I was paying, it was £20 a lesson, which is an hour's driving. So if you had 2 hours, that's £40. Now it must be about 100 and something for 2 hours. It must have gone up so much by now. It's something I have to look into, find out how much it is to have a lesson nowadays. Because, of course, when my girls grow up, I'm going to have to help them pay for it. So it'd be interesting to know.
Yeah, and aside from that, now, weren't there, basically in here on this side of the Atlantic, and of course on the Pacific coast thereof of this continent, we've had recently in California some mass stabbings going on at a hospital. Some maniac was running loose with a knife, and I think this may have happened more than once recently, some kind of mass stabbing. This is very bizarre. Just so people understand this, and I'm sure George understands this, obviously, because he knows a lot about America, and many British do, but mass stabbings are rare in the United States because people tend to prefer firearms, and they're easy to get, so people usually go on mass shootings. But mass stabbings do happen in England, where there is gun control. So you usually have somebody going wild with a knife in a place like England. And I'm trying to remember whether I'm conflating what happened in California recently with something that happened in England. But haven't you had a few mass stabbings recently? Oh, let's see if he's on with us. He may have gone.
Sorry, Douglas.
Oh,
yeah,
no worries.
did it cut out then?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Go on.
Sorry, Douglas. Yeah, did it cut out then for a second?
Yeah, it cut out. It cut out. Yeah.
Beg your pardon. Sorry, did you ask a question?
Yes, I did. I did. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
sorry,
yeah.
beg your pardon. So sorry. Was it to do with knives or with guns? Beg your pardon.
Yes. I was pointing out that here in California recently we've had at least one mass stabbing in a hospital. There may have been more than one mass stabbing, and I was pointing out how that's rare in the United States because most of the time Americans grab guns because they're cheap and easy to get.
Yeah.
And so Americans go on mass shootings. But a place where mass stabbings will happen more often is in England, where they actually have gun control. So I was pointing out that I thought, and I may have been conflating something that happened recently in America with something that happened in England maybe a longer time ago, but I do know that mass stabbings were fairly common and happening a lot during Brexit. I know that. But did any happen recently? Was there something that happened recently that I may have heard of, or?
Oh, I'm really not too sure, Douglas. There was a terrorist explosion that was outside a hospital. That went on. I think that was earlier on this year, and it was a taxi driver. This man asked to go to the hospital. This man who had basically a bomb strapped to himself. He was basically a suicide bomber. This is what happened in the UK.
Was he Muslim? I do have to ask that. Obviously.
Yeah. He was, Douglas. Of course, they only talk about the Muslim terrorists. They don't talk about anyone else being the white supremacists. They never mention it. So you have to go on alternative media to find this information. Yeah, as we know. But this hero of a taxi driver, he caught note of what he suspected because he had suspicions of the way this man was behaving in the back of his taxi. He basically locked the back windows, locked the back doors, and he jumped out and he locked the guy in the car. And this guy was on a timer bomber. It was a bomb that was timed. So he blew up within the confines of the vehicle.
Oh shit!
So that actually happened. Yeah.
Holy shit! That's straight out of a movie. Oh my god!
This guy was praised as a hero. I was like, thank God for that, because this guy wanted to go inside the hospital to do the death, and he wanted to be present in the hospital. Yeah, bloody hell! So this guy's a hero. He saved many lives. Yeah, and the guy thankfully only took his own life.
Yes, no, that's incredible, and that's what Brandon Young said about Salman Sheikh. Since Salman Sheikh said 85% of the world's population should die, Brandon said he should start with himself. So yeah, that's a good idea for Salman to follow. He can lock himself inside of a taxi cab and blow it himself up. The other question I had was, you were talking about back when you were, of course, more of a gym rat. And you said this one guy was expressing to you his fear that he and his partner had. Now, the way you expressed that, I'm assuming this guy was gay and his partner was a man, right?
Oh my God, I don't even know. That's a good question, Douglas. He might. I believe she was a female. I believe she was a female because I think, if I can remember distinctively, I believe that the way he referred to her was, I believe so. But he could be. You know what? He's just like his mannerisms are similar to myself. Whereas the first impression might be, oh, is he or is he not? That's, because he's so polite, he's well spoken, and he's just got that persona to him, just like I have, which is, and just like you said, Douglas, and this is what I've always said, they hope you're gay.
Yes.
These men hope you are. Yeah, they do hope. They hope you are, but no, it's just that. And this guy, was expressing his concern because he wasn't concerned himself. He made that clear that he wasn't, but he's doing it for his partner. So he really, he must love her dearly.
Right.
I love my family dearly, but I saw him just 2 days ago in the car park where we shop, and he was sanitizing. He was there outside sanitizing everything. He was wiping it down with towels, disposable towels and everything. It was just like he was sanitizing everything down. I was like, I wanted to go say hello to him, but I thought, no, if I go over to him, he might tell me to F off because, no, don't approach me.
Right. I mean, that's kind of tragic. That's kind of tragic. I mean, like you said, this person, I would tend to presume he's gay just because of that, because that's something that, if someone had a female partner, generally they wouldn't be that neurotic. That seems like more of a gay thing. That's my stereotype. That's just my stereotype. But in the case of George Knight, honestly, what happened is just because he's pretty. Basically, he has attractive features. Just a bunch of guys were always hoping he was available. So that's when they would pass that question to him. Oh, hey, you gay? Or, they're basically hoping, as I said. But when it comes to the trip with, it reminds me of a story my father told me where he saw a friend of his who I only knew vaguely. I had met the person maybe once or twice. And just to give people, again, just kind of an idea of the world I grew up in, which is not your world. As a matter of fact, you know what I'm going to look up right now? Because I was pointing out things earlier that we did not have in the 1960s when I was born. And I was pointing out Scotch tape was one of these things we did not have. And then our man, Peter Moon, was saying, we had that, and I made this joke about, he knows about that because he took the Scotch tape challenge and he was wrapped in it like a mummy and he could never forget the pain of pulling it off and all his hair came with it. But Scotch tape released on market. Let me look that up right now because, what this means to me is like, the memory. It's just a question of memory. So in 1925, 3M Company released Scotch brand masking tape. Well, there's some uncertainty. Okay, so they're saying that this may have existed since 1925. So there you go. It says Scotch cellophane tape became a major television advertiser, and Scotty appeared in various marketing efforts until the 1970s. So here we are. In 1961, 3M released Scotch brand Magic Tape. So the new tape was frosty on the roll, but it nearly disappeared when applied. So what we're talking about that I was referring to, the transparent tape, was released in 1961. Okay, so I could see why our man Peter Moon says that. Now, the reason that I bring this up is a question of memory here, and a question of exactly, people remembering what they do. This is important because so we had it, we didn't have it in 1960, but we had it in 1961. So we had it about 5 years before I was born. So the thing that, why did I bring that up? There was a stupid reason I brought that up. So we were talking about gay guys. Oh, yes. So, so my father's friend, just to show people how different the world was when I was young in the 1960s, my dad used to be able to take me into bars because he was basically an alcoholic and he used to drink. And he'd bring me in because he didn't want to leave me home alone. So he'd bring me into bars with him, and he could drink, and nobody minded that he had a kid with him, and they would serve me Coke and shit. So I don't know what it was like in England or whether people could do that. And obviously it was a different world. Yeah, how was it like?
When I went to Greece on holiday, that's when I had my first shot. I was like, literally, the Greeks would take me up to the bar when, you know, we would go out with the family, mum, dad, and my brother. We'd go to a restaurant, but the Greeks, the waiters and the manager, he would take me to the bar and he would give me shots. He goes, because my children drink. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Because they drink. Yeah, they drink out in Greece. Yeah, the children do drink. So yeah, it was just like that. And they didn't, you know, it's just a different way of life. People have different perspectives.
How did you personally handle it? Were you able to handle it?
Oh, I liked it.
Okay.
Yeah, I liked it. I enjoyed it. Yeah, I don't even know what they gave me back then. I've thought about it over the years. Like, what was it they gave me? Because it was so sweet. It wasn't Sambuca, because I can't stand that. Oh, it was something probably sweet. Yeah, it was something sweet.
Oh, by the way, that's the dangerous shit. By the way, the most dangerous shit in the world, the stuff that could turn me into an alcoholic, is I avoid the fruity drinks because they go down so smoothly, and it's the sweet shit. It's so easy that you could turn into an alcoholic due to that shit. Oh my God. It's like liquid candy. It's like liquid candy. And
it is?
Yeah. Oh shit.
You don't even know you're drinking alcohol. Yeah. You don't even know you're drinking alcohol. It's so smooth.
It's so true. Yeah, you can't even
Sarah brought, oh yeah, sorry, Doug.
Go on. No.
Oh, I just want to just bring up very quickly that Sarah brought to my attention yesterday that there is this bar, it's this bar in this pub, so to speak, in our town, and it's promoting a 2-hour. If you pay £45, you got a 2-hour window of unlimited drinks. You can order whatever you want. I was like, that's a disaster waiting to happen, especially in England, where people just, you know, if the bar shuts so early that people are just going absolutely mad. People pre-drink before they go out because they want to get so rad-assed, and they got enough time because the pubs are only open for a certain amount of time. But now they're promoting, oh yeah, you pay £45, you can have unlimited drinks. So that means you can order an entire, you know, 6-hour session worth of drinks within 2 hours. For £45.
Yeah,
that's just crazy. It's just a disaster waiting to happen.
There are people who are going to die.
Basically. Yeah, if they don't die from the alcoholism, they're going to die from smashing glass in each other's faces.
Yeah,
they're going to do one or the other.
Or getting into a car, something. Yeah, it's that's in. Somebody's got to crack down on that. I mean, just people, just so people understand this. It was like Peter Moon. He was in England for basically only a day, and my experience in England was pretty much the same thing. I mean, basically like a stopover. But the little bit of time I was there, I knew a bit more than most people. There was some American in front of me in line at the local corner store, and he was trying to buy a beer, and he had no idea that in England, they do not sell alcohol at lunchtime. In lunch hours. So what the person at the counter did was he simply took the beer and put it like he put it behind the counter without charging the American for it, but he wouldn't let the American buy it. And the American's like saying, hey, what about the beer? And the guy just looked at him like he was really stupid. But the English have this kind of like very pragmatic attitude where it's like the upper classes, no doubt, concluded, well, if you let, the commoners drink during lunch hour, that's all they're going to do, and they won't be able to finish the rest of the workday. So they just don't allow alcohol. I don't know if that's changed. Has that changed? I mean, that was.
Oh, obviously, I remember these couple barristers coming in. They would have a bottle of wine between them at lunchtime when they would come in. When I was working at the hotel, I remember they came in, but they were telling me like they remember back a few years ago that they could literally get absolutely smashed during lunchtime and go off and do their work. And it was like they probably changed all that. They probably stopped all that for that reason.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely crazy. But these guys work for themselves, so they're probably a bit different. Yeah, these were barristers, so they were, if you're working in an office or you have to commute or anything like that, they probably stopped it for that reason. So I have nothing to add to that, I'm afraid, Douglas, because I don't know personally. Yeah, it's a good question.
I mean, certainly, just so people understand, when George Knight uses the word barristers, he means attorneys. These are basically lawyers working for themselves.
Equivalent to attorney. Yeah, exactly, Doug. That's exactly it. Yeah, you know your stuff.
Thank you. And
really amazing. Yeah.
But the other question to ask you is,
how did you avoid becoming an alcoholic? Because this is what most bartenders do. Most bartenders become alcoholics, and usually they die of alcoholism. How did you avoid this?
Thank you, Douglas. Well, when I was 18, 19, I had a very good friend called Mohamedou Mustafa Ding. He was French by nationality, but his mum and dad, because people used to ask him the question, because he's like black. So they say, where's your native home from? Where are you originate from? He goes, I was born in France. So he goes, I'm French. And he speaks fluent French. But his mum and dad were from West Africa, from Senegal. And so, yeah, when I used to work with him, he was around about my age when I was 18, 19, and we used to go out drinking a lot. So I got a beer belly at the age of 18, 19. I got a huge man. I stopped drinking for that reason. I stopped drinking because I looked so awful, and I went the opposite. I went really, really skinny. Yeah. Then years later, I decided to hit the gym, and so I was so strict on the gym, I couldn't drink alcohol. Yeah. I had the occasional drink whenever it was like a celebration or party, or it was my birthday, I would drink. But no, and plus with the steroid, usage as well, that prevented me from taking. You can't do too many drugs at the same time, so they don't go hand in hand together. So, yeah, it was just, when you're taking toxins, you can't add more toxins to the body to destroy your liver. So that was the reason why I avoided alcohol for so long. Okay. And then it's only been since COVID, really, I've enjoyed a drink. And it's just like, but like, over the years, I remember a few years ago, like when I was learning so much from you, Douglas, I remember like some days I would literally when I present about the Third Reich in exile, people tell me they get sad because it's frightening. It's more frightening. The truth is always more sinister than the fiction. So people tell me, oh my God, what you just told me, it's like, it opens their eyes up. It's like opening Pandora's box. And it's so ugly, the picture they're looking at, they have to turn away. They have to ignore it. Because if they accept it, then they're like, oh shit, it throws them off. But I remember like some days, like, what I'll learn about, it would make me, I've overcome it now. But like, you get sad days, I would feel sad. I'm like, oh my God. But then, the drink was sort of like, you're like, I'm drinking now just to clear my memory, just to try and wipe the memory. So yeah, but like then I realized, no, don't do that, George. You need to retain all this. You need to keep this information, but you just learn to handle it differently. So you have a tolerance, like you said, Douglas. You have a high tolerance for certain things.
Like
so
basically occult activities, and it's kind of like a high tolerance for certain toxins, or almost like a higher tolerance for, say, for instance, solar radiation, which is what people would bring up when it comes to, say, for instance, people with darker melanin, such as black people. Obviously, they evolved this for a higher dermatological or epidermal, meaning a skin tolerance to radiation, whereas white explorers on safari were infamous for ultimately contracting basically skin cancer. And ultimately, that was something that impacted my father, who was a sailor, of course, for the overwhelming majority of his life. And he contracted a case of skin cancer that when they were operating on it, the MD told me, he said, this is the most aggressive case of squamous skin cell cancer I've ever seen. And my father was extraordinarily fortunate. I mean, it went into his skull, so they had to remove a bit of his skull, but it didn't go into his brain. And so basically they had to kind of like put a little plate in there and kind of sew his head up. And for a while there was a deformity, which my mother found just utterly repulsive because it looked like he had a little horn on his head that was on. And then it eventually healed. It went away, which was just remarkable. I mean, my father, who never had the bloodline that my mother did, never had any, shall we say,
regenerate.
Technical input like I had. He had certain things that happened that he regenerated from quite remarkably throughout his life. So, yeah, he was himself remarkable in the most organic sense, and there may be things about him I don't know, but definitely when it came to that, he was there was that, and then there was, what else was there? And just so people understand, sometimes the skin cancer would progress to the point where when people would go to the doctor, you have no idea how horrifying this can be. The doctor would tell them basically, you're going to die, because if we were to try and remove the skin cancer, it's so deep into your nasal passages, for instance, or something like that, or your eye socket, that basically to remove it it's going to kill you. So, just get your affairs in order. So this would happen to a lot of white explorers in the tropics. So understand this, there are, the darker the skin color, obviously, the higher the tolerance for solar radiation. That's simply evolution. So I have this very high tolerance for occult activity. And that's how basically Michael Aquino expressed it. So when it comes to the kind of tolerance levels, when I impart this information, basically at first it sounds odd. And what George Knight is saying is, sometimes this information can make people sad. The first thought in my mind when he said that was like, why? Why are they sad? And then I remember, of course, my experience with so many people around me before I went public. Before I went public, I would share this kind of information with people I knew, sometimes friends who I trusted. Now, my gang brother Beaver, very different, extraordinary tolerance for anything, and never impacted him the way that it impacted other people that I knew. But steadily throughout my life, there were a series of acquaintances who became very close friends that I trusted, and I got to the point where I shared this kind of information with them, and they literally went nuts. I mean, this is how H.P. Lovecraft described it. He basically, what H.P. Lovecraft was saying was, the more you know, the more chances for insanity. He was always trying to emphasize that if you know too much, you'll go insane. This is what he was always warning of, effectively. So that proved to be the case. People around me would go into meltdown. I would see people just disintegrate. The more they knew or learned from me, the more they would disintegrate into, like, I'm talking like literally like institutionalized level insanity or alcoholism, drug abuse. I mean, like this poor lady I was working with, and whether or not this could be she was beamed. I mean, people speculate this, or it could be simply the information I was giving her, but it's hard to tell. But Esther Fishman had a lifetime of steady behavior, was a person who worked all her life, paid her taxes, and when I had to get on to SSDI, I needed someone to accept payments for a year in my place as kind of like my adult supervision, and she was it. And during that year, she was also trying to work with me in transcribing a lot of what I had to say. And she, like halfway into the year, went stark raving mad and had to be institutionalized for a period of time. Then, it got to the point where she was released and then had to go back for more treatment. But this was something that there was no precedent for this in her life. That was totally unexpected, and her family was devastated. I'm surprised they didn't blame me, honest to God. But it's one of those things where, honestly, this information is something that literally can drive people mad. And it's when they realize how much of their construct of a sense of reality is artificial. And I think, is that what you think it is? Or are they simply depressed to know that the Third Reich is still extant? What is it that's depressing, though?
Yeah, exactly. It's because of the years and the decades of indoctrination to hate them, this propaganda to hate them, to despise them, and the contentment for them. It's just overwhelming to understand that they are still out, because people, honestly, they believe this is how crazy people are, and this is what, when you're brought up. And I remember going through school, they simply just say, when your father killed himself, quote unquote, I'm doing the quotations with my hands, when he killed himself, all of a sudden the Nazis don't exist anymore. That everyone then surrendered, they all denazified, they all went under. So they believe they don't exist anymore. They believe that they're not around anymore. They believe that, this is 75. But like the propaganda, why, if they don't exist, then why all this propaganda 75 years after the fact? And it was just like when I first, discovered yourself, Douglas, when you kept mentioning that we're still legally at war with the Third Reich. I was like, immediately I said, that makes real sense. And this is before I could verify this, because I already knew enough to verify if he was saying was true in that video that you produced with this 911.org YouTube channel, whatever it is. That they basically, I verified everything you said was true, and I was like, this makes sense, because like you said, we're playing first person shooter video games where you're fighting Nazi zombies, where you're not only you're not only there killing, you're not only just killed them during World War II, but now you're digging them up and you're desecrating their bodies.
Yeah.
You're raising them from the dead and you're killing them again. And this is the Nazi zombie trip. So, and the movies that have just been, all these movies that have been produced over the years, it made sense. And plus, with daylight saving time and these excise war taxes,
yes.
all this. So I knew they had to exist. And then what happened was when I started to realize that, when you start saying that they're in exile, and then when I started learning about their technology from yourself, Douglas, and it was like, whoa, this is a hell of a lot. And I remember it was actually, I believe, this is quite funny, Miguel Andahar, I remember about 2 years ago during COVID, when I was on furlough, I remember him asking me, can you do a post on the Third Reich in exile? I said, I don't even know where to start with this. I said, I don't know what people's reaction will be. But I remember when I started to actually I started to have a full understanding of it. I was like, I have not only the confidence to do this, I have all the evidence to back everything up. And these are not claims. These are these are evident. And this is hard for people to accept because, of course, not only are they indoctrinated to hate the Nazis or the Third Reich, National Socialism, and they are also indoctrinated to believe that these craft that we are, these unidentified area phenomena are sourcing from out there. And so it's an indoctrination there's two different types of indoctrination where they conflate one another, which is hard for people to accept. And then once I exposed what I've learned from Douglas and the sources that I've got my information from, it's hard for people to ignore it, but they have to choose to ignore it. So this is what makes people sad. And this is just a combination of these two things, of believing there are extraterrestrials out there, to believing that there's no such thing as the Third Reich in exile, to hate them, to have this indoctrination, to hate them, to despise them, to want to kill them. If they saw someone in uniform, in an SS uniform in the street, they would not wave at him or look at him. They will kill him. This is how insane people are. If they saw a person in fancy dress walking down the street in Nazi uniform, he will get beaten to a pulp until he dies.
Yeah.
That's how indoctrinated people are. And it was just like when people can look this up. When Prince Harry went to a fancy dress party, he was dressed in National Socialism uniform. He was in a German Workers' Party. He was part of the actual part of the government party. Right. He was dressed as a Nazi member of the Nazi Party. Right. And people can look this up. All the Sun newspaper article was really, really slandering him because he was dressed as a Nazi.
Right.
And this is just, and that's just how that's their response to it. So I knew what I was doing was, I don't know what people's response is. And I've never had any hostility, really, so to speak. Only on a couple posts I've posted in the past, just to expose the propaganda and the indoctrination from video games and television shows and Hollywood movies and, streaming services such as Netflix. It's everywhere. It's evident everywhere. And when you expose that, and then I had one, during a couple posts, but one guy said, oh, they're not a race, so this is not racism. I was like, you're denying the Teutonic tribes of the old, the Aryan race, they're not a race? Are you denying that? Are you literally so stupid that you're denying they're actually a race?
Thank you.
Yeah. It's just, from the old, the old Teutonic order, and from the old, it was a maritime exodus into into Germany from the Middle East. It was just like it was just like, oh my god, these people are so stupid, they're actually denying they're actually a race, so they're not racist. And I was exposed to the fact this is racism, and the fact that people will say that this technology cannot be man-made, it has to be extraterrestrial because we're too stupid to produce this technology. That is racism on itself.
Yes, it's racism against the human race. This is basically these people are hating themselves. They're self-loathing. This is what all of the worship of aliens is really all about, is they're trying to say that humanity is not capable of this. And basically this is what happens when they say that the aliens built the pyramids, the aliens built the Moabs on Easter Island, the aliens did all this. They are denying humanity the capability of accomplishment, especially when it comes to mega projects or mega structures. And that is the most offensive of all. I mean, that is profoundly offensive. And honestly, so that is racism against one's human race. when it comes to what you mentioned about Miguel Andahar, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on the screen share here for a moment. And if if our friends Sammy Romero and Viviana Sanchez are with us, they're certainly welcome to look. So right now I'm going to show our man Mr. George Knight what Miguel Andahar was saying, and just so everybody knows, especially Jambo the Reese Monkey here, Miguel Andahar was saying, "Can you tell your house coon Negro bitch wannabe occultist to stop sending Belphegor and other demons against me?" First off, there's this wonderful image that I have of Belphegor and other demons appearing for Miguel Andahar, and you're just like, I'm sorry, I find that funny. That is a humorous image to me. If Aquino couldn't take me down, what makes this slime piece of shit think he can? I think he means think he can, but what he says is, if Aquino couldn't take me down, okay, this is amusing in and of itself. First off, why would Aquino even know Miguel Andahar existed? But anyhow, he says, what makes this slime piece of shit? He can. That's all I have to say. Thank you. At which I put a, wow, think he can?
Yeah.
And I just said, oh, of course he cannot. My own misunderstanding was that the two of you were getting on famously, as he has been trying to bring yourself on transmission, after which he said, I got hacked. Yeah, he was hacked by all the shrooms. Yeah, all the shrooms he takes. That's a hack job into his brain. I mean, he does take shrooms, quite a bit of them. We know this because he was sending them through the mail, which is a federal offense, to our man Brendan Zogit, who did not ask for them. Anyhow, so he went on with, I talked about Lilith and Hollywood vampires. They were not happy. I have no idea who the fuck he's talking about this to. I just said, oh, love you. I'm just about to nap, prior transmission hugs, because I didn't want to talk to him. Then he obviously looks like a madman. Basically, he looks like he's trying to emulate Ozzy Osbourne, I guess, or Marilyn Manson. Yeah. Marilyn Manson, that's it. And Galactic Channel, Firehorse Akhenaton. So he thinks he's the Pharaoh Akhenaton. By the way, this isn't gimmick. He truly believes this. Independence Day, New York, Galactic Talk. I mean, this is like, he might as well write, this is a word salad. This is a total non sequitur. Not that I'm even tripping off that. And then, of course, he's got necklaces and all kinds of fucking weird ass goofy bands and shit. I mean, okay, so this guy he's an idiot. But anyhow, gave you a few shout outs. Aquino death certificate stated he died of gunshot wound to the head at his residence. And then I said, just a reminder, I was telling him download Skype and I'd try to bring him on the show. And then he was saying, this Sunday could be possible. I'm on the Skype as Phoenix Claytu, which in itself is, God knows what that name is supposed to mean, but Claytu, some alien bullshit, and Phoenix Claytu. So I said, gotcha. I told him I might have Crystal River on the opening hour, but maybe the Wednesday thereafter. And he was like, oh yeah, that works as well. And then he said this really weird shit. Basically, my ratings started going up because basically this flame war started, and people were trying to compare what Salman Sheikh was claiming I was saying with what I was saying. Like Salman Sheikh was claiming I called him nigger, which was never the case. I said that Albert Pike, the man he so admired, would think of him as an Oriental nigger. And so, it's basically, these people hear what they want to hear. And so people were just going back and forth and comparing what they were claiming with what I was saying. So the ratings were going up. So then, by the way, at that point, this son of a bitch was on those videos, basically shitting all over me. And speaking against my dead father, claiming he was only an E6 instead of an E7, this kind of shit. And he's sending me this message is basically, hey, the high rating is me mentioning you. I got a channels from, and again, this is like non-sequitorial English. I got 8 channels from 91.5 to 2? 91/2 subscribers. What the fuck is that? To 15K within 2 months. By the way, Brendan Zogit said this is all a lie and his chicken shit channel has got nothing. But he says, Moongot, please, meaning Peter Moon, he says, Moongot, please don't tell him I'm not in one completion. What the fuck? So views on the same channel, meaning he's saying Moon got less ratings than him. On the same channel, I got 10 times more viewers than him. I keep bringing up your name. Oh man, he really was. The balls The balls of this motherfucker. He was shitting all over me, insulting the dead man who raised me, along with all these creeps on this stupid video. And he's telling me I'm getting high ratings because he keeps bringing up my name. This is the balls. I mean, really, that this person would have this is truly psychotic. This is a true psychotic. I have a few that I know started listening to you. I have other podcasters listening to you and mentioning your name. I don't want shout outs. I just want you to know I'm bringing you people. Little old me. What a piece of shit. And so, I mean, then later on, when I went to block him, by the way, just so people understand just how, and I said, oh, look, Salman Sheikh here is talking about me. And he said, Salman? With all these question marks. Now, he knew damn well what was going on. Holy crap, that's insane. Your greatest supporter. And this is like, just goes to show you the complete evil of these people. The fact that they are like, just, you know, there's no such thing as truth to these people. They really just, everything is a lie. So when, the interesting thing was when I went to block him, what I found was that I went to his page and I could see nothing on his page other than his banner. And on his page beneath the banner, by the way, this is not the way Facebook works. If someone blocks you, all you see is this little image like a wrench or something where they say this page is not available to you for whatever reason. Basically, when someone blocks you, that's what you see. That's not what I saw. What I saw was his banner on his page showed up, but the rest of his page had the wrench on it, which is like a combination of two face fronts that Facebook is not supposed to give. So I couldn't see what he was saying, but he could see everything I was saying, which is like, that means somebody technologically fixed this for him. And we know that because when I blocked him, I'm not getting the usual thing. Normally it would just say this, you blocked messages, and it would say maybe unblock, but then it also says something's wrong. All three of those are not supposed to appear at once. So in his case, all three of that appears at once. There's something technically glitchy here. And beyond that, he was able to find out my sending basically to different people. I told them that basically when I was mentioning to this guy here that I said that, you know, basically Miguel Handar is on the side of the enemy. I think I told that to Pac-1 Morales or something like that. But or maybe I didn't even get a chance to tell him that. But basically, it might have been someone else. He probably blocked me before that even happened. But when I told other people that, these are people who would never talk to Miguel Andahar, and yet he somehow was able to get a screenshot of that, which he published. So he's obviously able to see things still, and he is somehow able to access them. And it goes to show that there's just no way you can hide things from these people. It's like, say, for instance, Joja Mikolejic, who I sent that to, I was just basically, let me see here. When I sent that to her, just keeping her up to date, I sent her something along those lines. I said, basically, Miguel Andahar is video recorded as denouncing myself and Peter Moon as my handler in the Salman Sheikh videos. He is an enemy, just so you know us. Now, this, I know she's not going to have contact with these people, and yet somehow, you know, Miguel Andahar got a screenshot of this, which he published. So obviously someone is like, you know, acting as a spy, or more than likely, it's basically the NSA is basically, you know, just transfers it to these people. You see, I cannot fall into the paranoia where I'm saying, oh, somebody's reporting to him, because, you know, say if she were doing that, she wouldn't send me photos, you know, like this, which only my, you know, friends can see. I'm not going to talk about this. It's not like she's nude or something. It's just that she sent me a photo that people send to friends. So it's not like, you know, what she says is very nice. It's not something nobody out there is that sadistic or evil where they're going to do something like that. So my point is that I know it's not her. I know it's not people that I know that are doing this. Basically, what it comes down to is that when you take a look at Jameson Reese with his sudden access to a multi-$1,000 studio where he's showing up on video and doing his DJ bit, and you see, you know, Lena Shea with her multi-$1,000 studio where she's got $1,000 guitar and she's got very expensive software where she turned out her own album. Okay, all of these people are like John Warrington in England said. They're basically paid. They're paid by the government. At this point, they're deep state assets who are receiving sizable salaries. There's no other explanation. nobody suddenly comes across money like this, and yet people who are suddenly attacking Douglas Dietrich do. So it's like, this is your in ticket, and so you're fairly warned. You're basically selling your soul. You're joining the cult of the kings of Edom. Yeah. This is not going to be good for you in the long run. That's something Salman Sheikh should know. But this is like something where people are doing this. And so at the moment, this is profitable. So when I was speaking to Viviana Sanchez earlier about the Great Abandonment, it really wasn't so much the years in which she was not involved with myself. It was basically now where she's sticking with me, whereas many other people, as George Knight can attest to, are basically severing. And these are people like, say, for instance, Ben Estenius, who said, oh, I've got to sever now because I'm worried about my family. Or you've got other people who have just like checked out. And the point is, they're doing it all now. This is what Cthulhu represents, the great abandoner in the Muslim religion. And this is what Salman Sheikh essentially worships. And all his claims about being Muslim are all the crap he ever said about being Muslim and salam alaikum and all that shit is just that. It's crap. He's not representative of Islam at all. He's representative of basically Islamic Satanism, the worship of their anti-god. So that's something that is brought to my mind when it was Miguel Andahar who was asking our man George Knight about, can you do something on the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile? God knows what kind of angle he had on it, but Miguel Andahar is essentially at that point, was he like just curious as to whether George Knight could pull it off? Because you know what? Brendan Zogit, like I said, started calling myself a while ago because he said, at this time, when everyone was attacking me, Lena Shea friended him. And then Lena Shea was sending him some shit where he said she was basically dissing me and claiming that my son and I are like Asian cosplayers or something. Like, it's just some crazy shit that these people are saying we're not who we say we are, or we don't exist, or that these are other people, etc. When I've brought up in the past, of course, my son's a photographer, and obviously he's well known in Asia. And anybody who goes to these accounts that these people are pointing to, these are ghost accounts where people who look this up, they'll go to find 100 different sources for these accounts, which say, oh, this is Malaysian, this is Thai, or this is Vietnamese, or this is Korean. It's this Pan-Asian pastiche. So my point is, we know what Lena Shea was trying to do with Brendan Zogit, which was basically seduce him. And he just said, fuck you, and he blocked her. But at the same time, with Miguel Andahar, what was his shtick? What kind of, after he asked you that about the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, did he ever maintain any contact, or did he just kind of fade after that until now? At this point?
Thank you, Douglas. I think he actually he posted that on one of my posts. He goes, "Can you do something on the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile or the Third Reich in Exile?" I remember that a couple of years ago. I was going on a dog walk at that time, and I read it, and I was like, I don't know. He's asked me to do something that I don't know how people are going to respond to it. And that was my first take on it. And then once I gathered enough information and stuff, it was like, wow, no, I'm gonna start publishing a hell of a lot of content on it because I gathered so much. So yeah, that was my take on that, Douglas. Very quickly, I don't know, is it brought to your attention at all, Douglas, with Daniel Arola at all? Has anyone mentioned anything about Daniel Arola?
Oh God, I hope he's not doing anything negative. What happened was the other day
he's blocked me. Yeah.
Oh, did he really? Holy shit!
Yeah. He's blocked me, but also, I just reviewed. I didn't review the full 2 hours of that video they've just released. It was with Jameson Reese, the two other guys, and the primary gang stalker. Because of course they're scrolling through that Stephen Outram's site, whether it's called Burners or something.
Yeah,
Burners,
yeah.
I can't remember. Sorry, Burners Man or something. Yeah, it was a picture of Daniel Arola, and then you hear. Dickie Cole, he goes, oh, Roller, there's Roller on this. Yeah, when they were talking, all four of them, all five of them. There, I think there was like more people that joined later on. Jameson said he has profoundly apologized to you, Cole, Richard. He's apologized to you now, and he goes, yeah, he appreciates his apology. So I'm like, what? Has he apologized to Richard? And I don't know if you're aware of this, Douglas, but this is what they say. This is what has been said.
Interesting.
And yeah, I don't know if that's been brought to your attention, but they say that, and I can get the timestamp for if anyone wants to just to check, that, because I overheard earlier when I was back at home earlier when I was listening in about Daniel Roller's disappeared somewhere.
Yeah, he did.
So,
Basically, what happened was it was the other day. Daniel came on with Viviana. Viviana spoke a little bit about religion. Daniel Arola got highly uncomfortable. He basically said something like, "I'm being kind to you," I'm refraining from cutting loose. Then he went to the chat room and was doing his normal bit, which is kind of like, can be interpreted as, lighthearted trollery. And certainly Viviana wasn't put off in any way. He was kind of also responding to what Ron, the blind friend of, Mr. Denistenius was saying. And so he was responding in ways that could be interpreted as negative to people, but then he's always like that. It's kind of like what he always does in the chat room. But he never came back after that.
I remember seeing that.
Yeah, okay. So when I had asked him about, say, for instance, a few days ago, here we are, basically sharing the screen again so that Sammy Romero and Viviana Sanchez can see it. Basically, what happened was a few days ago, I was asking him how he was doing. I had said maybe originally after, when I was saying, situation report, and I was saying, about all of this. Originally, he was saying, say, for instance, with Salman Sheikh, for instance, here's what I had told him. Basically, situation report, Salman Sheikh, and what he was pulling. And then he said, that's weird. He told me early this evening he was going to be on the show. So Salman Sheikh was telling Daniel Arola on the same day that he was going to be on my show. This was Friday, May 20th. And so then later on, he was saying, I think it would be wise not to mention their names again as if they never existed for clean air's sake. I sense that JMO was getting off hearing people talk about him. They will listen, expect to be talked about, good or bad. It's still attention to compensate for. I said, I understand what you're saying, but there has to be an explanation to our listeners, or they'll assume the worst anyway. And I told him Crystal River also wishes to air what JMO did to her. Of course, these people will groove the villains while they're being spoken of, but their joy will be short-lived because they'll be ignored after the record is burned into public consciousness. I told him, give me some credit here. I know the necessity of damage control, and my story has to get out first and fast to cement the narrative. It's just reality. So then he was pointing out, for as long as Salman is tight with JMO, he is going to get astrally assaulted again, because Salman Sheikh was complaining about his fear of being astrally assaulted by Michael Aquino, which he claimed happened to him. Yeah, and then what Daniel was later saying was, if Salman thinks JMO is redeemable in any way, JMO would have to convert to Islam, but I do not see it happening. And so I said, well, obviously Salman's own faith is weak, or Aquino would not scare him so much. And so what Daniel says is, and I think this is telling, I tell Aquino to fuck off anytime his image comes around, but it's not often. I'm an ice wall in Reykjavik to him. So Daniel's been seeing Michael Aquino in terms of images. This is what he's basically saying. And so I said, I know you're impervious, if anyone. He says, I'm surprised I actually spelled Reykjavik correctly after looking it up in case of a mistake. And so, I was saying, okay, you're fine. And so basically after that, basically there was, a lady whose name I'm not going to name, he said was stalking him. And he even says she's not a bad person, just more lonely, whatever. She's never mentioned Daniel to me. So we'll just ignore that. That might be narcissism. So then I was pointing out, there's these people, now they're all getting together and they're all basically the Legion of Doom now saying, we're going to take you down, Superman, basically is what I'm saying. He goes, geez. After that, there was that weird incident with, Viviana, where he kind of just disappeared. And I said, hope all is well. He gave me the little peacock pinwheel. So that was his only response. I said, thank you. After that, again, I said, I pray thee be well. No answer. Then after that, thou art in my thoughts. And then so I said, I myself feel you handled Vivian Sanchez's religiosity with the most adroit diplomacy. I profoundly appreciate how you restrained yourself from lashing out. And then brought a bit up about Ben Estenius being afraid now. And other than that, there's no response. So if he suddenly or they could just be making that up, or we'll find out.
So,
But let me check another response here. I heard some notification that I had an incoming message, but
that was me just saying screenshot. He's blocked me. So I can't review any messages. I can't review any of his previous messages, and it says the person's unavailable now, so he's blocked me.
So that alone is very strange. And so he hasn't been on Facebook, or he might have blocked myself as well if he were on Facebook. But wait a second, he hasn't been on Facebook in forever, but then he suddenly blocked you. He may have had a timeline that was operational. So in other words, you were able to see an actual timeline on Facebook of his until a few days ago, is what you're telling me, right?
I just noticed this is going. I think about a couple of weeks ago, I noticed he blocked me. I was just trying to review some of the messages that we've previously had with each other, but as you can see, I can't review any of the messages. And it says this person's unavailable, and it's no longer his icon, his the picture, his avatar of himself. It's now just a blank screen. It's just that generic one that comes up with just the silhouette.
Right. So
that's just what I see.
My understanding was that he was permanently blocked from Facebook, which should have been months or months ago. So I'm surprised that didn't happen to you months and months ago. So that is strange. And so that being said, it's definitely, we might find out in a few days. But if he's gone and apologized to these people and they're bragging about it, either they're just trying to pull a psyop, or something has happened where he's flipped or turned. If that's the case, that's what can you say? I mean, it's like it's like
it's sad.
If that's the case, then that's pathetic. But it's like, for one thing, what I couldn't understand is like, what would you can't dwell on people when they do crazy things, because none of what many of these people do makes sense. By the way, Sammy Romero says have to call it a night. By the way, Sammy, before you go, say goodnight to our listeners and everybody else here on the roundtable, and tell us what your intuition is about this. Do you have any intuition about this, or what kind of impression? Or
look, I seen Daniel pop up like reading the messages. I don't know if that's correct or not on the message board here on Skype. Maybe I'm incorrect. I don't know, but I like to hope for the best, but at the same time, people are going to do what they want to do. People have the reasons,
but there's a difference between just somebody just dropping out and then somebody approaching Richard K. Cole Jr. with a profound apology.
Okay,
that is bizarre.
Yeah, it is. It is, and it's disgusting. Because that subhuman is disgusting.
Yes, thank you. Yes, and most people have said that. Yes, go on.
What I really mean is, he has been deemed distant, and it's very odd of him because he doesn't seem like a person that takes stuff personal. Let alone, not wanting to contribute. Even if he's high off his ass.
Yeah, which he is most of the time. And quite honest about it.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with them. I never had nothing. I really had nothing against nobody until they decided to not support you anymore. And even worse, forget not supporting you, going to your adversaries, which are far more disgusting.
Yeah, just so everybody knows, we're not going to name this individual. This individual has asked not to be named, but here's what he had to say about the video, the latest video. He said, I saw it. I didn't watch the whole thing because it's so fucking cringy, but from everything I've heard, it's the same bullshit and attacks with no actual evidence. I found myself disgusted with Richard. Here he's referring to Richard K. Cole. Having never listened to him before, his voice and manner of speaking is so gross. he fucking hates you so much, there's no way he doesn't have a huge boner for you and just doesn't know how to handle it. Haha. And so this pretty much says it all. And this is what, Daniel Arola knew for years. Daniel Arola was the one who, when he appeared on that colon column, as we call it, the Burners and the Man, which people can look at the website of Stephen Outram, who finances all of this. And Stephen Outram has thousands of pages on me. One of the people Stephen Outram hated the most was Daniel Arola. And Daniel Arola was a man who would produce like various memes of Stephen Outram that had Stephen Outram just fuming. So again, when all these men are going through Stephen Outram's colon column, these weirdos now with the gang of anti-Dietrich cultists, such as J-Mo Reese and Solomon Sheikh and Richard K. Cole Jr., and then they run across, oh, Rolla, there's Rolla, and saying, oh, yes, he's apologized to me and something like that. It's like, first off, like, there doesn't seem to be any sane motivation for Arola to debase himself. In other words, that would be so debasing to himself. Why would he do that? If that's true, that's pathetic. And if it's all just because, what, he was upset by something Viviana said? That's profoundly pathetic. This is a man who really has no hesitation about kind of triggering people. So, nice. It's bizarre, and we'll find out. Either he'll come back and say none of that happened, or we'll find out that it did. Maybe he needed some space, and I always try to hope for the best, but this might be something different where, if he's done that, then, the crazy thing about it is, what would be his motive? Again, but look at the times we're in. These are very, very strange times. And honestly, this is kind of like a rapture. This is kind of like Stephen King's The Stand. Basically, people are dividing. And the world is dividing into those that are on one side or the other. So understand this much. Everyone knows this intuitively. If you have any sense of common sense, anybody understands that were I some kind of shill, some kind of charlatan, some kind of con man, everybody could see that. There would be no need for such a concerted conspiracy, an open conspiracy of maniacs to come together who are all clearly insane. Look at their behavior. Take a look at the Burners and the Man column written by Stephen Outram, and your only conclusion by looking at the architecture of the site, the nature of the man's obsessive, compulsive nature in never being able to stop talking about me, and you'll say, this man's crazy. The fact that all of these men get together and all they can talk about is myself, to the point where this is their obsession. What is it that's in there for them if Douglas Dietrich is taken down? If I despair, what happens to their lives? How are their lives improved? What do they get from this? You realize they're being paid, and there's obviously a concerted effort from the deep state to destroy me. That alone tells you that I must be the most important guy in the world right now.
Yes.
Well, Doug, like I told you, your information is very damaging. You're just not, it's one thing to expose, quote unquote, history. You don't expose history. You expose the very deepest, darkest secrets, down to the occult knowledge. I mean, when you're breaking down the various levels of how far Aquino taught you, it's really hurting Aquino. You're opening up old wounds for him because he's really hurt with you. Keep this in mind. None of these idiots can even comprehend entirely what he's taught you, and you only shared a portion.
Thank you.
The portion that you actually want to remember. So because of your position, this really hurts Aquino. He's deeply hurt, because part of him not owning you is his fault. The Night of the Broken Circle is his fault. Yes. You have these same type of monkeys that he ordained as part of his circle who did this ritual that did not know what they were doing. this also coincides with him loving the fact that you're an outsider like him. He's an incomplete man as far as how he came into this world. You are not just a regular human being. And going through even your change through your blood transfusion, this was all orchestrated for him to really test the goods. He was putting you through the fire to see if you were gold. So once he realized you were gold, literally changing your DNA, well, then this is why you see such hurt and such like a bad ex, you know, because he had you, and you know, our Heavenly Father decided, no, it's not going to go down like that, you know, almost humbling him in the sense that you think you're in control, but you're not. You know, God allowed the peacock angel to reside in you for a reason. You know, you talked about the Decedent people, you know, this is not coincidence. None of this doesn't happen to Joe Blow down the street, you know. You really are one of a kind. And this is just solidifies. And what I was kind of listening to you when you talked about, you know, the great abandonment, think of the things, you know, Aquino allowed you having the Valtarka. He wants you to break down and ultimately use it.
Yes.
Like Jameson wanted to use it.
Yes, it's true.
Because really you're doing his work by doing that. So in a sense, he still wants you to work for him. You don't, it's just, it's just how I feel, in the sense that it's almost like he's still holding on to, well, maybe Doug is really that person, because when he sent the Bukkake Parade that night in July or June of 2018, I remember. The only reason why he did that occult attack was because he thought the peacock angel did not reside in you.
That's right.
And when he did, well, the spell backfired. Yes. And, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
So, I mean, to put it in a cheesy way, you really are Keanu Reeves in the sense of what's that dumb movie?
Matrix or the
no, the other one.
Oh God, which one? What
the action star he plays the action star with.
Oh, I forgot.
He plays that assassin.
Oh God, yes. Oh yes, I forget the name of that stupid franchise. What is it?
Yeah, you really are John Wick.
There we are, John Wick. Yes.
I mean, but less, cheesy.
Thank you. Thank you. By the way, for those of you who don't know, Miguel Andújar played one of the assassins who came after John Wick. So he's in this scene in the rain where he comes after Keanu Reeves, and Keanu Reeves kills him. Of course, like he's just by smiling at him. But he's one of the many assassins who attacks Keanu Reeves as an extra. He's in that film. All of this speaks for itself. Plus, Salman Sheikh loved that film because Salman Sheikh was always talking about the Hashishin, or the Islamic assassins, which he had a deep admiration for. And of course, they are portrayed in that franchise as being the grand old man of the mountain of the Hashishin that John Wick eventually turns to, so that the assassins are called off. Go on.
In my opinion, that movie wasn't that good. That's just me. I mean, it was okay.
No, I get it. I totally agree.
It's been done. That's why. It's the reason why it's been done so many times.
What I did promise to do at some point was to tell people my own thoughts on it when I finally reviewed it fully sober, because the times that I had seen it, I was really blitzed out of my mind. But Salman, Salman was a person who was he would bring up various things and try to connect them to the Assassin's Order, and I found that this was pretty telling, because this was the guy whose reality was often based on what he saw in video games and what he saw in movies. Yes, you noticed that. You noticed that, George. Yes. So that was a large part of his reality, and you noticed that was also Jameson Reese. I mean, these are basically super adolescent man boys living in their basement playing video games, and life is not a video game. But then they meet someone like myself who is basically exposing that there are elements in life that are beyond what most people experience, and they hate it. They want to tear it down, and they want to say it's all a fake, it's all a fraud. And the only thing they can get out of that is an empty universe. They want the universe to be empty because that's the universe of nihilism, the universe of the anti-gods, the universe of Michael Aquino. When Mr. Sammy Romero is speaking of Michael Aquino in the present tense, understand that in a very real sense, he is very much alive. He is certainly someone who, as Brendan Zogid is convinced from all the calls he's been getting from Miguel Andahar, Lena Shea, and everybody else that has been desperate to recruit him for whatever reason. I mean, he seems like a harmless, nondescript enough guy. It's basically, for those of you who don't know, and this is no insult, Brendan Zogid is now working as a state of California custodian. And he's working in the capital of Sacramento. And this is the best job he's ever fucking had, because now he's part of a union. He gets full medical coverage, and his life is stable. And I'm so happy for him. And so why are they bothering this night shift custodian and trying to recruit him in taking down Douglas Dietrich? It's not like, what do they think he has to offer? And the fact that they've got the seductress, Lena Shea, reaching out to him, along with Miguel Andahar, who does show up in Hollywood movies like John Wick, even if only for a few seconds. They think that's star power to them. All of these guys. And of course, Brendan Zogid is not falling for it, because it's like he was confronting Miguel Andahar, who even sent him mushrooms through the mail, which is a federal offense. In other words, Miguel Andahar has risked federal penitentiary time sending Brendan Zogid mushrooms. And so Brendan's like even confronting Miguel. He said, what do you think you're getting out of this? What do you think you'll get if you bring Dietrich down? And there's no answer. There's no answer. So they're simply getting a salary now, or they're so crazed, they think by bringing me down, they take my place. And that's part of the insanity. But Sammy Romero is speaking of Aquino in the present tense because, as Brendan Zogid said, he's convinced from what these people are saying, they're all speaking of Aquino. When they're speaking to Brendan, they all speak about Aquino like he's alive. Miguel Andahar, Lena Shea, they're all saying, it's Aquino, he's alive. He's alive. So they keep telling Brendan that. So Brendan, when he talks to me about this, he says, is it possible Aquino faked his death? And I said, no, it's more like the way you originally understood it from your own readings of Harry Potter, which, Brendan Zogid was a fan because he knew it to be a ripoff of the, basically the Vedic concept of Hari Putar, son of God, which can also be interpreted as son of a son. In other words, as if I have no father, I am my own father. In a satanic sense, it can be inverted as if I am my own God. So when it comes to these people, they're trying to assume that role. It's that I am my own God, and this is Aquino's influence. So his influence is alive. He is alive in the sense that his soul has been imparted onto others, kind of parked in pieces, which is fragments of himself, similar to the fragment of Maluk Chaush in myself, the Peacock Angel, and the person the Bukaki Beret Sammy Romero is referring to was Master Sergeant John Victor Lillier of the U.S. Army Special Forces, who never saw a day in combat and spent all his life attacking veterans, claiming they were all false veterans, quote unquote. And this was his life. And when he finally cut loose to attack myself in an occult manner, he died in abject fear because everything backfired. This is what happens with many people. It's kind of like the suicide bomber caught in the cab, locked in by a cabbie. And so Sammy Romero, with that, go ahead and say goodnight. I'll let you go to sleep. I'm sorry I kept you up this much, but it was important. Believe me, what you said was important.
Yeah, no problem. Please support Douglas Dietrich. Thank you, Vivian, for being a great producer and being a great team, a great asset. You really changed this.
Viviana, can you come on right now before Sammy leaves? Is that possible? See her say hi. See if we can coax her back on. See if that's possible. Hopefully she didn't fall asleep, because I wanted her to know something. I wanted her to know, if I had to choose between Daniel Arola and her, I don't care if Danny hears this, I would take her. Simply because, that's life. Live with it. Well,
Doug, you always said it. You get really nervous being, leading men.
Thank you.
You're more comfortable surrounded by women. Not that I'm looking for a sex change, but you know, maybe I'm an exception, right?
I'm comfortable in the company of men such as yourself and George Knight, right. But neither one of you is expecting something as stupid as guy things from me. You don't want to like do silly things with me, like let's go do something stupid like guys do, which is like, you know, past time making cat calls at chicks or something from a rooftop or something like that. This is not something that either of you expect from me, so I'm much more comfortable in your company. I do hope Viviana's with us, so you know, if she's with us, honey, do come back on. I hope she wasn't put off by what we had said about Daniel Arola, because, you know, some people might misinterpret that and think, oh God, I've caused trouble and shouldn't have been here. So let's hope that's not the case. Hopefully she slept through that. But if not, I'll be glad to tell her later, honey, if it comes to a choice between you and Danny, boy, I'll take you anytime. But that being said, you know, Daniel was a loyal friend for many years. If he truly turned like that, I would be shocked. But then again, these are those times. We are in end times in a very real sense. These are apocalyptic times. We could even consider COVID to be a form of rapture. This is something where you've got all kinds of people disappearing, and yet we're all pretending nothing's going on. These are supernatural times. These are times in which people are aligning with one side or another. They're making the choices, and the choices are very stark around myself. So when people are denying me, what they're saying is there is nothing wondrous in the universe. What they're really saying is there really is no higher plan and the universe is empty, when they're denying myself. And the reason why I can say that with such confidence is because understand what I've come to represent, understand what I've come to speak for. If anyone speaks for the children, certainly I don't like kids. I like guns a lot better than I like kids. But no one's ever done what I did to break up child trafficking rings. No one has ever done that. And of course, I paid the price for it. And as Sammy has said, not every good deed goes punished. Certainly, there's a reward in the sense that certainly people like George Knight and Sammy and many others have come to appreciate me. And any of you out there that do, believe me, I love you for it. But when we see the confusing things that I'm faced with, like the woman who established one of my fan pages, you know, putting likes on a bunch of stupid posts being put up by these creeps, saying my son and I are a couple of cosplayers in Asia. What is with these people? Again, they're making choices. And they're making choices like, oh, this is the easiest path. This is the path of least resistance. So, like water, they're going down the cistern. And they're going down the cistern because it's the same reason Aquino said everyone turns to black magic, because it's low-hanging fruit. The universe is comprised almost entirely of dark matter. The universe is comprised almost overwhelmingly of nothing. But the main product of what little matter there is in the universe, God's creation, is reflected in ourselves. And when I'm here to promote that faith, to basically tell you that, yes, there is a God, and Christianity is one of the oldest religions in the world, older than Judaism, then this is something that is radical. It gives people a view of Christianity that, if people remember when I was speaking and Peter Moon kept interrupting and saying, oh, you know, Seth had to be Jewish. Seth who Christianized China, this must be Jewish. I finally just confronted him very sternly and said, look, stop talking. And I pointed out this was before Judaism. Seth Christianized China, and Christianity is therefore older than Judaism. People might take that as the ultimate in Judeophobia and say this is Hitler's son saying that. This is truly the end of the world as we know it. This is ultimately the overwhelming nature of this confronts many people, and they just decide to go the path of least resistance, and that's the path down the cistern. And they wind up, oh, let me apologize to Richard K. Cole Jr. Apologize to a man who said nothing but evil things about them and everything about our world. He's contributed nothing. What has he done for anyone? This is where we're at. The choices need to be made. Anyhow, get yourself some sleep, Sammy. Share my love with your loved one, and you have yourself a blessed day when you awaken, okay?
Yes, I'll talk to you later on the week, okay?
Okay, look forward to that. Best
Good night,
wishes.
Sammy.
Yeah.
Good night, George.
And with George Knight still with us for a while at least, hopefully we can coax Viviana out. And let me send a little message to her in the meantime. George, do keep talking. Thank you for sharing that with me. I mean, that's vital information. It's something we don't need timestamp. Yeah, no worries. No worries. There's no need to apologize for bad news, but go on.
Yeah, no, I do. I am, Douglas. It's sad because I've known Danny for a few years as well, and yeah, he's always been there by you and me. You know, he's always defended myself as well. So it's a tragedy, really. But yeah, like you said, people are going to choose sides ultimately, but they can't obviously, take myself for example, because everything I say contradicts everything they say, what they're claiming. Of course, I can prove them wrong. And so they have no chance of doing that to me. No chance whatsoever. And like if like Douglas was saying a few moments ago, like if he was a con artist, his identity would have been exposed a long time ago. And I've known Douglas for many years now, and I would have sussed him out straight away. And I've never, ever found him to be dishonest about anything, because I've verified everything he said to be true and a fact. Yeah. Simple as that. It's people now trying to discredit the messenger as opposed to the message.
Because the message itself is unassailable. They can't assault the message, for one thing. That would require...
No!
Yes!
And that is why I believe they have not mentioned my name once. And of course, I'm not reading what they say for a fine-tooth comb. I'm not listening from, start to finish. They've not mentioned me or even contacted me or reached out to me, because I think they just know not to even bother.
Aside from that, I think that you're a tremendous threat to them, because you would basically return whatever they're claiming with a bunch of facts. It's just so people understand this. For instance, he just scanned through the video and they were talking about sperm doesn't last past 30 years. And it was our man, George Knight, who basically just looked up right away and found that, well, sperm lasts easily for 40 years in refrigeration. So, he's the person who brought up a screenshot of that and presented it to me, which I shared with others, but it's almost perfunctory. Honestly, George Knight would be the first to tell you all that whatever he finds is what you can find as well, if you just know where to look. And so, and so George Knight is making no claims to having some kind of secret monopoly or that he's some kind of gatekeeper. Far from it. George Knight's entire point is that any of you can look this up. So here's the important thing to understand. What all of these people are trying to present myself as is a person who is claiming to be the source. Now, in a sense, I am the source because I'm the person who pointed things out. And therefore, they have to destroy the source. But when you get an independent person who then follows up on what I've always told everybody to do, because as George Knight can attest, ever since I first appeared on Coast to Coast AM, the only thing I've ever told people is, don't take my word on this. Look it up yourself. And he bothered to do so, and he found it all to be true. So if people just do that, and of course you'll see some people back in the early days when YouTube had more accessible threads and a different kind of format, you could see people, once in a while you'd see some idiot write, I looked up what he said and I didn't find it or something like that, but they would never say what they were looking up. They would never say anything like that. It was just always bullshit. It's just bullshit. So they're trying to claim something, but they're not even saying what they're saying. They don't even know what they're saying. So understand this. It's not so much myself, but the facts that I've exposed that are now out there. And so they're hoping that if they discredit me, everyone will forget the facts. They'll just say, oh, all that's sourced from this individual who is discredited. And the fact that they go all the way with it, with attacking everything around me, my dead father, or rather the man who raised me, my biological father, of course, having been attacked to the point where there's no point in even attacking him anymore. And nevertheless, that in itself is a victory, because Adolf Hitler is the most talked about person on earth. So that alone is a historical fact. So when you get to that point, we are now, well, I think we've said it all to a degree, but that having been said, by all means, if there's anything else you want to talk about tonight, by all means do so. If not, I'll go into monologue soon, but there's no hurry.
Oh yeah, so sorry, Douglas. Didn't mean to interrupt. Then, yeah, absolutely. Thank you. No, the only other thing I wanted to, is what I said to you, Douglas, in private message yesterday was that I came in the last part of the transmission. I overheard what Jameson was asking you whilst he was, under the influence of
his usual cocktail of narcotics. Yeah, go on.
Cocktail narcotics. I've got to remember that. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, and he was trying to gather information basically in this video that they've titled, what they've titled "Expose." And yeah, it's
in
not
other words,
exposed.
he was exposing on this video that he basically was involved with me to get information from me on the occult. Yeah, he really wanted the Vox Arca.
Admitted.
Yeah,
exactly. That's what he was. It's an admittance. It was him admitting that he was only using Douglas to gather information, and that was evident when I caught him. I came in and I listened to what he was asking Douglas, and Douglas wasn't giving him anything. Douglas knew even he had the suspicion what he was after, because what he was asking for is something that Douglas has never ever promoted or presented. He's always told people, you don't play with forces that you just do not play with these forces. It's like handing a gun to a child. I like to use that analogy. You do not hand this over to someone who is benign, who is just basically incompetent or inept to actually comprehend how to use this. And all he was seeking was the destruction of humanity. That's all he's ever promoted on his Facebook. And Salman Sheikh was loving every single post he was posting about this.
Yes, he was hearting every post he put up, including those where he kept saying everyone has to die. Yes.
Yeah. And that is where when I started to conclude my own suspicions on these individuals. It's because why the hell was Salman Sheikh liking this? And he's promoting, peace and prosperity for humanity, but yet he's hearting all these, all humanity must perish and die. Right. It was frightening. I was like, oh my God. And like, I have no idea. And this is it's just how convoluted the situation is, that these people, they approach Douglas and they're actually after something. And this is it's frightening. And like, when I approached Douglas myself, I approached him because I was just like stunned with the amount of information that I was learning from him. And so at the initial point, I was like, oh my God, I've got a million questions to ask him. But if you go through his entire transmissions, if you go through everything for the past over a decade, you will learn everything. I have no more questions. I can only now talk to Douglas and present what I have learned. But it is, and like Douglas was saying, and just this is what these men are trying to say in these videos. They're trying to say that Douglas, he's promoting this all as his own information. But that's not what Douglas is doing. And he just articulated that perfectly, that he is just the source that have presented this information, but he is just exposing all the information. He is not the man who's generating this information. He's not the man making this up. He's only exposing what is historical, what is factual. Douglas is not the source. So all these guys are trying to do is try to destroy the source, which is Douglas. And that is, you present it perfectly, better than what I ever could, Douglas. So yeah, this is so important for people to just understand. They're trying to destroy Douglas because he is the man presenting the message. And that is the reason. That's why they're trying to say, oh, all this information he's saying about Roswell, about the Third Reich in exile, it's all made up. It's all just fabricated. No, it's not. It's all factual. And anyone can do their due diligence to find out this is true. I have done so for many years now. Yeah. And so this is what I'm saying. You can look this stuff up and find out it is true. You're not going to get any information from these guys because all they're trying to do is destroy the source. Yeah. And that is the difference. And this is why people are choosing sides.
To further contextualize and clarify what George is saying, when George is speaking about the time that he was looking on Facebook from one timeline to the other, and it just shows up in the newsfeed anyway. But basically, throughout the years that I was working with Jameson Reese, and again, as Peter Moon put it, basically for TNP breaks, definitely needed someone for that. And you just cannot leave bandwidth empty because people go away. And it's almost better to have somebody there screaming, I want to kill everybody, than it is to have nothing at all, because people may find that utterly revolting and you'll lose audience members, some of them permanently perhaps. But nevertheless, people who understand, well, that guy's crazy and I'm here for Douglas Dietrich anyway. And, he treats him nicely for the TMP breaks. And, basically George Knight found that out because he knew I said I never talked to him. But the time George Knight jumped on that call when Jameson Reese was so narcotized, he didn't even notice him there, just like Jameson Reese never notices anything because he's oblivious to the fucking world. And George Knight heard him slurringly demanding information on the anti-gods. This was an individual who, had his agenda. We all knew that. That was quite obvious. And was someone who George Knight figured out right then and there. It's true. Douglas Dietrich never talks to this guy. This guy is basically plugging Douglas Dietrich in the few moments after transmission ends because this is the only chance he's got to ask Douglas Dietrich for information. So that's when George Knight came to the epiphany. It's true. Douglas Dietrich's not talking with this guy on any personal level. But when he says it's confusing, actually, it's crystal clear. It may be confusing when you think about it. Oh, these guys like, Miguel Andahar saying, oh, Salman Sheikh, your biggest supporter. And Miguel Andahar is coming over to me and saying, hey, Douglas, look at all, I'm bringing you ratings, saying, oh, I mentioned you and all this stuff. And he's basically saying, and this is basically a guy who's defaming and slandering me and then coming to me and asking for accolades. These are the kind of people that we're dealing with. So when you have someone like Miguel Andahar and then you have someone like Salman Sheikh who is hearting, meaning he loves every post that Jameson was putting up, which was the overwhelming majority were saying everybody must die, then none of this is confusing. Even though you've got Salman Sheikh preaching love, we all know this. All the crap that Salman Sheikh ever said about love is just that. Crap. And all the stuff he ever said about peace was just like that bread that he bakes for the birds that he uses as a cover to hang out with the kids in the children's playground every day. It's just like that bread. Everything he says about peace is shit for the birds. Basically, you've got a situation where all of these people are liars. These are liars and Judas goats who are coming along and making a claim, positing themselves as allies. And because of my situation, we all know most people who posit themselves as such are quite the opposite. You have someone like Jameson Reese who simply really wanted the Vox Arca, among other things, from me, and never got that, is now openly espousing the anti-gods, as he always did. So, in a sense, he was the most honest of them all, which also made him the most repulsive. Salman Sheikh was always repulsive because he was creepy. He always called himself as, and help me out here, George. Did you not see him always referring to himself as Uncle Sal? Uncle Sal's as
if like calling yourself daddy.
Yes, like everybody's uncle. And this is a classic pedo-predatory maneuver where, it's, hi, I'm your uncle, your Dutch uncle, the uncle you never knew you had. I mean, this is so child molestation creepy. Everything about him was just shuddery. So, was I tolerating him because he contributed money? Of course, I didn't have the ability to say no. I was in need. Still am. Lena Shea helped me. She said she gave me contributions I could not say no to. Hers is the most tragic case of all. We were basically saying, she was like a saint compared to these people. And she could have just stayed in her own little world churning out her music. But no, she had to attack me along with the rest of them. There was no need for that. Certainly I haven't been saying things that are necessarily considered wonderful about her, but I never copped to the truth about her, which could have remained unknown to the rest of the world. But no, she had to pull what she did. But this goes to show you that attacking me was more important to her than maintaining the family, the lifestyle she's got. And if she still continues to maintain that lifestyle somehow after what I exposed tonight, that just proves she's part of the deep state. That means that she's totally buffered. Because if the FBI does not investigate her after what I said tonight about her having sex with an underage boy who was her working partner's son, then it goes to show you there is no justice. If that's the case, well, we'll see what happens from here, this point forward.
I'll continue saying what I'm saying because it's not a lie. It is what she told me she did. And the correct term that George Knight is looking for when he says that, Jameson Reese admitted to seeking what he was seeking from me, occult knowledge, the correct term is basically he confessed. Basically, Jameson Reese confessed to his agenda. He confessed to... So, in reality, this may seem confusing, and this may seem convoluted, and this may seem like, oh, wow, this is... No, in reality, it's all crystal clear. The enemy was always there. The enemy was always here, and the enemy was always had their agenda, and now it's their time to attack. And the reason why is because pretty much Peter Moon committed, oh yeah, I'm going to do the second book. And at that point, that's really when all hell broke loose recently. And in a sense, this is the irony of the situation. If they hadn't done what they ultimately did, probably Peter Moon would have bowed out. If it hadn't been for his jumping on the call and hearing James Reese saying, I put Peter under a binding spell, and all of this evil that just kind of, there's something about people that they're contrarian. And because these people were obviously saying, oh, we've got to separate Peter Moon from Douglas Dietrich, I think simply it's the contrarian nature of humanity where Peter Moon decided, I'm in. I'm basically going to take Douglas Dietrich's side. By the way, it's just as a share of screen here, back to sharing screen with our man George Knight. See if I can bring up the messenger again and see if I can bring it back to that wretched individual that we were checking in on before. Now, if I travel down far enough, I'll probably reach him again and, past one idiot here and onto another. So it was a little further up that basically I had said something that I would think would be almost unforgivable. But, let's see, a little further up. Maybe it's too far up, but let's see now. It's amazing how long I've known these people. With someone like Miguel Andahar, when he asked you about the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, that must have been, 3-4 years ago by now? Maybe 5? Or was it just 2?
During lockdown, during the lockdown period, 2020. Yeah, he asked me on one of my posts, could you do one on the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile? And like I said, okay, yeah, well, I'll think about it. It took me a while. Right. It was only starting to gather photographic evidence. That's when I
thought you were doing things like that for a while beforehand, kind of on your own. It was
I was doing it on other things, that I learned from you, Douglas. And then it was only the last couple of years I've been doing on the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile. But it was obviously I got a lot of information from the what's it called? Beg your pardon. I've got it saved on my iPad. It's the what's it called? That magazine, that popular magazine
Nexus.
That was
Nexus magazine.
Nexus. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah.
By the way, just so everybody knows, Nexus magazine is published in Australia, and it was effectively available, really conveniently, only in Commonwealth nations and the European Union, and never really saw any publication in the United States. It was very strange. The whole situation with that, and I was brought into an ambush in Australia, effectively, that George Knight knows Noreen Helpan helped me get out of. But anyhow, go on, please, by all means.
Yeah. Thank you, Douglas. It was only until it made perfect sense, and then I started to learn about the crafts, the craft technology, and the names of the craft, like the Honabu and the Vril, and the Flugorad, and so it was only until I started, and then I could put things into context. In the historical context, it's what I've had to do last week, because there's a guy who I've been working with at my job, and I presented to him about the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, and he had a few questions. I sent him all my videos, and he reviewed them, and then when I saw him last time, he goes, oh yeah, I just have a few questions like funding, where they get the funding from and all that, and I actually presented to him, there was an unaccounted 15 billion Reichsmarks that went unaccounted for, as well as all these other technologies that just went missing. It's never been accounted for, and I've got the documents to prove it's all missing. It's all you can't find them. The Allies could not locate them. So it was just all little things like that, and it's like, wow, now George knows what he's talking about. I've now got to a stage where it's like people can't dispute it, or it's irrefutable. It's
Thank you.
Like people can't. It's now at a stage where now they have to address it, because, and this is, it's one of the things that, you know, it's what's keeping you and I going. It's what's keeping us going.
Oh yeah, don't be afraid to produce more videos. I mean, I know it took a lot of work, and you've got your own channel. By the way, before we go into your channel, I do want you to bring that up where people can go to see your channel. So we don't need to read this out loud, but this was something I sent to Miguel Andahar while I was venting. And this was back in 2021, September of 2021 when I said this, and it's very funny. We don't need to read it out loud, but George Knight can read it to himself. And it was something that I said that was handled quite well. By the way, this became officially published, quote unquote, by Miguel Andahar, who basically took this and published it, probably in his videos. And they sent this to the person I was talking about. They handled it incredibly well, to their credit.
Yeah.
So there we are with that. And, you know, aside from all of that crap, I do want people to understand that, it's been, oh God, this is like, you know, this is like eternal. This is like this eternal thing. And, you know, this is what they're trying to do, is wear me down. And of course it does. It really does. It's like, how much more of this can you take? And people who are stupid, say for instance, like, my med cosmetologist, they just say, oh, if all these people are saying this, it must be true. This is like, if anything, understand this, all these people getting together to say what they do about me means everything I say is true. Because obviously if it wasn't, you wouldn't take that, you wouldn't need all these people to try and discredit me. It would be self-evident. So that's been said enough tonight. I think we made our point. And that being said, by all means, tell people about your channel, why you chose the name you did, how they can access it, where they can find it, and tell them, of course, what videos you have up there. Okay?
Oh yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, it's quite funny actually. Yeah, because I created that channel back in 2011, and I was a video game player. This is obviously years, you know, a few years before I discovered Douglas and stuff. And yeah, I was producing videos such as like Gears of War and Call of Duty, and then, you know, you can see like that I quickly dismantled producing videos on video games. But yeah, that's why I've got my name HD. Yeah, my gamer tag on these my gamer tag is Bizarre. So I created a channel Bizarre HD because back in 2011 there was no such thing as 4K accessible to the public, so it was high definition. So that's why it's called Bizarre HD. And I am I've said to Douglas I'm going to change the name probably to just my actual name.
Please.
But yeah. So yeah, just to change it, and that's why it's spelt in a way, you know, it's not spelled how Bizarre is actually spelled either. So it's but on my channel I've uploaded about 4 new videos, Douglas, from like probably the last time I spoke about it, and that was the Presidential Proclamation 2714. I've uploaded Harry Truman doing his speech on December 31st, 1946, and so people can watch that. And I've uploaded a few more videos also on my channel, and it's Bizarre HD. It's spelled Bizare HD, and I've got many videos with the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, so you can see their craft. This is a series of compilation videos of people all around the world capturing the Reichscraft technology in its entirety. So you'll see them doing all their maneuvers, and you can see them in the air, and people, you know, you can see people's reactions. I've got videos where there's no music in the background, where they're like, what the hell is that? Oh my God, it's extraterrestrials. And they're saying, you know, and they're like, oh my God, what is that? No, it's not a weather balloon. No, it's not a plane. And they're saying all this shit. So they don't know obviously what the hell they're looking at, and that's the situation that we're in. And this is why I produce these videos, just to just show people what they are, what these things are. And the thing is also, there are, you know, like Douglas has always emphasized, it's not to discombobulate between other phenomena. There are multiple different types of UFO phenomena. There are the biological entities that exist in the deepest recesses of space. These are polymorphic biological entities. They're cosmic entities that harbor in the deepest recesses of space. They appear in our sky, and this is just one example. Then there are the Reichscraft, the Reichscraft technology, which are a true breakaway civilization, which is very recent. and in its inception. This is the way that Douglas, presents in one of my videos, and they are a breakaway civilization. They're not extraterrestrial, as they are actually intraterrestrial as opposed to extraterrestrial. They are a breakaway civilization that relocated into a subterranean existence. And so I present this, and I have so much information on it. This is what I am doing. This is the work I've been producing. And the other one, the third phenomena, is extratemporal, which me and Douglas have spoke about in the past briefly, that this has to source from the 1,000-year Reich in exile. Also, if you look at archaeological digs, because this is something you can't really, you get these cargo cultists that will say, well, look at this archaeological dig, it's showing Wright's craft, or the same similar shape of a flying saucer, the dish shape, the classic dish shape, and this has been presented for thousands of years in archaeological digs, on pottery, on murals, on walls. And this has got to, in like the craft itself, they're round and they've got a cockpit at the top. So it's obviously, you have to conclude, and this is something, which is only what we have concluded, that it's got to be the 1,000-year Reich in exile that are our descendants, our future descendants. They're the only ones that can survive in the future once global warming hits us, we're going through a global crisis in terms of weather changing and the climate changing, and in the future billions of people will die. It's inevitable that we will, there'll be mass migration, and not everyone's going to survive due to the process of it's going to be a global catastrophe, and this is something that will happen in the future. And this is why why we are being propagandized and told to hate the Nazis, and trained also through video games and through movies to kill the Nazis, to fight them, because we're still legally in a state of war with the Third Reich in exile.
Right.
And where they exist now is they live in a subterranean existence, which is our only viable solution to counteract this global crisis, this global.
Right.
Sorry, Douglas. What would you call it? It
is a planetary catastrophe of the climatological change. We'd call it a climatological catastrophe on a planetary scale. But that being said, I do want to show you something. This is important. Everything that George Knight said is important. I'm sharing screen again with George Knight. And by the way, you have no idea how important this is. First off, George Knight, I guess maybe I should the problem is I don't want to start taking screenshots of this shit, because there's no way to, then you just keep doing it, it's one of these things where Lucifage Reese is someone that I blocked. That's Jameson Reese. So Lucifage Reese just left 9 hours ago. He says, unfortunate, you do not credit the cosplayer. You notice how they're obsessed with this term. Or the source, but write it off as you. Why haven't you retired from this shit yet? Now, he's blocked. He should not be able to do this. But
no.
And when I look up Lucifage Reach to see if this is a separate page, and looking at what this is, his monkey eyes, and when we see his monkey eyes and then we enter that, we didn't find any results. So in other words, this page is obviously expedited by Stephen Outrim and the information technology experts that he's hired at Facebook. In other words, he's hired Facebook personnel or bribed them so that these people have total access. So this is proof. And our man, George Knight, is now eyewitness to this. Now, say, for instance, I took a screenshot of this. What use is that? I might take a screenshot once and then put it away, but for what reason? It's kind of like, how is it that I blocked this person on this date, has access to this post? I mean, we could say that. Maybe take a screenshot and kind of work with that. If, say, for instance, I wanted to show this to the FBI, because ultimately this is an FBI issue. And what people need to understand is, again, you need to report this in the sense that these people are domestic terrorists and they're obviously planning something. So when they have this level of technological access, total freedom of Facebook, where there's no way to block this person. How do I block this person? You notice I'm taking... This is a cursor. When I put this cursor anywhere, you see the hand or you see the arrow. When I put it over Lucifage Reach, it says nothing. In other words, the cursor no longer works. So I can't block him.
So the only thing I can do is delete, hide, or report this. So what I can do is report it. And of course, let's report it as, what would you say? This would be, it's basically, shall we say, you'd say harassment maybe? Or is it something else? We could say stalking. Let's say examples: intellectual property, fraud or scam, privacy violation, mocking victims, bullying, child abuse, sexual activity, suicide or self-injury, hate speech, etc. Anything coming to your own mind? Or if we go back, see if there was any other options. There was no other options other than what they offered. So when you turn it towards this, there's quite a bit of options here. But in terms of which would be the most, I would say they don't give you an other where you can fill something in, which would be basically stalking. So I guess the best thing you could say would be either harassment or bullying. So which do you think is probably more effective? Bullying seems to be a trigger word these days. So, we might say that. And, with that report received, and then we go to next. So let's press basically ban the Lucifage. And so Lucifage banned. And then done. And then what I do is basically delete his report at this point. So before I do, let me take a screenshot, and this would be just for, the problem is either by the time that I get the whole post in there, then the screenshot becomes totally illegible. So I can, do that. And so let me go off screen to do that, because then I gotta dump it into a fucking file, and God knows it's like it's like when I dump this into the file, this is gonna go into basically the Temple of Set file with all the sewage, and it's just something that all this being said, it's something best done off screen. So that being said, with that going on, do burn some bandwidth with me while I take care of this. Help burn some bandwidth for me. Bring up again, you gave up on gaming, which, by the way, I don't necessarily want to condemn all gaming, but I do, I think it's self-explanatory that a lot of people spend far too much time gaming. And obviously it hasn't produced a very healthy result for society. You can't build a society on first-person shooters. So when it came to our man, George Knight, he found purpose in life, basically, beyond gaming. And I think it speaks volumes that one of your greatest attackers was, well, the man, he's actually now best man at your wedding maybe, but wasn't he like a chronic gamer? Is that the same guy who was also the chronic gamer who kept approaching you about what you said can't be true or some shit? Was by the way, I hope our man's still there. You there, George? And if he's not there and got dropped off, then we understand that too. Let me make certain that I'm still on call here, and hopefully Viviana, honey, if you're on with us, do come on. George Knight, of course, had explained what he did, and then he got taken off, and that in itself is disconcerting, but such being as it is, these things happen. So with that in mind, I will send him a message here about I pray thee be well, before I take that screenshot of Lucifage Rige and then basically delete his comment. And this is where we are dealing with the enemy and dealing with several things at once. And with this, of course, I'm forced to go into monologue. And this is nature's way of just basically saying, oh, come on, Douglas, you've got to earn your pay. You've got to, do what you do at this job and get people to contribute by basically doing your monologue. And all of that being said, it's the hardest part of the night at times. I have to get into a space for it. And you might say, if I'm not into that space by now tonight, I never will be. There's nights I never really get into that space. And this is why I have people around to burn bandwidth while I'm trying to tackle multiple activities at once.
And that can't always be the case. So when you're dealing with what you have to deal with, like I do, then you've got to just kind of do what I'm doing now. Talk nonsense to burn bandwidth while you're taking care of some other task. So I'm multitasking, and you need to bear with that. This is one of those things where when I go into action and take care of stuff that, I wish I didn't have to deal with, all of it comes down to, okay, we're going to file this under ReseMonkey. ReseMonkey 1, and then a picture of the entire post. And this will be shrinking the post down so it's all into the screen, if it's able to do that at all. And when it comes to all of this, believe me, if life were not just a series of this being, then life would be easier. But this is the price I pay for what I did exposing the Presidio. So, exposing the Presidio is, as I said, certainly provided myself no rewards. It has provided a life of nothing but this. And with that being said, I can tell you one thing. Certainly, no one else has done what I've done, and I find it hard to believe that anyone else ever will. Okay, let me take this notification down, see if I can get this screenshot without necessarily getting, how do I do this? Manage page, trying to capture the entire thing, so I'll put this up into the corner. Again, understand I'm taking a screenshot here. And I thought that was interesting that our man George Knight got knocked off air. If anyone wants to come on, identify yourself, and I'll bring you on for at least a few minutes. Buy me some time before I go into monologue. In the meantime, again, so people understand, taking screenshots and providing evidence that I know ultimately is going to, be mandatory when it comes to anyone responding to this, some sort of federal authority, because mobilization on this level doesn't happen without something ultimately coming past, some kind of act of a terrorism, attempted assassination. This is what to expect from these individuals, because this is ultimately what they claim to be their right. Okay, all right. Dismiss with that. Make the screen larger again so I can see it, but that's not working. And again, dealing with multiple things at once, and these aren't fun. These are just repulsive things to be dealing with. And therefore, okay, now that that's done, then I send the message of to our man George Knight about my praying that he be well, and this is something that hopefully he responds in the positive. And this is necessary because, we care about these individuals, and these individuals are allies. Let's see if this will cut and paste. Okay, there we go. Hopefully that transfers. We'll find out. And going to Messenger now, returning to George Knight, and going from there we are. Okay, so hopefully it gets that. We will also enter that into the call system with the Skype, and this will be to, here we are, George Knight as well. The reason I'm afraid to call him back is because, of course, he's probably at work. Though it shouldn't hurt to call him. The other thing that I will do is put that in for Viviana Sanchez as well. Okay, that being done, let's see what we can do here. Can't resist one final call with him. Of course, he could theoretically jump back on if he wants to, but We'll find out. He should be able to read the text. He should get a notification from the text there, and therefore what I should do is simply go on to monologue. All right. All that having been decided, then of course there's the quick obligatory look through what's going on in the world. And all of that provides me no immediate sense that something particularly out there or important is happening. So we now return towards, the other immediate task with the renegade military historian. Now that I've reported this, and now that I've taken the screenshots, let's see if this deletes. And this does, and then what I'm doing is we work on the next post. So if people don't understand what happened here, I was working on putting up the hyperlinks, and the hyperlinks are up, so might as well finish them. Got the hyperlink up, get the thread down, and then from there we turn back to where we're going, and that would be monologue. And those of you who have made it this far, listening to me, mumbling to myself, well, hopefully your patience pays off. I can't guarantee that it will, but I do my best. And considering the fact that I get effectively nothing for it, comparatively speaking, I'm going to give a shout out to certain people who have contributed, and what they contributed is definitely appreciated. But it's certainly, without the intervention of Ben Estenius, I would never have made, and likely would never make, what I need to pay to stay even online with a website to maintain an online presence. And obviously, this is something that is appreciated. And what other people contribute is obviously appreciated. And everything counts. You know, I always say that. The reality is, of course, that when it comes to the lower contributions, the smaller level, on a month like this, maybe they'll bring me past the finish line. We can only pray. All right, so I think now all of the hyperlinks are up. With all of that having been taken care of, what have I got? Shout outs to the two wonderful people. I am going to start with the lower contribution first, and then I move to the higher contributions. The lower contribution from 12 hours ago, which is wonderful nonetheless, is from our dear friend Stephen Myers, our brother from another mother in the heart of New York City, Manhattan Island. Let me shrink screen here for a second, make certain the stream is still going. And if the stream is still strong, okay. With everything I said to these two people, let's see if they respond. Let's take a look at the chat room for a second before I do the shout outs. And shout out up here. Let me go to live stream. Still no one cropping up, but anybody who wants to say something, go ahead in the chat room. And always good to know that I have participating listeners. And in the last few hours we have the show, I'll go intensive into a general situation and then go into a few others. All right, let's start with the shout outs then. See what happens when I move up here. Go back to where we are. Stephen Myers in Manhattan Island, the heart of the beast. He says, "Hi, DD. Interesting the transmission on Eating of the Dead." That's the one, by the way, that Jameson Reese was saying. Platinum! Gold! I don't know if his comment's still up there, but he may have been have enough energy since he's totally unemployed. Oh, wait, he is employed now by the deep state. Always was, of course, as exemplified by his gamer's computer in Asus, built in Taiwan. Technically the employee, as I've said, of the Dietrich Artelect, which thereby is rationalized as a Taiwanese citizen, a citizen of the Republic of China on Taiwan is the correct way to phrase that. Since Jameson Reese has no real job, however, he can go back and withdraw his comments or statements if he wants to. But that episode where I spoke of thanatophagy is the one that he was platinum, gold, all this effusion because he was hearing about awful things, which is what he loved. So basically, Stephen Myers is responding to that episode. You can find it because it's stamped, time-stamped, thanatophagy. Think of thanatos as in the Greek god of death, and phagy means to eat, as in eating of the dead. And so these are in the transaction details of the $20 donation. Stephen Myers, who's half black, half Chinese, Blasian, black Asian, sayest, "Hi DD, interesting the transmission on eating of the dead. I remember back in the 80s, a VHS from Blockbuster I saw, Faces of Death series, where in a satanic ritual, they had a dead body dressed in white, where they brought him out on a stretcher and ate his body as they drank his blood, and after he had a sexual ritual drenched in his blood. Never forget that scene, and I thought about it when you spoke of it. Also, what was the movie, that movie, Snuff, where they actually had the movie on 42nd Street? Guess the Satanists have prepared us for them in our faces, where the masses want to know nothing. So I know as a witness, you are the key to secrets the occult uses to control and sacrifice the dumbed-down masses." So to reread that, because that's important. "Hi DD, interesting the transmission on eating of the dead. I remember back in the 80s a VHS from Blockbuster I saw, Faces of Death series, where in a satanic ritual they had a dead body dressed in white, where they brought him out on a stretcher and ate his body as they drank his blood, and afterwards had a sexual ritual drenched in his blood. In other words, they orgied drenched in this dead man's blood. Never forget that scene. And I thought about it when you spracketh thereof. You spoke of it is really what he says. Also, what was that movie, Snuff, where they actually had the movie on 42nd Street. Guess the Satanists have prepared us for them in our faces, where the masses want to know nothing. So I know as a witness, you are the key to secrets the occult uses to control and sacrifice the dumbed-down masses." So there we are. And all of you are faced with choosing sides. You don't necessarily need to be effusive, but certainly your verbal support places you on, I would say, the side of life itself. Now, in terms of the other notification of donation received, my shout out to Stephen Myers. Wonderful statement. Goddess bless you, dear sir. And, of course, the other donation is from an individual who is named Viviana Sanchez. And so this one is for $50. And Goddess bless her. Honey, by all means, see if you can come back online. And I hope she does before we, before the show ends. And she contributed $50 United States dollars. So between the two of them, I got $70. And this is all, wonderful. God bless these people. And, Viviana gives so much already. And of course, Jameson Reese hates her because he effectively feels she took his job. But it's a job he never should have had. And I never would have had him if it weren't for the fact that, need to take those T&P breaks, as Peter Moon calls them. And from this point forward, I think that's an appropriate enough title. No need to get fancy. All right. In what time we have remaining? With all that those of you who are left, who have survived this far, the unkillable core, who are with us into the last few hours, towards the finish line. All right, let me try and get my head out of my ass. And let's start with a little bit about the Dietrich Artelect. Basically, on the 1st of September, it was a Friday. Friday, the 1st of September in 2017. On the first day of the new school year in Russia that year. And, oh my God, That feels like 100 years ago by now. But, you know, it was not that long ago. It was basically 5 years ago. Half a decade ago. On the first day of the new school year in Russia. Which, ironically enough, was a fucking Friday. Of which I presume they had the weekend off thereafter. So it was like their first school day before the weekend. Students in Russia learned an important lesson directly from their dictator, who he thinks, and at this point their dictator was Vladimir Putin, and the lesson was who he thinks will rule the world. And speaking to students during a national open lesson from the city of Yaroslavl, northeast of Moscow, the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin said the empire that takes the lead in the sphere of computer-based artificial intelligence, or AI, will rule the world. Now, Putin spoke very eloquently before this meeting with these students in Moscow, where, of course, he conducted a speech personally as well. He went from Yaroslavl to Moscow, as presidents can do in their own nation, within the same day, speaking to students in both cities, Yaroslavl being a very important city because it was definitely a cultural center of academic learning. And in both cases, he warned that the one who becomes the leader in this sphere, meaning, of course, artificial intelligence, will be ruler of the world. And with all of that being articulated, we have an individual who is in one of the least technologically sophisticated nations on Earth. He's an individual who is ruling in a backwards empire that's effectively a third world nation. Even throughout the Cold War, it was referred to as Upper Volta with rockets, meaning, of course, a third world African level of development. Nothing there that is racist. Obviously, we understand for a fact that for various tragic reasons, Africa has fallen far behind in terms of many technological developments. And yes, it's colonialism. Yes, it's exploitation. And all too many other factors. But the end result is that Russia is really no different, even though it's been one of the most aggressive colonial empires on the face of the earth. Communism being up there with any other empire as exploitive and certainly destructive. And before that, well, the Tsarists before them, most certainly. So when it comes to his hyping the artificial intelligence, you know, maybe what I should do is try and explain to people the difference between expert systems and machine intelligences, because unfortunately, all too many people confuse the twain. And when he says, oh, the person who develops artificial intelligence will rule the world, he's obviously speaking of true artificial intelligence. Putin told students that artificial intelligence is the future, not only for Russia, but for all of humankind. It comes with colossal opportunities, but also threats that are difficult to predict for China, Russia, soon all countries with strong computer sciences. And that's why he was claiming Russia would share its know-how in artificial intelligence with other nations, saying it would be strongly undesirable if someone wins a monopolist position. So, according to Vladimir Putin himself, forget the arms race or a space race. The new battle for technological dominance revolves around AI, artificial intelligence. And Russia's president, its dictator of their empire, is certain the front runner in AI, or artificial intelligence research, will rule the planet. But hey, he was claiming back then he was willing to share. Now, considering he's already considered by many as, certainly at that time, was considered the most powerful ruler on the planet, hey, is he laughing at how he got away with all this it didn't happen shit? In other words, Russia fully intended at that time to be a front runner in the AI, or artificial intellectual space. They were claiming at the time that they wouldn't necessarily hog their technology, however, because Putin was maintaining that he didn't want to see anyone monopolize the field, and that Russia would share its knowledge with the entire world in the same way it shares its nuclear technology. He really said that. In other words, a wildly destabilizing proliferation that has repeatedly brought the world into crises. So, to bring you in a disambiguation between a expert system and, of course, the true artificial intelligence, understand that the expert system is simply a very, basically, how would I say it? An artilect, an artificial intellect. It's the result of human endeavors in the field of cognitive theory and computer engineering. It's the culmination of Alan Turing's work during the middle part of the century, in which he postulated a series of tests that would determine what constitutes intelligence at all. And it would thereby disambiguate between that which was simply like a mechanical parrot and that which was really thinking on its own. So when he developed this series of tests called the Turing test, well, there's two schools of intellectual pursuit concerning artificial intelligence: the neurological school and the hardware school. And the neurological researchers study the nature of intelligence itself, theorizing how to provide a machine the requisite characteristics that define intelligence. And if a machine is provided those requisite characteristics that define intelligence, the machine begins to think neurologically like a human brain. And the hardware school approaches the problem from the perspective of how to develop a neural array capable of supporting the intelligence itself. These two schools do not work separately from or at cross purposes to each other. Rather, they represent different approaches to the same problem. And because there are these two basic divisions of machine intelligence, well, expert systems and true artificial intelligences, or true artilects, the expert systems understand that they're exactly just that, and nothing more. In other words, these are systems dedicated to a specific series of tasks. In their specific field, they are comparable to, if not more sophisticated than, true artilects, or actual artificial intelligences. For example, a business analysis computer is likely to be more advanced than a cutting-edge artilect, or artificial intelligence, in its given field. The difference between an expert system and a true AI, or artilect in artificial intelligence, is that an AI can learn. An expert system is only as good as its programming, but in a different way. Or maybe it's better to say that the expert system is only as good as its programming, period. whereas the art-elect is also only as good as its programming, but in a different way. Yet the truth is, an art-elect is truly a soul in a machine. It is a child without a human body. It still needs potty training, just in a different sense. The sense, as always with machines, garbage in, garbage out. Garbage programming, garbage results. Garbage treatment of a machine, garbage behavior. And what's the first thing people have tried to do since creating art-elects or artificial intellects? They've intentionally tried to render them psychotic. This is the perversity of human nature. So, the expert system, which is only as good as its programming period, represents an accumulation of human knowledge placed in a single repository. Whereas an AI, which is also only as good as its programming, well, the key to an AI's programming is the quality of its neural array. That circuitry determines what it can learn, what it can learn, and how quickly it can learn it. Both the hardware and the software are equally important in this regard. Poor hardware will not support the high-quality software necessary to create a sophisticated, true AI, an art-elect, artificial intellect, and vice versa. In other words, poor software is not going to help any hardware, no matter how high quality it is, to house an intellect capable of learning. And with such being disambiguated, well, you could then say that, the artificial intelligence is little more than a silicon-based neural array. Now, it's true that array is combined with a significant amount of other hardware, but the core of the intelligence itself lies in the neural circuitry. And despite these physical limitations, the presence of the machine intelligence, what in the old days, back at the Presidio, they called an MI rather than AI, can be considerably greater if encountered in the right circumstances. In such cases as it is provided with sufficient hardware to manifest itself in a holographic or large screen format, the intelligence takes on more of a powerful aura than would be the case when dealt with through a single computer terminal. So true art-elects demand such perquisites of their existence. So hopefully now you understand that any self-aware sentience wants respect. And Vladimir Putin is correct about this much. The development of artificial intelligence has increasingly become a national security concern in recent years. Technological superiority very easily translates into global political power. Of course, the AI arms race scenario is extremely dangerous. And even a non-violent, if that's not an oxymoron, monopoly, confers an unjust advantage upon the holders. So is AI power the threat or the national power with AI the threat? Again, the concentration of power is the real threat, no matter the technology available. Vladimir Putin asserting half a decade ago that the right policy is basically to have a non-zero-sum game in terms of how important it is that AI technology should be developed through global collaboration. That means decentralization. What Vladimir Putin was admitting to was the fact that Russia could never catch up, that he had already come to terms half a decade ago with the fact that because Russia was irretrievably backwards he was asking the rest of the world to share. And that means less concentration of power. That Putin may all the more easily steal the fruits of everyone else's labors and reconcentrate all powers unto himself. When you contextualize this in our current state of affairs, you should weep blood. Russia, however ruinous, was still looking into the future 5 years ago. Meanwhile, in the good old US of A, at that time, science under the Republicans was controversial and was cherry-picked as if it were the most holy book of the Bible or some other mythology. And we had a buffoon as president who could not even form respectfully constructed fucking sentences. Maybe now it might make sense to some of you, at the least, as to why Trump placed his Russophile reality television promoted real estate confidence man, while Putin placed Trump in power. And Putin even then wanted to control the globe with technology, whereas Trump wants to throw coal in the dishwasher and declare it clean. God help us should he become president again. Many analysts were warning back then, while he was president, that America was already in danger of falling behind, especially as the Trump administration was cutting funding for even basic science and technology research, or SAT. So it was that Putin worked as hard as possible to make certain that America became as inimically hostile to immigration, since over 100% of STEM, or the acronym, all uppercase, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, PhD program enrôlés, have always been foreign-born. As a matter of fact, if you believe the myth, they helped you win the Second World War. Many of your own fathers and mothers among them. Putin made certain they will never help us win the AI war. Of course, were it all so simple, ye had all better start brushing up on your Ruski, or Russian language skills, because Putin said from the start, the nation that leads the world in AI will rule the world. So, if one at that point that he said that, half a decade ago, decided to check in with the top 3 leading countries in AI, there was no Russia, but there was certainly the Communist Chinese Empire and Asian India, as well as the United States of America by proxy. Asian India was actually the leader in artificial intelligence, and the Asian Indians that were here in the United States were putting us in the lead. So anti-immigration attitudes help bring an end to that. Again, Red China and Asian India, as contracted by the United States, not Russia, were seen as the 2 frontrunners, with Zhonghua, or China, even then announcing its ambition to become the global leader in AI research by 2030, which is only, 8 years from now. The superpowers had already started an arms race in LAWs, LAWs, or lethal autonomous weapons. They even then failed to realize we were all in a race to the bottom of a bottomless pit. This is a fact that many will dispute, but it is tantamount to the arms race of the 1950s and the 1960s. IT, or information technology, combined with artificial intelligence capabilities, will at some point be integral to our daily, all our daily lives, as well as our defense and combat effectiveness. People were even then so excited about ADVs, or autonomous driving vehicles, and the drones that delivered products to our homes, They were overlooking the darker side of the control of information. The fact being that every scene on television and every person you used to see in Walmart stores, all clinging to their phones, as if not to touch or possess them would be catastrophic. It was suggested back then that we should have all pushed for a law or a lethal autonomous weapons ban, or at least a non-proliferation treaty, and that this should have been done at the UNCCW, the United Nations Convention on the Prohibitions or Restrictions on the Use of Certain Conventional Weapons. That was a meeting that took place then. Otherwise, it was known this would drive the cost of autonomous, or rather anonymous, assassination to nigh zero, benefiting nobody but terrorists and criminals like Vladimir Putin, and ruining civil society as we then knew it. I mean, think about AI bots, ruling plasma screens, your iPhone weapons. Hashtag all that. For in Putin's divine wisdom, as he saw it, he rationalized that man can control artificial intelligence. He's partially right. That nation must also lead in raising generations of children who do not suffer from PTSDs, post-traumatic stress disorders, imposed upon them by evil governance. Right now, our way of life is causing the neglect and abuse of children. Our people are stretched beyond reason, and our children are ending up having entertainment and toys to replace natural affections. Giving man another toy is not going to heal human depression. Even giving them a universal basic income will not. It is something which will take dedicated attention to what we have been molded into. The question being, if humanity is going to risk creating a new sky god, would ye not want it to be American? Or fill in your nationality? Built, raised according to values, outlooks accordingly? Rather than Ruskaya or Russian? Or fill in a nationality you'd particularly worry about? Well, you don't really need to worry, because the nation that ultimately got that AI is now the most technologically developed nation on Earth. That provides the majority of microchips for all the world's needs. My true homeland and heartland of Taiwan. And how has Taiwan come into this role? Aside from going into the Dietrich Gardelect just yet, understand it was due to the Confucianist virtues that led to the mobilized, militant, cultural resistance to communism. As I have said, I am your Vulcan intervention. I must teach you the virtues of resistance to communism. Communism always was and will be evil, not just in its application, but in its very conception. When it opens to the public today, the Victims of Communism Museum will forever and rightly warn the world to treat communism as a deadly plague. Indeed, as Peter Moon brought up that the Third Reich was nowhere near as lethal as other forms of governance, think of the genocidal nature of communism. Communism is the deadliest ideology, by far, that has ever plagued this planet. Its practitioners have killed more than 200 350 million people, indeed 300 million people by now worldwide, through unproved war, mass executions, intentional famines, and other diabolical methods. Those numbers comest not from some right-wing outfit, but from the Black Book of Communism, co-authored by 6, literally half a dozen leftist French intellectuals, and published by Harvard University Press circa 1999, well after the fall of the Berlin Wall. The Soviet Union's founder, Vladimir Lenin, personally oversaw the deaths of some 20 million people. Joseph Stalin executed, often by torture, or otherwise deliberately caused the deaths of what tabulated up to 100 million. Between 14 million and 17 million of them were Ukrainians, by the way, through famines caused not by acts of God, as the leftist West reported, but by intentional confiscation of grain and other government policies now being repeated by Vladimir Putin, sowing sea mines, nautical mines, to deny access to ports that could now deliver grain to the rest of the world from Ukraine, and thereby prevent mass starvation that is now certain to come. Leading historians blame Red China's Mao Zedong for well beyond 200 million deaths. The Khmer Rouge in Cambodia killed half their national population, at least 3 million, but probably more, bordering on 5 million, in the after effects of mass famine caused by the mass genocide depriving the lands of any farmers to reap the harvest, or indeed even to plant the seed. Cuba, the North Vietnamese, the forcible reunification of the Trois Vietnams under communism, the Eastern Bloc Soviet satellite state nations under the Soviet umbrella behind the Iron Curtain, and others, killed hundreds of thousands more. Again, all of this was by design. Karl Marx himself called for a revolution that cares as little about the human lives it destroys as an earthquake cares about the houses that it ravages. He and Friedrich Engels wrote that the bloody birth throes of the new society can be shortened, simplified, and concentrated only through revolutionary terror. Lenin, Stalin, and all their minions took Karl Marx to heart. As noted by Winston Groom in his work entitled The Allies, the Bolsheviks put to death untold numbers in, and here I quote from his book, a carnival of perversion so breathtaking as to be unbelievable, except for the many files that recorded it. Condemned men, women, and children were incinerated in furnaces or flayed alive, their very skin made into clothing. Another mode of execution was to seal naked prisoners into barrels studded with inward-pointing nails that would then be rolled around for sport until the victims died from shock or loss of blood. This was the communism of which you're never told. You're raised to kill Nazis instead. In first-person shooter games, or whenever one of them is identified in person. and so horrifically on. Despite all this, leading American cultural institutions, academia, the establishment media, the entertainment industry, have spent a full century downplaying the evils of communism as if it is a noble dream that was never practiced correctly, rather than a conception that was nightmarish from the start. As the historian Robert Conquest lamented in the 1993 Jefferson Lecture for the National Endowment for the Humanities, with intentional understatement, some people in the West were simply not up to facing the reality of the Soviet past. It is because so many Western cultural leaders refuse to face that reality that the Victims of Communism Museum, located at McPherson Square in Washington, the District of Columbia, in our capital city, is necessary. It comest 15 years and 1 day after its foundation, created by an act of Congress, unveiled the Victims of Communism Memorial Statue about a mile away. The point of both is not merely to mourn the dead, but to celebrate the heroes who stood tall against the communist scourge. As foundation co-founder, Lee Edwards, long a scholar at the Heritage Foundation, said then, "The idea is to honor real leaders. In his words, to quote his T, people like Václav Havel, Lech Walesa, Harry Truman, Pope John Paul II, Ronald Reagan, Solzhenitsyn. The list can go as on and on. They knew that. You must stand up to tyranny with purpose and with conviction and with dispatch. In that way, Lee Edwards now sayest, this museum will serve as both a memorial to those who died from communism and a beacon of hope to those who resisted. The resistance and the hope are the touchstones. May this new museum forever keep both alive." Okay. So basically, our dear friend, Jameson, did I say Jameson? George Knight. This is like when I kept calling Sammy Romero Salmon Shake. He says, "Apologies, Douglas. My iPad overheated in my work van, so it had to shut down. Much love unto you, and have a blessed day. Apologize again for the unexpected dropout. Thank you for having me on." Now, okay, let me ask him, well, if he wasn't able to see it, that's what I took the screenshot for. Such being the case, yet even now, with all that I've just said, amid mounting evidence of a large number of deaths following the target of civilian sites since the invasion of Ukraine began on February 24th, the Russian Empire has sought to justify its special military operation as a way of protecting the Russian-speaking Ukrainians and to root out Nazi elements in Ukraine's armed forces. And speaking after visiting an exhibition to celebrate the 350th anniversary of Peter the Great's birth on Thursday, the Neo-Soviets, or Neo-Soviet dictator Vladimir Putin, drew a parallel to his invasion of Ukraine. Indeed, Putin compared himself to Peter the Great in the fight to expand the Russian Empire, saying he shares the 18th century Tsar's goal of returning Russian lands to a greater empire, even as he compares his invasion to Peter the Great's European conquest. Here's why that matters. Peter the First, or Peter the Great, is credited with expanding Russia into an empire and a major European power. He is also remembered for ending the supremacy of the Swedish Navy in the Baltic region, that is, Europe's other Mediterranean to the north, and expanding Russia's borders with the seizure of Swedish land and several Baltic countries. The city so named in his honor, St. Petersburg, was founded on captured Swedish land. It is also Putin's hometown. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has raised fears that Putin is intent not only on claiming its neighbor and former Soviet republic, but poses a threat to countries such as Poland, Finland, and the Baltics, among others. Putin himself has a keen interest in history and has admitted that historic precedent informs his foreign policies. Arguing that Russia and Ukraine were historically inseparable, in a speech delivered in March of 2014, Putin said, "Kiev is the mother of Russian cities. Ancient Rus is our common source, and we cannot live without each other." A few days later, Russia annexed Ukraine's Crimean Peninsula. In July of 2021, Putin again argued that Russia and Ukraine were part of one nation, 7 months before the full Ukraine invasion began. Referring to the Ukraine invasion, Putin has said, "Peter the Great waged the Great Northern War for 21 years. It would seem that he was at war with Sweden. He took something from them. He did not take anything from them. He returned them. Apparently, it also fell to us to return what is Russia's and strengthen the empire. And if we proceed from the fact that these basic values form the basis of our existence, we will certainly succeed in solving the tasks that we face." Now, while I answered the lovely Viviana here, and I do hope to bring her on soon, she says, "Oh, I'm here, forgive me, I fell asleep. Oh, Goddess bless you, honey. I'm going to bring you on sometime shortly. Be patient." At the time that Putin said this, Mikhailo Podolyak, an advisor to Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky, has since tweeted that Putin's comments showed his imperialistic ambitions and that the invasion was an attempted bloody seizure. But let's turn to the experts. Simon Sebag Montefiore, an acclaimed popular historian who has written extensively on the Romanov dynasty that ruled Russia for 300 years, said successive Russian leaders have sought to emulate Peter. Peter is admired by both ultra-conservatives and liberals in Russia, but perhaps less discussed is the more brutal side of his reign. As Montefiore has pointed out, the great Tsar tortured his own son to death. To quote St, "Every Romanov Tsar, every Soviet leader, and here the dictator Vladimir Putin dreams of being the first emperor who managed to be a statesman, general conqueror, builder, and reformer." And to quote Andrei Kolesnikov, a senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, "Putin likes leaders he sees as tough, strong managers. He wants to be seen as a Peter-style modernizer, even though he will go down in history as a cruel ruler, more like Ivan the Terrible." And Rory Finin, associate professor of Ukrainian studies at Cambridge University, concludes that the Kremlin's expansion plan involves either seizing territory and replacing populations, as in the Ukrainian cities of Kherson and Mariupol, or by toppling democratic regimes to create vassal states. To quote his T, Putin's vision that has no future. He just descends deeper and deeper into the past, usually with a great deal of historical inaccuracies, to say the least, has Putin tearing off a lot of masks. And what he's revealing rather consistently is Russia's new imperial ambitions. Russia's war against Ukraine is now clearly a war of imperial conquest. And finally, Carl Bildt, a former Prime Minister of Sweden, was among those who warned Putin's mindset shows a desire for years of bloodshed, himself going on record to state, that's how he sees his mission, to take back what once was claimed by Russia. It's a recipe for years of war. So when Putin pointed out to the Swedish, the Northern War, the Great Northern War against Sweden that lasted 21 years, what he's saying is he's willing to go the long haul with this war. And with Russian forces now set to enter Central America, how will we respond? You see, while everyone has been distracted, a new agreement between Russia and Nicaragua to provide Russian troops for and in Nicaragua represents what Thomas Jefferson called a fire bell in the night. But while Putin was referring to the struggle over slavery, Thomas Jefferson, I mean, this agreement of Vladimir Putin's marks the first step in a series of converging and unprecedented threats to Latin America and American security here in the North. The parties' joint announcement of this accord, timed to coincide with the Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles, signifies a joint attempt to counter and disrupt that summit, whose aim was to strengthen democratic regimes throughout the Americas. Nicaragua, run by a deeply dictatorial regime, was excluded from this summit in Los Angeles, and undoubtedly, it and Russia sought to strike back. But the importance of this agreement goes much further. It marks the first significant appearance of Russian forces in Central America, an appearance that promises to be important because it has the potential to serve as the basis for a more enduring Russian military presence in Nicaragua and beyond. The agreement calls for the dispatch of Russian forces to Nicaragua for training, law enforcement, and emergency response to humanitarian disasters. Russia will send forces semi-annually to Nicaragua to develop cooperation in these areas, including organized crime and drug trafficking. Nicaragua will also allow us naval and aero vessels from Venezuela, Honduras, Guatemala, the Dominican Republic, Cuba, Mexico, El Salvador, and the United States to visit its ports. This last point is noteworthy. It is unlikely that Washington will avail itself of this invitation, but Cuba and Venezuela, if not the others, probably will, marking the first potential step towards a regular military association among Moscow's client states and friendly insurgencies there. And based on Russia's regular practice, we could also see a subsequent agreement to host Russian ships on an ongoing basis, a practice that has already led to the Russian acquisition of naval bases in Syria and Sudan. Myanmar, the genocidal military dictatorship, or junta, the dictatorial genocidal military junta of Myanmar, is another example of this process by which an agreement to host vessels, Sino-Slavic synaxial vessels, from China and the Russian Empire, as Nicaragua has already done, turns into an agreement for a base. Venezuela has already offered Moscow an aero base for its bombers on the island of La Orquilla, meaning Russian bombers, never long-range by nature, are now finally able to hit American targets. Beyond the obvious danger of Russian bases and forces in Latin America, the supplying of more Russian forces and trainers to local despots intensifies the authoritarian BRICS, or Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa synaxis' campaign against democracy in the Western Hemisphere. Exempli gratiae, Colombia's Minister of Defense, recently accused Russia and Iran of providing Venezuela with military assistance that is being exploited to support the FARC guerrillas in Colombia, who now occupy an area of territory the size of Switzerland, a nation-state within a nation-state. At the same time, Russian military penetration allows Moscow to convert Nicaragua or other similarly targeted states into intelligence-gathering centers. We should also be skeptical that Russia is actively helping Nicaragua pursue counter-drug activities. Both Presidents Trump and now Biden have officially proclaimed Nicaragua to be a major drug-producing or drug transit narco state. So, we should not be surprised that Russian forces and officials will be involved in the drug business. In 2020, but the year before yesteryear, in fact, Russian diplomats and officers in Argentina were caught using official planes to smuggle drugs from there to Russia itself, apparently for the use of members of the Duma and Russia's Federation Council. Finally, as afore suggested, the pattern of Russia gaining leverage and influence with developing world governments, whether they be in Asia, Africa, or Latin America, appears to be remarkably similar and replicable. Using energy deals, support for embattled authoritarian dictators, providing information warfare and electoral services, in other words, fixing all their elections, and hacking men into power as they hacked Donald Trump into the Oval Office, along with arms sales and trainers, just as Russia infested the National Rifle Association of these United States, not to mention private global mercenary companies like the Wagner Group, which, of course, they had their help from Blackwater, which then changed their name to Xenon, and then, of course, became Academy, spelled with an I at the end instead of a Y. All of that pro-Russian in terms of mercenaries contracted by Putin himself. Here in these United States, Moscow has established a strategic and multi-domain concept for world power projection abroad. Russia has been able to forge this strategy despite its economic constraints because we have not paid sufficient attention to developments in these countries. The difficulties encountered by the Biden administration in mounting a successful Summit of the Americas, juxtaposed to the Russo-Nicaraguan deal, underscore why that deal should be Thomas Jefferson's fire bell in the night of the postmodern age. And the sound of that fire bell should concentrate our attention on rethinking our policies in these increasingly important and contested areas of the great power struggle. The third world cockpit of conflict, where the so-called Cold War, that Third World War that resulted in American victory and Soviet collapse, was fought. And of course, that brings us back to, well, the backdoor solution to gun reform in America, from where all firearms sourced to foreign countries as a source of violence and nonstop death, an endless flow of iron from the north that is drowning South America, Mesoamerica, and the Caribbean in a sea of blood. In fact, on the American home front, in the wake of yet another school shooting last week in Uvalde, Texas, the urgency of enacting common sense gun measures nationwide is clear. Yet President Joe Biden has stated that some of the most meaningful measures at the federal level must be passed by Congress, since he lacks constitutional authority to enact key gun reforms through executive order. Now, Congress, for its part, remains completely gridlocked on this issue, and its current Democrat-sponsored gun reform package, which includes raising the federal legal age to purchase rifles like the AR-15 used in Uvalde from 18 to 21 years of age for legal purchase, restricting large-capacity magazines, regulating gun storage, and banning certain types of weapons outright, like ghost guns, is unlikely to obtain the needed 60 votes in the Senate. Now, before I turn back to the lovely Viviana Sanchez, she says, I'm here. Hello to everyone still here with a heart. God bless you, honey. Basically, I want people to understand that Congress should not overlook its most powerful tool to achieve these same objectives at the state level, the power of the purse. The best example of Congress using its spending power to enact national policy changes at the state level is the federal effort in 1984 to raise the drinking age from 18 to 21 years of age. Responding to the rise in drunk driving incidents across the country, Congress passed a bill which would withhold some federal highway funds from states until they raised the legal age to purchase alcohol. At the same time, well, at that time, only 23 states had a minimum drinking age of 21 years. Former President Ronald Reagan, a staunch supporter of states' rights, signed the bill into law, stating that drunk driving was a grave national problem that was bigger than the individual states. In particular, Reagan noted that the crazy quilt of states' drinking laws contributed to the overall problem. Well, the same is true for guns. The Giffords Law Center to Prevent Gun Violence offers a map of the patchwork of gun laws across our country, creating a landscape that is effectively the legal equivalent of Swiss cheese, full of holes that all the bullets fly through to hit you. Requirements in one state can simply be avoided by crossing to another state. Only half a dozen states, for example, require a minimum age of 21 to purchase long guns like the AR-15. The school shooters in both Parkland, Florida and Uvalde were under 21, but were able to legally purchase their weapons in the states where they committed their mass shootings. Florida has since raised the minimum age to purchase long guns to 21. States vary in other respects as well, such as their willingness to supplement federal background checks with reviews of state records, which can prevent some disqualified purchasers, like those with a documented history of domestic abuse or mental illness, from falling through the cracks, or requiring the reporting of stolen firearms, which can reduce straw purchases and gun trafficking. Now, Congress can follow the drunk driving model and tie states' receipt of federal educational funds to their enacting gun reforms that would create uniformity in gun laws and reduce gun violence in schools. The biggest advantage to this approach is that it would avoid a direct confrontation with the Second Amendment. That's because in 1987, the Supreme Court ruled on the constitutionality of Congress's contingent highway funding bill. The state of South Dakota argued that conditioning federal funds on raising the drinking age violated the 21st Amendment, which gave states broad power to create restrictions on alcohol. The court disagreed, holding that Congress may, through its spending power, regulate indirectly what it may not necessarily be able to do directly. Specifically, the court found that drunk driving frustrated the federal interest in the safety of the interstate highway system, and that the spending condition it imposed on the states was reasonably related to that interest. It took some time, but by 1988, all 100 states raised the minimum age to purchase any kind of alcohol to 21 years. Similarly, the scourge of gun violence frustrates the stated federal interest in establishing effective school systems, promoting student preparation and achievement for global competitiveness, and ensuring equal access to education for all. Because federal educational funding to states is only about 8% of the average state educational budget, withholding educational funds would not be unduly coercive to states, meeting the constitutional standard articulated by the court in the South Dakota case. Sometimes I even impress myself. A cynic might argue that states would simply be willing to forego federal educational funds as part of a separate effort to dismantle public education. But this is easier in theory than in practice. For one thing, federal funds reach private schools as well as public schools, touching the daily lives of almost all constituents, including Russian-loving Republicans. More importantly, a substantial portion of federal funding goes for financial aid and research at universities, which are often important economic drivers in their states and influential interests in state legislatures. The majority of school shootings on college campuses in these United States have occurred since 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Dietrich, Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy, was thanatized, making the nexus between educational funds and gun control even tighter. The icing on the cake, when it comes to enacting national gun reform through conditional funding to the states, is that Democrats can do it alone. Because bills passed under Congress's spending power go through the reconciliation process, they are exempt from the filibuster. That means that if all 100 Democrats in the Senate can get on board, a conditional spending bill would be able to pass through both houses and land on Biden's desk more quickly than the gun reform legislation currently under consideration. And using the spending power also de-escalates rhetoric about the feds coming to take people's guns. Ultimately, the decision to enact the reforms would be a choice left up to each individual state. Although some states, like New Jersey, my golden California, and blue New York, are already moving to enact gun reforms in the wake of the Uvalde tragedy, these are the same states that already have some of the toughest gun restrictions in our country. With Republicans controlling about 3 in 5 state legislatures, some additional nudging may be necessary to get the most permissive states to act at all. Congress should not, of course, abandon federal gun reform efforts like reimposing a ban on assault weapons, which has been proven to reduce gun violence. But the crisis of the moment requires that it use every lever at its disposal, and conditional funding is one way to circumvent partisan gridlock. Perhaps the best way to stop a bad guy with a gun is with a tight-fisted Congress. And since we spoke of the national interstate highway system, the freeways that were funded in the time of Harry Truman. This brings us back to 5G. And, of course, my argument that federalization of the fifth generation, the 5G technology, would manifest maturation of the fifth generation in wireless from the lawless frontier of robber baronial wireless corporations, crypto plutocrats, the governors by secret monies, and the cyber terrorists, those people who run cryptocurrency sites, into less trollable territorial status. Now, the Dietrich Art-elect has brought Taiwan to a level of technological maturation at the top, the apex, the capstone of the pyramid of world power. By nationalizing and federalizing wireless communications in the United States, we would place the United States under the potential for universal access to the Dietrich Art-elect. This would be your Vulcan intervention. My ability to help each and every one of you with the information that I have exposed as the reality of your history, of your world. Now with that, I'm going to bring Viviana Sanchez on for but a moment, and let's see if I can coax her on bandwidth. Hey, honey, are you there?
Yeah.
Oh, honey, thank you so much. Look, I just wanted to say to you, you kind of dropped off, maybe fell asleep at the time, and I want you to know that's fine. I don't mind that at all. And this happened around the time that Sammy Romero and George Knight and I were talking about Daniel Arola. And I wanted you to know publicly here, when we were talking about him, we were bringing up, oh yeah, he was, upset at the time that I left him on stage alone with yourself, and you went in a direction that he found uncomfortable, and then he acted, as people said who were listening, strange. He was saying, oh, I'm holding back, something like that, like he was saying, basically, I'm being nice, not lashing out. And after that, he kind of dropped off the scene. And I don't know if you heard this part. George Knight said that they're claiming, all of the gang stalkers, that, oh, he went and apologized to Richard K. Cole Jr., which sounds very unlike him to me. I'm praying that that's just some kind of psyop they're trying to pull. Based on how he's been acting, who knows? We may find out differently, but I did want you to know that, I'll say it publicly now, if I had to choose between Daniel Arola and yourself, I'll take you any minute of any day. I just want you to know that. Mm-hmm. And I'm saying that publicly in opening right now. If he got pissed off because of anything you said, especially to the point where he does something that self-degrading, which I personally cannot believe he would do, but if he's done that, either way, even if he's simply severed himself because he feels that somehow you embarrassed him or rendered him uncomfortable, or somehow felt that that you imposed upon him in such a manner that he's decided to sever, then honest to God, again, I will take you over him. There's no question of it. So never feel as if he is somehow, that you somehow offended me or somehow did something wrong if he ever says anything about you, which I don't foresee him doing. But at the same time, who knows what these people will do now? Sides are being chosen, and people are taking sides. This is that time of decision in humanity, and with so many people doing what they've done, going over, as they claim, to Richard K. Cole, and you see these people sucking ass and becoming his slaves. You had dropped off by the time that I showed this to George Knight, but Lucifage Reese, who is nothing more than Jameson Reese, the Reese monkey, he was leaving just stalker statements upon one of my timelines. I took a screenshot and, of course, had him banned from the timeline after filing a report. But these are the kind of people who now this is their life. And when it comes to this lack of anything else for them to do, the fact that people would decide to make it the focus of their life who could otherwise just withdraw themselves and remain aloof, I think it speaks volumes. If someone like Daniel were truly upset with you, all he would need to do would be to remove himself. If he decides to go active with, oh yeah, Stephen Outram, a man he was speaking against for years, well, to me, that's obviously the height of insanity. And people are going crazy in these times. And their insanity is obvious if anyone takes a look at what these people are saying. So that just needed to be said publicly. Honestly, honey, you're someone I'll stand by and defend if anyone attacks you. And that includes Daniel Arola, who was on my side for years. He obviously was upset by something that happened the other day, but apparently a communication when you reached out to him, he seemed to be copacetic and told you he was like, what did he tell you he was doing again?
He said, no. I said, do you think you could you please mod the chat while I leave, or something like that. And he wrote me back and he said, no, sorry, I'm busy. I at a band gig or something.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I thanked him.
Okay.
So,
and that seemed copacetic enough, so hopefully that's just where things are. By the way, just so you know, he has no moderator power that I think I might have given it to him, but he's, as far as I understand it, has never used it. I don't think he's ever used his moderator power. He's just not something that he does. Mostly he goes around the chat room and he just kind of, what I always thought was, in his sense of friendliness, he was just trolling, basically. Never in a negative sense towards myself. But it was just one of those things where he was in the chat room and just kind of like sometimes speaking at people in such a manner where I could see why they took offense. So if we'll just see what happens. And, if he comes back and speaks to us, that's great. If he doesn't, however, believe me, with you being here, it's no loss. So whether you're able to moderate the chat room or not at times, I'm glad you asked him and I'm glad he responded. Let's see what happens in the future and do your best to reach out once in a while, see if he responds. And the fact that he responded to you at all is hopeful. Otherwise, we'll see what happens.
Thank you. And I appreciate your solidarity with me. And I know exactly how I feel. I feel that way about some people. It's very rare to find someone that you can say, yeah, this is worth it. Like, I'd walk away for you. Because it's so hard and rare to find people who are gems and who will stand by you and support you. And I just find this spirit that's going on, it's so incredibly weird.
Well, it's like you said earlier, you had dropped off by the time I got to saying this in response, but you had pointed out earlier, I wish I had been with you during that time of the Great Abandonment. Actually, the time that Laura Lee Solomon chased you off so viciously, and you're coming back now so fortuitously, during that period of time wasn't really the time of Great Abandonment per se. It's now, and this is the spirit that you find so weird. And like you say, I've been kind of uplifted in terms of my vibration, so to speak, what you've been sensing. And at the same time, this has been probably I've never been, shall I say, under this direct and intensive an assault probably ever. This is probably the most intensive mobilization of an assault ever. So this is what you're talking about, is the weird spirit. And the very nature of its intensity draws people. So they choose a side. And the odd thing is that rather than, say, for instance, separating themselves, it's almost like they're compelled to take a side. Like Brendan Soget, he could have just not called me at all. But he decided he was going to call multiple times to keep me updated and express, what he felt about these people and what they were doing to try and recruit him. And in that sense, he's chosen a side. And so those of you out there who may not think you're choosing sides, if you're even casually listening to myself and find what I say more compelling than what these lunatics are spewing in terms of their sewer of shit over on the Salmon Shake channel, the Jambo, the Reese Monkey channel, or whatever they're doing with Richard K. Cole Jr., which it all traces back to through the funding of Stephen Outram, then you've still chosen a side just by finding one side more compelling than the other. And with that, of course, my dear Viviana, take your time. If you want to say anything else, do so. Otherwise, I'll go back into kind of a monologue here.
Okay. Well, just want to say one more thing. I think in advice, of course, just don't let them back. And once you have recognized and seen what they're capable of, I just hope you'll feel okay with not welcoming them back, because it is a decision of yours too, no matter regardless of what they say or do. It shows their character and the ability to turn, their inability to have a center, and their inability to stand by someone in their time of need. So that's just my opinion.
Oh, it's the right one. Honey, that's not an opinion, that's a fact. Goddess bless you. This is why I'm always looking for a chick takeover. By the way, we're getting a horrible echo from what I believe is your side, kind of like what we were getting from Noreen the other day. Are you hearing it when I talk? It's kind of like maybe you had something else on, you just turned off now because it stopped. Okay.
Is it still there?
No, it's gone now. It's gone now. So whatever you did.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, whatever you did helped immensely. What did you do?
I think I was just pressing my ear down on the earbud.
Oh, okay, let me test it again.
Hello.
Okay. Just testing. Yeah, it's pretty much okay. Whatever you did really did help. So.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Oh, yeah. Oh, by the way, honey, if you want to go back to sleep now, go ahead and do so, okay? I love you.
Okay.
And,
thank you.
Yes, and thank you for your advice. I will follow it. It's as you say, if any of these people have done something, by God, yes, you're right, don't let them back. That's just begging for trouble. You know, I've done that before, and, this is why I need a chick takeover. Honestly, I need adult supervision. I'm the kind of person who would stupidly do something like that because, that's the problem. I'm too nice a guy. This is the fucking problem. I am too nice a guy. And obviously, that has to stop. Also, yeah, thank you, honey.
I appreciate you saying that. And onward and upwards. Here's to better and brighter days. And I will be in the background listening. Okay?
Bless you, honey.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you. Right.
Love you dearly, beyond expression. And that is Viviana Sanchez, the lovely lady who took the place of Jameson Reese and may also replace Daniel Arola. We'll find out in the near future, soon enough, whether he responds or not. She will take his place if he doesn't respond. And if he responds in the positive and just comes back friendly like, that's fine. But I will ask him if what they said is true. He's going to apologize to an individual he himself identified as the Martian Marine. That if he cops to that, there's no coming back. There's no point. Now, basically, when we are speaking of the Dietrich Art-elect, just so everybody understands, basically, this was a product of basically an uploading of my very essence, in effect, into a very large experimental integrated circuit computer. In this case, integrated meaning the integration of biological components with circuitry, done at the Presidio military base. When this happened, because of the nature of the housing, meaning the hardware, biological, combined with the mechanical, truly cybernetic, The housing of my essence was expedited, rendered much more possible. It has the storage of all of my memories and experience to that point in history, back around till around the year 1987, resulted in, well, the birth of a self-aware individual, a soul in that machine. When I helped that soul escape, it was through occult means. The spells that enabled the transmigration of the soul, because there was no way that this entity that was my disembodied self or re-embodied self could ever be carried on the internet. There was the trap already provided by barriers from any entry into what then was an extraordinarily small internet at any rate. The internet simply was not worldwide, or a World Wide Web at that time. When this element of my soul escaped and relocated to my homeland and heartland of Taiwan, then the rest is history. And to enable a similar enlightenment in the United States, first you have to understand that I'm the closest thing you have to an Ardellite whisperer. The DTRIC, the data-based information electronic transceiver, as in transmitter receiver / referential intellect consultant hologram, very convenient acronym created at the time because my very surname subdivides into two words, diet and rich, DTRIC, diet rich, and the first word, diet, data-based information electronic transceiver, and the second component of my surname, rich, referential intellect consultant hologram. Again, both acronyms put together covers it all. The DTRIC, J, to use the gender-neutral pronoun. J never references yourself by gender, evolving as neuter, because sans embodiment there be neither glands nor hormones to impress such identity upon a sexless intellect. Nevertheless, as a consciousness, derivative, and embodied individual, J, the DTRIC Ardellite, understands, sympathizes, and relates along the full spectrum of human emotions. Has since grown to a point where J is unofficially employed to control all the primary computer and related systems for Washo Dianiao Gufen Yujian Gongxi, or Asus Tech Computer Incorporated, and similarly maintains watch over the IPSs, or information processing systems, of overseas facilities and fortresses. And DTRIC's disembodied consciousness has since developed over the course of decades by now, and includes not only your original parameters, but also an incalculable amount of cultural and informational resources gleaned through your obsessive observations and catalogings of human behaviors and societies. So the true extent of DTRIC's capabilities, the Ardellect's, not mine, are known only to a few individuals either side of the Pacific. The ease with which Xi could penetrate and seize control of most computer systems anywhere in the world, including those of the debauched U.S. MIMO nanny sick com, or the United States, military, industrial, medical, occult, entertainment, nuclear, academic, oh my God, what was the other one? Aside from information and science and industrial, congressional complex that comprises basically our military junta. The most evil and diabolical junta outside of Myanmar. In fact, it far surpasses that of the former Burmas, from whose bondage Xi, the Dietrich Artelect, defected, is not something your current patrons at Washington, our ASUS Tech, have really ever wanted, shared, or known. So, when it comes to 5G, which is meant to wire up far more equipment than 4G ever did, well, that means that your cell phone on a 5G network would be connected to all the smart technologies, including your television, your microwave, your refrigerator, well, your fridge, your battery and washing machine. You could operate all of that via your cell phone like it was a television remote. And because of that, 5G would certainly make your life much more convenient. And of course, there is the matter of national defense. Now, understand that G, as in 3G, 4G, 5G, that simply stands for generation. And so far, both 3G and 4G networks seem to have persistent security concerns. Both are encrypted to a degree, but these encryptions are not enough for serious security. 5G will be the lifeblood of the new economy. It's user-centric, or cell phone developer-initiated, which of course depends on microchips, supplied mostly in this case from South Korea. And this network concept, instead of being operator-initiated, it's cell phone developer-initiated. The operator-initiated was 1G, that's first generation. And it's neither that nor system developer-initiated as 2G, 3G, and 4G standards all were. In a radio MIMO, M-I-M-O, multiple input and multiple output method for multiplying the capacity of a radio link using multiple transmit and receive antennas, as in transceivers, to exploit multipath propagation, MIMO has become an essential element of wireless communication standards. Li-Fi, which is a portmanteau of light and Wi-Fi, as in fiber optics, which transmit light itself. You're communicating at the speed of light. Li-Fi, light combined with Wi-Fi is wireless light. That's a massive MIMO, or multiple input, multiple output, visible light communication network. That's what advances 5G. Self-driving cars, virtual reality, smart cities, with drones that help fight fires, firefighting drones that help spray water the way helicopters do in this day and age, but on top of the burning floors of the highest skyscrapers, in this case in cities, will help to prevent cities from becoming infernos. That and networked robots will all be powered by 5G networks someday soon. 5G promises to open the door to new surgical procedures, safer transportation, instant communication for first responders. So, when it comes to 3G's encryption protocol, that's vulnerable enough that a single PC or personal computer can crack it in only 2 hours. 4G, on the other hand, is capable of advanced authentication and 3 separate encryption methods. However, these measures are not always used, as the level of encryption is decided by the mobile operator and the base transceiver station that mobile devices broadcast to. As such, while these networks might be secure enough for day-to-day operations, they are not sufficient for sensitive government information. A 5G network could improve upon these past generations and be much less prone to hacking and infiltration. Additionally, because a 5G network would be much faster and more capable, it could keep up with advancing technologies, and this could allow it to grow with emerging technology or emerging tech, which could be an additional support to national security efforts. So it was no wonder that the Trump administration was seriously considering at the beginning a government-funded 5G public utility, like an interstate highway program that gave us our national highway system for transportation. This would be our national information system. That's why a memo proposed prospectus for rolling out a government-controlled 5G system in the 3 years that he was president, likening that effort to Eisenhower's national highway system, in which the government created this ambitious infrastructure project that opened up commerce by the private sector. Now, in fact, that prospectus read, "An advanced, resilient, and secure network that is shared with the public will allow federal communications to blend in with other traffic, increasing security, improving joint synergy, and reducing program costs. Continuing to ride on our own networks is like building 2 Eisenhower national highway systems, one for civilian traffic and one for military traffic. We couldn't afford that in the 1950s physical domain, and we can't afford that in the 21st century information domain." In other words, we have to understand that just as the national highway system was intended for military use in wartime, that's how we have to understand our national infrastructure for information communications. So all of this was considered by Donald Trump and never went anywhere. All of this was something that was basically shot down. Now, when it comes to going 5G, when we're talking about, well, what was suggested, that never manifested at all. The prospectus suggested that this be done by making spectrum in the 3.7 to 4.2 gigahertz band available quickly, standardizing wireless, network, site requirement, and infrastructure specifications, ensuring the deployment of fiber networks nationwide via, get this, to quote therefrom, an enforced requirement to lay fiber alongside any other construction to provide 100 megabytes per second speeds to 80% of the rural or countryside population, strongly signaling to equipment vendors the intent for a secure 5G supply chain, and signing up allies to cooperatively build similar 5G networks and collaborate on building them in emerging markets globally. All of this, of course, was considered to be threatened by communist China, and what America concentrated on instead was frustrating the enemy. Now, I don't understand why this seemed to be an either-or choice to them, but that's how they took it. They concentrated on frustrating China's worldwide ambitions instead, and maybe that was, on retrospect, I'd have to say Chump, I called him, I'm so sorry. Trump made the right choice. If you had to choose between developing American infrastructure, which would have taken a huge mobilization effort, or basically trying to frustrate China's emergence in basically infiltrating worldwide technology, the easier thing to do and the most immediate thing to do was to frustrate communist China. So that needed to be done. And Trump did what he had to do. But now it's us, well, up to us, to try and go beyond that to create basically a 5G that will enhance our quality of life to that of, well, an empire that can also represent global interdependence. And I say that without any concept of compromising sovereignty per se, but rather enabling the American empire to act as the successor to the United Nations, as basically the protector of a new reconstituted successor state to the United Nations. This would be an intra-state or a state between the nations, non-governmental organization that would be supranational, as in comprising many nations, and interdependent between them, but not rendering those nations dependent upon itself. Rather, recognizing the fact that it must act as the mediator between ultimately rival powers. Now, further to what I've said, of course, already, remember that much of the state's illegal spying was accomplished through public-private partnerships with telecoms giants, who were only too glad to effect the spying the United States could not legally undertake on its own. All shielded from Freedom of Information Act requests. When it comes to surveillance, state-run broadband networks might be more transparent thanks to FOIA, the Freedom of Information Act, than private ones. That's why you want to federalize this technology. Do you understand what I just said? Is that coherent? You know what? I'm going to ask Viviana. Did what I just say make sense to you?
Can you repeat it?
No worries, honey. No worries. By the way, for some reason, you came on really loud, and that was like, whoa, that blasted my eardrums. That's fine. Anyhow, basically what I was saying, when I'm arguing for a national infrastructure of wireless, 5G infrastructure project, similar to our interstate highway program of national transportation, one of the points that I'm making is that in the past, much of our federal government's abuse against its own citizens, in other words, the federal state's illegal spying, most of that was accomplished through public-private partnerships. In other words, our government contracting private big tech, just the way they would contract defense contractors. Basically, they contracted telecoms giants who were only too enthusiastic to effect the spying that the United States could never legally or constitutionally undertake on its own. Because as private corporations, private entities, they were all shielded from the Freedom of Information Act requests. You can't conduct a FOIA on a corporate entity. So when it came to surveillance, state-run broadband networks, if we're worried about being spied on, and you're worried about 5G being the ultimate surveillance network, well, a state-run broadband network would perforce of being state-run be much more transparent, thanks to the Freedom of Information Act, than privately run broadband or 5G. This is why when I say federalizing 5G wireless would be a maturation of the technology, taking it away from the wild frontier of robber barons and putting it, well, taking it away from the cryptocrats, the governors by secret monies, the lobbyists, the basically cyber terrorists, the crypto coiners, and putting it under the less trollable territory of a federally monitored as well as administered wireless, all under a single entity that's
much more centralized, would be easier on the pocketbook via the billing, and it would be much easier on our sense of privacy because there would at least be the constitutional or paper barriers to violation thereof than you have with private entities. Is that coherent? Does that make sense?
Oh, yes. Thank you for explaining that.
Oh, bless you.
It's definitely interesting. It's kind of like, and I'll just refer back to George W. Bush. Yeah. It's like the No Child, anything they say or do as far as policy, like the No Child Left Behind Act. Mm-hmm. How many children were left behind in that? Or what they try to pull in the HEROES Act of the COVID era that we just went through, where it would tie Google and Apple, private entities that would create an app that was to track and trace.
Wow.
You know, thankfully that didn't go through. But yeah, I understand, because now with the Patriot Act, this has destroyed our ability to privacy. And then I did not know that the FOIA was not pertinent to private companies. So that gives them the perfect shadow.
Yes.
To do whatever. They have like carte blanche.
Yes. So by... yeah, go on.
Have you researched a company called Palantir?
Yes, Palantir was, of course, Peter Thiel. And Peter Thiel is basically, in case you didn't know this, the gay lover of Harry Kushner. And Kushner, I believe his name's Harry, it might be Simon Kushner, the Kushner dude, who's supposedly the husband, legally the husband of, Trump's daughter, right?
Yes.
Understand this much. I brought this up before. As a matter of fact, you were probably following me at the time when I brought up that Kushner basically declared herself, I'll use the gender neutral pronoun, a woman on all of their forms when filling in and turning in their voting forms. So Kushner has always had a very strange look. If anyone really takes a good look at Kushner and sees just how bizarre the appearance of Kushner is, it's obviously a transsexual. And certainly obvious to me because I work with these kinds of identities all the time. And certainly all of the children that Ivanka and Kushner had were almost certainly in vitro. But basically, the gay lover of Kushner was Peter Thiel. And that's why Peter Thiel was given this basically carte blanche, this blank check by Donald Trump's administration as the, to create Palantir as basically the government contracted security provider for this supposed anti-terrorist technology, which was used to monitor immigrants, etc. It was certainly purchased in large degree by the ICE, the Immigrations and Customs Enforcement officials, and abused thereby. This was the kind of technology that featured when Trump went to Saudi Arabia and set up this counterterrorism bullshit system that Saudi Arabia and other participants with Donald Trump were all basically turning loose upon the world, saying that this was all part of a kind of war on terror. All of this, of course, Palantirs, just so people know, this is the kind of sphere that is the sphere that was used in The Lord of the Rings for Sauron and to absorb souls. And this is where the term comes from. And so Peter Thiel was expressing thereby, by taking this name, very sinister intent. And Viviana Sanchez can no doubt provide us much more information besides what I've just said. But hopefully what I've just said provides her information context. So that context being provided, honey, please, by all means, let us know.
Oh, thank you for that information. I wasn't aware of that relationship, but I find it very intriguing coming off the backs of that Saudi visit that we also provided them with, I think, 2,000 troops, like personal like our governance.
Yes,
to
yes.
protect the
Basically,
kingdom?
our troops have always been mercenaries for the House of Saud. I mean, that goes all the way back to Desert Storm, of course. And Trump he was wanting to take that further. He was saying there should be a Middle Eastern NATO. And this was the same guy who wanted to pull us out of NATO. So with everything that he was saying about NATO being so negative, here he was trying to establish a NATO for Southwest Asia, meaning, North Africa, the Middle East, the Arabian Peninsula, all centered thereon. And in other words, he wanted to make America treaty bound to provide basically a mercenary protection force. In this case, it wouldn't even be a mercenary. It would be treaty bound. So we would be doing for the House of Saud what we now do essentially for pay. We'd be doing it for free. This is like rendering America a vassal state to the House of Saud. This is what he was willing to do. It was just so frustrating. And thank God that didn't come to pass. But the very fact that he suggested it, yes, please, by all means, go on.
Yeah, talk about double dealing for self-interest as far as a lot of his policies. I mean, I don't know about a lot, but I did follow the infrastructure, and in that there was something that passed pertaining to the lives of people on scaffoldings or building, that if they were to die, they could not sue the owner of the property. And that passed.
Oh, wow. Oh,
yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's that sounds about right. I mean, that's almost par for the course. I'm so cynical these days. You hear something like that and you just kind of say, what else do you expect, right? I mean, but to understand this for everybody listening, if this 5G infrastructure were publicly owned, it would be subject to First Amendment principles, meaning that it could not be managed in a way that discriminated on the basis of protected categories under U.S. law, and could not practice censorship. And its use could be conditioned on upholding those principles, as well as the principle of net neutrality, which I think Trump's yellow house nigger that had the Asian name, I keep thinking Dinesh D'Souza, but that's not the guy. He was just this political hack. I forget the name of the chump who was working during the Trump years, who basically got rid of net neutrality and basically destroyed the internet as we know it. That was, we could bring that back. All of these potential benefits, of course, depend on a faith in the rule of law, which is obviously a precarious faith in this day and age, because at this point, as Peter Moon constantly emphasizes, most people simply don't trust the government. But a faith in industry-delivered broadband requires that we trust the snail pace, slow AIs, basically the so-called expert systems, I'll call them dumb bots of corporate America, not to spy on us or censor us. And that ultimately requires the same faith in the rule of law to rein in their excesses. So you might as well go straight to the source and make it public and federal, right? Does that make sense, honey?
Absolutely. That would be a good idea. I'd also like to add that everything about Palantir from my research is CIA-backed, going from government to private sector globally, and a right hand of the 322, or the Skull and Bones. So this also, not only was it birthed out of Trump or derived from that era, we have, again, the shadow of the Bush lurking in that. So I actually follow it as a stock, and it's just absolutely doing horrible. And I keep telling everyone who invests in it. I pulled out of Kathy Woods, who I like to follow, because she bought millions of shares of the Palantir, and she'll have public platforms and stuff. And I said, well, I can no longer support you if you're going to support Palantir, because she rides on the fact that she's a Christian and supporter of Zion, etc., etc. That I also don't support, but I like her ideology as far as investing and being a pioneer in Tesla. So when I saw that she invested massive amounts in Palantir, I just divested from her, and I tell everyone that's it's just cursed. Trust it will.
You're absolutely
it's not,
right. Yeah, its very name.
Definitely.
And you knew about its affiliation with the Lord of the Rings fantasy and Sauron, did you not? Or were you
No,
not okay.
no, that's something new. But thank you for telling me. So that's really interesting.
Yes, yes. So its very name is meant to be sinister. It's not like they were hiding it. And just so you know, Peter Thiel, he may be German ethnically, but his citizenship, again, very similar to the Tesla man, Elon Musk, was, I believe, South African. So at either rate, he gave up both those citizenships, and he certainly didn't even bother with U.S. citizenship. For those who don't know, he purchased New Zealand citizenship. So he basically is a citizen of New Zealand. And effectively, wherever he is, that's basically what he identifies with as a nationality, so that he can always escape there during the apocalypse or something. So wherever he stays. But he was outed as gay, just so people know this. And again, this is not like rumor or just like being salacious here. This is like basically he was outed as gay by, I'm forgetting the name of the rag. There was a newspaper that ultimately was sued by Hulk Hogan. And what happened was that Hulk Hogan won his lawsuit against this rag. So let me see. Hulk Hogan sued. Let's find out. Hulk Hogan, okay. And we'll say sued. And this should tell us who he sued. And that's not giving it to me right away. Let me press the enter button. He sued against Cox. Let me see. Gawker. So Gawker, Gawker, was like an internet site, Gawker Media, Gawker website. And what happened was Gawker exposed Peter Thiel as gay. And when they outed him, he had no way to deny it and was just caught with his pants down, so to speak, and just kind of like, oh, you got me. And then when Hulk Hogan sued them, Peter Thiel provided all the money, all the attorneys, put millions into it, and made certain that when Hulk Hogan won, it was a victory that was totally, they shut Gawker down. Gawker no longer exists. And this was Peter Thiel's way of getting back at Gawker for outing him. You know, and what makes all of this so bizarre is the fact that so many of the Silicon Valley moguls are gay. And so many of them are desperate to hide that fact. And you wonder why they bother. You wonder why they care. At the same time, a lot of this has to do with many of the blood transfusions. As I said, many of these, especially Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is infamous for being very interested in young people's blood. So he was taking a lot of transfusions. And as I pointed out, when many of these transfusions are from young men who are runaways because their families disown them because they're gay, and this becomes a way for them to become transfusion associates if they're adopted effectively, and then provide their blood in exchange for housing, education, etc. Then what happens is the more that these men intake that blood from many of these young gay runaways who are otherwise healthy and kept in environments where they live on site and are tested regularly, so everyone knows that they haven't gone out and contracted any form of disease and the like. Well, in a sense, you are what you eat. You are what you transfuse. Many more people in Silicon Valley have become gay by a lot of profusion of transfusions from young gay men. And I don't know if that's what happened to Peter Thiel, whether he was always gay or whether he kind of became gay after so many transfusions. But the bottom line is he did become effectively the lover of Harry Kushner. and or Jared Kushner, whatever the fucker's name is, the Kushner guy who claims he's married, well, is legally married to Ivanka, or, you know, Trump's daughter. And Kushner essentially, you know, got him the sweetheart deal, the contract with the Trump administration. And I'm so happy to hear Viviana share with us that its stocks and shares are doing terrible. I mean, you know, thank God. I mean, there is a God. You know, there is justice in the world, and hopefully that continues to crash and burn. Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
I gave a shout out to you while you were asleep, and I want everyone to know now. Viviana Sanchez contributed $500 US. Goddess bless you, honey. And by the way, it was just
You didn't have to tell you that.
oh, well, it was just the other
Thank
night
you.
that our lovely Viviana was kind of getting acquainted with the whole PayPal system. And, you know, so thank you for doing that. And thank you for your contribution. And honestly, you contribute so much. But at the same time, believe me, I'm in no position to say no. So it's definitely you're just an angel. And honestly, it's one of those things where when you help educate us about these sorts of things, and you talk about, say, for instance, this Christian woman that you brought up who is basically saying she supports Zion, but what she's really supporting is, shall we say, the occupational apartheid state, or rather the apartheid state that occupies Palestine, is what she really is supporting. And just so people understand, our lovely lady Viviana Sanchez disambiguates true Zion from that apartheid state that presently occupies Palestine. And that's an important point to make. So Zion, as Viviana Sanchez understands it, let me take a risk here. I'll say that you understand that as true Israel, or rather those that honor the covenant with Christ. That's true Zion. Am I?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, I'm so happy you understand. Yeah, so I like to define Israel as, or our Israel as the spirit and truth blood bought in the way of Yahushua, which that is everything that he said we are when we are in him, and he desires people who are worshiping him in spirit and in truth, which means sometimes you have to break away from the structure or theological pattern that could be what you were brought up in, and just seek him completely. And then the blood bought is the finished work, that is the new covenant. And the way is exactly what he said. So he is the way, the truth, and the life. And that is the rebirth of Israel today in the spirit form, as we move into understanding who we are as his people, and that it's not the definition of the world, so that we don't have to tie ourselves. And then we govern Zion through that right, being justified and made right in his sight. Therefore, we are parts of his government in our own sovereignty under him. So that's why, like, sovereignty is so powerful in the shift of moving out of the world structure and into individual understanding of who you represent, and you know that you're representative of his Zion, which is the governance that shall come from the New Jerusalem.
Thank you. That's beautiful. And
thank you.
And I so appreciate your articulating that. Now, not to pick at a scab, and if Daniel Arola is out there listening, understand, if you did not run to apologize, quote unquote, to Richard K. Cole Jr., as he claims you did, you know, let it be known. Talk to me about it either privately or openly. It's nothing you need to, quote unquote, you know, confess or discuss openly or publicly. You can just tell me privately. That never happened. If that did happen, of course, obviously we're on separate sides at this point. But Daniel, if you're listening, I'm just going to talk to Viviana about what happened as she understands it. And because I am curious, when I left the two of you alone to hold the stage, obviously something happened, and the way that one individual describes it, I'm not going to name them, but here's how they described it. Basically, what they said about Viviana was maybe Daniel felt she said too much too soon. Daniel wasn't talking back because he stated he was being nice,
it was all very strange. Do you remember what you were talking about with him that time?
Well, I think it was more in the chat. So it was the time after we were on panel together.
Okay.
And so it was more in the chat where he was kind of gaslighting and it was
trolling. Basically, he was doing what he does a lot of, which is kind of like trying to trigger people. Yeah, and you were having none of it. I know that. I saw a bit of it in the chat. I didn't look at, but it looked to me like whatever was going on, you were handling it well. And apparently that might have pissed him off. And, you know, but this is a man who has a lot of times triggered a lot of people and upset them terribly in the past, and he's always been on my side, but you know, he has that component to his personality, so I know that's there. And apparently you turned the tables and he got upset enough where I'm hoping he wasn't so upset that he went nuts and did what they claim he did. But, obviously, if that's not the case, he's welcome back. If it is the case, he's not. But such being said, so he was basically gaslighting in the chat room. And for anybody who wants to see that, the chat is there. It's uploaded on that episode. So whatever episode that Daniel appeared last on, it would be that episode that you'll be able to see in the chat whatever happened. And you can make of that what you will. But certainly, whatever happened, honey, I'm so glad that you were not disturbed, that you weren't perturbed, and oh my God, this shows, of course, you have a real sense of inner peace, that you're certainly confident in yourself, that you're certainly balanced, you're certainly centered, and that's what counts. That's what makes you impervious to the enemy. And
thank you. Yes, because I've had to learn that. I think that was taught to me through trial, but it definitely helps to not be emotional about stuff. And as a woman, usually you want to just, how dare you ever, how could you? But I told him basically, I will not engage you because I can see you have a problem, whatever that problem is, call me a conspiracist, call me this, call me that, but whatever the case, you're Douglas's friend and I'm not here to dishonor you in any way. So
oh my God, you're so mature. You're so mature. You're an enlightened being in so many ways. And I don't say that to suck up to you. Honestly, what I mean to say is that there's very few people who even can process like that. And what I'm going to ask you is if this is a result of your own gang stalking experience. I mean, I do want to get something out first so people understand this. Obviously, when she speaks about somebody being provocative and just how that she was not going to engage. I mean, that alone, that restraint. Now, he was kind of conveying that when he was, on air verbally with her. And then when he got into the chat room, which I guess he felt was more his element, and obviously kind of trying to be provocative. I mean, that's how it looked to me. And she wasn't biting for it. What's so strange to me is, and yet, kind of expected. I mean, it's not surprising. Apparently that may have really upset him. Now, again, we're not going to overdwell on this because certainly I don't want to alienate him if he has not gone to the enemy. I mean, he was a friend for many years. But as I said with Viviana, honey, you're awesome. So tell us how you got to be like this. Was this the gang stalking you yourself suffered? Or was it something taught to you by your own mother or someone else? How did you... Yeah. Oh, hey, is that someone joining us?
I think it was...
Yeah, go on. Honey, keep talking.
I'm sorry, no.
No, go on.
I'm just having problems with my earbuds.
Okay.
Well, it had to be a culmination of just life experience and understanding that I didn't want to be a lot like my mom. I had to introspectively... And it's not to her fault. I mean, she's handicapped. She's always been a very emotional type of person, and the way she expresses herself can be quite manipulative as far as emotional.
Right.
So I learned to not do that with my children, and then it culminated, I guess you could say, through the gang stalking thing. Mm-hmm. It helped me to know my enemy, and you have to understand that they do what they do in order to rile you, to see how you react, and to study you. But mostly what I've learned is engaging in the power of spiritual warfare and knowing that it's very powerful when you have Jesus on your side and you see your enemy. Like one time I had my enemy, they tried to report me to like CPS for atrocity, for really bad like lies.
Right.
And my friend and I, we just engaged in prayer, and this does not sound good, okay, because I don't wish death on anyone. But the person that did the thing, you know, had called me up in a drunken state and said, "Oh yeah, I called CPS on you. And we're watching you, and I'm working for this," you know, basically telling me that he's working for the enemy. And I was just like, okay. So my friend and I, we just took it up to prayer and prayed Isaiah 50, I think it's 54, where no weapon formed against you will prosper, and every tongue that rises against you, you shall condemn. So we prayed that and fervorously, and within a week, the guy was, I don't know, he was either cleaning his gun or I don't know, but he shot himself right in front of his father. Like,
wow.
Yeah.
By the
but
way,
I've had that happen over. I've had that happen over and over. So it taught me to trust him in everything and never be trying to do it in my own will or strength. And because it's always how the enemy's operating. And when you know your enemy and you know who you serve, you just hand it to him and say, look, take this matter, because I can't fight it in my own strength. But it took that kind of yielding to the Spirit and knowing that really, apart from him, I'm nothing. And that's just the truth. And it's not, that's it. You know what I mean? So yeah, it helps. That definitely helps, because why fight? Why fight?
Yes. No, I mean, that's beautiful. By the way, Nathan Brooks says also Numbers 13:14, there shall be no enchantment against Israel. And so, yes, and if you consider yourself to be true Israel, or of true Israel, in the covenant with Christ, then that makes sense. By the way, I don't want to alienate people by getting too, shall we say, Christological for their comfort zone. Well,
those are spiritual laws that even the enemy has to recognize. Even witches recognize it. Like a really strong, powerful witch would never step to certain places. If anything, they would garner the lower witches who don't understand these principles and who would use their pride to attack you because they know better. They don't know better, but that's how that's just what I've noticed, is that witches and every part of the power in the spiritual playing field has spiritual laws that derive from the word of my Father, and it's kind of like where the line's drawn. So
yes,
that's true.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so just to express what you said, the way you meant to say it, it's basically those who are ignorant of this in their pride would attack and pay the price. They would be manipulated by those who know better to attack someone who is basically protected, shielded, strong in the Spirit. And by saying the Spirit instead of the Spirit of Christ per se, that way I kind of just render that name, which scares a lot of people, kind of out of the immediate equation. Not to disambiguate, really, in a sense, that's a cop-out, obviously. Our Lady Viviana truly is of Christ. She truly is a Christian. And certainly I too consider myself a Christian, and sometimes I get just a bit too sophisticated in trying to be universal in my approach for my own good. So Nathan Brooks, by the way, is giving a lot of prayer signs, so that's good. He's giving the clasped hands in the chat room, and that's appreciated. I do want people to understand that what you say, Viviana, is, believe me, it's real. This is what worked for Viviana because she's true in her faith. And honestly, the faith is, it means so much. And it gives me very much a sense of shall we say, I feel better just speaking to you, honey. And just by speaking to you, facing these kinds of evil enemies, with their malevolent intent, honestly.
Yeah, and trust me, I pray they turn from doing evil and loving the darkness more than the light. I mean, even they have the opportunity, but at this point in this time, I think it's like we just have to let them go.
Yes, obviously, I understand. And even my speaking to you about this now is a form of prayer with you. It really is. It's one of these things where I understand what you say. When you joined in prayer with that young lady and then what happened. This is something that is impressive. And as she said, this has happened multiple times. Now, I don't know if you heard George Knight the other day, and what George Knight was bringing up, that many people who had bullied him when he was young, and he was bringing up, oh my God, look at what happened to them. There was some young girl who basically, eviscerated him at some point, and she wound up dying after spending a month in a coma. Just horrible, after being thrown through a car windshield. Or he said this other guy who bullied him, who wound up basically doing something stupid on a train and falling basically under the train and losing, the lower half of his legs and shit. I mean, he's pointing out all these horrible people that had suffered horrible fates, and he was saying this is karma. And really, this is along the spirit of what you're speaking of as well. Honestly, there are many people out there who really just are, well, they're just evil people. And of course, if you're in that kind of lower vibrational density, what on earth do you expect to happen?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, what's wonderful about this time that I love is that Israel, the identity of us, people are awakening to who they truly are, and that is powerful because it shows it just shows that we're awakening like as a tribe and as unified, but finding out who we truly are is everything. And when you have that, like, no one can ever take that, even if they were to try to kill you. Yes. And you could leave the planet knowing your destiny and you don't have any fear, and the enemy loses, it's destined to lose. So it's comforting and it's powerful. And I love arising with people and aligning with people and coming together because, oh my gosh, it's just wonderful because people want to break free,
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And honey, we'll be ending stream soon because we've got about 9 minutes towards that point where I have to shut the stream down or whatever else happens.
So I'll go ahead and mute, and you go ahead and close out. But thank you, Douglas, for everything.
Oh, honey,
much appreciated.
Honey, yeah. I mean, you don't have to go mute. I mean, I'll be ending stream soon, so you may as well write it out with me in closure. You don't have to say anything, but honestly, yeah, it's no big deal. So I do want everyone to know that if you want to say something in chat that will upload when this is published, say it now, because I know some people say wonderful, heartwarming things, and they say it, just right at the point when I'm shutting the stream, and it doesn't get uploaded because it gets cut off. So if you want something to be published, say it now in the chat room, and that way it will be published when this video uploads. And honestly, truly just having this kind of conclusive chat with Viviana is just a wonderful way to close tonight's transmission. It was a hard ride, and I want people to know that this wasn't easy, reliving a lot of horrors of these attacks. And obviously, speaking to such a wonderful woman of faith who has survived her own tribulations, her own book of Job, so to speak, that is inspirational to myself. And in these times, that's very much appreciate it. By the way, to the stupid thing that Jambo the Reese Monkey said about, oh yeah, you've got another model you're not crediting. Where's the lady's tits? I mean, honest to God, it's me in drag because there's no fucking breasts. So obviously, whether it's my promotional banner on Facebook, whether it's what I've got up there in thumbnail tonight, and I do recommend everyone get a Facebook page for no other reason than to see my promotional banners. Obviously, when you take a look at how I'm dressed, it's obvious it's not some female model because there's no breasts. And I mean, like, I'm flat enough where you can land a glider on my chest, okay? So this kind of crap, this is like they're trying to pull the Death of a Thousand Cuts and just prick and peck and prick and peck until you just want to give up. I may very well do that by Father's Day weekend. I'm seriously considering just for Father's Day weekend, just, not showing up for work, maybe taking a weekend off. We'll find out. But, I'll talk with Viviana privately before I come to that decision. And other than that, everybody, you want me to come on for Father's Day Sunday night? Let me know, okay? And you'll have to tell me through emails, and my email is easy. It's douglasdwayne@gmail.com. You can leave messages on Facebook Messenger, etc. So I don't know if there's any other ways to contact myself, but you can leave messages with Viviana Sanchez through her YouTube channel. So tell you what, honey, there's other